Chapter 1. Chunping. The town on the outskirts of the Starry Great Forest. Damn it, I'm 12 this year, and I've barely managed to break through level 10 soul power. Where's my golden finger? Screw this. A young boy clad in gray linen clothing strolled leisurely through the town, a strand of blue-silver grass clenched between his teeth. This boy's name is Chunping, a stowaway from Blue Star who had illicitly arrived in the Douluo Continent. That fateful night, having finished reading a novel about the Douluo Continent, he impulsively shouted from his balcony, "Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body." And then tragedy slipped and fell off the balcony. Due to his status as a stowaway, when he awakened his martial soul 6 years ago, he only manifested a broken iron sword as his martial spirit, with a meager innate soul power of merely 2 levels. At that moment, he felt utterly despondent, hiding away in a small grove, calling out for ages without any sign of system appearing. Eventually, he found peace, diligently practicing until he finally reached level 10 soul power. The time had come for him to obtain a soul ring. In this world, he was merely an orphan, raised on the kindness of others, surviving as a work-study student at a junior soul master academy in Soto City. In other words, he was broke. "I have no money, I can't even find a soul hunting team," Chunping lamented, his previously lively stride now reduced to a hesitant shuffle. He could only rely on his own strength to hunt soul beasts. If this keeps up, he'll be lucky to even obtain a 10-year soul ring, let alone a 100-year one. He had considered seeking out Tang San in Holy Soul Village. Though he wasn't particularly fond of the older brother, he was still a powerful ally. If he revealed that he too had traveled from another world, perhaps he could also gain some divine favor. However, after inquiring, he learned that Tang Hao, one of the Haoqian Law, was only 34 this year, a full decade away from achieving the title of Title Doa and the birth of Tang San. Oh dear, Chunping inadvertently found himself standing in front of a restaurant, and quite unfortunately, collided with someone. "Kid, are you blind?" The voice of the person he bumped into was deep and powerful. Chunping looked up and beheld a remarkably handsome old man, his white hair and immaculate white robes exuding an air of nobility. In this Starry Great Forest, to maintain such cleanliness in attire, this person must undoubtedly be a formidable figure. Best not provoke him. Chunping hurriedly picked himself up, bowing slightly. "I apologize, I wasn't paying attention while walking and inadvertently offended you." The elderly man, who had initially been in a foul mood, found himself unable to harbor even a flicker of anger upon hearing Chunping's words. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The old man dusted off his clothes and did not pursue the matter further. "It's fine, just be more careful while walking." "Yes, esteemed sir," Chunping replied with a forced smile, promptly turning to walk in the opposite direction. "Brother, please wait a moment," called out a man in white beside the elderly figure. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Chunping's heart sank. This Douluo Continent was indeed a fantastical realm, where laws were non-existent, and the strong could kill at will. Surely, he wouldn't be so unfortunate as to face dire consequences. With trepidation, Chunping slowly turned around, cautiously inquiring, "Esteemed sir, is there something else you require?" At that moment, he clearly discerned the man's features. His attire bore some resemblance to that of the elderly man, yet lacked the sharpness in his gaze, and instead radiated an aura of scholarly elegance. Wait a moment, could he be Ning Fengji? And the one beside him, could it be the sword Douluo, Chun Xian? Chunping's mind raced with speculation. He was familiar with Ning Fengzi's character over 20 years later, but he was uncertain about the disposition of the current Ning Fengji. The scholar smiled warmly. "There's no need to be anxious. I am Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Chunping thought to himself, as expected, and promptly responded, "I am Chunping, a mere 10-level soul master with no sect or affiliation." To converse with sect master Ning is indeed an honor. Regardless of whether the other party sought trouble with him, this response could only be deemed correct. Ning Fengzi's gaze fixated on the long sword at Chunping's waist. He inquired, "Brother Chunping, is that long sword your martial soul?" "Long sword?" Chunping shook his head, although he was unclear about Ning Fengzi's intentions. He was not one to act without benefit. Could this sword truly possess some extraordinary quality? After a moment's thought, he dismissed the notion the sword was merely a tool for practicing his swordplay, purchased from street vendor. Given his current capabilities, he could not summon his martial soul for extended periods. Then is your martial soul a sword type? Ning Fengji pressed further. At this, Chunping nodded. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Ning. My martial soul is indeed a sword, but it is merely an ordinary iron sword with an innate soul power of only 2 levels. If all goes as expected, I shall likely only reach the rank of soul master in this lifetime. Ha ha, Brother Chunping, you misunderstand. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. I simply feel a connection and wish to invite you to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. What do you think? Chunping was taken aback. Join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Without adequate strength or talent. Even joining such a powerful faction would only place him at the lowest tier, destined to sweep the floors and guard the gates. Chunping began to refuse. However, Ning Fengji swiftly pressed a token into Chunping's hand. Brother Chunping, you need not answer immediately. This token is a disciple's token of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Should you truly wish to join, you may present this token at any of our establishments across the continent, and someone will escort you to the school. Oh, by the way, Brother Chunping, you have yet to obtain a soul ring. If you can independently acquire your first soul ring, in the future, should you join my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you will become my right-hand man. How's that sound? Chunping blinked rapidly, unable to fathom Ning Fengji's words. He was merely a lowly individual with innate soul power of 2 levels. What merit did he possess to attract the attention of such a prominent figure? As he opened his mouth to respond, he found that Ning Fengji and the elderly man had already walked away. Brother Jian, are you certain you did not misjudge? After walking a distance, Ning Fengji inquired of the sword Douluo, Chun Xian at his side. I did not make mistakes, Chun Xian affirmed. His gaze is sharper than that of an average soul master. His swordsmanship must be formidable. But his innate soul power is far too low, Ning Fengji sighed. The 7 killing sword martial soul had always been a solitary lineage. Chun Xian, being enamored with swordsmanship, had not produced an heir. Additionally, sword-type martial souls were exceedingly rare on the continent, making it difficult to find a successor. Now, with Chunping's appearance, Chun Xian saw a glimmer of hope, yet his innate soul power of 2 levels left him somewhat disheartened. Thus, he casually set such a condition. Fengji, if he truly manages to acquire his first 100-year soul ring through his own efforts, I shall take him as my disciple, Chen Xian stated, recognizing Ning Fengji's sentiments. Brother Jian, you jest. Ning Fengji's expression lightened. If he can fulfill your requirements, perhaps his innate soul power will not hinder his progress. He might one day become a figure like you, safeguarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for the next century. One can only hope. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. P.S. The tormenting of San has commenced. If readers are dissatisfied with the earlier plot, feel free to skip ahead. I assure you satisfaction awaits. A new journey begins. I seek your support and subscriptions. The work is signed and will be updated daily at noon. Hua, the author, has completed previous works, ensuring reliability and continuity. Chapter 2, Divine Examination. Within the Starry Great Forest. A primitive forest of this magnitude has never been seen even on Blue Star. As Chunping marveled at the grandeur of the Starry Great Forest, his pace did not falter. Suitable soul beasts include the saber-toothed tiger, black panther, mighty bear, and lightning wolf. Reflecting upon this, Chunping felt a sense of unease. These soul beasts were among the most formidable in their ranks. Even a mere 100-year soul beast could easily overpower ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts, such as the soft-bone rabbit or lightning rabbit. Damn, you really do attract what you fear. Chunping abruptly halted, his gaze locking onto a saber-toothed tiger less than 100 meters away. Swiftly summoning his martial soul, he fixed his eyes on the saber-toothed tiger, cautiously retreating step by step. Damn it. This is just the outermost region. How could there be a 100-year saber-toothed tiger here? To be honest, if one wasn't nervous, it would be a lie. He could only feign calmness. Should I try a sliding slash? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chunping's mind. The so-called sliding slash involved crouching swiftly as the saber-toothed tiger lunged, using his weapon to slice open its belly. Forget it. In an instant, he dismissed the idea. In his previous life, such tactics had been debunked. How thick is a tiger's hide? With this broken iron sword in hand, could he truly make a cut? Fat chance he wouldn't even know how he died. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger let out a fearsome roar. In the next moment, it lunged toward Chunping. No escaping this. The tiger is the king of the forest, whether one climbs a tree or runs wildly. Evading them in their domain is impossible. As a time traveler, how could I have met such a dismal fate? I have yet to encounter Bibi Dong or Qianrenxue. How can I perish so easily? I am unwilling, utterly unwilling. If only I could have the chance, I would certainly take my revenge on Tang San and his disciples. As the figure of the saber-toothed tiger loomed ever closer, Chunping, realizing he could not escape, slowly closed his eyes, awaiting his next journey through time. 1 second, 2 seconds. Several seconds later, Chunping felt no sensation of his body being torn apart by the tiger's formidable fangs. Could it be that someone has saved me? After a moment's reflection, Chunping cautiously opened one eye. In the next instant, he was astonished by the scene before him. It seemed he was no longer in the Starry Forest, but rather in an entirely new realm. Could this be paradise? Chunping meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Recalling memories from his past life, he envisioned lakes filled with milk, trees laden with endless fruits, and individuals adorned with delicate, white wings upon their backs. None of this is here, none of it. Coming to a sudden realization, Chunping exclaimed, "Where on earth am I?" "Young man, you are rather impolite." The unexpected voice startled Chunping. Regaining his composure, he swiftly turned towards the source of the sound. What magnificent dragons! The sky was divided into two, one golden and the other dark, their boundaries sharply defined. "You should consider yourself fortunate to have encountered us," the golden dragon spoke slowly. Chunping clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Were you the ones who rescued me in the Starry Forest?" "Indeed, we are the ones who saved you," the dragon, with eyes as deep as the stars, affirmed. "However, this salvation comes at a price. You must perform a task for us. Please, esteemed elders, share your request. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall not shirk from it," Chunping assured. "You will certainly be able to fulfill it," the golden dragon continued. "All that is required is for you to bring us back to the divine realm when you ascend to godhood." "The divine realm?" Chunping's eyes widened, and he shook his head vigorously. "Esteemed elder, we are aware of your secrets. Do not pretend you do not know what the divine realm is," the dragon interjected. It made sense the power of these two dragons far surpassed that of ordinary 10th sandier soul beasts. They could create their own realms were they divine beasts. "Esteemed elders, you." Chunping began to speak, but was interrupted. "I know what you wish to inquire. Long ago, we betrayed the dragon clan, and the god of destruction promised to find a way for us to return to the divine realm." The golden dragon's tone grew somber. "There is but one method to return, and that is for us to support one individual. As long as he can accept the god of destruction's legacy, we shall sacrifice ourselves to become his soul rings. Once we reach the divine realm, we could be revived and rightfully reside there." Having overheard such a monumental secret, Chunping realized he was either the individual they sought or they had no intention of allowing him to live. Taking a deep breath, Chunping respectfully asked, "Might I inquire if I am the person you seek?" You are certainly sharp," the golden dragon scoffed. "Yet you are indeed the one we are looking for." Suddenly, a dark purple energy materialized before Chunping, and in the next moment, it surged directly into his forehead. "Saint Dragon Loxer and Illusion Moon Dragon Esau have sacrificed for you. Evaluation complete, reward. Dual form martial soul. Soul ring age increased by 10,000 years. Destruction affinity 10. Esteemed Loxer, Esau." Chunping quickly raised his gaze. Loxer chuckled. "It seems you have received the evaluation from the god of destruction. However, I must remind you that you are now affiliated with the god of destruction. You cannot participate in the evaluations of other gods." Chunping understood this well. "Yes, esteemed elder, I comprehend. However, with my current talent, I fear I may not pass the divine trial." "Fear not," Illusion Moon Dragon Esau declared. "With our power, You shall possess the abilities of a genius with innate level 20 soul power, unless you become complacent. Failure is not an option. Indeed, how had he not realized this sooner? Chunping smacked his forehead. Tang San, at level 66, could defeat those at the Soul Saint level and possess a God-level martial soul. What was his secret? It was merely the 10th Sandier soul ring that Xiao Wu had sacrificed. You are fortunate, young man. Luxor's form began to radiate a brilliant golden light. The dual-form martial soul requires Esol's power. From now on, I will monitor your growth within your consciousness. While Esol shall enter an endless slumber, he will not awaken until he is revived. As soon as the words were spoken, the immense golden dragon erupted in a dazzling golden glow. The golden light descended upon Chen Ping. This power, it feels so invigorating. I sense an indescribable euphoria coursing through my entire being. Chunping slowly closed his eyes, remembering to express his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Luxor. Young man, do not think I have not warned you. Should you dare betray us, Luxor will shatter your consciousness, leaving you in a state of perpetual suffering, Esol cautioned. I, Chunping, swear upon my martial soul and divine status that should I fail to revive esteemed Luxor and Esol in the divine realm after attaining godhood, I will suffer the obliteration of my martial soul and the shattering of my divine status.
Chunping solemnly vowed, All right, I shall remember you, young lad. Until we meet again. The dragon form of Esol transformed into countless stars, cascading into Chunping's body. Chapter 3. The Sacred Dragon of Daylight and the Illusory Dragon of Night in the Divine Realm. Within a dark purple castle, a man clad in a violet cloak stood. His wide-brimmed hat obscuring his visage, though two faint red orbs flickered within the folds of his cloak. He gazed down from the castle balcony. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed, prompting the man to turn. Ah, you've arrived. It was a woman in a flowing aquamarine gown, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Xiaozi, how fares your successor? She inquired. The man chuckled lightly. Though I am uncertain how he arrived in this realm, bestowing upon him divine status seems acceptable. The woman pressed her lips together. Xiaozi, do elaborate. Haha, certainly, the man beamed. Xiao LV, do you recall the initial endeavors of Luxor and Esol? She nodded slightly. Indeed, they played a significant role in the downfall of the dragon god. Precisely, he affirmed. I had promised them that they could reside in the divine realm with legitimacy. Their strength serves as a conduit, significantly enhancing my successor's innate abilities. And what of Shura and the two divine kings? The woman queried with concern. Fear not. He waved his hand dismissively. Xiao LV, Shura has already selected his candidate, and his infractions far exceed ours. Even if a divine council is convened, Shura will undoubtedly ally with us. After a moment's contemplation, he continued. I have heard that the two divine kings are also in search of successors. I doubt there will be any conflict with us. That is reassuring, the woman agreed, though a hint of worry lingered. However, Shura has always been at odds with us. What if tensions arise between the successors? The man scoffed. And what of it? We are two, while he is but one. Once the successor arrives in the divine realm, I shall remain by your side, even should conflict arise. 3 against 2, they will not prevail against us. With a sigh, she replied, Xiaozi, your recklessness concerns me. The first trial of destruction was complete. The dual forms of the martial soul had awakened, granting a reward of 10 affinity towards destruction and an elevation of soul ring age by 10,000 years. After an indeterminate span, the sound of trial completion resonated within Chunping's mind. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the Starry Great Forest. Initially believing his sojourn to be that of an ordinary individual, he was taken aback by the abruptness of his fortune. With a grin, Chunping mused. Though the reason for this divine trial eludes me, it is certainly better to have it than not at all. Quiver, mortals, and behold the might of the divine. Just as Chen Ping reveled in his triumph, Luxor's voice echoed in his mind. You insolent brat, do not get ahead of yourself. I sense numerous soul beasts over 100,000 years old within the Starry Great Forest. Should you encounter them, none shall come to your aid. Indeed, beneath the lake of life lies a plethora of fierce beasts, the most formidable being the 800,000-year-old soul beast, Tion. Ah, wise mentor, your admonishment is duly noted. I shall be more cautious henceforth, Chunping chuckled. By the way, has your second trial been revealed? Let us see what it entails, Luxor retorted with irritation. Chunping immediately began to rummage through his mind. However, Senior, The content of the second examination has not yet been revealed. Chen Ping roughly deduced the reason behind this. Indeed, you are merely at the 21st level, and the subsequent divine trials are quite formidable. Given your current capabilities, you certainly cannot accomplish them. 21st level? Chen Ping was taken aback and quickly summoned his soul rings. The platinum and black gold rings descended at his feet. There is no need for speculation. Most of Essayer's strength has been devoted to enhancing your qualifications and facilitating the second form of your martial soul. Meanwhile, a significant portion of my power is safeguarded by the god of destruction, which will instantaneously revert to you once you ascend to divinity, Lohir explained. Naturally, if possible, he hoped that Chunping's soul power level would be higher, bringing him one step closer to the coveted 100 levels. I see. With the appearance of the two soul rings, the information regarding the soul skills naturally emerged within Chunping's mind. First soul skill, Daylight White Explosion, Solar Gale. Second soul skill, Falling Moon Galaxy, Radiant Stars. Additionally, two domains, Daylight Domain, Illusory Moon Domain. Why do the soul rings only provide two skills? Chunping inquired. Million-year soul beasts offer 4 soul skills. Divine beasts, one would expect, should at least provide 4 as well. Nonsense. These 2 soul skills are our divine techniques. Lohir retorted angrily. Haha, all right then. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from his left arm and torso, Chunping was startled. The external soul bone, Illusory Moon Flute, on my left arm possesses the skill Starry Moon Dream. When activated with soul power, it produces a resonating melody that ensnares those with lower soul power into an eternal illusion. Truly, divine skills are indeed extraordinary. The 2 divine skills of the torso bone, Daylight Transformation and Daylight Space. One amplifies light attribute energy twofold, while the other rends space with light, facilitating escape. Ha ha ha, young one, are you satisfied with your soul skills? After absorbing all the information regarding his soul skills, Chunping beamed with delight. I am thoroughly satisfied. Young one, you will henceforth utilize the daylight form of your martial soul, meaning you cannot employ the second soul skill. Should you use the second soul skill, you will instantaneously transform into the night moon form. Unless in a life and death battle, when engaging in regular combat, it is imperative to retain your trump card. Furthermore, refrain from revealing the illusory moon flute unless necessary. Lohir cautioned earnestly. I have witnessed my fair share of treachery in this Douluo Continent. Once the soul bone is exposed, an endless pursuit awaits you. However, I will conceal the colors of your soul rings. After my concealment, the 2 skills of your first soul skill will be transformed into your first and second soul skills. Upon hearing this, Chunping nodded solemnly. I understand. And I appreciate your assistance, Senior Lohir. Haha. It is no trouble at all. We share a bond of mutual benefit, as long as you uphold your oath. I will unconditionally support you, Lohir laughed heartily. Yes, I understand, Chunping nodded. By the way, I still haven't taken a close look at my martial soul. Chunping gently lifted the long sword in his hand, scrutinizing it with great care. Once an ordinary iron blade, it had now transformed into a single-edged sword, adorned with a vividly engraved golden dragon along its spine. The dragon's eyes, in particular, possessed an enchanting allure that incited an irresistible urge to pay homage. The blade had taken on a resplendent golden hue, embodying unparalleled sharpness. Chunping casually struck at a nearby tree. With a resounding crash, the entire tree was cleaved in 2. The sharpness of his blade was astonishing. Wait a moment, this feels reminiscent of the skin of the revered dragon god. The revered dragon god? Young man, what are you muttering about? Lochiel inquired curiously upon hearing Chunping's murmurs. Chunping chuckled. Senior, am I not one blessed by the divine dragon? The title of divine dragon master embodies this essence. My current form is known as the daytime true sacred dragon, and when I assume another shape, I shall be the night moon illusionary dragon. Haha, what splendid names. Daytime sacred dragon and night moon illusionary dragon. Loxier laughed heartily. That's a fine name. I quite like it. With a sudden flourish, Chunping swung his sword. This was his soul skill, Solar Gale. Unleashing a powerful gust of wind accompanied by intense heat, obliterating everything in its path. Haha, I am the one and only divine dragon master, Chunping proclaimed triumphantly. Suddenly, a yellow soul ring emerged in the path of the gale. Sensing an impending presence, Loxio hastily cautioned, Kid, you're in trouble. You've slain someone's soul beast. What? Chunping gazed, bewildered, at the nearby yellow soul ring. Run. Loxier's urgent voice echoed in his mind. It's too late to escape, Chunping lamented. observing his surroundings as he found himself surrounded. Chapter 4. Bullying the weak, fearing the strong kid. Which family do you belong to? Daring to venture alone into the Starry Forest? A group of men clad in black leather approached, their rugged faces suggesting they were rough and tumble types. Having just robbed someone of their soul beast, Chen Ping felt a pang of guilt. I am a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he replied, producing the token bestowed upon him by Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, I'm not trying to deceive you. At worst, I could help upgrade your 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to a 9 Treasures Glazed Tower in the future. Upgrading a top-tier martial soul to a super martial soul would be a fair exchange for using your sect's name as a shield. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect? The middle-aged leader stepped forward. Since we are brother sects, we shall not make things difficult for you. However, he pointed toward a soul ring a distance away. This 300-year-old soul ring of the violent bear was meant for our Haotian sect S juniors, but it appears you've taken it first. We shall not bully you. Simply compensate us with 200,000 gold soul coins, and we shall let this matter rest. At the mention of 200,000 gold soul coins, Chunping's expression twitched. The audacity of the Haotian sect was astonishing. Even after Tang San had departed for several years, they remained so arrogant. He rifled through his pockets, realizing he possessed only a single silver soul coin. This is all I have. Are you mocking me? The middle-aged man's face contorted with anger. Boss, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is the wealthiest sect on the continent. Even ordinary disciples carry a good number of gold soul coins, chimed in a burly youth beside him. I suspect he killed a disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and is impersonating that disciple. Hearing this, Chen Ping scoffed inwardly. The disciples of the Haotian sect and their affiliated sects truly were despicable. Never mind, in 10 years the Spirit Hall will come to purge you, and then I shall easily collect your straggling souls. Let us see how you manage then. How absurd. My wealth from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is not something the Haotian sect can covet, Chunping retorted coldly. At this moment, as long as he maintained his composure, it would be they who faltered. Observing their demeanor, they appeared to be mere ordinary disciples of the Haotian sect. Unaware of his true identity, a plan formed. He would present himself as a disciple of the sword Douluo, which would surely deter them from making rash moves. Kid, do not be too arrogant, the middle-aged man warned sternly as the Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp. 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, hovered before him. Oh, merely a lowly soul king. At your age, I wager your peak will be the soul emperor, Chunping mocked. He understood that displaying strength and confidence would instill fear within them. He was not incapable of fleeing. Should he employ the soul skill of his skeletal spirit, it would undoubtedly invite envy. Such a skill could attract the entire continent as pursuit. As expected, upon witnessing Chunping's demeanor, the middle-aged man immediately quelled the intentions of his companions. Kid, who is your master? Who is your father? Chunping let out a cold laugh, remarking that the name of his master was beyond the comprehension of such riffraff. With that, he summoned his martial soul, the Daylight Dragon Sword. The middle-aged man immediately seized upon the key term, his mind racing with possibilities. A second-ring soul master, a sword-type martial soul, affiliated with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Relatively young, capable of slaying century-old soul beasts with a single stroke. Could he be a disciple of the sword Douluo? This thought instantaneously flashed through the middle-aged man's mind. Enough of this matter, he declared. Ignoring the gazes of the other disciples, he knelt on one knee before Chunping. I am Tang San, an outer sect steward of the Haotian sect. Please allow me to convey my regards to the esteemed sword Douluo. As for the matter of soul rings, given that our 2 sects are brother sects, let us consider this trivial issue settled. Chunping let out a cold laugh. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to engage? Tang San responded with a sheepish grin. I was merely jesting. When I summoned my martial spirit earlier, I intended to convey that we still possess the capability to locate another soul beast of equal caliber. With that, he hastily signaled to those behind him, let us depart. This individual is the esteemed apprentice of the sword Douluo, here for training. We shall not intrude any further. Thus, the group that had initially approached with great fervor retreated in a rather despondent manner. Chunping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness, that was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he managed to intimidate them. Who told you to become so complacent and recklessly unleash your soul skills? Luo Xie chided. If you were to expose a soul bone with spatial soul skills, I wonder how you would navigate this continent afterward. He chuckled. Enough of that. Let us hasten our departure from this forest. Chen Ping swiftly diverted the subject and hastened towards the forest's edge. Meanwhile, After traversing a distance, one of Tang San's entourage inquired, "Boss, are we simply letting that kid off so easily? What do you comprehend?" Tang San retorted, delivering a kick to the individual. "A band of imbeciles devoid of intellect. Did you not observe his demeanor? Barely in his teens, yet already a formidable great soul master of the second rank, and wielding a sword-type spirit. Do you realize the implications of this within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Implications?" The group regarded Tang San with inquisitive expressions. Damn it. Observing their apparent lack of cognitive function, Tang San erupted in a tirade. "You witless simpletons. You will be the death of me yet. Very well. I shall elucidate the significance to you. He is, in all likelihood, a disciple of the sword Douluo, who, in all probability, was in close proximity. Were it not for our affiliation as disciples of the Clear Sky School, the sword Douluo would have undoubtedly intervened." Upon hearing this, his sycophantic followers promptly grasped the situation. "Indeed, boss, how did we fail to consider this?" The lad remained unfazed in the face of your Soul King prowess. "The sword Douluo must have been nearby. Enough idle chatter." Tang San punctuated his words with another kick. "Cease your incessant prattle and hasten to seek out soul beasts." Were Chunping present, he would undoubtedly offer Tang San a gesture of profound approbation. The conjecture was entirely in accordance with Chunping's own line of reasoning. A small township situated outside the Starry Great Forest. Chunping gently patted his exceedingly flat stomach, hanging his head low, and with a feeble voice lamented, "I am utterly famished, with but a single silver soul coin to my name, leaving me unable to procure any sustenance." The dining establishments in this quaint town boasted prices far exceeding those of eateries beyond its borders. After all, this locale bordered the soul beast forest, perpetually under the threat of attack from soul beasts. Most of the proprietors here were soul masters, and the clientele consisted solely of those same practitioners. As the most esteemed profession on the continent, it is only natural that soul masters possess considerable wealth. Alas, who will come to my aid in this time of hunger? Upon registering as a soul master at the Spirit Hall, Chen Ping was aware that he would receive a monthly stipend of 10 gold soul coins. However, the nearest Spirit Hall was quite a distance away, and he might starve to death along the way before reaching it. "Is this for you?" A pair of slender, jade-like hands picked up a piece of bread and offered it to Chen Ping. "I am." Chapter 5. Bibi Dong. The woman was of modest stature. Her rose-colored hair accompanied by a fragrant floral aroma. Even a mere whiff of it was intoxicating. "My name is Bibi Dong, and I am the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall," the woman said softly. "Bibi Dong." Chen Ping involuntarily took a step back. This future empress of the Spirit Hall was not one to be trifled with. Looking at the sweet smile on Bibi Dong's face, it was hard to believe that she would become so extreme and radical in the future. Calculating the time, Xianren Xue should be born by now. He wondered if Bibi Dong's current demeanor was feigned or if... What's wrong? Seeing Chen Ping's unusual behavior, Bibi Dong was taken aback, then asked, "Your Highness." "The holy maiden, this boy must be surprised. With his status, being able to speak with you is a blessing from his ancestors." The speaker was someone beside Bibi Dong, with golden hair and a delicately made-up face. If it weren't for the Adam's apple visible at his throat, perhaps no one would know he was a man. Chen Ping turned his gaze towards the sound and immediately recognized the newcomer, Jiu Douluo, Yuguan. "Be cautious, he is a titled Douluo." The urgent voice of Luoxier echoed in Chen Ping's mind. Chen Ping smoothed his collar, his countenance radiating respect. "I am Chen Ping, and it is an honor to meet your holiness, the saintess, and your majesty." "Oh, how did you come to know of me?" Moon Guan inquired. He discerned Chen Ping's soul power level and surmised that someone of such ability, aware of his identity, was likely a scion of a prominent family. As a known chatterbox, his curiosity naturally compelled him to delve into the matter. Chen Ping once again produced the token of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, addressing the esteemed figure, "My lord. I am a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and have heard your esteemed name within the sect." Such an explanation was undoubtedly reasonable. However, what manner of sect was the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Yuguan could not possibly be unaware of it. As the second largest sect on the continent, all direct disciples within its ranks were auxiliary soul masters. Thus, each expedition to the Soul Beast Forest was typically led by at least a Soul Emperor, accompanied by a team of 10 or more. Observing the current situation, it seemed as though Chen Ping had come alone. Was he not an intersect disciple? Yuguan pondered to himself. "All right, little brother Chen Ping, you must be hungry," Bibi Dong interjected, denying Yuguan the opportunity to speak, as she handed Chen Ping a bottle of water. "Little brother, bread may cause you to choke. You should drink some water instead." Having received the flagon, Chunping nodded with profound gratitude. acknowledging the holy maiden's benevolence. As the adage goes, hunger knows no fastidiousness. Even a simple loaf of bread, when one is famished, rivals the satisfaction of a sumptuous feast. Partake with measured haste, cautioned Bibi Dong in a gentle tone, lest you encounter the perils of choking. Indeed, Chunping responded. A sudden zephyr swept through the forest, gently lifting the hair from Chunping's brow. Bibi Dong, her gaze sharpened by curiosity, noticed a mark upon his forehead. Pray tell. Young man, she inquired, what is the significance of the violet scepter emblazoned upon your brow? Does it serve as a distinguishing emblem of the seven treasure glazed tile school? A violet scepter? Chen Ping immediately associated it with the golden trident mark on Tang San's forehead when he obtained the sea god's 9 trials. Oh, this is just a self-inflicted tattoo. Lies came easily, as Chunping naturally dared not, and could not, reveal the truth. Bibi Dong chuckled. You truly are quite unique. Indeed, I concur. Chunping assumed Bibi Dong thought he had peculiar proclivities. In Douluo Continent, only women adorned their foreheads with symbols. Men rarely did such a thing. Seizing the opportunity, Chunping decided to play along. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's you who should feel awkward. Ahem, your holiness. We have pressing matters to attend to. Yu Guan, mindful of their mission, reminded Bibi Dong, who showed no signs of leaving. Very well, Bibi Dong responded. Turning to Chunping. Young man, when you visit Spirit Hall in the future, remember to seek me out at the Papal Palace. I shall show you around Spirit City. Spirit City, Chunping mused. As one of the 3 major cities in Douluo Continent, its splendor undoubtedly surpasses Soto City, where I resided. Of course, your holiness. If time permits, I shall certainly visit, Chunping replied deferentially. Bibi Dong gently nodded. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Remember to visit me. With that, Bibi Dong boarded a luxurious carriage nearby. The Spirit Hall insignia on the carriage was conspicuously displayed, and the surrounding crowd spontaneously cleared a path as the carriage advanced. Senior, what is Bibi Dong's current strength? Also, has she borne any children? Chunping inquired of Roche after the carriage had departed. That lass has reached level 70. I presume she is here to hunt soul beasts, Roche chuckled. As for whether she has borne any children, I believe not. Why do you ask? No. How can that be? Chunping stood dumbfounded. He had not miscalculated the timeline. Qianren should have already been born this year. If Bibi Dong had not borne any children, there could only be one explanation. Could my arrival have caused a shift in this world? Chunping immediately pondered. It is just as well if she hasn't. Being in a pristine state, she should not be defiled by Yu Xiaogang, that universally reviled wretch. A hint of avarice crept into Chunping's expression. Hey, lad, you wouldn't happen to have taken a fancy to her, would you? Roche, discerning Chunping's gaze, promptly intervened. You are merely a level 21 great soul master, and a commoner at that. Even if her holiness were to favor you, do you believe her faction would approve? Wake up and stop daydreaming. Roche's words abruptly jolted Chunping back to reality. Indeed, I almost forgot about that. In the original story, Bibi Dong had taken a liking to Yu Xiaogang. However, Yu Xiaogang was unpromising, merely a waste with innate half-level soul power. Yu Xiaogang had the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan backing him, who were already at odds with Spirit Hall. Coupled with his own inadequacy, Qian Xuanji would have to be insane to approve of their union. What followed was the infamous secret room incident. The current Chunping, however, possessed neither strength nor background. Even if Bibi Dong remained silent, Qian Xuanji would never consent. Lad, do not dwell on such matters. You are the inheritor of a divine position. As long as you dedicate yourself to cultivation, you will soon become a titled Douluo. When you propose marriage to Spirit Hall then, who would dare look down upon you? Roche earnestly advised. As the inheritor of a divine position, it would be utterly disgraceful if you could not become a titled Douluo within 20 years. Chunping pouted. I am aware of that without your prompting. Haha, good lad. Roche's expression turned solemn. That holy maiden's talent is likely no less than yours. Given her potential, she has a high probability of inheriting a divine position. He paused, his eyes filled with longing. A century from now, 2 gods ascending together. Such a scene would likely be lauded by the people of the continent for 10,000 years in the power of faith. The power of faith? Chunping questioned suspiciously. Does the god of destruction require the power of faith? Isn't his divine position forged through his own formidable strength? Hush, be discreet. Roche was startled by Chunping's words. Mortals should not discuss deities. It is blasphemy against the gods. If the god of destruction were to become enraged and obliterate Chunping, he would be forced to accompany him in death. Just a slip of the tongue. A mere slip of the tongue. Realizing his blunder, Chunping chuckled, attempting to gloss over it. Chapter 6, Soto City F4, Part 1, Soto City. As the city where the Shrek 7 devils rose to prominence, possessed a unique charm. Alas, there is no so-called Monster Academy now. Otherwise, I would truly relish sparring with them. Chen Ping felt a tinge of regret. Tang San would not be born for another 10 years, and it would be at least 22 years before he arrived in Soto City. By then, Chen Ping would be 34 years old, and dueling Tang San on the same stage would be purely bullying the younger generation. Moreover, Chen Ping was the inheritor of a divine position. 22 years later, he should be at least at the 9th trial, capable of obliterating Tang San with a mere wave of his hand. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ping had already reached the city gate. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the city guard. "Hey lad, entering the city requires a toll of 1 silver soul coin." Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected that within the territory of the Tando Empire, all major cities impose varying entrance fees on non-residents wishing to enter. Chen Ping was merely an orphan, lacking a residence permit that could substantiate his claim of belonging to Soto City. As for those who had once offered him assistance, it was a jest to think they truly cared. They wished for nothing more than to see him perish in the streets. Recently, when Chen Ping expressed his desire to venture into the Starry Great Forest in pursuit of soul rings, these same individuals were the first to voice their support. Some of those who had frequently tormented him even treated him to lavish meals. The most difficult sustenance in this world is the charity of many. It exposes one to the vicissitudes of life and ravages the spirit. Ahem, forgive me, but I believe I need not pay the entrance fee to the city. Chen Ping remarked with a faint smile. You think you're esteemed. Observing the 2 yellow soul rings rising beneath Chen Ping's feet, the city guard swiftly altered his tone. I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be the esteemed soul master. Ah, I thought as much. A youth of such noble bearing as you certainly should not be burdened with an entrance fee. Chen Ping replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. So, am I permitted to enter the city now? Yes, of course, the guard exclaimed, bowing slightly and gesturing for him to proceed. If a talent like you cannot enter, then truly, no one else would be worthy. Unfazed by the flattery, Chen Ping merely sighed. He was simply striving to survive. With a deep breath, he stepped into the city. Soto City remained as it always had, yet now, Chen Ping's perspective had shifted, and the scenery before him was transformed. First, he intended to visit the Spirit Hall to collect this month's subsidies for Soul Masters. Resolute, he soon arrived at the location of the Spirit Hall. The Soul Masters within the hall regarded Chunping with an expression of awe, as if he were a precious gem. A 12-year-old Soul Master of such genius typically hailed from prominent families. His presence in Soto City was not something they wished to overlook. However, Chunping had no intention of joining the Spirit Hall, even with the Hall Master's promise of mentorship under a title de law. Despite the Hall Master's attempts to persuade him further, Chunping once again produced the token of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, declaring his allegiance to that institution. Only then did the Hall Master relent. At this juncture, the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 3 upper sects was still in a phase of cordiality, devoid of the later malevolence. Chunping felt no concern. Clutching 30 gold soul coins, he exited the Spirit Hall's grand doors. Among them, 10 coins constituted his monthly subsidy, while the remaining 20 were a personal arrangement from the Hall Master, compensating for the 2 months he had not claimed. Chunping was aware that he was deliberately trying to leave a favorable impression on himself, hoping that he would consider joining the Spirit Hall in the future. However, Chunping was indifferent, as he knew he would eventually enter the Spirit Hall. Finally, he had money. Looking at the golden treasures in his hands, Chunping felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. The days of being broke were truly miserable, whether in his past life or in the Douluo Continent. It was all the same. Young man, the buildings we just passed seemed to be specifically designed for soul masters to engage in battles. Loxer constantly contemplated ways to help Chunping enhance his strength. By battling with other soul masters, you can not only hone your skills but also earn money, making it a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Chunping chuckled. Senior, that is the great soul arena, and I do indeed intend to fight there. Time is of the essence, let us hurry over, Loxer urged. There's no rush. Chunping squinted his eyes at the nearby marketplace. The night is when the great soul arena attracts the largest crowd, and it is also the time for the most battles. If we go now, the opponents we encounter will be of little worth, yielding hardly any profit. Furthermore, there are regulations in the arena that stipulate that an individual can only participate in 1 type of battle per day. After a pause, Chunping added, I will wait until the evening when the crowd is larger. Not only will I earn more money, but I will also have the opportunity to face stronger opponents. Isn't that splendid? That makes sense. Locks are nodded. There are still 3 hours until evening. What do you plan to do during this time? Chen Ping smiled with a hint of mischief. When the impoverished acquire wealth, what do you think they desire to do? How would I know? Luo Xie shook his head. Of course, it's for indulgent spending. Chunping replied with a hearty laugh. I can't possibly continue wearing these tattered rags, can I? After all, I am a Grand Soul Master. I must uphold the dignity of my title. Luo Xie was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Well, never mind. I shall take my leave and rest while you amuse yourself. If it eludes understanding, then perhaps it is best left unpondered. Chen Ping swiftly tucked the Jin Hun coins into his pocket and hurried towards the marketplace. In a shadowy corner, 4 figures stealthily followed in pursuit. Emerging from the Spirit Hall in Soto City, Chen Ping clutched a considerable sum of gold soul coins. He seemed to have cast aside the wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth. Boy, be cautious, for individuals have locked onto your position, warned Rothschild. Since when? Chen Ping's brow furrowed. He recalled Unhappy and his companions, notorious figures in Soto City during Tang San's time. They've been following you since you left the Spirit Hall. Rothschild wasn't sure of the reason, only sensing that something about Chen Ping was attracting them. Gold soul coins, it's the gold soul coins. Chen Ping slapped his forehead, chagrined. I got carried away again. I should have stashed the money. Since the situation had unfolded, Chen Ping had to confront it. What's their strength? Should I flee, or what? Rothschild replied nonchalantly. One is level 32. The remaining 3 range from level 21 to 27. Lead them to a secluded spot and eliminate them directly with the illusion moon flute. I'll watch the surroundings and ensure no one witnesses your actions. Understood. Chen Ping responded solemnly, his anticipation for the illusion moon flute's capabilities growing. He had encountered trouble in the Starry Great Forest due to his complacency. After resolving that issue, he had fled the forest, leaving him with little experience using his other soul skills besides the solar corona wind. Chapter 7, Soto City F4, Part 2. With his decision made, Chen Ping darted away, heading towards a less populated area. Not far behind, the 4 pursuers halted. Boss, do you think the kid spotted us? A weasel-faced, diminutive man whispered. Should we pursue him? Pursue? Why wouldn't we pursue? The burly, one-eyed leader sneered. He's just a boy of about 12. How much strength could he possess? That much gold soul coin should keep us brothers living lavishly for a few days. Exactly. One of the men beside the leader chimed in. Judging by his appearance, he might even have soul tools on him. As long as we act discreetly. Who would trace it back to us? The one-eyed man chuckled. Haha, brothers, enough chatter. Let's hurry and catch up. We can't let such easy prey slip through our fingers. Haha, the boss is right. Let's go. The 4 moved nimbly across the rooftops, their practiced movements revealing their familiarity with such activities. Senior, how about that alley ahead? Would it be a suitable place to bury them? Chen Ping inquired confidently. Rothschild rolled his eyes, retorting, Boy, pride comes before a fall. Don't be overconfident. If you die, both SEO and I will be obliterated. A twitch played at the corner of Chen Ping's lips, yet he heeded Rothschild's counsel. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures materialized before Chen Ping. The one-eyed ruffian grinned as 3 spirit rings, white, yellow, and yellow, emerged beneath his feet. Boy, now that you've ceased your flight, hand over your valuables. Chen Ping rotated his neck. Oh, 3 soul rings, so you're a soul grandmaster. Not bad. This granddaddy is a soul grandmaster. The 4 of us are the Soto City F4. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your money and soul tools. The one-eyed man raised his head, sneering. If you do, this granddaddy might be in a good mood and spare your life. Oh, Soto City F4? Is that so? Chen Ping slowly extended his right hand, and the illusion moon flute appeared in his palm. His interest piqued. I wonder if you want my external soul bone. The illusion moon flute swayed in his hand. The moment it was revealed, the 4 people before him noticed it. No mistake, no mistake. The one-eyed man's voice trembled. This soul power fluctuation, it's definitely a soul bone. A soul bone. Soul bone. The remaining 3 exchanged glances. Everyone knows what a soul bone is. In the soul master world, the value of an external soul bone is second only to a 100,000 year soul ring. With its unique growth ability, as the soul master's strength increases, the value of the external soul bone will become even more powerful. However, the 4 people before him probably don't understand what an external soul bone is. But so what? Even an ordinary soul bone can drive them crazy. What a pity. Chunping said with a look of regret. The one-eyed man suppressed the desire in his heart and cursed at Chunping. Kid, I'm not going to waste any more words with you. Cripple yourself and hand over the soul bone. I don't want the money or soul tools. Hearing this, Chunping's heart sank. This one-eyed man was not blinded by the temptation of the soul bone. Not understanding the abilities of the soul bone, he would definitely not push Chunping to a dead end. Of course, once the soul bone is in hand, the situation would be different. I can. Chunping replied in a deep voice, but there is only one soul bone, and there are 4 of you. After I give the soul bone to one of you, whether the other 3 will rob me of my property is still unknown. So, I hope only one of you lives. Chunping smiled coldly. Faced with the temptation of an unknown year soul bone, even a titled Douluo would be tempted. Chunping was unperturbed by the cunning of the one-eyed man, driven by greed. The other 3 would undoubtedly resort to violence. After all, for desperate rogues like them, it was not uncommon to turn on one another when the promise of profit was substantial. As anticipated, the short man standing behind the one-eyed figure swiftly summoned his martial spirit. The faint aura emanating from the white and yellow soul rings indicated the presence of soul power. Brothers, once we seize the soul bones, we shall divide them among ourselves. The first soul skill, Wolf Claw. The second soul skill, Wolf Howl. The man's right hand transformed into a wolf's claw, glimmering with a sharp brilliance as it lunged toward the one-eyed man's lower back. A strike to that area would render anyone incapacitated with excruciating pain, a fact the short man was evidently well aware of. The other 2 also targeted the middle-aged man. Mara, and you too, damn it, perish. The one-eyed man, a soul master, reacted swiftly. His martial spirit resembled a humble little axe. Upon activation, a royal insignia appeared on his forehead, imparting an air of majesty. Now, Chunping hastily raised the illusory moon flute to his lips. When is a person most susceptible to illusion? Quite simply, when their focus is diverted. The one-eyed man's attention was entirely consumed by the 3 men behind him, leaving him oblivious to Chunping's actions. Given the one-eyed man's status as a soul master and his extensive combat experience, Chunping knew he could not afford to be careless. Do not activate the domain. You lack the soul power for such an endeavor. Recognizing Chunping's intent, Loxiel urgently advised him. Maintaining such a formidable domain with a mere 21st level of soul power would be tantamount to carrying a cart with a pony, utterly impractical. Understood. In the next moment, melodious notes from the flute reverberated throughout the alley. The actions of the 3 men before the one-eyed man froze instantaneously, rendering them completely motionless. Damn it. Third soul skill, shake the mountain and startle the tiger. The one-eyed man lunged at the trio, and in a flurry of blood, their bodies were utterly torn apart. Blood splattered across his clothes, yet the one-eyed man remained unfazed. He swiftly turned to eliminate Chunping. The harmonious melody abruptly shifted to a fervent crescendo, and the one-eyed man felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His eyes blazed like an erupting volcano, eager to annihilate Chunping at that very instant. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to advance. But an unseen force seemed to impede his progress, rendering him immobile. Second soul skill, Resplendent Stars. The illusory moon dragon sword materialized in Chunping's grasp as he thrust it forward. The one-eyed man's form was instantly enveloped in a dazzling array of colors. The colors coalesced into a radiant sphere of soul power. In the next moment, the sphere erupted with countless beams of colored light, piercing through the one-eyed man's body. Although he wished to plead for mercy, Chunping offered him no chance. Such a formidable soul skill, Chunping exhaled deeply. A single soul skill capable of such devastation surely came at a significant cost to his soul power. Chapter 8. A Noteworthy Harvest. Just one soul skill had consumed 30% of my soul power. After gauging his internal condition, Chunping lamented, "Fortunately, its power is immense. I wonder if the consumption will diminish as my soul power increases." No sooner had he voiced this thought than Loxiel doused him with cold water. "Kid, stop your musings. The potency of this soul skill will indeed escalate with your soul power, but its consumption will remain unchanged." Loxiel spoke with a grave tone. The 2 soul skills Sayer provided can be treated as your 9th soul skill. Their power is absolutely cataclysmic. No wonder, Chunping murmured. With such a high cost for the 2 soul skills, Chunping wondered if he possessed any other means. In a confrontation, should he fail to eliminate his opponent with those 2 strikes, he would be left utterly vulnerable. Utilizing these 2 soul skills as trump cards, combined with their formidable strength, would indeed catch others off guard. I understand. Chunping nodded earnestly. Kid, I can't be blamed for not warning you. prior to achieving the rank of Soul Emperor. You should refrain from using your domain, Loxiel cautioned. Otherwise, the domain will drain your soul power completely, leaving even a deity unable to assist you. Chunping nodded nonchalantly. He then rushed over to the corpse of the middle-aged man. During the earlier confrontation, Chunping had sensed a soul guide device on him. As the light escaped from his body, Chunping had intentionally directed his attention to the location of the soul guide. Just as Loxiel finished his warning, Chunping eagerly began to search the corpse. "You little rascal," Loxiel chuckled, not attempting to stop him. The first spoils of battle hold profound significance for every soul master, and Loxiel had no intention of interrupting Chunping's elation. After relishing the sweet taste of victory, Loxiel hoped Chunping would remember this feeling and use it as motivation for his cultivation, continually enhancing his strength. As Chunping removed the bracelet from the middle-aged man's wrist, he felt the pulse of soul power within. His face lit up with joy. Indeed, it is a soul guide device. I won't have to carry everything on me anymore. Upon his arrival in the Douluo Continent, Chunping yearned for a soul-guided device. However, such devices were far from inexpensive, with even a mere cubic meter fetching tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Back on Blue Star, every journey was encumbered by bulky luggage, a considerable inconvenience. Yet, with a storage soul-guided device, the situation transforms entirely. One could stow away voluminous items and sundries, liberating one's hands and enabling spontaneous adventures. Boy, don't be so smug. This bracelet's soul-guided device is clearly beyond the means of people of their station. Vigilance was acute. He discerned at once that it was ill-gotten, likely plundered by these desperados. To where it would be akin to holding a hot potato. Undoubtedly, he pilfered it. Chunping extended a tendril of mental energy into the soul-guided device, imprinting it with his spiritual mark. Excellent, 50 cubic meters, quite spacious indeed. The greater the capacity of a soul-guided device, the higher its value. Securing such a valuable spoil of war, Chunping could scarcely contain his elation. "Hey, boy, are you even listening?" exclaimed, incensed. "This soul-guided device is not something an ordinary person can possess. It may well have been seized from someone with immense influence. If you wear it, and that power discovers it, you'll be in dire straits. What is there to fear?" Chunping retorted, nonchalantly. "There are quite a few gold soul coins inside, at least over 100,000, and some tattered garments." The garments within the soul-guided device were manifestly superfluous. Chunping proceeded to empty all the clothing from the device. The discarded attire formed a small mound, exceeding a meter in height. Indeed, someone of considerable influence then. Chunping is not a fool. Each piece of clothing here holds considerable value. And the ability to store so much within a soul-guiding device indicates that this individual possesses a notable background. However, this raises further questions. This middle-aged man is merely a soul master, and the quality of his martial soul is rather mediocre. If he were a member of one of the prominent families, the suppression effects of their martial souls would be quite apparent. Even if they sensed the soul power, the quality suppression of their martial souls might render these four unable to prevail. The martial soul in question should belong to a family or sect of weapon martial souls. Chunping quickly arrived at a conclusion. Only between weapon martial souls and beast martial souls is there an absence of bloodline suppression. Young man, reaching this conclusion is commendable, praised Loxer, before continuing. Once you extract the gold soul coins inside, discard the soul-guiding device. Chunping understood the principle of having wealth without the means to spend it. However, he preferred another adage: the timid starve, while the bold thrive. He refused to believe that the members of this sect wielded such omnipotent influence. With that, he donned the soul-guiding device upon his wrist, storing his 30 gold soul coins and a single silver soul coin within it. Having completed this, Chunping adjusted his sleeve downwards. "Elder, see? Now there is no issue. With my sleeve covering it, no one will notice." Loxer let out a cold snort. "You, greedy as a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Just wait until his associates come knocking. Let us see how you handle that." "What to do?" Chunping smirked. "Naturally, I'll use your soul bone skill to escape." "What else could I do?" Loxer was momentarily speechless. The skeletal frame of Chunping is indeed a testament to his own contributions. Presently, Chunping exudes confidence in his soul bone. He certainly cannot admit to any inadequacy. "Humph, you brat, you will inevitably face hardships in due time." With a disdainful snort, Loxer turned away, choosing to remain silent henceforth. Chunping shook his head and proceeded to meticulously search through the belongings of those around him. Among them was a ring-shaped soul guide. However, in comparison to the previous one, This soul guide possessed a significantly smaller internal space. It merely contained 2 cubic meters. Yet it was sufficient to store some ordinary wealth and garments. Young man, keep the previous bracelet soul guide safe for now. And utilize this ring-shaped soul guide in your daily life. At least it will allow you to remain inconspicuous. Once you have matured, you can confidently use the former soul guide, he advised. This represented a form of compromise from Luoxier, though he could impart wisdom to Chen Ping. He could not dictate his thoughts. Without needing to be told, Chen Ping understood what he ought to do. After tidying up briefly, he set off towards the marketplace. It was his first time exploring the market of Douluo Continent, and he wondered how it compared to that of Blue Star, pondering whether it would offer a different experience. With a heart full of anticipation, Chunping entered a clothing store. Chapter 9. Liamo. The clothing store in Soto City was the largest in the area, and Chunping recalled that he had once only been able to gaze at it from afar. Now, he was able to step through its doors. If it weren't for those fortunate benefactors, I might still be relegated to mere observation, he sighed as he took a step inside. The store was impressively spacious, boasting 3 floors, each with at least 1,000 square meters of area. Esteemed guest, please come this way. A female attendant greeted him with warmth, her movements graceful as she approached. As Chen Ping was about to speak, a voice echoed from behind. Ah, Lily, it has been a while since my last visit. Do you have any novel merchandise in the shop? Lily's smile deepened, and she subtly lowered the neckline of her blouse, retorting, Brother Kai. Your presence alone is enough to conjure up something fresh, even if we have no new arrivals. The man brushed past Chen Ping, declaring, Lily, let's head straight to the 3rd floor. Certainly, she replied. Well, lad, seems you've been overlooked, chuckled Rothschild in Chen Ping's mind, with a hint of schadenfreude. Brushing the dust from his attire with nonchalant ease, Chen Ping chuckled, let it be. Suddenly, a youthful figure approached, laying a hand upon Chen Ping's shoulder. Turning, Chen Ping beheld a man of opulent raiment, his features unremarkable, such that his attire was the sole beacon of attention. And you are? Chen Ping queried, intrigued. Forgive my forwardness, the young man jested. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liamo. With that, he extended his hand. Liamo? Chen Ping reciprocated the handshake. Chen Ping, my friend, your presence here suggests a certain prowess, Liamo confided, drawing closer. In truth, I too find myself disinclined towards the obsequious staff. Indeed. Chen Ping responded with a dry chuckle. You flatter me, Liamo. This is my maiden visit. Liamo waved dismissively. Would you fancy a glimpse of the 3rd floor? Chen Ping? I observed your curiosity earlier. Shall we ascend together? Ascend? Liamo's gaze held no jest, hinting at noble lineage. An opportunity to ascend was not to be spurned. After deliberation, Chen Ping resolved to ascend. He had heard tell that the 3rd floor was the domain of the aristocracy and affluent merchants of the Barak Kingdom. An opportunity to broaden his horizons was not to be refused. Ha ha ha, Rothschild chuckled mirthfully within the confines of his mind. Unperturbed, Chen Ping dismissed it as a momentary lapse of reason. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he noticed a marked improvement in the attendants' appearances compared to those on the 1st floor, though they still paled in comparison to the previous Lily. Brother Chen Ping, the 3rd floor is just above us, Liamo whispered into Chen Ping's ear once more. Let me let you in on a secret. The attendants on the 3rd floor are of significantly higher caliber than those on the 2nd. Chen Ping naturally harbored an interest in women, but he found himself utterly uninterested in the attendance of such establishments, pondering the countless patrons they had served. As the saying goes, a pair of jade arms for 1,000 pillows, a trace of vermilion lips tasted by 10,000, which aptly described these individuals. Brother Liamo. Let's forego that, Chen Ping demurred, shaking his head. I came here solely to acquire some garments. Let us not delve into other matters. Is that so? What a pity. Liamo feigned regret. The 3rd floor presented a stark contrast to the 1st and 2nd. It comprised a series of private rooms, and the corridor was adorned with opulent decorations, including gold-embellished carpets and pure gold soul-guiding lamps, leaving no detail overlooked. As they passed the rooms, strange sounds occasionally drifted into their ears. Were Chen Ping still oblivious to the activities within these rooms, he would be utterly naive. With a creak, Liamo pushed open a door to one of the rooms. Brother Chen Ping, please wait here for a moment. I have a matter to attend to. Chen Ping, in a state of ambivalence, found himself seated upon the sofa in the room, while Liamo closed the door behind him as he departed. What was the meaning of this situation? Chen Ping felt a sense of perplexity, as though he had been ensnared in a scheme, prompting him to mentally reach out to Rashir for clarification. 1 second, 2 seconds. Rasha remained silent. Do not feign ignorance. I am inquiring, he thought. With a creak, the door was pushed open once more. Chunping regarded the doorway with wary eyes. The newcomer was a woman of ample figure. Clad in a deep V-necked gown, her face veiled with a thin black gauze, which imparted an ethereal beauty to her already exquisite features. Who are you? Chunping's tone softened considerably, for courtesy's sake. The woman concealed her lips with a hand and chuckled softly. Esteemed guest, I am here to take your measurements, so as to craft a bespoke suit of clothes. I see. Chunping inclined his head slightly. Proceed, then. As you wish. The woman retrieved an ash-gray measuring tape and approached Chunping with measured steps. Oh, she exclaimed, feigning a stumble, her entire body pressing against Chunping. Swiftly, her hands roamed over his person. Good heavens! Chunping recoiled abruptly, his gaze hardening. I must insist on some decorum, or I shall be compelled to seek another establishment. I dare say, the Heaven Do Empire boasts more than one purveyor of fine garments. It now dawned on Chunping that he had been ensnared by none other than Li Mo, piecing together the words of the individual who had shoved him earlier. He surmised that the shop was experiencing a dearth of novelty, leading to a decline in patronage among the nobility. Li Mo, in all likelihood, was a shill employed by the shop to entice affluent individuals to the upper echelons of consumption. As for why he had been singled out, it was likely due to the soul-guiding device he possessed. Those who wielded such artifacts were typically affluent, or at least capable of using them as collateral. Young man, tread carefully. You will bear this burden, whether you wish it or not, Los intoned gravely. In your future exploits within the world of soul masters, you will undoubtedly encounter individuals far more treacherous than Li Mo. Remember this lesson, and cultivate a discerning mind. Beware Greeks bearing gifts, Chunping mused inwardly. Before addressing the attendant, measure with due diligence, and refrain from unwarranted contact. Otherwise, I shall seek another. Yes, sir, I beg your pardon. It shall not happen again. The woman replied, her face contorted in feigned remorse, as if on the verge of tears, though Chunping remained unmoved. His only concern was to acquire a presentable ensemble to elevate his image. An hour later, Chunping, adorned in a brand new suit, strolled through the streets of Soto City. Alas, the cost is exorbitant. To spend over 10,000 gold soul coins on merely 3 sets of clothes. Chunping lamented, his heart aching as he perused the bill. Blast that Li Mo. Should I ever cross paths with him, he shall rue the day. Chapter 10. Soto Great Soul Arena. As night descended, the denizens of Soto City stirred, eagerly anticipating the commencement of their nocturnal pursuits. The stalls that had once lined the streets had vanished, save for a single location ablaze with light, from which all the street lamps seemed to emanate. Soto Great Soul Arena. I have arrived, Chunping declared, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at the distant arena. Scarcely had he taken a few steps when he was jostled aside by a throng of people. Out of the way, lad. I must witness the soul battles lest I miss the spectacle. Can you bear the responsibility? Confound it, who shoved me? Chunping scrambled to his feet, his eyes scanning the crowd, yet the culprit remained elusive. Hasten inside, young one, or you shall be trapped, Los urged. It is not cowardice that compels me. But should I apprehend the one who assaulted me, he shall suffer my wrath, Chunping muttered before plunging into the throng. He had endured no small amount of derision from Los that afternoon, and having failed to locate Li Mo, he was loath to suffer further ridicule without explanation. Inside the soul arena, Chunping strode directly to the counter and placed 10 gold soul coins upon it. Please register me first, and then enroll me for a one-on-one soul duel. Observing the 10 gold soul coins on the counter, the attendant lazily rose to her feet and inquired, name, age, martial spirit, soul power. Daylight, 18, Daylight Dragon Sword, level 21. Chunping responded succinctly and decisively. Before long, the waiter tossed an Iron Battle Soul badge to Chunping, stating, this is your Iron Battle Soul badge. If you do not understand the rules here, refer to the wall. Your battle soul has also been arranged for you. Ha ha ha, this mortal actually dares to speak to a divine heir in such a manner. Loxier's voice echoed once more. This time, however, Chunping chose to ignore him. The second examination of destruction, the heart of invincibility. Achieve consecutive victories to obtain the purple gold badge of the Grand Battle Soul Arena, with a time limit of 3 years. Upon completion of the assessment, the Soul Ring's lifespan is extended by 10,000 years, and the affinity for destruction is set at 10. Should one fail the assessment, death awaits. The content of the second examination has been revealed. Chunping suddenly spoke up. So it has been revealed. still in a state of bravado. Luxio did not quite catch what Chen Ping had said. The next moment, he exclaimed, "What? The divine examination content has been released. Quickly, tell me what it is." Chen Ping smiled wryly and recounted the entirety of the divine examination's content. The purple gold badge glimmered as he lightly bit his lip. If only the competition could be conducted in pairs, with team soul battles included. He would be able to accomplish it swiftly. Overall, the difficulty of this divine examination was not particularly high. In fact, it was quite easy for him to complete. However, participating solely in one-on-one soul battles would require an extensive amount of time, and sustaining a winning streak was not guaranteed. It appeared that he needed to seek out a formidable team to engage in team soul battles. Chunping began to grasp the essence of the divine examination. At this moment, he was utterly alone, feeling the weight of solitude. When one possesses great strength, solitude poses no threat, yet in times of weakness, the absence of a robust collective makes one susceptible to targeted attacks. This is akin to the natural world, where a powerful creature like a tiger can hunt alone without concern, while a sheep venturing out alone would simply become prey. Realizing the necessity of forming a team, he resolved to establish his own reputation, compelling others to seek him out. With determination, Chunping turned around and placed a black card on the counter, declaring, "I wager 100,000 gold soul coins on my victory." Chunping's voice, though not loud, drew the attention of those nearby. The waiter, raising an eyebrow, promptly inquired, "Esteemed sir, as this marks your inaugural participation in a soul duel, are you certain about wagering 100,000 gold soul coins?" Chunping nodded affirmatively. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. "Damn it, I refuse to believe that you can triumph in your first battle of souls." A young man with yellow hair in the crowd produced a violet gold soul card, wagering 1,000 gold soul coins on his opponent's victory. "I bet 500. I wager 100. Damn it, had I known I shouldn't have gone out to play earlier, I would have earned a bit more. I'll stake 2,000. Almost everyone present placed their bets on Chunping's defeat. The odds swiftly escalated to 5-1. Chunping felt an overwhelming joy. "Quick, continue to press me to lose. That way I can earn even more." Before long, it was Chunping's turn in the arena of combat souls. However, in an effort to attract a larger crowd for betting, the Grand Arena postponed Chunping's match to a later time. "Haha. I never expected that you would also have a day when others eagerly await your performance," Loxer teased. "I see they have wagered a considerable fortune. Whether you win or lose, it will surely lead many to ruin." Chunping offered a wry smile. "I simply sought to capture the attention of others, hoping to later find a team to participate in the soul duel. Who would have imagined so many people would come to place their bets?" "Incorrect," Rothschild countered, disagreeing with Chunping's statement. "As the heir to a divine seat, you ought to make yourself known throughout the entire continent. Once you ascend to godhood, these forces of faith will reciprocate, enhancing your power, even if you are not one who achieves divinity through faith." "Very well," Chunping responded with a shrug, offering no rebuttal. "Greetings, young fellow." Abruptly, someone clapped Chunping on the shoulder. The newcomer was a towering man, easily 2 meters in height, and the girth of his arm dwarfed Chunping's joystick. Had he been on Earth, such a robust man could effortlessly lift him with a single hand. "And you are?" With a wary gaze, Chunping scrutinized the imposing figure. Recollecting the day's earlier lesson, he was determined not to let past experiences fade from memory. The man proceeded directly to the counter, wordlessly producing a black gold soul card. 10,000, wagered on daybreak to win," he declared. "Such unwavering confidence in me?" Chunping inquired, his eyes narrowing with amusement. The man responded nonchalantly, 10,000 gold soul coins are of little consequence to me. However, should you prevail, brother, that would be most gratifying." Without awaiting a reply, he then departed. A peculiar individual indeed, Chunping mused, shaking his head, before dismissing the matter. The man's appearance was but a fleeting interlude, as those who followed continued to wager against Chunping's success. Chunping was indifferent to this. He would rather have more people bet against him. As time passed and his reputation was established, the opportunity to earn money would no longer be as favorable as it is now. After a considerable period, the loudspeakers in the Grand Arena finally announced the names Daylight and Flying Sky to proceed to the number 13 battle stage for the duel. Chunping stretched languidly, remarking, "Finally my turn. What an interminable wait." Lothar chuckled, "You should count yourself fortunate, lad. With so many eyes upon you, victory would swiftly catapult you to prominence. Perhaps the Soul Arena will even relax its regulations, permitting you to participate in multiple matches per DM." "Perhaps," Chunping responded, noncommittal. with a vigorous stride. He entered the soul arena. Chapter 11. You possess remarkable strength, yet I remain unyielding. As Chen Ping emerged from the passageway, a chorus of boos resonated from the audience. It seemed that a significant majority of the spectators were rooting for his defeat, many having wagered on the outcome, while a smaller faction simply favored his opponent, Fei Tian. Young man, if you emerge victorious, this crowd might just storm the arena, quipped Lasir in his mind, half-jokingly. I suggest a hasty retreat after your triumph. And what if I don't win? Chen Ping retorted. Even with 2 divine-level soul rings, he couldn't guarantee a victory. What if his opponent possessed uncanny soul skills or a strategic advantage? To his surprise, Lasir responded, with 2 divine rings, defeat is hardly an option. Your soul power surpasses even that of a typical soul emperor. Should you falter at the great soul master level, the god of destruction might just renounce you. Chen Ping was aware that higher-tiered soul rings amplified a soul master's physical prowess, but he was uncertain of the extent. If you insist, Chen Ping chuckled, I shall embark on an unbroken winning streak. Watch as I discipline this Fei Tian. 5 minutes after Chen Ping took the stage, the illustrious Fei Tian made his grand entrance. Much to the audience's delight, countless spectators erupted in applause, with some even preemptively congratulating him on his anticipated victory in the soul battle. Quite the performer. Chen Ping scoffed silently. As his name suggests, Fei Tian possesses the ability to soar, his martial spirit being one of flight. After relishing the audience's cheers, Fei Tian gracefully descended and bowed before all present. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. The soul battle shall commence in 1 minute, the referee announced, activating the timer. I am Fei Tian. Wielding the martial spirit of the Fei Tian Eagle, a level 29 agility-based soul master, he proclaimed, his demeanor reeking of arrogance. No sooner had he spoken than 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, accompanied by the manifestation of his martial spirit. Fei Tian Eagle? Chen Ping pondered, realizing that such a martial spirit had not appeared in the original text, and its potency seemed rather modest. I wield the martial spirit of the Daylight Dragon Sword, a level 21 assault-type soul master. To challenge a peak soul master at merely level 21? How presumptuous. Fei Tian sneered, if you were to concede now, it would be for the best. Otherwise, brace yourself for the pain to come. 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. The audience roared, clearly aware that Fei Tian had achieved the remarkable feat of 9 consecutive wins prior to facing Chen Ping. Oh, is that so? Chen Ping replied, unfazed. As he calmly summoned his martial spirit, 2 yellow soul rings, disguised, rose from beneath him, and a resplendent golden longsword materialized in his grasp. The optimal soul ring configuration. Fei Tian's contempt noticeably diminished. He understood that those who attained the best soul ring ratios often hailed from prominent families, and given that Chen Ping was significantly younger than him, this possibility was plausible. Moreover, his previous 9 opponents had all possessed a white and yellow soul ring configuration, with his level 29 soul power and flight capability. They were naturally outmatched. However, in the next moment, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Martial spirit suppression? Impossible. You wield a weapon martial spirit. How could it possibly suppress a beast martial spirit? Chen Ping, with a hint of impatience, dug into his ear and remarked, why not concede? It would spare me the trouble of intervening. What was the matter with Fei Tian? Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine, yet now he appeared to be gripped by fear. The audience began to murmur once more. They had wagered a considerable sum on Fei Tian, and should he falter, whom would they hold accountable? Something was amiss with the Daylight martial soul. What was wrong? I sensed the suppression of the martial soul's bloodline, yet his martial soul was of the weapon type. Oh, I comprehend now. It is the dragon blood. The Daylight Dragon Sword. His martial soul evolved due to the dragon blood. Dragon blood? If only I could find some. I too would like to attempt an evolution of my martial soul. Hey, my dear brother, I am a merchant dealing in soul beast materials, and I happen to have some dragon blood available for sale. Would you care to procure it from me? That would be perfect. Please provide me with a portion. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping, due to the nature of his martial soul, a fervent wave of dragon blood trafficking had swept across the continent. However, that is a matter for another time. Fei Tian, suppressing the trepidation within, spoke with a quavering voice. You are formidable, but I shall not concede. The referee sounded the bell, signaling the official commencement of the soul duel. Fei Tian's lips twitched as he promptly unleashed his soul skill. First soul skill, flight. His figure soared rapidly into the air, maintaining a safe distance from Chen Ping. The advantage of an agility-focused soul master lies in their swiftness. With the ability to fly, his superiority was magnified. Typically, martial soul masters wielding weaponry lack the capacity for flight until they reach the 90th level. Fei Tian was confident that he could defeat Chunping by leveraging his aerial advantage. Second soul skill, Eagle Strike. His legs transformed into eagle claws, aimed at Chunping's back, and he plummeted from the sky with great force. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Don't let yourself be caught off guard. Seeing Chunping frozen in place, Luxor urged him anxiously. Chunping chuckled. No. I merely thought of something amusing. Ah, but I shall not share it with you. Clang. Chunping's daylight dragon sword inexplicably appeared behind him, firmly intercepting the eagle's claw. What? Fei Tian was taken aback, as he had not noticed when Chunping had made his move. With no time to ponder further, he soared into the air once more, contemplating how he might overcome Chunping. Not bad, young man. Your swordplay exhibits a touch of a master-esque demeanor, praised Luxor. Before initiating the divine trial, Chunping, with a serene demeanor, remarked, is it not simply a matter of possessing hands? Cognizant of his finite talent, Chunping realized that a singular focus on cultivating soul power would not suffice in his ascent to power. Thus, he elected to practice swordsmanship, emulating the techniques of the sword masters depicted in terrestrial dramas. To his surprise, this approach yielded tangible results. Brandishing the daybreak dragon sword with a flourish, he poised the blade towards the firmament. If you remain passive, I shall be compelled to act, Chunping declared. Arrogance, Flying Sky retorted. I find it difficult to believe you can strike me. He ascended further, halting at what he deemed a secure altitude. Observing this, Chunping shook his head, lamenting. Were I capable of flight, your defeat would already be sealed. Yet, you are not, Flying Sky sneered. Combat duels are governed by temporal constraints. Should the contest remain unresolved upon expiration, victory is determined by the frequency of offensive maneuvers. In the preceding exchange, Flying Sky launched a solitary attack, while Chunping merely defended, initiating no offensive actions. Indeed, Chunping began, his tone shifting to one of frigidity. Then let us see you blown away. Activating his second soul skill, Solar Gale, Chunping unleashed a potent gust of wind, imbued with intense heat, towards Flying Sky. Chapter 12. Rose Hotel impending demise was certain. Intuition dictated that directly confronting Chunping's attack would result in the dismemberment of his corporeal form. While lethal force is ostensibly prohibited in conventional combat duels, the arena typically does not intervene in instances where a combatant is inadvertently slain due to the nature of soul skills. I yield. I concede, Flying Sky vociferously exclaimed. The referee promptly signaled the end of the match, announcing, Mr. Daybreak has emerged victorious in this duel. Chunping smiled faintly, instantly dispelling the fierce winds of the day. Fei Tian steadied his mind and landed before Chunping, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sir Daylight, for your merciful act of sparing my life. Chunping nodded, acknowledging the formidable strength of Mr. Fei Tian, though he attributed his victory merely to the counteraction of soul skills, deeming it insignificant. Fei Tian's lips twitched, and he swiftly retreated from the battle arena. Was he not acutely aware of the overwhelming and suffocating gale unleashed by Chunping's earlier move, which had nearly cost him his life? Was this the conclusion? Fei Tian conceded defeat just like that? The spectators who had placed their bets were left dumbfounded. With Fei Tian's surrender, their money was effectively lost to the grand arena. Oh, my money. If my ferocious wife finds out that I've squandered it all, she will surely end me. Fei Tian, you wretched scoundrel, you dare to deceive me and take back my hard-earned money. Such lamentations echoed throughout the crowd. Yet, no one felt any sympathy for them. Indeed, gamblers are seldom worthy of compassion. What surprised Chunping was that the audience did not blame him for defeating Fei Tian, but rather blamed Fei Tian for losing to him. Truly, in a fantastical realm, the powerful are forever beyond reproach. With a sigh, Chunping descended from the arena. In the passageway, the arena staff had long been waiting. Mr. Daytime, here are your 600,000 gold soul coins. The staff member presented a black soul card to Chunping. Oh, I have merely secured my first victory, and the arena bestows upon me such treatment? They even sent someone personally to deliver it. Chunping accepted the soul card with a sheepish grin. The staff member nodded, smiling. You may not be aware, sir, but our arena typically does not allow betting on one-on-one battles. Had it not been for your 100,000 gold soul coins, we might not have profited so handsomely. Oh, Chunping chuckled, passing by him. Observing the frenzied reactions of the audience, Chunping understood that many had wagered substantial amounts. The arena's odds had limits, and after paying out his winnings, they still stood to gain significantly. Only one one-on-one battle per day, how frustrating. He mused as he strolled through the streets of Soto City, lamenting to Luxor, if I could participate in more matches, I might even surpass 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Kid, be content, Luxor chided with a laugh. If you were to siphon off all the profits from the Grand Arena, would they let you walk away so easily? True. Chen Ping conceded with a slight nod, pondering aloud. Why not enter a life-and-death battle? It seems there are no limits on the number of matches. Upon hearing this, Luxor was taken aback and quickly retorted, just because there are no limits doesn't mean it's a good idea. The absence of restrictions implies that one can only participate in one match at a time. And how many can continue to win in fights that are either fatal or crippling? Luxor analyzed. I reviewed the rules of the matches earlier. There is no stipulation that participants can only use their martial souls in battle. What if someone brings out a powerful soul-guided device? What will you do if you end up dead? Why say so much? Are you merely worried that if I die, you might meet the same fate? He thought inwardly. Chunping replied, you need not worry. I have no intention of going. I have yet to experience enough of life to seek out perilous thrills. He gazed curiously at the alley ahead, densely surrounded by soldiers. Is that the place where you eliminated those F4 individuals during the day? Do not linger. Swiftly find a place to rest. Tonight, I shall impart to you some novel techniques for cultivating your spiritual energy. Indeed, Chen Ping began his search for accommodation. Previously, he resided in the college dormitory, but having graduated, he could no longer return. Within the city of Soto, there were numerous hotels. After some contemplation, he resolved to locate the Rose Hotel, the very place where Tang San and Dai Mubai had first met. It would be a fitting opportunity to reminisce. Good day, sir. Are you here alone? As Chen Ping approached, the attendant immediately donned a welcoming smile. Yes, just me. I would like the Blue Ocean Suite, please. Chen Ping nodded and subsequently retrieved 10 gold soul coins from his pocket. The lodging fees were quite steep here, and those 10 coins would only suffice for a single night in the most luxurious room. Chen Ping remarked, a mere 10 gold soul coins for an entire night. What a trifling sum. The attendant, her demeanor suddenly alluring, suggested, Sir, your room is quite spacious. Would you like to find a female companion? If you are unable to, our hotel can assist you. If you desire, I am available as well. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she rested her chin on her hands, exuding an air of vulnerability. Clearing his throat, Chunping replied sternly, No, thank you. I have matters to attend to this evening, even if the sky were to fall. Do not disturb me. Do you understand? With that, he took the key from the attendant and ascended the staircase. The attendant, frustrated, stomped her foot. What a pretentious act. I refuse to believe that with my charm, I cannot entice a wealthy man. After venting her frustration, she placed her hands on her hips and returned to the reception desk. Inside the room, Chunping sat cross-legged on the bed. Kid, I must admit, this hotel's decor is rather impressive, Luxor teased. Why not call that attendant up? Don't let such an environment go to waste. Shut up and hurry up with your meditation method, Chunping retorted. If possible, he wished to silence Luxor until he needed him again. The incessant buzzing in his mind was unbearable. Turning to serious matters, Luxor's expression grew grave. Kid, I reviewed your meditation method a few days ago. It can only be classified as rudimentary. Chen Ping concurred. The basic techniques taught at the Junior Soul Master Academy were undoubtedly the most common and unremarkable. He was well aware that among the major powers like the 3 great sects and the Spirit Hall, there existed far more effective meditation techniques. Yet these were reserved solely for their internal members, which was quite frustrating. Focus and breathe deeply, Luxor instructed. Relax your body. I will guide you through the process. Do not speak or interrupt me. Save your questions until I have finished. Understood, Chen Ping nodded earnestly. A good meditation method would significantly enhance his cultivation speed, and he was eager to learn. Let us begin. Chapter 13, Soul Battles, Cultivation. The following morning, the sunlight streamed through the curtains, warming Chunping's face. A night of meditative cultivation had left him feeling remarkably refreshed. I must say, your meditation method is considerably better than my previous one, Chunping stretched, feeling an indescribable comfort throughout his body. His meridians seemed to have harmonized, and the flow of soul power within him had become much smoother. For quite some time, he had replaced his nightly sleep with meditation. However, using the method provided by the Academy had resulted in an inexplicable headache each morning upon waking. You see the benefits now, don't you? Luxor scoffed, recalling the frequent opposition he faced from Chunping. Though irritated, he felt considerably better knowing that Chunping had come to appreciate his guidance. You should hurry and participate in the soul battles. Do you still wish to complete the divine examination? Contemplating the divine examination, Chen Ping expressed his thoughts. I believe I need to adopt a different approach. Attending soul battles exclusively at night will deprive me of the opportunity to engage with a soul battle team. Team battles, which are far more entertaining, are generally held in the evening, with very few taking place during the day. If I participate in individual battles at night, I will miss the chance to witness team battles. It is essential to note that the distances between the arenas are considerable. If I miss the scheduled battle time, I will be automatically disqualified. Therefore, I shall participate in one-on-one battles during the day and observe team battles in the evening. Having deliberated thoroughly, Chen Ping resolved to first investigate the formidable soul-fighting teams. He planned to seize the opportunity to fill any vacancies arising from injuries sustained by their members. With alacrity, Chen Ping made his way to the Grand Soul Arena. The arena was sparsely populated during the day, and it wasn't until the afternoon that Chen Ping was matched with suitable opponents after registering. Participation in team soul fights didn't necessitate joining an existing team. One could assemble their own, provided they could find suitable candidates. After observing matches for the better part of the day, Chen Ping identified an individual with exceptional combat prowess. Alas, the person was a level 40-something soul grandmaster, making a team-up unlikely, if not entirely impossible. Team soul fight rules dictated that opponents were matched based on the highest soul power and soul fight badge within the team. Teaming up with the Soul Grandmaster would render Chen Ping, despite his ability to contend with Soul Grandmasters, a mere burden in the eyes of others. Assembling a team with a soul power level in the 20s is proving difficult, Chen Ping lamented from his seat in the audience. Loziel, adopting the tone of a seasoned veteran, remarked, impatient already, young one? How do you expect to achieve greatness with such impatience? The path to godhood is long and arduous. One must be patient. As your strength grows, each level advancement will require a significant accumulation of soul power. Failure to do so will preclude any chance of ascending to level 100 and becoming a god. All right, I understand all that, Chen Ping interjected. Having lived 2 lives, totaling over 30 years, he possessed the requisite life experience. It's evening now, and the team soul fight seemed to be starting. Let's go take a look. Aware that his earlier words might have been offensive to Loziel, his senior, Chen Ping quickly added. Humph. Loziel remained unimpressed, emitting a cold snort that silenced his presence in Chen Ping's mind. Welcome to the Soto Grand Soul Arena. I am honored to once again greet our esteemed guests. I am Cici, your host for tonight's Team Soul Fights. Now, let us welcome the teams to the stage. The host's words ignited the audience's enthusiasm, with cheers and applause erupting. Finally made it. After navigating through the throng, Chen Ping eventually reached his seat. Young one, we spent a whole 5 gold soul coins on entry fees for this soul fight. Observe carefully how they fight, and avoid resorting to solar wind in your left hand and diurnal starburst in your right, Loziel stated solemnly and earnestly. Through observing Chen Ping's battles, Loziel, with his vast experience, could discern Chen Ping's shortcomings. In combat, Chen Ping relied solely on the power of his soul skills to overwhelm opponents. This was unacceptable for a future god of destruction. Combat skills weren't merely a product of swordsmanship or high soul power levels. I'll just go to the City of Slaughter later. Not only will it hone my skills, but I'll also gain a god-given domain, Chen Ping muttered under his breath with a pout. As a transmigrator from Blue Star with a cheat, he couldn't pass up the City of Slaughter. Absolutely not, Loziel declared righteously. As the inheritor of the god of destruction, you must not associate with other gods, especially those whose ideologies clash with the Supreme One. Loziel didn't explicitly state it, but Chen Ping surmised that there must be some conflict between the god of destruction and the god of Azura. Tang San. It seems I can't let you off the hook after all, Chen Ping sighed inwardly before nodding emphatically. I understand. Esteemed guests, first to enter are the Gold Soul Battle Team, the Fierce Tiger Team. They consist of 7 members, each possessing a powerful beast soul. Their average soul power of over level 40 has earned them an impressive 15-win streak in the Soul Arena. The host enthusiastically introduced the team. On the other side, we have the equally formidable Gold Soul Battle Team, the Deadly Weapon Team. All 7 members are Soul Grandmasters wielding powerful weapon souls. Like the Fierce Tiger Team, they also boast a 15-win streak. Tonight's soul fight will determine which team achieves their 16th consecutive victory. So, who will emerge victorious in this contest? Let us wait and see. With those words, the host swiftly exited the soul fight stage. Without exchanging words, the teams revealed their respective souls. This Deadly Weapon Team is composed entirely of sword-type weapon souls, Chen Ping exclaimed, his expression shifting. There shouldn't be many sword-type weapon soul users on the continent. Could they be from the same faction? This situation warranted careful consideration. In the Douluo Continent, beast souls were generally more prevalent. Most commoners awakened with agricultural tool-type weapon souls, which were essentially useless. Sword-type weapon souls, on the other hand, were clearly among the best weapon souls. Even Chen Ping, despite not possessing exceptional innate soul power, had received numerous offers from various family forces seeking to recruit him due to his sword-type weapon soul. Should a descendant of Chunping possess a beneficial mutation in their weapon soul, it could potentially elevate the family status in the future. Fortunately, I now possess the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Schools token, which serves as a protective charm, Chunping mused. Silently, Chunping offered a heartfelt gratitude to Ning Fingji in his thoughts. This was, after all, the authentic world of Douluo Dalu, far removed from the idyllic realm depicted in the legend of the sea god. The grim realities of society were starkly reflected in the plight of ordinary people. Chapter 14. So, this is another way to fight. Second soul skill, ascend the sword peak. On the soul duel stage, the captain of the sharp weapons team took the initiative, unleashing his soul skill. The silver longsword in his grasp was flung forth, enveloped in a sword aura, and hurtled toward the members of the Mighty Tiger team. The captain of the Mighty Tiger team was, of course, unwilling to be outdone. His spirit was that of a ferocious tiger, and upon spirit possession, the characteristics of his spirit manifested on his body. Second soul skill, twin claws rend. His hands reached forward, firmly seizing the approaching longsword. Brothers, let's go. After an initial probing attack, all the remaining members of both teams engaged in a fierce melee. Alas, if only I had a mobile phone, I would love to record the clash between these two Golden Soul teams. With a helpless sigh in his heart, Chunping kept his gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding on the stage. Observing their positioning, Chunping realized that the members of each team possessed a tacit understanding and seamless coordination, even in their spatial arrangement, which seemed meticulously planned. Luoqiu mused, young man, I must concede that your understanding of positioning may surpass theirs to some extent. However, as a power attack type soul master, spatial arrangement holds limited utility. In your nascent stages, skill far outweighs positioning. Skill, positioning. Chunping nodded thoughtfully. Positioning, or rather, footwork, indeed plays a pivotal role in the contests of top-tier experts. However, at the Great Soul Master stage, where individuals possess only 2 soul skills, combat tactics naturally lean toward the utilization of soul skills. Consequently, the timing of soul skill deployment becomes paramount. Great Soul Masters have finite soul power and cannot afford to casually probe with their first or second soul skills, as higher-level soul masters might. In combat, the ability to substitute techniques for soul skills can conserve a significant amount of soul power. Well, isn't this just captivating from the get-go? Chunping arose from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the soul duel arena, his mind replaying the Swordplay Legion captain's decisive strike. It was a breathtaking maneuver that caught the fierce tiger captain off guard, virtually ensuring victory. Rewinding to a moment prior, the Swordplay captain's third soul ring illuminated as he transformed into a fleeting phantom, hurtling towards the fierce tiger captain. Unwilling to concede, the fierce tiger captain activated his fourth soul ring, unleashing a potent surge of soul power that reverberated outwards. He stomped heavily on the ground. His third soul ring, derived from a 4,000-year-old fire-attributed tiger-like soul beast, imbued his soul skill with scorching flames, aiming to inflict grievous harm upon the Swordplay captain. Initially, it seemed inevitable that the Swordplay captain would bear the brunt of this assault. However, the tide swiftly turned. The Swordplay captain appeared unscathed, his soul skill's effect dissipating as he materialized behind the fierce tiger captain. In an instant, his fourth soul ring flared as he delivered a devastating backhand strike, severely wounding the fierce tiger captain. How could this be? Many spectators were ardent supporters of the fierce tiger team and intimately familiar with their every move. The fierce tiger's fourth soul skill was formidable enough to challenge even ordinary soul kings, let alone an agility-based weapon soul master. A wave of disbelief washed over the fierce tiger's fanbase. Conversely, the Swordplay captain's supporters, initially apprehensive, now beamed with elation. What transpired? How did he evade the attack? Despite meticulously replaying the sequence thrice, Chunping remained perplexed. It's a spatial-type soul skill, likely originating from a dragon-type soul beast, Luoqiu elucidated. A bone dragon. It must be a bone dragon, Chunping exclaimed. Throughout the Douluo Continent, only 2 types of soul beasts possess spatial abilities: the mythical space holy dragon and the bone dragon, the latter being the martial soul of Gurong. one of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's venerated elders. The space holy dragon vanished from the continent in ancient times, leaving only the bone dragon. Losil did not refute but elaborated. However, this is neither teleportation nor concealment within space. It appears to be a fusion of intangibility and instantaneous movement. After a pause, she continued, I believe that if your third soul skill could acquire such an ability, your strength would increase significantly. A soul skill capable of evading damage and providing instantaneous movement would be invaluable to Chunping. Sword-type martial souls often lack defensive soul skills, leaving them vulnerable to severe repercussions should their attacks fail. I recall that the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit possesses intangibility and instantaneous movement among its soul skills. Chunping trailed off, hesitant. The 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit refers only to Xiao Wu and her mother. Moreover, the Titan giant ape and azure bull python are devoted to them, making acquisition difficult. Sensing Chunping's thoughts, Losil chuckled and confidently asserted, Rest assured, young one. I can procure any soul beast you desire. Your task now is to reach level 30 as soon as possible, lest someone slay the soul beast before you, leaving you inconsolable. Chunping. Indeed, although Loxer tends to speak rather nonsensically at times, he has never boasted about significant matters. A quarter of an hour later, the soul battle came to a close. Given the captain's injury, the Tiger battle team was inevitably unable to withstand the onslaught of the weapon team. After enduring for a while, the outcome of the match was unequivocally a victory for the weapon team. Aside from the captain's third soul skill being remarkably impressive, the latter half of the match appeared rather conventional, lacking any striking performances. Nevertheless, for Chunping, gaining knowledge of such a soul skill was undoubtedly worth the 5 golden soul coins paid for the ticket. As midnight struck, all battles at the Grand Soul Arena concluded, and the audience gradually began to disperse. Hey, have you heard? A formidable new combination has emerged in the realm of soul masters. I've heard about it too. These 3 individuals, despite their youth, possess the capability to rival high-ranking soul emperors and have even defeated an ordinary soul emperor from the Spirit Hall head-on. A soul master combination? Upon overhearing the conversation of those nearby, Chunping leaned in, eager to learn more. By counting the days, it must be the Golden Iron Triangle. After leaving Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang encountered Flinder and Lu Erlong, leading to the formation of the Golden Iron Triangle combination. Chunping pondered, recalling something referred to as the Golden Iron Triangle. It was said that they had devised a 3-person martial soul fusion technique, which was unparalleled across the continent. Indeed, the rarity of martial soul fusion techniques was already remarkable, but a 3-person fusion technique was an extraordinary feat, leaving one to wonder which genius conceived such an idea. Genius? Haha, perhaps a prodigy. The effect of this 3-person martial soul fusion technique was not merely additive. It could yield results exceeding tenfold. Alas, I seem to remember they recently arrived in Soto City. I wonder if I might have the fortune to meet them. Let us try my luck. It's uncertain. Upon hearing this, Chunping halted his steps. Let me have a proper encounter with this Golden Iron Triangle. It would also mark my first meeting with Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 15. Matters of the Golden Iron Triangle, kid. Are you interested in that Golden Triangle? Luo Sierra asked with keen interest. Interested? Haha. Chunping shook his head. I am solely intrigued by Yu Xiaogang. I am curious as to why a seemingly worthless individual always feigns the demeanor of a recluse. In the original work, Yu Xiaogang was often depicted standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of defiance even in the presence of formidable individuals like Ning Fengji. Thankfully, no one challenged him, otherwise. Haha, with his mere 29th level of soul power, those powerhouses could extinguish him with a mere flick of their fingers. As for Yu Xiaogan's so-called theories, they were merely plagiarisms, hardly worthy of discussion. He even dares to call himself a master. I would rather label him a great fool. I sensed 2 dragon-type martial souls within the city. Luo Sierra remained silent, one being a fire attribute dragon, while the other emanated a faint bloodline. If it were any weaker, it would hardly qualify as a dragon. The fire dragon belongs to Lu Erlong, but that is of no concern. The other must be Yu Xiaogang. Chunping nodded. It is said that Yu Xiaogang's martial soul is a failed mutation of the Golden Sacred Dragon. Before he could finish, Luo Sierra scoffed. Haha, him a Golden Sacred Dragon? Spare me. If he were truly a Golden Sacred Dragon, even the faintest trace of its bloodline would prevent any malignant mutation of the martial soul. What do you mean? Chunping inquired. Luo Sierra. Being a member of the Dragon Clan, albeit having defected, was well-versed in the intricacies of dragon affairs, aside from the Silver Dragon King. He possessed the most knowledge on the subject in Douluo Continent. Dragons are proud beings. They would never engage in martial soul fusion techniques amongst themselves. As for that golden iron triangle, they forcibly evolved Yu Xiaogan's original martial soul into. Let us tentatively call it the Golden Sacred Dragon. Luo Xie explained, the Golden Sacred Dragon is a divine-level martial soul, capable of exerting bloodline suppression even against the title Douluo of Beast Martial Souls. As for defeating the Soul Emperor, even without Yu Xiaogang, if the other two could execute the martial soul fusion technique, they would still succeed. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping suddenly recalled a pairing in the original work that possessed a martial soul fusion technique, the Dragon Duke and the Serpent Lady. A Dragon Duke slightly above level 80, combined with a Serpent Lady slightly above level 60, could contend with title Douluo using their martial soul fusion technique. Similarly, two high-ranking soul saints alongside a 29th level Yu Xiaogang could only match the title Douluo. Realizing this, Chen Ping understood there was no genuine three-person martial soul fusion technique. This was merely Yu Xiaogang's desperate attempt to garner attention, forcibly inserting himself into a situation that two individuals could have managed alone. Luo Xie did not know Yu Xiaogang personally. He only sensed Chen Ping's animosity toward him through his memories. Thus, he objectively analyzed that so-called Golden Sacred Dragon was likely manifested through some secret method. I recall that in ancient times on Douluo Continent, many such secret methods existed. However, over time, people have gradually forgotten them. Yet, I believe some relics may still contain records of these methods. With this, Chen Ping recalled that the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night, which Yu Xiaogang gifted to Tang San, was indeed discovered within a relic. Thus, it stands to reason that his chances of acquiring secret methods were relatively high. As for his claims to Tang San about his martial soul originally being a golden sacred dragon that simply failed to evolve, it was merely a way to save face. Of course, the current research on dragon-type martial souls on the continent is limited, and Yu Xiaogang, being a researcher himself, naturally exploited this gap. As for Tang San, once he ascended to godhood and entered the divine realm, he would likely discern that Yu Xiaogang was lying. But he wouldn't care. For who would quibble with a dead man? On a clear morning a month later, as usual, Chunping made his way to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. What is happening? It is not evening, so why are so many people gathered around the path to the arena? With curiosity, Chunping approached the crowd and asked an elderly man, "Sir, what is going on here? Why are so many people gathered?" The old man turned and appraised Chunping from head to toe, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Young man, have you just arrived in Soto City? Have you heard of the Golden Iron Triangle?" Chunping smiled as he responded, "Old man, I hail from the countryside. I heard that the Golden Triangle of Iron has arrived in Soto City, so I specifically sought them out." After speaking, a wave of nausea washed over him. While he found the duo of Fan Lu Long and Flander tolerable, the thought of facing Yu Xiaogang was nothing short of torment. The old man chuckled, evidently finding Chunping's words quite useful. "Young man, I perceive you are also a soul master. Perfect timing. In half an hour, the wisdom of the Golden Triangle will arrive here to impart soul master theories. You should wait here for a while." After a pause, the old man added, "It is said that this wisdom is an elder of the Spirit Hall, revered by all scholars within the hall as master. His theoretical acumen is unparalleled across the continent." Is that so? Chunping feigned a laugh, while inwardly he derided, "It seems Yu Xiaogang is indeed shameless, able to utter such words. If not for Bibi Dong suppressing Qian Daolu, who knows how many times he would have met his demise." Despite his internal criticisms, Chunping was curious to see just how capable Yu Xiaogang truly was. During his time on Blue Star, he had perused several volumes of the Douluo series. In terms of theoretical knowledge about soul masters, he surpassed all scholars on the continent. "Young man, I advise you to remain modest," echoed the voice of Lasher in his mind. "Combined with my knowledge, we could easily overpower Yu Xiaogang in theory. But do not forget, Yu Xiaogang is not alone. He has teammates. Engaging him could be detrimental to you." Lasher's words roused Chunping's awareness. Indeed, he was merely a 22nd level Great Soul Master. Even with a divine martial soul, challenging the trio would be tantamount to courting death, especially with the vengeful Lu Long and the conniving Yu Xiaogang in their ranks. "Well, I am quite eager to witness Yu Xiaogangs' prowess. If possible, it would be splendid to see him demonstrate a martial soul fusion technique." After a moment of contemplation, Chunping inquired, "If they were to unveil their techniques, would you be able to discern the secret arts they employ?" "Of course," Lasher affirmed confidently. I am an ancient divine beast, and such secret arts are mere trifles to me. There is nothing I have not encountered. Should they dare to reveal their techniques, I could replicate them flawlessly. Haha, splendid. I am indeed curious about what trickery Yu Xiaogang is up to. With a smile, Chen Ping stood obediently beside the old man, awaiting Yu Xiaojiang's display. Chapter 16. The Spirit Kite. Young man, I am 67 this year, and I fear it is unlikely I will ever break through in my lifetime, the old man lamented. I have reached the end of my journey. 12 years ago, my granddaughter was born. She has always been exceptionally gifted and is now a level 20 Great Soul Master. The old man chuckled. Had it not been for my inept son taking my granddaughter to hunt souls a few days ago, I would certainly have brought her here to listen. Perhaps recognizing a reflection of his granddaughter in Chen Ping, the old man felt a sense of warmth, prompting him to speak more freely. It was evident that the old man had lost considerable vitality over the years. Injuries from his youth had never fully healed and were now resurfacing. Within a decade, he would likely depart from this world. Since the last time Chen Ping had been deceived, Lasher had become increasingly vigilant. Though he would not make decisions for Chen Ping, he was determined to share crucial information, leaving the ultimate choices to Chen Ping himself. Chen Ping, what is the strength of this elder? He is currently a Soul Emperor at level 67, but he must have previously been at the pinnacle of Soul Emperor. Due to a decline in vitality, his soul power has diminished significantly. What? Chen Ping was astonished. This unassuming elder was actually a Soul Emperor. It is worth noting that in Soto City, the number of Soul Kings is exceedingly rare, let alone a Soul Emperor. Sir, your granddaughter must possess innate full soul power, Chen Ping remarked. She was born standing at the pinnacle of Soul Masters. Haha, indeed, my granddaughter is a genius with innate full soul power, the elder replied, his smile broadening. It is precisely because of this that I do not wish for her to take the wrong path. In my youth, my reckless ambition led me to absorb soul rings that exceeded my time limit, resulting in a lingering affliction. Now, in my old age, I can no longer suppress my injuries. As he spoke, there was no trace of despondency on the elder's face. Instead, it was filled with joy. Haha, enough about me, the elder shifted the topic. Young man, I observe that your steps are solid, and your gaze is remarkably sharp. I assume your strength is formidable. Pray, do share with this old man. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chen Ping. 12 years old. 12 years old, yet at level 22. The old man's beard trembled as he spoke. His voice considerably subdued. Young man, you lack martial ethics. My granddaughter is 13 this year, and only at level 20. You are even more extraordinary than her. No. You cannot possibly be from the countryside. Which power do you hail from? Recalling Chen Ping's earlier remarks, the old man immediately became vigilant. If he were to believe that a country bumpkin could possess such talent at the age of 12, reaching level 22, he might as well resign himself to death. A 12-year-old at level 22 must be a prodigy with innate soul power. Such a talent would not go unnoticed by the Spirit Hall's enforcers, who would have long since absorbed him into their ranks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping was well aware of the old man's intentions, yet he found himself unable to refuse directly. Thus, he inquired, Old sir, what is your granddaughter's name? With innate full soul power at the age of 13, reaching the remarkable level of 20, she could not possibly be an inconspicuous individual. The original text had surely mentioned her name, and even if she was not a title Douluo, she must have been a soul Douluo. The old man adjusted his beard, chuckling as he scolded, You rascal. You haven't even asked for my name, and yet you wish to know my granddaughter's. As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. It is essential to understand that two prodigies endowed with innate full soul power have a high likelihood of passing on the same trait to their descendants. The soul power fluctuations emanating from Chen Ping were unmistakable. Upon earlier contact with Chen Ping's body, there were no issues regarding his bone age. My name is Ling Hai, and my granddaughter is named Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan? Is she the Ling Yuan Douluo? In the anime, Ling Yuan Douluo is not particularly old. She suffered an untimely demise due to the narrative's demands. Indeed, Chen Ping chuckled helplessly. Between Bibi Dong and Ling Yuan, he had already become acquainted with two of the three future female titled Douluos. Chen Ping clasped his hands and said, I am Chen Ping, honored to meet you. Senior Ling Hai. Enough with the formalities, Ling Hai waved his hand. You may address me as grandfather, much like my granddaughter does. Haha, very well. Chen Ping chuckled softly. Grandfather Ling Hai. Ling Hai's gaze unmistakably conveyed his confidence in Chen Ping. Nevertheless, for Chen Ping, becoming acquainted with a future title Douluo was indeed a significant gain. Good lad, Ling Hai laughed heartily, placing his right hand on Chen Ping's shoulder. So, where are you residing? If you have no place to stay, feel free to come live with this old man. His overtures, though seemingly generous, hinted at ulterior motives. Ling Hai undoubtedly wished for Chen Ping to develop a relationship with his granddaughter, envisioning a future that would elevate their family to greatness. However, Chen Ping remained unfazed. After all, in terms of beauty, Douluo Ling Yuan could rival the likes of Bibi Dong. No need, Grandfather Ling Hai. I am currently residing at the Rose Hotel. As soon as Chen Ping opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Ling Hai, who exclaimed, "What? The Rose Hotel?" Ling Hai's expression darkened, for he was all too familiar with the reputation of the Rose Hotel, having resided in Soto City for quite some time. He could hardly believe that someone so young would harbor such inclinations. Realizing that Ling Hai had misunderstood, Chen Ping hurriedly clarified, "Grandfather Ling Hai, you are mistaken. I reside at the Rose Hotel primarily because it offers spacious accommodations that allow ample room for my martial soul cultivation. Additionally, its proximity to the Soto Great Soul Arena is quite convenient." "Is that truly the case?" Ling Hai inquired with a look of skepticism. "Chen Ping, Grandpa Ling Hai, I have been battling in the Great Soul Arena for an entire month. If you doubt my words, you may join me at the arena later, or perhaps inquire at the Rose Grand Hotel." After a month of consecutive victories in one-on-one battles, Chen Ping has indeed garnered some notoriety in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Just a few days ago, during the points settlement, he successfully earned the Silver Soul Badge, bringing him one step closer to the coveted Purple Gold Soul Badge. 1 month of battling. Ling Hai often attended the arena and had intentions of allowing Ling Yuan to hone her skills there after acquiring her soul ring. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could you be the genius known as Juri? Ling Hai recalled the recent emergence of a prodigy in the arena. He had planned to meet this individual in a few days, but serendipitously encountered him today. "Indeed, I am Juri," Chen Ping replied, handing over the Silver Soul Badge. The badge bore his basic information and details of his battles. Chapter 17. Yu Xiaogang speech. Haha. It truly is you. Ling Hai exclaimed with laughter. He had conducted some research on Juri, known to be Chen Ping, and was already acquainted with his lifestyle habits. "It seems I misjudged you, my old friend. Please, do not take it to heart," Ling Hai added, patting Chen Ping on the shoulder. "Not at all, Grandpa Ling Hai. Your caution is entirely warranted," Chen Ping responded with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted into fervor. A cacophony of cheers and exclamations filled the air. To their astonishment, the fearsome member of the Golden Triangle of Death turned out to be a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. Wow, is this truly the Golden Triangle? Goodness, this master is quite the handsome fellow. All right, young Chen Ping, let us first listen to the master's speech, Ling Hai said, his expression turning solemn as he set aside his earlier mirth. Chen Ping inwardly murmured, "Listening to this master is far less enlightening than heeding my own theories." Nevertheless, he feigned agreement, replying, "Indeed, Grandfather Ling Hai." The trio known as the Golden Iron Triangle, amidst a throng of admirers, gradually ascended to the elevated platform at the center of the crowd. As a fresh ensemble within the realm of soul masters, they had garnered immense attention since their inception. Many were eager to uncover the secret behind their harmonious fusion of soul skills, with their acclaim momentarily eclipsing that of the venerable duo, Long Gong and Shipa. The hawkish-nosed man with spectacles was undoubtedly Flender, while the woman clad in white was Lu Erlong. Chen Ping recognized them instantly. Flender, in his youth, bore a striking resemblance to his later appearance. Lu Erlong, adorned in her flowing white attire, was undeniably among the most exquisite figures on the continent. Bringing up the rear, making a grand entrance, was Yu Xiaogang. In his younger days, he sported not a crew cut but rather shoulder-length hair, perfectly aligning with the prevailing aesthetic of the continent. It would be hard to dispute his status as a handsome man. No wonder Bibi Dong had taken notice of him, even in Blue Star. His looks would be quite striking. Chen Ping sighed, "What a pity he is merely a sanctimonious hypocrite." Beyond his appearance, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor remained unchanged in the future. Perpetually standing with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the essence of a reclusive sage. Grandfather Ling Hai, this master seems to possess a soul power level comparable to mine. Chen Ping feigned curiosity as he glanced at Ling Hai. Naturally, Ling Hai could discern Yu Xiaojiang's prowess. He initially assumed Yu Xiaojiang was a youthful soul master. Simultaneously, hesitation crept into his mind. What profound theories could a grandmaster of such advanced age possibly articulate? However, in front of Chunping, he dared not reveal his reservations. Having just extolled Yu Xiaogan's virtues, to suddenly criticize him would be tantamount to a slap in his own face. Little Chunping, do not be deceived by appearances. What if this master truly possesses remarkable abilities? At the mention of the title master, Ling Hai's lips twitched, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn it, how shameless can this guy be? A mere 29th level Grand Master dares to act so pretentiously. Even I do not presume to call myself a master." With this thought, he could only hope that this master indeed had some merit. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. On the platform, Yu Xiaogang made a symbolic gesture with his hand before taking a seat in the center. Lu Erlong and Flinder positioned themselves beside him, seemingly providing support. Ahem. Yu Xiaogang cleared his throat, and the murmurs of the onlookers fell silent. He then leisurely retrieved a book from his soul guide. Its cover boldly emblazoned with the words "The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls." I would call it the 10 Theories of Martial Soul Plagiarism. Chen Ping scoffed inwardly. What I am about to discuss is my new book, The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls, which encompasses all my research on martial souls. For any interested Soul Master friends, it is available at any bookstore in the city for a mere 1 gold soul coin per copy, an absolute bargain. Now, allow me to present the first point from the book. Chen Ping sensed something amiss. Why was Yu Xiaogang suddenly intent on selling books? Was he so desperate for money, or did he seek to earn fame? As far as Chen Ping knew, the original Yu Xiaogang had never published a book. Could it be that the timeline of Douluo Continent had shifted once more? My first assertion concerns the origin of martial souls. Generally speaking, the martial souls awakened by descendants are typically derived from the more exceptional traits of their parents. In most instances, an individual can inherit only one martial soul from either parent. Yu Xiaogang opened the first page of his book, presenting his views to the audience. "Master, truly deserving of the title," they exclaimed, acknowledging the rationale behind his perspective. Indeed, it appeared that the insights to follow would hold substantial value. Once the master concluded his lecture, I must hasten to the bookstore to procure a copy. Observing the crowd's reaction, Yu Xiaogang nodded with satisfaction and continued, "The existence of martial souls is generally inherited from one parent. However, there exists a rare exception where one inherits the martial souls of both parents, known as twin martial souls. According to my research, in the past century, only 2 soul masters have possessed twin martial souls. One of them met a tragic fate when attempting to acquire a soul ring for their second martial soul, resulting in a catastrophic clash of soul power that ultimately led to their demise. The term twin martial souls was undoubtedly foreign to these individuals, who had never contemplated the possibility of someone possessing 2 martial souls." Chunping inwardly scoffed, thinking that any disciple of a prominent faction would likely be aware of twin martial souls. After all, Yu Xiaogang hailed from one of the top 3 sects, and revealing some of those secrets would naturally astonish these less knowledgeable commoners. However, when Chunping glanced at Ling Hai, he noticed the latter's countenance had grown exceedingly grim. "Grandpa Ling Hai, is there something amiss with what this master is saying?" Chunping feigned confusion and inquired. Ling Hai's lips twitched in irritation as he retorted, "What kind of master is this? This theory was proposed long ago, and the term twin martial souls has only emerged in recent years. I can assure you that when this so-called master first presented this theory, he had yet to be born." "Oh." Chunping deliberately elongated his response. "Grandpa Ling Hai, are you suggesting that Yu Xiaogang is merely seeking to bolster his reputation? That the views in his book are entirely plagiarized?" Years ago, Ling Hai had been a member of the Spirit Hall, leaving only in the past decade due to health concerns. The theories within Spirit Hall were shared among its members, and any soul master would be well aware of them. The majority of the present company were ordinary folk, not soul masters, who had come merely to discover methods for their descendants to awaken powerful martial souls and enhance innate soul power. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Hai remarked, "But I can tell you this. If Spirit Hall has not uncovered the method, what makes one think that a master who plagiarizes others' theories could? I suspect this so-called master is merely here to deceive individuals into purchasing his book. P.S. Please continue reading." Chunping, deep in thought, remarked, "No wonder this master begins by promoting his own book. It is truly detestable. To charge 1 gold soul coin for a book of no practical use is akin to pushing ordinary people into a pit of fire. 1 gold soul coin could provide several months' worth of food for a family of 5. I cannot allow him to mislead the audience any further. These ordinary individuals lack the discernment that we soul masters possess. If they fall for his deception, the repercussions would be dire. Ling Hai clapped his hands, promptly interrupting Yu Xiaogang's lecture. You must be the wisest among the Golden Iron Triangle. The interruption left Yu Xiaogang visibly displeased. However, in front of such a large crowd, he refrained from showing anger and responded in a cordial tone. Esteemed elder, might I inquire what guidance you wish to offer? Guidance? Ling Hai scoffed. I am here to expose you, you hypocritical fraud. What did you say? It was not Yu Xiaogang who spoke, but Lu Erlong, who had been fuming ever since Ling Hai interrupted the lecture. Had it not been for Flinder's intervention, she would have already taken action. Now, hearing Ling Hai label Yu Xiaogang a fraud, she could scarcely contain herself, for soul rings of yellow and purple rose from her feet. You old fool. Dare to say that again? Lu Erlong's brows knitted together, and a fire flickered in her eyes. Is that so? I merely spoke a truth, and you react this way? Does that imply you are indeed the fraud? Ling Hai retorted, unfazed, as 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black emerged from beneath him. Oh my, this elder is indeed a soul emperor. Realization dawned on the crowd. This was the revered Ling Hai residing in the northern city. Even the city lord must show him respect. If he was indeed Ling Hai, then it follows that this master must be speaking falsehoods. Ling Hai's reputation in Soto City was immense, and upon his appearance, he was quickly recognized. The onlookers began to suspect Yu Xiaogang's integrity, given that Ling Hai was one of their own, while Yu Xiaogang remained an outsider. Erlong, calm down, Yu Xiaogang urged, sensing the situation escalating. This elder has his reasons for saying so. Please take a seat, Erlong. But Lu Erlong hesitated, glancing at Yu Xiaogang's expression. Yu Xiaogang turned to Ling Hai, smiling. Esteemed elder, may I ask why you deem me a fraud? Please enlighten us, for without evidence, how can others be convinced? Bah, Ling Hai's word is law. You need not prove anything. Indeed, how dare you, an outsider, speak back to Ling Hai? You must be tired of living. In the Douluo Continent, strength is revered. The Golden Iron Triangle held a formidable reputation, yet in the eyes of the crowd, Ling Hai was the pillar of Soto City, an undeniable powerhouse. Even though the Golden Iron Triangle had once defeated a soul emperor, it could not compare to Ling Hai's stature. As the situation unfolded, Yu Xiaogang's brow furrowed. They had merely intended to pass through Soto City, but upon hearing certain remarks, their plans had changed. A month prior, in a grand hotel of Soto City, the 3 members of the Golden Iron Triangle were dining. Suddenly, a conversation nearby caught their attention. Is the merchandise here? Inquired a man in black. Is the money here? Asked a man in blue. I require dragon's blood. Have you prepared it? The man in black said solemnly. The man in blue retrieved a glass vial from his pocket, filled with a dark red liquid. Upon opening it, a strong metallic scent filled the air. Indeed, it is dragon's blood. The man in black nodded with satisfaction, producing a purple gold soul card. Here, this is 10,000 gold soul coins. After the transaction, the man in black departed, leaving the man in blue seated, seemingly awaiting the next customer. It is indeed blood. Flinder, possessing an eagle-like martial spirit, noted sharply. What uses soul beast blood? Lu Erlong questioned, puzzled. They had hunted numerous soul beasts and had never heard of any utility for their blood. Let us inquire further, Yu Xiaogang suggested, slowly approaching the man in blue. A year ago, he had lost contact with Bibi Dong after a single night, and since then, he had journeyed with Lu Erlong and Flinder across the continent. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had discovered a method for the 3 of them to execute a martial spirit fusion technique, restoring his confidence. He sensed that this man in blue might hold the key to enhancing his power. Excuse me. May I ask if the soul beast blood you sold has any special properties? The man in blue glanced at Yu Xiaogang, casually replying. You mean the dragon's blood? Its special property is. He leaned closer to Yu Xiaogang's ear, whispering, dilute the dragon's blood and pour it into a bathtub. Then, activate your martial spirit and immerse yourself in the tub. Over time, your martial spirit will be imbued with dragon power. Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a means to elevate the quality of his martial spirit. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Flinder, ever perceptive, immediately sensed the potential danger and cautioned, Xiaogang, be wary of deception. Yu Xiaogang suddenly awoke to the reality of the situation. How can I be sure you are not a fraud? Fraud? The man in blue scoffed. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, every day between 4 and 5 p.m., a participant named Jiru showcases his martial spirit. Observe it for yourself. His weapon martial spirit is steeped in formidable dragon power, capable of suppressing most beast martial spirits. Chen Ping was bewildered as to when he had become the spokesperson for this group selling dragon's blood. They had never even compensated him with a royalty fee. After that day, Yu Xiaogang and his two companions indeed attended Chunping's match. As expected, just as the man had said, the daylight dragon sword wielded by Chunping contained formidable dragon power, especially after unleashing his soul skill, which even caused Yu Xiaogang to tremble in the audience. At that moment, they were utterly convinced of the efficacy of dragon's blood. When they sought out the man again, they pooled together the majority of their savings to purchase a portion of dragon's blood. Remarkably, it yielded some effects that enhanced the quality of Yu Xiaojiang's soul power. However, the price of a single portion of dragon's blood was not negligible, starting at no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Initially, they had planned to hunt soul beasts themselves to acquire dragon's blood, but before leaving the city, they heard rumors suggesting that dragon's blood was not merely the blood of soul beasts, it was infused with rare treasures, which accounted for its remarkable effects. Yu Xiaojiang was confident that his martial soul could undergo a secondary mutation, reverting to the golden sacred dragon. How could he possibly forego such an opportunity? He promptly decided to stay behind and earn some money. The three of them conspired to accumulate wealth through the sale of books, enabling them to purchase more dragon's blood. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded, where Yu Xiaojiang leveraged the fame of the Golden Iron Triangle to host a new book launch event. Chapter 19. To engage in combat at the slightest provocation? If I could acquire a few more portions of dragon's blood, I would surely break through to level 30. Once my martial soul undergoes mutation again, transforming into the golden sacred dragon, I could anticipate attaining the title of Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang mused. As the son of Yu Yuanjin, he constantly contemplated the evolution of his martial soul, eagerly awaiting the day he would ascend to the title of a titled Douluo and confront those who had once looked down upon him. At that moment, Ling Hai interjected. Kid, the two theories you just mentioned are simply common knowledge within the realm of soul masters. Anyone who has attended a Soul Master Academy knows this. The origins of martial souls and their mutations. These two viewpoints could be articulated by any two soul masters you randomly encounter on the street. Common knowledge in the realm of soul masters? The expressions of the onlookers shifted unpredictably, even though many among them were not soul masters, having lived for so many years. They had inevitably heard bits and pieces about the soul master community. Upon reflection, most began to recall some of the things they had heard in the past. It truly is common knowledge. I remember hearing it 40 years ago, an elderly woman in the crowd remarked. Li Granny, 40 years ago. This master hadn't even been born yet, someone immediately countered. Exactly. If it weren't for Lord Ling Hai exposing it, we might have been deceived, another added. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Yu Xiaojiang felt his face burn with embarrassment. As the party in question, how could he be ignorant of where these viewpoints originated? It was merely appropriating the knowledge of the blue Tyrannosaurus family and the Spirit Hall, nothing of great consequence. You speak utter nonsense. Yu Xiaojiang retorted angrily. Yes, you indeed know these viewpoints, but who can guarantee that others are aware? I possess 8 additional viewpoints. You have no right to deny my perspective. Kid, at this moment, you could stand up and say a few words. After all, that old man will bear the brunt of it for you. Lo Sierra chuckled. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping stepped forward. Since both parties held firm to their respective claims, with Senior Ling Hai asserting that the master was a fraud, while the master maintained his views were well-founded, why not allow the master to pose questions to me? To be candid, I am also a soul master, albeit one of limited knowledge. Should I fail to answer the master's inquiries, it would serve as evidence of his authenticity. Conversely, if I succeed, it would only prove him to be a charlatan. Isn't that the lad from the daytime? Given this, if I were to pose questions he could not fathom, perhaps I could take him as my disciple. Under my guidance, with his innate talent, he could undoubtedly ascend to become the mightiest of the continent. At that point, even Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang had observed Chunping's impressive record in soul battles, marked by a string of victories, coupled with a formidable martial spirit, making him an ideal candidate for Yu Xiaojiang's tutelage. Very well. Although Ling Hai did not fully grasp Chunping's intentions, it was evident that, with Chunping's current strength and knowledge, he could indeed represent a significant portion of soul masters. Thus, it was quite favorable. Yu Xiaojiang pulled up his classical text, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of assured victory. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chunping. May I ask, Master, what level of Soul Master are you referring to? As far as I know, the age of the Soul Beast required varies for each stage of Soul Master. Yu Xiaogang stroked his chin and inquired about the age of the spirit rings needed for a Soul Douluo. Spirit rings of 30,000 to 50,000 years. Chen Ping replied. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yu Xiaojiang's mouth twitched. He was aware that Chen Ping was a Grand Soul Master, which was why he questioned the age of the spirit rings for a Soul Douluo, yet he was astonished that Chen Ping had guessed correctly. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaogang did not feel disheartened. Instead, he continued to ask, then what color is the spirit ring provided by a 100,000-year soul beast? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang narrowed his eyes. He was confident that Chunping would not know what a 100,000-year soul beast was, for he had only encountered this information in the literature from the Spirit Hall. Read. Very well, since you are unaware, then, wait a moment. The corners of Yu Xiaojiang's mouth twitched. What did you say? How could you possibly know? Chunping feigned innocence and said, Master, isn't this common knowledge? A 100,000-year soul beast indeed possesses a red soul ring, and such a soul ring can provide 2 soul skills. This was a deliberate revelation by Chunping to Yu Xiaogang. According to his scheme, once Yu Xiaogang became aware that a 100,000-year soul ring could grant 2 soul skills, he might pressure Tang San to take action against Xiao Wu. At that moment, a spectacle would surely ensue. A 100,000-year soul beast would invariably yield a soul bone from a part of its body that one lacked. Specifically a soul bone that bestows 2 soul skills. This aspect Chunping chose not to disclose. In comparison to soul rings, the value of soul bones is significantly higher. Once such information reaches the ears of titled Douluo-level experts, it is conceivable that some might band together to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. Where, then? Would he find such a beast in the future? What? It can provide 2 soul skills? Now it was Yu Xiaojiang's turn to be astonished. Indeed, Master. Chunping adopted a seemingly harmless demeanor. You surely must know this, right? Yu Xiaojiang was at a loss for words. Sigh, I knew this master was a fraud, exclaimed the onlookers. Although they too were unaware of this fact, they were quite eager to affirm Yu Xiaojiang's status as a charlatan. Then let me ask you again. Yu Xiaojiang continued, unflustered, how does one select a soul bone? Chunping remarked, soul bones can be categorized into those with attributes and those without, as well as auxiliary types. Naturally, those with attributes are better suited for soul masters of the same kind, while the attribute-less ones are compatible with nearly all soul masters. As for auxiliary types, such as those that enhance strength, they are particularly beneficial for attack-oriented soul masters. After a brief pause, Chunping added, and there is one crucial point. The absorption of soul bones is not subject to any level restrictions. Even a mere 10th level soul master can absorb a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Yu Xiaojiang was utterly taken aback. He realized that while Chunping was well informed about the questions he posed, there were many supplementary details that he himself was unaware of. For a moment, Yu Xiaojiang stood there in a daze, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Could it be that I am deemed worthless, and thus Bibi Dong disregards me? Is it possible that my poor academic performance has led to her disdain? Noticing the unsettling expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face, Lu Erlong scolded, You sharp-tongued brat. How dare you speak to Xiaojing that way? I'll make you pay? With a fierce shout, Lu Erlong charged towards Chunping, invoking her 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame. Be careful, Luo Xier quickly cautioned. Chunping, unfazed, summoned his martial soul. The moment the daylight dragon sword manifested, Lu Erlong felt its impact. The overwhelming pressure of bloodline significantly slowed Lu Erlong's offensive. Chapter 20, Falling Moon, Star River, and Radiant Gale. Chunping restrained his offensive power, nearly interrupting Lu Erlong's soul technique with a gust of fierce wind. You, how dare you? Lu Erlong gritted his teeth. Humph. Ling Ai stood protectively in front of Chunping, bellowing, how dare you harm anyone within the confines of Soto City? Do you not regard this old man at all? In the next moment, the imposing presence of the Soul Emperor loomed like a mountain, rendering Lu Erlong immobile. Truly a deceiver. After being exposed, they still dare to kill. This is the usual tactic of fraudsters. Judging by their demeanor, they have likely engaged in numerous acts of murder and robbery. And as for the so-called Golden Iron Triangle, one must wonder how they managed to maintain their footing in this continent. The onlookers grumbled and gradually dispersed. Yu Xiaojiang and his companions remained poised to act. Their presence could not help but draw them into the fray. Observing the situation, Flinders sincerely apologized to Chunping, saying, My young friend, I apologize. It is our fault. And should you have incurred any harm, we are willing to offer compensation. He then turned to Ling Hai, requesting, Esteemed elder, we hope you might spare Lu Erlong. It was only now that Yu Xiaogang regained his composure. Witnessing Lu Erlong under the pressure of Ling Hai, Yu Xiaogang shouted, Flender, use the martial soul fusion technique. Unyielding resolve. At that moment, Ling Hai's martial soul manifested, a majestic eagle, the flame hawk, radiating intense heat and fire. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chen Ping. As Chen Ping walked away, Ling Hai retracted the soul pressure he had exerted on Lu Erlong. I am curious to see if my old bones can handle these three deceivers. Flander, stop dawdling. Yu Xiaojiang's fury was palpable. He had endured multiple humiliations today and could no longer tolerate it. The trio's martial soul fusion technique was, after all, his forte. With a sigh of resignation, Flander agreed. The three of them positioned themselves at the corners, and in the next moment, a golden formation appeared beneath their feet. The sun and moon shone brightly, transforming into gold. Not far away, Luo Xiao immediately discerned Yu Xiaojiang's ruse and sneered. So it is this secret method. It seems they have been fortunate enough to discover its application, along with a drop of golden sacred dragon's blood. What does that mean? Chunping asked, bewildered. Luo Xiao elaborated. In simple terms, if one of the three absorbs that drop of blood, it will imbue their martial soul with a trace of dragon lineage. When they unleash their powers together, they can manifest an illusory form of the golden sacred dragon. To put it plainly, it is not the golden sacred dragon itself, but merely an ephemeral shadow, lacking the bloodline suppression of a true sacred dragon, resulting in only heightened combat prowess. However, this secret method has a significant drawback. It drains the user's potential. Generally, the instructions will indicate this. Draining the user's potential? Chen Ping exclaimed in shock. Yu Xiaojiang's potential had long been exhausted, while Lu Erlong and Flander still possessed theirs. Even if Yu Xiaojiang understood this flaw, he would likely proceed. For he was the master of the golden sacred dragon, wielding immense power that could lead one astray. It was likely that Yu Xiaojiang had long forgotten this disadvantage. It was truly pitiable for Flander and Lu Erlong, reduced to mere instruments of Yu Xiaojiang. With a thunderous roar, a massive golden dragon materialized in the sky. Almost simultaneously, a colossal flame eagle appeared before the golden dragon. I wonder if my daylight dragon sword can suppress this apparition, Chunping thought, his eagerness mounting. After all, slaying a dragon is a remarkable feat, and anyone familiar with online literature would likely not pass up such an opportunity. Hey kid, that apparition possesses the strength of a soul emperor. You mustn't act recklessly, Luo Xiao warned, sweat beading on his brow as he hurriedly cautioned him. Oh, stop yelling. I'm merely observing. The sixth soul skill, Volcanic Meteor. Ling Hai unleashed his sixth soul skill, and fiery meteors began to rain down from above the golden sacred dragon. Yu Xiaojiang, startled, quickly gestured, thunderous fart, roaring three cannons. Golden energy rapidly coalesced in the dragon's mouth as the trio continuously infused their soul power into the golden sacred dragon, intensifying the energy it amassed to terrifying levels. In the sky, it seemed as though another sun had emerged. Grandpa Ling Hai may not be their match, Chunping mused, quickly assessing the situation. Given Ling Hai's advanced age and his injuries, he might indeed struggle against the golden sacred dragon. Once the two formidable soul skills collided, there would be no chance for rescue. Can I intervene? Chunping immediately thought of his soul skill, Falling Moonstar River. It consumed 40% of his total soul power to summon a multitude of stars, each capable of absorbing surrounding soul power and exploding like fireworks once fully charged. This skill was a nemesis to all charging-type soul skills. It was worth a try, but he needed to stay hidden. Others must not see him. Luo Xiao nodded. If someone catches sight of it, they might easily misunderstand it as a twin martial soul. It's fine for you to keep your distance. The casting range of Falling Moonstar River is quite extensive. Understood, Chunping replied. Yet, he did not comply. Instead, he summoned the illusory Moon Dragon Sword in place. Unlike the Daylight Dragon Sword, the illusory Moon Dragon Sword resembled a piece of purple crystal, translucent and radiant. A lifelike dragon carving adorned its back, its eyes glowing with a purple luminescence. Second soul skill, Falling Moonstar River. Chunping raised the illusory Moon Dragon Sword, causing the brightness in the sky to dim slightly. What is happening? Yu Xiaojiang sensed something amiss, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Xiaojiang. Numerous black dots have emerged around the Golden Saint Dragon, and they are continuously expanding. I feel as if our strength is being significantly absorbed by it, Flinder urged anxiously. Lu Erlong frowned. Xiaogang, what should we do? What can we do? I have no idea what that thing is. Yu Xiaogang's face darkened as he replied solemnly. It must be that old man's soul skill. We need to be cautious. Did someone secretly lend me a hand? Ling Hai quickly became aware of the fluctuations in soul power, but when he looked over, there was already no trace of anyone. Never mind, since it is this way. Ling Hai's expression turned cold as countless meteors rained down upon the Golden Saint Dragon. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to unleash the soul power of the Golden Saint Dragon, a series of explosions interrupted his incantation. How was that possible? Yu Xiaogang was once again taken aback, but the pain that surged through his body quickly brought him back to reality. Chapter 21. Next time, I will surely take my revenge. The illusory form of the Golden Divine Dragon shattered. The golden iron triangle simultaneously spat out blood. Ling Hai had no intention of killing them. Just as the meteors were about to fall, he retracted his offensive. After adjusting the flow of soul power within himself, Ling Hai coldly declared, "Get out, leave Soto City. If I catch you again flaunting your deceit, do not blame me for being merciless." He did not prohibit Yu Xiaogang and the others from entering Soto City. Sending them away now was merely a means to help them avoid the storm. They could return in the future, but under certain conditions. Yes, yes, yes. Faced with the threat of death, Yu Xiaogang was the first to relent. He dragged his injured body and repeatedly replied, not waiting for Lu Erlong and Flinder to react before pulling them along and hastily fleeing the city. Once full of vigor as he ascended the podium, Yu Xiaogang now scurried out of the city in disgrace. Ling Hai shook his head, not dwelling on it, and turned his gaze to the surroundings, yet he found no trace of Chen Ping. Where could that kid have gone? In a room at the Rose Hotel. What the hell? How did I end up back at the hotel? Chunping only recalled that after unleashing his soul technique, the scenery before him seemed to undergo some transformation. When he regained his senses, he found himself already in the hotel. You rascal. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Soon, the scathing voice of Loxio echoed in his mind. Stand still and raise your sword. Are you afraid that others cannot see you? Chunping scratched his head and softly explained, I wasn't intending to escape directly using the soul bone. Soul bone? Luo Xiener's voice rose slightly. Can you guarantee the timing is precise? If these two secrets were to be revealed all at once, well, you might as well head straight to the Spirit Hall or perhaps seek refuge in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School until you attain the rank of Soul Douluo. You can forget about emerging again. I doubt you will even have the opportunity to take the divine exam. Calm down, calm down. Chen Ping noticed Luo Xiener genuinely appeared upset and quickly defended himself. Desperate times call for desperate measures. At that moment, if I had delayed even a moment longer, Grandpa Ling Hai would have perished. I was merely trying to save a life. Save a life? Luo Xiener scoffed. You unleashed Falling Moon Galaxy twice, leaving you with only 20% of your soul power. If it weren't for the residual energy within the torso bone I provided, I wonder how you would have escaped. Wait a moment. Chunping adjusted his sleeves, a look of skepticism on his face. Did you just manipulate the torso soul bone to bring me back? Luo Xiener did not deny it. Transport? You mean spatial transference. Had I not taken the opportunity to return you before anyone noticed, I wonder what you would have done. Then Chunping pressed his lips together and continued. Using the soul bone would cause fluctuations in soul power. How could you be certain no one detected it? While using a soul bone is indeed exhilarating, the body part possessing the soul bone emits distinctly noticeable fluctuations in soul power. Any soul master would easily perceive it. There's no need for concern. The radiant soul power of the Golden Holy Dragon masked the fluctuations from the soul bone. Ah, of course, Chunping exclaimed, smacking his forehead. The soul bone provided by Luo Xiener was indeed of the light attribute. In such a situation, even a titled Douluo might struggle to discern the source of the soul power. Chunping finally breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself that he would never act impulsively again. Fortunately, this time it was merely a close call. Humph, you little rascal, as long as you understand. Just don't keep making my heart race every day. Luo Xiener expressed her dissatisfaction. Since their acquaintance began just over a month ago, this fellow had not only elevated his soul power by one level, but had also spent every moment engaging in activities that stimulated his nerves. After resting for half an hour, he intended to participate in the soul battle once more. With only 2/10 of his soul power remaining, Chunping knew he needed to restore some of his energy. Do as you wish, but that old man will probably come looking for you. Chunping chuckled. There's no need to rush. He will likely await me at the Soto Grand Soul Arena, outside Soto City. The trio known as the Golden Triangle rested beneath the shade of a tree. Ere long, May, you acted too impulsively. The recent battle was an utter misfortune for Flanders, entirely brought about by those two incompetent allies, Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong Flanders. Wasn't it that brat who first acted against Xiaogang? And that old fellow, after living so many years, why doesn't he just lie in his coffin? Lu Erlong exclaimed, his fist striking the tree trunk with frustration. Ouch. Yu Xiaogang was struck by an apple that fell from the tree, his already foul mood ignited like a powder keg. Damn it, that old fool. When I next step foot in Soto City, I will have my revenge. Yu Xiaojiang's face twisted with rage. To undermine my path is akin to murdering my parents. I shall not rest until he pays for this. What was once a profitable venture had turned into a financial disaster. One must understand that the printing of books incurs costs. They had previously agreed with the Soto Grand Bookstore that they would take a 20% cut of the sales, and if the books did not sell, they could discard them at will. Now, everyone in Soto City knew they were frauds. How could the bookstore possibly keep their books? Xiaojiang, I know you're anxious, but we must think long-term, Flanders remarked, adjusting his glasses, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Perhaps we should try other cities. Surely someone will appreciate our work. Moreover, with your theoretical prowess, you are on a different level from them. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong expressed concern, but that brat seems to possess considerable theoretical knowledge. Speaking of which, he must have copied my work. I am certain that brat has read my book. Otherwise, how would he know so much? Yu Xiaojiang deftly sidestepped the more troubling aspects of Chunping's remarks, choosing instead to conceal his ignorance. He contemplated adding these two insights to his next publication. Lu Erlong suddenly grasped, I see. That old man is merely leveraging his age and reputation to suppress us. He likely purchased Xiaojiang's book in advance and then used threats to coerce that brat, leading to this debacle. Truly despicable. Yu Xiaojiang mused to himself. Well said. No wonder you are fond of me. You understand my perspective, unlike that traitorous Flanders. Flanders shook his head and inquired, Xiaojiang, what do we plan to do next? Yu Xiaojiang stood with an air of pretentiousness, declaring, I have heard that there are sellers of dragon blood in Silv City. We should take a carriage there at once. But we have exhausted our funds, Flanders quietly reminded him. What? Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glance towards Soto City. Old fool, wait for me. Next time, I will have my vengeance. Chapter 22, The Invitation That Night. Within the Grand Seoul Arena, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Let us congratulate Mr. Zerichi for his astounding 33 consecutive victories. Zerichi. Chen Ping retracted his martial spirit and slowly descended from the duel platform. Alas, it seems impossible to form a team in the short term. Once he ascends to the Golden Duel Spirit rank, finding an opponent for one-on-one duels will become exceedingly difficult, necessitating challenges against stronger foes. If possible, Chunping would prefer not to engage in these elevated battles before acquiring his third soul skill. Although his first two soul skills are indeed formidable, their consumption of soul power is tremendously taxing. Should he deplete his soul power after using both skills in succession, he would find himself significantly weakened. For now, he should devise a plan to participate in a 2-on-2 duel. Team dueling poses challenges for Chunping at present, as he struggles to find allies and his own strength remains insufficient. The most prudent course of action is to seek a partner for the 2-on-2 duel. Young man, that old fellow is waiting for you in the corridor. Perhaps by the end of tonight, you will have a companion for your 2-on-2 duel, Loxier chuckled. Oh, it truly is Grandpa Linghai. Upon recognizing his visitor, Chunping hurried over. Grandpa Linghai, what brings you here? Linghai rolled his eyes and replied with irritation. You little rascal left without a word. If it weren't for my remaining dignity, I doubt the duel arena would even allow me to wait for you here. Haha. Chunping laughed awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Come on, Grandpa Linghai. I have a small private room here provided by the duel arena for free. Let us go inside and talk. In a grand venue such as the duel arena, strength dictates one's authority. After achieving a consecutive victory of 20 matches, the arena granted Chunping access to this room, with the stipulation that he could not refuse to compete when required. Inside the room, Linghai picked up the tea Chunping offered and drank it in one gulp. Young man, my granddaughter has returned. Tomorrow evening, a banquet will be held at the Soto Grand Hotel. You must attend. As he spoke, Linghai handed an invitation to Chunping. Upon receiving the invitation, a pang of bitterness surged within Chunping. Children of affluent families not only celebrate birthdays but also promotion banquets. This particular gathering is to commemorate Ling Yuan's advancement to the rank of Great Soul Master. Ha ha ha. What expression is that on your face? Chunping. Ling Hai, having lived long enough to be astute, quickly discerned Chunping's thoughts. However, recognizing that Chunping's potential surpassed that of his granddaughter, Ling Hai decided to tease him. Has your faction never held a banquet or celebration for you? Faction? What faction do I have? I merely possess a token from Ning Fengji as a charm for protection. Chunping sighed, shaking his head. Let us not dwell on this. Discussing it only brings tears. Ling Hai patted Chunping's shoulder and said, young man, continuously participating in one-on-one duels isn't a sustainable path. Why not find a few teammates and form a team for dueling? Chunping discerned the implication in Ling Hai's words and decided to embrace the opportunity. How can I not wish for that? However, I am unfamiliar with anyone in Soto City, and those formidable teams look down upon me. Ling Hai laughed heartily. But aren't you acquainted with this old man? As he leaned closer to Chunping, he whispered, young Chunping, what do you think of my granddaughter? She is not much younger than you, possesses commendable strength. And perhaps you could team up with her for the 2-on-2 soul duel. Ling Hai had long harbored the intention of having Ling Yuan participate in the soul duel. But prior to reaching level 20, no competitions were held in the arena. This is quite understandable. A group of soul masters with only a single soul skill would render such contests rather dull. In Ling Hai's view, any soul master aspiring to evolve into a powerful entity must endure countless battles, for it is through combat that one genuinely enhances oneself. After a moment of contemplation, Chunping did not immediately acquiesce. At this juncture, Ling Hai grew somewhat displeased, chiding, don't act coy after receiving a favor. You should know that suitors for my granddaughter could line up all the way to Tando City. This was not an exaggeration. In the realm of soul masters, exceptionally gifted female soul masters often shine brighter, attracting countless admirers. In the original narrative, during Tang San's era, only 4 female titled Douluo emerged, including the venerable Poseidon, who lived for over a century. Given that Grandpa Ling Hai had made such a suggestion, I naturally had no objections. Changing the subject, Chunping countered, however, this matter may not solely depend on my willingness. It also hinges on whether your granddaughter agrees. Ling Hai nodded slightly. As long as you demonstrate formidable strength. What is there to fear about my granddaughter's consent? Chunping pondered and replied, let us discuss it further at the banquet tomorrow. Grandpa Ling Hai. You must introduce me then. The LSP mentality was undoubtedly revealed. However, securing a future title Douluo would be quite advantageous for Chunping, who aspired to establish his own faction and would undoubtedly seek out powerful allies across the continent. Ling Yuan, destined to become a title Douluo, was undoubtedly an exceptional choice. You rascal, Ling Hai chuckled helplessly. All right, I shall not disturb you any longer. It is rare to find someone your age so dedicated to cultivation. Young Chunping, I have high hopes for you. With that, Ling Hai gave Chunping a thumbs up. Chunping slightly lowered his head and said, Grandfather Ling Hai, you jest. I simply possess no other hobbies and am solely focused on becoming stronger. Ha ha ha, what a spirited lad. Ling Hai's hearty laughter echoed, and in the next moment, he departed. Hey, young man, finding a partner whose talent rivals your own is indeed a fortunate occurrence. If you could inherit a divine position, that would be even better, interjected Loxier. To become a deity, Chunping murmured. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The ice and fire Yangyi eyes. This place is home to countless celestial herbs. If consumed correctly, they could bestow a divine aura. With this thought, Chunping's heart ignited with fervor. It is known that the earlier celestial herbs are consumed, the more profound their effect on a soul master. By the time one reaches the rank of title Douluo, consuming them would merely yield a slight increase in soul power. No, I cannot ascertain whether the ice and fire Yangyi eyes have fallen under the control of Douluo. Even at my worst, I am a soul Douluo, and I stand no chance against him. Using another's blade to slay, Chunping recalled this phrase. There are many who could contend with Douluo, including the swordbone Douluo from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Loxio, after the second exam, let us make our way to Soul Master City, and thereafter, we shall reside at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. What do you think? Chunping declared, having made up his mind. Suit yourself, Loxio replied nonchalantly. As long as it enhances his strength, the destination mattered not. I must devise a way to connect with the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. As I wield a sword-type martial soul, if I could take him as my master, then I could scheme regarding the affairs of the ice and fire Yangyi eyes. Chapter 23. The Divine, not to be profane nightfall at the entrance of the Soto Grand Hotel. Lord Baisoru of the Spirit Hall, please come in. Observing the elegantly dressed elder in the distance, who handed over a gift to the receptionist, Chen Ping inwardly cursed. Damn it, I forgot to buy a gift. Thank you, Lord Baisoru, for the flame spirit grass. Please take your seat. At some point, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance, personally welcoming the Lord of the Spirit Hall. Do you have anything of value? I forgot to purchase a gift. Chunping urgently inquired of Loxier. Now you seek my assistance? Loxier teased. Chunping had no time for idle banter. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Do you have it, or not? He demanded. I possess nothing of value. Except for a soul bone. Would you care for that? Rother retorted, his frustration evident. As a divine beast, his needs diverged significantly from those of humans. Although he had made sacrifices, the treasures he had once amassed still resided within his spatial realm, readily accessible. Soul bone. It is indeed possible, Chunping mused. But it must not be revealed directly, it must be entrusted personally to Grandfather Linghai. Presenting a soul bone at this juncture would invite trouble not only for Linghai and his companions but also for himself. The casual bestowal of a soul bone could raise suspicions regarding the presence of others still in his possession. A soul bone that is 10,000 years old is already embedded within your soul guiding device, Rother remarked, irritation lacing his tone. I have even thoughtfully encased it within a box that isolates soul energy. This box holds value that rivals that of ordinary soul bones. Ah, thank you kindly. Chunping replied, taking a step forward, only to halt abruptly. Wait, do you possess numerous soul bones? Quickly, grant me all the 10,000-year soul bones. Could I not then assemble a complete soul bone set? Get lost. I have none to spare, Rother barked, his ire rising. Do not overreach. All of these are my hard-won trophies. Be cautious, or I shall reclaim the soul bone I offered you. Chunping was merely speaking casually. He is a divine examiner, and it is certain that he will not lack for soul bones in the future. Once his soul rings are complete, if there are still vacant positions on his body, it is likely that, without his prompting, Lokier will present them. To ascend to the ranks of formidable deities, the soul bone armor is indispensable. Upon the completion of the 9th trial, the soul bone armor will transform into divine attire, complemented by the unparalleled artifact of the god of destruction, resulting in a power that is utterly terrifying. Sir, may I kindly ask you to present your invitation? As Chunping approached the entrance. Poised to retrieve the invitation, a mocking voice suddenly erupted from behind him. Oh, isn't this the inconspicuous Chunping? How presumptuous to think that donning a stolen outfit would grant you entry to such a prestigious gathering. Upon hearing these words, the attendant at the door immediately grew vigilant. Sir, if you do not possess an invitation, I must kindly ask you to leave. Today's banquet is graced by the prominent figures of Soto City. To offend them would be unwise. The attendant's words were laced with an unmistakable warning. Indeed, one ought to consider whose banquet it was before daring to intrude upon such an affair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping stepped into the hotel, only to find himself ignored. The man, feeling infuriated, exclaimed, So you were Chunping, daring to disregard me, courting death. He produced an invitation, tossing it to the waiter, and stormed into the establishment. Chunping. You audacious scoundrel, daring to kill and seize invitations, I shall expose you. His voice boomed, swiftly drawing a crowd of onlookers. I suggest, Bix. If you wish to slander someone, you might consider a more credible excuse, Chunping retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. Do not engage in such foolish antics. Bix and Chunping were from the same Soul Master Academy, and Bix had persistently pressured Chunping to join his family. After being rebuffed too many times, his psyche twisted, and he began to wield his father's power to oppress Chunping. Ha ha, Bix guffawed. Chunping, you effeminate coward, adorning your forehead. Truly a sight for laughter. At this, Chunping could no longer contain himself. The mark upon his brow signified the god of destruction, a deity not to be profaned. As Tang San once said, you, Bix, have already chosen the path to your demise. With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Daylight White Explosion. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chunping unleashed a radiant sphere of soul energy, reminiscent of the sun, directed at Bix. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. As the dust settled, Bix's form had vanished from sight. Gods must not be profaned, Chunping murmured softly, as he strode past the onlookers. It was audacious of him to commit murder at Mr. Linghai's banquet. The crowd, in a state of disbelief, gazed at the unfolding scene, realizing that the victim was none other than the son of Baron Chuck, merely a baron from the Balak Kingdom. Yet the gentleman from earlier appeared to be of noble lineage from the Tando Empire. Whispers and speculations rippled through the assembly. Ah, who has slain my son? Chuck had just arrived, intrigued by the throngs gathered at the entrance. Expecting to witness a spectacle, he found himself the unwitting jester. Inside the hall, Chen Ping approached the counter. Miss, could you kindly inform me which floor Mr. Linghai's banquet is on? He produced the invitation. Sir, it is on the 3rd floor. Would you like me to escort you? No, thank you, he replied, waving his hand as he made his way to the staircase. You dare to kill my son. You seek death. Chuck charged forward, his 4th soul ring illuminating beneath him. 4th soul skill, Shadow Leopard Strike. You, boy, are indeed a coward, embroidering your own brow. Prepare to meet your end. Chen Ping promptly summoned his martial soul, but before he could unleash his soul skill, Chuck's figure had already materialized before him. Chuck's martial soul was the Shadow Leopard, a formidable agile attack-type soul master. The speed of the Shadow Leopard was indeed among the finest within agile attack martial souls. There was no time to waste. He must prepare to escape. As Chen Ping attempted to utilize his soul bone, he found it seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, rendering it utterly unresponsive. This is disastrous. Suddenly, a dark purple lightning bolt erupted from the mark on Chen Ping's forehead. Upon merely grazing Chuck, his entire being was reduced to ashes. Before Chen Ping stood a purple phantom, cloaked in robes and wielding a scepter. From beneath the robe, a deep voice resonated. Gods are not to be profaned. Chapter 24. The first encounter with the spirit kite. Is this truly the visage of the god of destruction? Such formidable majesty. Chen Ping silently praised the god of destruction in his heart. There is an undeniable comfort in having someone to shield you. Warmth surged within him. After more than a decade on the Douluo Continent, having endured relentless bullying, the presence of the purple phantom was a welcome reprieve. As the purple phantom dissipated, all present regained their composure. What was that just now? Such an overwhelming aura. Since Chen Ping vanquished Bixis, Ling Hai had been lurking in the shadows. When Chuck had struck, he had intended to intervene and save Chen Ping, but alas, Chuck's speed was too swift. He could not react in time. Lord Baisaro, does your spirit hall possess any records regarding this matter? Ling Hai inquired, still shaken by the overwhelming presence of the purple phantom, which far surpassed that of a titled Douluo. Baisaro shook his head. I am uncertain. Upon reflection, I seem to recall encountering a similar power in the old pope. Yet this purple figure far exceeds the old pope's strength. However, the nature of that purple figure is of little consequence. What matters is that it intervened to save Chen Ping, indicating a special connection between them. Haha, young Chen Ping, you have truly astonished me, Ling Hai exclaimed, stepping forward and placing a hand on Chen Ping's shoulder. Grandpa Ling Hai, Chen Ping replied awkwardly, I apologize for interrupting your banquet. Oh, it's no bother at all. Ling Hai dismissed. Chuck is merely a minor noble. His demise is inconsequential. With that, he exchanged glances with Baisoro, who understood the unspoken message. Aha, young friend. You are indeed remarkable for your age. As for that Chuck, should the kingdom inquire, this old man will certainly shield you from any repercussions, Baisoro assured him. Thank you. Grandpa Ling Hai, Chen Ping said respectfully, bowing deeply. Ah, it is but a trifling matter. Come, let me introduce you to my granddaughter. You young people surely have more in common to discuss than with an old man like me. Ling Hai took Chen Ping by the arm and led him to the 3rd floor. Wait, Grandpa Ling Hai, may we converse privately for a moment? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping slightly bowed his head and then retrieved a box containing a soul bone from the soul guide device. Grandpa Ling Hai, I initially intended this as a gift, but it seems it will have to serve as an apology instead. You rascal, Ling Hai chuckled and scolded lightly, then accepted the box. From the exterior, the box appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. Ling Hai assumed it merely contained some precious jewelry and paid it little mind, casually opening it. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from within the box, illuminating his face. Ling Hai's pupils constricted, his eyes widening in astonishment at the contents inside. After a long pause, he stammered, This is a perfectly exquisite 10,000-year soul bone. With a snap, he abruptly closed the box and pushed it back toward Chen Ping. Where on earth did you acquire this soul bone? Legal and compliant, Chen Ping replied, returning the box once more. Ling Hai shook his head. Being an old man. It is of no use to me now. However, for you, absorbing it would undoubtedly enhance your future prospects. Rest assured, I will keep this a secret. Confronted with the soul bone, it was impossible for Ling Hai not to feel a twinge of desire. Yet, in this moment, he managed to suppress the greed swelling within him. Chen Ping recognized that this individual was undoubtedly worth cultivating a deep relationship with. However, the soul bone's attributes were not suited for him. Absorbing it would merely squander the space he possessed. If left on his person, it might even lead to disastrous consequences. You perceive things quite clearly. Ling Hai was at a loss for words. The soul bone before them was perhaps the most unfortunate one among all. Typically, individuals would engage in fierce battles over a millennium-old soul bone. Yet this 10,000-year-old relic was being pushed around with no one willing to claim it. Very well. Grandpa Ling Hai, I intend to establish a faction in the future. You shall absorb this soul bone first, and when the time comes that I require your assistance, you must support me unconditionally. What do you say? Chen Ping proposed a compromise. Sigh. Ling Hai exhaled deeply. I, an old man, have at most 10 years left to live. I cannot assist you much. Perhaps it is better for my granddaughter to absorb it. No, Chen Ping refuted. This soul bone is fundamentally of the healing type, not suitable for a strong attack-type soul master. If you absorb it, Grandpa Ling Hai, your internal injuries may indeed heal, and your soul power could ascend as well. A healing-type soul bone. Ling Hai felt a surge of interest. He had expended considerable effort seeking a remedy for his ailments. Unless a nine-heart sea peony soul master intervened, he would likely remain afflicted for life. Yet, the number of such soul masters on the continent was exceedingly scarce, making them nearly impossible to find. Very well, I shall accept it, albeit with some reluctance, Ling Hai said, placing the box into his soul guide. Come. I shall take you to meet my granddaughter. After I spoke to her about you, she expressed great curiosity. She is waiting for you in the adjacent room. Ling Hai chuckled. You should seize this opportunity wisely, young man. Yes, I shall do my utmost, Chunping replied, scratching his head. Knock, knock, knock. Ling Hai rapped on the door. You honor, open the door quickly. I have arrived. Coming, a delicate voice responded from within. Grandpa, is this the genius you mentioned? Ling Yuan scrutinized Chunping. Ling Hai laughed heartily. Indeed, this is Chunping. You two converse. I must attend to other guests. Do keep an eye on the time. The banquet will commence in half an hour. With that, Ling Hai turned and departed. Understood, Grandpa. Ling Yuan made a face at his retreating figure. The next moment, she turned her gaze toward Chunping. Come in, please. All right. Chunping scrutinized Ling Yuan with great care. She was petite and exquisite. Her slightly curled short hair paired with a sleek black leather jacket, rendering her enchanting and alluring. Indeed, the inhabitants of Douluo Continent exhibit an unusual precocity. My grandfather has urged me to team up with you for the soul battle. I trust you won't be a hindrance. Ling Yuan placed her hands on her hips. Her gaze fixed intently on Chunping. She simply could not fathom how someone with such an endearingly foolish demeanor could achieve 33 consecutive victories in one-on-one soul battles. Hee. That won't happen, it won't. Chunping scratched his head in response. TCH, how dull, Ling Yuan scoffed, showing little interest in Chunping. Damn it. I've never been in a relationship in my past life either. What am I to do? I can't let the conversation die. Chunping felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. Kid, discuss with him the knowledge of the soul master world that you possess. Aren't you reputed to be even more formidable than the theoretical expert in the soul master realm, Master Yu? Luo Sierra offered Chunping a piece of advice. Chunping's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Ahem, Miss Ling Yuan, are you familiar with the 10,000-year soul beasts? Chapter 25. Movements of all parties in the Spirit City, at the Hall of the Spirit Worship. This presence bears the essence of a deity. An elderly man clad in resplendent robes slowly opened his eyes. Brother, what is it? A robust elder stepped forward beside him. Brother, I sense the aura of a deity has emerged on the Douluo Continent. The elder in splendid attire declared. What? The burly elder was taken aback. Brother, what shall we do? The elder in splendid attire was none other than the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, the former Pope Douluo. Douluo sighed. I hope he does not pose a threat to the Spirit Hall. Just moments ago, that deity issued a warning to me. Suddenly, Douluo's expression shifted. Brother, you must leave. The divine ancestor wishes to speak with me. Understood, brother. In a distant sea, there lay a small island known as Sea God Island, said to be the remnant of a powerful being who transcended the limits of soul masters 10,000 years ago. At the very center of Sea God Island stood a magnificent palace where a woman of extraordinary beauty sat. Her brow furrowed suddenly. This is the essence of a deity, emanating from the mainland. The woman rose slowly and walked toward the palace's entrance, gazing in the direction of the Douluo Continent. She noted that this aura was significantly more potent than that of Lord Sea God. I hope you do not bring harm to Sea God Island. Poseidon. A commanding voice suddenly resonated within the woman's mind. Poseidon quickly knelt, reverently exclaiming, Poseidon pays respects to Lord Sea God. Poseidon, should that inheritor arrive at Sea God Island, they must be accorded the highest honors. The authoritative voice echoed again. Yes, Lord Sea God, Poseidon replied respectfully. In the Papal Palace. East, you have returned. Qian Xuanji sat upon the throne in the Papal Palace, speaking loudly to the newcomer. Bibi Dong pays respects to my teacher. Bibi Dong bowed to Qian Xuanji. Her gaze toward him revealing a complex mix of emotions. A year prior, Bibi Dong was still in a honeymoon phase with Yu Xiaogang. When Qian Xuanji confronted her, urging her to sever ties with Yu Xiaogang, she had resolutely refused. Until that fateful night, when Qian Xuanji, drunk, took one of Bibi Dong's maidens, whose name he did not even know, into a secret chamber. 3 days later, when that woman reappeared before her, she had already taken residence in the Papal Palace. Bibi Dong even heard rumors that the woman was pregnant. At that moment, fear gripped her. She dreaded that Qian Xuanji would treat her in a similar manner. Turning, she intended to seek out Yu Xiaogang to propose a separation. However, after scouring the entirety of Spirit City and finding no trace of him, she learned from the guards that Yu Xiaogang had fled the city overnight, seemingly carrying a bag of documents back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Bibi Dong, no longer oblivious, understood the reason. Yu Xiaogang had entered the Spirit Hall's confidential archives multiple times under her name and now fled, evidently having stolen secrets from the Spirit Hall. Naturally, all of this was orchestrated by Qian Xuanji. However, it was not unjust for Yu Xiaogang, as he had already pilfered numerous secrets from the Spirit Hall. To uphold the pretense, Qian Xuanji later chastised Bibi Dong. From that point on, Bibi Dong completely severed her relationship with Yu Xiaogang. East, are you daydreaming? After calling her several times without response, Qian Xuanji's irritation grew. Ah, teacher. Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, apologizing, I was lost in thought. Qian Xuanji waved his hand. East, rise, and tell me about the happenings of the past month. Yes. Bibi Dong stood and recounted her experiences and the process of acquiring her soul rings to Qian Xuanji. 50,000 year 7th soul ring. Qian Xuanji was taken aback. East, did you experience any discomfort? Bibi Dong shook her head. No, teacher. I did not feel any discomfort. And the process of absorbing the soul ring went quite smoothly. Very well. Qian Xuanji nodded. In that case, East, go check on Shuer. She is still young and requires your care. Little sister Shuer? Bibi Dong's eyes brightened, and she promptly responded, Yes, teacher. As she turned to leave, the doors of the grand hall swung open. Upon seeing who stood behind the door, Bibi Dong respectfully said, I pay respects to the grand priest. Qian Douluo acknowledged. East, you should stay. What I wish to discuss is something you may also want to hear. Yes, grand priest. Seeing his father, Qian Xuanji hurriedly rose from his throne and approached eagerly. Father, you have arrived. Jier. Qian Douluo gazed at his son with a heart full of mixed emotions. Sighing, he said, Jier, a divine tester has appeared on the continent. Just now, the divine ancestor warned me that we must ensure his safety. A divine tester? Upon hearing this term, Qian Xuanji's eyes sparkled with fervor. Originally, he too could have undergone the divine test, but for reasons unknown, the angel god refused to grant him the assessment, resulting in him becoming the weakest pope in the history of the Spirit Hall. Yes, father, Qian Xuanji replied. Grand priest. How can we identify a divine tester? Having been taught by Qian Xuanji for many years, Bibi Dong was not unfamiliar with the term divine. East, do not be rude. Qian Xuanji interjected immediately. It is of no consequence. Qian Douluo waved his hand, his gaze toward Bibi Dong filled with complexity. Generally, a divine tester bears a unique mark upon their forehead, radiating a distinctive wave of power. This is their external characteristic. Qian Xuanji understood that Qian Douluo was aware of his intention to bring someone to the secret chamber. He lamented that had he chosen Bibi Dong instead, perhaps his granddaughter could have become the new angel god. As for now, he could only wait until Qian Renxue turned 6 to reconsider. A unique mark on the forehead. Bibi Dong reflected in her mind, recalling the young man she encountered a month prior on the outskirts of the Starry Great Forest, who indeed bore such a mark. Grand priest, was it a purple scepter mark? Bibi Dong inquired. Qian Douluo looked at her in surprise and then nodded. Indeed, East. The divine tester possesses a purple scepter mark upon his forehead. So, you have met him? Yes. Bibi Dong then recounted her encounter with Chunping. His name is Chunping. Dalu stroked his beard. Since he intends to come to Spirit City, we need not disturb him. We shall meet him upon his arrival. Yes, Grand Priest Father. Gio. Let East handle this matter for now. You should take some time to accompany Shuer and her mother. With that, Dalu vanished, leaving the papal palace. Then, teacher, I shall take my leave for now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping made a gentlemanly gesture in response, expressing his gratitude. It is indeed an honor to receive the approval of Miss Ling Yuan. With a playful smile, Ling Yuan continued, Hee, you are truly amusing. Tell me, Chen Ping, do you think I could ever acquire a 10,000-year spirit ring? Judging by the circumstances depicted in the anime, Ling Yuan did not possess a 10,000-year spirit ring and even perished while hunting one. She could be considered someone with lofty aspirations, but reality dealt her a heavy blow when her 9th spirit ring turned out to be merely a black 10,000-year ring. There will be a way, as long as you desire it. The future holds promise, Chen Ping replied earnestly. To hunt a 10,000-year spirit beast. It was certainly insufficient to rely on a low-tier title Douluo like Dugubo. At the very least, a super Douluo, accompanied by several ordinary title Douluo, would be necessary for a secure endeavor. After all, not everyone possesses the exceptional luck of Tang San, who, at level 80, was able to slay a 10,000-year evil soul beast almost purely through his own strength. Of course, you will need formidable allies, Chunping added. A 90-level soul Douluo cannot hope to defeat a 10,000-year spirit beast, let alone kill it and absorb its spirit ring. Ling Yuan nodded thoughtfully. I understand that. I was studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall and had inquired with the teachers there. They had already informed me of this. Oh, I did not realize you had already joined the Spirit Hall. Will you continue your studies afterward? Chunping asked, surprised. Ling Yuan first shook her head and then nodded. My grandfather advised me to attend the Advanced Soul Master Academy in Spirit City after reaching level 30. The Spirit Hall does not have a mid-level Soul Master Academy, typically. One spends their time at the Junior Academy until level 20. Joining the Advanced Academy at level 20 does not yield many resources. It is merely a waste of time. Only after reaching level 30 will one receive focused training at the Advanced Academy. Ling Yuan spoke with confidence. Once I become a Soul Zone, I will be eligible to graduate. The Spirit Hall will assign graduates to various Spirit Hall branches across the continent. Leaning closer to Chunping, she whispered, Grandfather Bisora mentioned that if I were to be assigned, he would arrange for me to transfer to Soto City to eventually take over his position. That sounds wonderful. Chunping congratulated her. In branches like the Soto City Spirit Hall, generally, a Soul King can serve as the Hall Master, while the main hall requires at least a high-level Soul Emperor or even a Soul Sage. As for the two great sanctuaries, only Soul Douluo level Spirit Masters may hold the position of Hall Master. Have you ever considered becoming an Elder of the Spirit Hall? Chunping inquired curiously. According to the original storyline, Ling Yuan would become a title Douluo at a younger age than Tang Hao. Achieving such a feat without any external aids would indeed mark her as an extraordinary talent. The Elders of the Spirit Hall are all title Douluo. Ling Yuan declared with unwavering determination. I will undoubtedly become an Elder of the Spirit Hall. Haha, what an ambition. Truly deserving of being my granddaughter, remarked Ling Hai, who had stealthily entered the room. Ling Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully reproached, Grandfather, when did you come in? Chunping offered a formal greeting. Greetings. Grandfather Ling Hai. Observing the scene, Ling Hai chuckled. You two have been chattering away for half an hour while the guests outside are growing impatient. Ah, Ling Yuan exclaimed, glancing at her watch in alarm. It's all Chunping's fault. If he hadn't piqued my curiosity, I would not have lost track of time. With that, she hastily exited the room. Grandfather Ling Hai, Ling Yuan's unfinished sentence left Chunping bewildered. Sister, I merely answered a few of your questions. How did this become my fault? Good job, Chunping. I have high hopes for you, Ling Hai said with a playful demeanor, resting his hand on Chunping's shoulder. Chunping, feeling a bit flustered, quickly brushed off Ling Hai's arm and ran outside. Before long, the banquet commenced. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the Chuck father-son duo, as if they did not exist at all. As the banquet progressed, Ling Hai made attempts to introduce some nobles to Chunping, but he declined each one. These individuals sought to associate with him solely due to his strength and the influential figure behind him, hoping to draw him into their families. For Chunping, it was far more prudent to concentrate on enhancing his own abilities rather than engaging in the intrigues of the nobility. In the face of absolute strength, Such maneuverings were trivial. Once the distinguished guests had enjoyed their fill, the banquet came to an end. Sigh, since the banquet began, I haven't seen Ling Yuan at all. Chunping lamented as he slowly exited the hotel. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance around him and became alert. Ah, your vigilance is commendable, emerged a figure from the shadows. Recognizing the visitor, Chunping couldn't help but smile wryly. Miss Ling Yuan, you startled me. I thought someone was coming to seek revenge. Ling Yuan stepped closer. A teasing expression on her face. You did eliminate the Chuck father and son, annihilating their entire family. Who would come looking for trouble? Besides, Chuck's reputation in our circles isn't favorable. The list of those who wish to kill him could stretch from here to the city gates. Your actions would likely please many. Chen Ping scratched his head and smiled, finally releasing the heavy burden that had weighed on his heart. These nobles often had intricate connections. Eliminating one would be akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, provoking relentless retaliation. With this in mind, Chen Ping expressed his gratitude to Miss Ling Yuan for her timely warning. Ling Yuan chuckled. Oh, you. She continued. By the way, my grandfather has arranged for me to enter the Grand Soul Arena tomorrow afternoon for a soul battle. And he insists that we team up for a 2-on-2 match. Do not be late. Rest assured, I will not. Chen Ping responded with a grin. Humph. Ling Yuan turned her head away in a feigned haughty manner. Let me warn you, if your negligence leads to our defeat, I shall never speak to you again. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping promptly assured her, do not worry, that will never happen. I did not even know how to write the word lose. Ling Yuan burst into laughter. You always so endearing. Well, since I'm in a good mood today, I shall overlook it. Go back and rest. Do not delay tomorrow's battle. Understood, my lady. I shall take my leave. Chen Ping replied and vanished into the night. Ling Yuan stood still, gazing at Chen Ping's retreating figure. What is it, my dear granddaughter? Have you taken a liking to him? Ling Hai approached Ling Yuan, half-jokingly. Of him? Ling Yuan turned away, adopting a proud demeanor. Chapter 27. The Spirit Sword Duo. Hello. We would like to register for the 2-on-2 soul battle. Chen Ping handed over his silver soul badge along with Ling Yuan's newly registered iron soul badge to the staff. Upon recognizing the visitor, the staff immediately became enthusiastic, exclaiming, Ah, it is the esteemed Lord of Daylight. After receiving the soul badges, the staff promptly began their tasks. What is the name of your combination, Lord of Daylight? Chen Ping pondered for a moment before responding, glancing at Ling Yuan. What name do you think would be fitting? My martial spirit is the Flame Eagle, and yours is the Daylight Dragon Sword. Ling Yuan mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. Oh dear, she exclaimed, stamping her foot. None of these combinations are appealing. Whether it be Flame Sun or Flame Sword, they sound so kitsch. The staff, wearing a forced smile, suggested. How about I randomly generate a name for you? What do you think? Random? Chen Ping shook his head. After all, we aspire to dominate the Soto Soul Arena. How can we accept a random name? Turning to Ling Yuan, he proposed, shall we call ourselves the Spirit Sword Combination? What do you think, Miss Ling Yuan? Very well. Spirit Sword it is, Ling Yuan conceded, unable to think of a better alternative. By the way, could you arrange a soul battle for us promptly? The Spirit Sword Combination. The staff worked swiftly, soon returning the soul badges. Please hold on a moment. We currently have a Silver Soul team in matching status. Would you like to match with them now, or wait a while? Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan expressed her doubts, but I only possess an Iron Soul badge. Why would I match with a team of Silver Soul badges? Well, Chen Ping scratched his head. I hold a Silver Soul badge. And the matching rules are based on the highest soul badge within the team. Oh, Ling Yuan nodded thoughtfully. This. The staff, after reviewing the opponent's information, cautiously inquired, Mr. Daylight, the opposing team consists of 2 level 29 Grand Soul Masters. Would it be prudent to wait a while? Chen Ping's reputation had already spread throughout the soul fighting arena. The staff member was well aware of this. After all, Chen Ping was a level 29 Great Soul Master, and she would never obstruct him. However, with the addition of Ling Yuan, a mere level 21 Great Soul Master, the staff member feared that Chen Ping might falter and tarnish his undefeated record. Humph. Ling Yuan scoffed. Let us take them on. I want them to witness what it truly means to be the strongest newcomer. The staff member chuckled awkwardly, directing her gaze towards Chen Ping. Very well. Let us commence without delay. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Reluctantly, the staff member proceeded to arrange the match as per Chen Ping's request. In a private box within the arena, 2 tall, strikingly similar women were toying with a black cat in their arms. How rare it is that someone agreed to a match with us, one remarked. Sister, it's been half a month since we last fought. I wonder if our opponents can keep up with our pace. The woman in black raised her wine glass, clinking it with her companions. I am truly looking forward to today's adversaries. Please welcome the Ling Sword Duo and the Catwoman Duo to Arena 3, echoed the announcement through the arena. Without a moment's hesitation, the two women swiftly appeared on the battle stage. Meanwhile, Chen Ping and Ling Yuan were still in the corridor, discussing their tactics as they made their way to the arena. Chen Ping, you will draw their initial attacks. I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Ling Yuan declared confidently, selecting a strategy from the few that Ling Hai had provided her. The strategy seemed sound, yet Chen Ping felt it was somewhat unreliable. Miss Ling Yuan, we are uncertain whether our opponents are agility-based or power-based soul masters. This strategy is only suited for those who rely on sheer brute strength. Ling Yuan pouted slightly and countered, if they were plant-type soul masters, I could handle them on my own without your assistance. The principle of fire overcoming wood was vividly demonstrated within the world of soul masters. Not everyone is like Tang San, who has consumed both the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, possessing dual immunity to ice and fire. Indeed, you make a valid point. But if they are agility-based soul masters, I might struggle against them. Chen Ping acknowledged her perspective while expressing his concerns. Oh, come on, Ling Yuan replied impatiently. If they are agility-based, we can engage them one-on-one. Let us finish this match quickly so I can participate in a one-on-one battle. All right. Chen Ping replied with a resigned smile. Ling Yuan's personality clearly suggested she had yet to experience the harsher realities of life. Perhaps facing some challenges would be beneficial for her, even possessing 2 divine soul rings. Chen Ping could not guarantee victory and would need to exert himself fully to win each match. Thus far, no opponent had lasted even half a stick of incense against him. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the Ling Sword Duo, the host announced at a rapid pace. The Ling Sword Duo was just formed today, and as you may have noticed, they include the illustrious Daylight, who recently achieved over 30 consecutive victories in the Grand Soul Arena. The host's voice grew louder, stirring excitement among the audience. Due to Daylight's possession of a Silver Soul badge, their opponents today were also a Silver Soul Duo, the Catwoman Duo. Both members of the Catwoman Duo were level 29 Great Soul Masters, having achieved an impressive 18 consecutive victories just half a month ago. Now, will Mr. Daylight secure a triumphant start in this 2-on-2 battle, or will the Catwoman Duo claim their 19th consecutive victory? Let us await the outcome. As the host's words faded, the audience erupted, eagerly chanting Chunping's name. Oh, Chunping, it seems the crowd is quite supportive of you, Ling Yuan teased. Then her expression turned serious. But it won't be long before they are chanting my name. Chunping smiled faintly. Then I wish Miss Ling Yuan a triumphant victory. The two ascended the soul fighting platform, and the referee promptly announced, please both sides activate your martial spirits. The soul fight will officially commence in 1 minute. The Cat-Girl Duo, noticing the youthfulness of Chunping and his companion, urged, little brother, little sister, it would be wise to concede now. It's not too late to avoid having your pride wounded by your elder sisters. Hee. Ling Yuan gritted her teeth. Who knows who will win or lose? With that, she declared, Ling Yuan, Martial Spirit Flame Eagle, a 21st level Assault Soul Master. During the day, she was a 22nd level Assault Soul Master. Chunping merely smiled nonchalantly. So what if there have been over 30 consecutive victories in one-on-one soul fights? Chun-In, Martial Spirit Leopard Cat, a 29th level Agility Soul Master. Xiaya, Martial Spirit Leopard Cat, also a 29th level Agility Soul Master. The 20th chapter, the Arduous Soul Fight. Ling Yuan's expression soured. According to her pre-match strategy, facing Agility Soul Masters would be utterly futile. Perceiving Ling Yuan's thoughts, Chunping stepped forward. Ling Yuan, it's all right. The attack power of Agility Soul Masters is not particularly high, even at 29 levels. They will not be our match. Ling Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Chunping and nodded slightly. I understand. Later, we shall each take on one of them and use brute force to bring them down. Good. Chunping's gaze sharpened, fixated on the two opponents. As a swordsman, his focus was absolute. He could easily discern their movements, though at times, his body struggled to keep pace with his divine reactions. Are you frightened? Chunyin stepped forward, flicking her tail behind her. Is it that our strength has shattered your pre-fight plans? Fear not, Xiaya chimed in. We will swiftly conclude this battle, sparing you further pain. Let the true skills be revealed. Ling Yuan retorted, exasperated. The referee's bell rang. The soul fight officially begins. Chun-In and Xiaya exchanged glances, swiftly springing into action. Their positions intertwined as they advanced toward Chunping and Ling Yuan. Visual lock. Chunping's expression turned serious. No matter how keen his sight, it was ineffective against physiological responses. Their speed was overwhelming. He could not pinpoint them. He shouted, "Ling Yuan, we must act quickly." Ling Yuan instinctively took a step back. The opponents surged forward. Their soul power levels vastly superior. She sensed the impending danger, her legs trembling slightly. Merely a trivial skill, Chunping scoffed, activating his second soul skill, Solar Gale. With a swing of his sword, golden sword energy transformed into a gale, compelling Chunyan and Xiaoya's positions. It's working. Chunping felt a surge of joy and quickly turned to instruct Miss Ling Yuan, take advantage of their momentary setback and gather your soul power. At the sound of the familiar voice, Ling Yuan regained her focus. 2 yellow soul rings shimmered beneath her feet as she unleashed her first soul skill, Flame Eagle's Fire, followed by her second, Conflagration. This is troubling. She is a fire attribute soul master. Realizing the precarious situation, Chunya and Xiaya swiftly retreated. In the realm of soul masters, those wielding fire or lightning attributes possess the most formidable soul skills of their rank. The Haotian hammer carries a lightning attribute. And the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex shares the same trait. Ling Yuan, what are you doing? Chunping was taken aback, thinking to himself, have you lost your mind? To release 2 soul skills consecutively at the outset? How will you manage later? However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. This was Ling Yuan's first participation in a soul fighting competition, having previously lived under the protection of her family, akin to a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. In the battles of soul masters, those capable of inflicting maximum damage with minimal soul power consumption are already considered among the elite. Ling Yuan's soul skills had limited range. Her first skill augmented her fire attribute by 20 and granted her the ability to fly, while the second was an area effect skill that produced a splendid display of flame flowers. Seeing this, Chunya chuckled derisively, her words laced with scorn. Her gaze became even more contemptuous. Someone who cannot even grasp the timing to release a soul skill dares to participate in the Silver Soul Fighting Tournament? Xiaya scoffed. Just admit defeat. You, little girl, are merely a burden to your partner. You. Ling Yuan's anger ignited fully. She unleashed her first soul skill, Flame Eagle's Fire, once more. This time, Ling Yuan soared into the sky. The Flame Eagle spread its wings, and countless fiery feathers cascaded down from above. The arena was instantly elevated by the swirling flames. As the fiery feathers struck the ground, igniting patches of scorched earth beneath them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping made another move. He had no choice. If he did not seize this opportunity to strike, once Ling Yuan's soul power was exhausted, he would be left to fight alone. Moreover, the full extent of the opponent's trump cards remained a mystery. How intriguing. Chunya flashed a wicked smile and unleashed her first soul skill, Ket Shadow Continuous. This time, Chunping could sense that Chunya had expended a greater amount of soul power to manifest this ability. In an instant, 3 figures of Chunya appeared, captivating Ling Yuan's attention entirely as the fiery feathers began to gravitate towards her. What an opportune moment. Xiaya, with a spark of inspiration, swiftly distanced herself from Chunya while simultaneously repelling Chunping's gale force. In the stands, Ling Hai's fist struck the armrest of his chair with considerable force. Nonsense. He was acutely aware of the unfolding situation. Ling Yuan had fallen into the opponent's trap, expending a significant amount of soul power. And Chunping could only passively become ensnared alongside her. How could that rascal Ling Long have taught her? My dear granddaughter shows no sense of combat awareness whatsoever. The thought made Ling Hai's teeth grind in frustration. Were it not for his son Ling Long's absence, he would have certainly given her a stern lesson. Meanwhile, Chunping sighed in resignation. He knew he could not afford to utilize too much soul power, lest the range and speed of the gale force increase significantly beyond its current level. Chunping was uncertain about the nature of his opponent's second soul skill. However, in the context of teleportation-type soul skills, he realized that utilizing a substantial amount of soul power could easily lead to significant repercussions. The arena for the 2-on-2 soul battle was designed for team combat, providing an expansive space. Even under the glaring midday sun, with the opponent's enhanced speed, evasion would be quite effortless. Due to Ling Yuan's reckless initiation, Chunping found himself without the luxury of trial and error. He understood that once he expended a considerable amount of energy, he would need to inflict injury upon his adversary. Otherwise, his chances of victory would be utterly diminished. It was indeed a daunting challenge. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping seized the opportunity, and the golden dragon totem on the daylight dragon sword slowly opened its eyes. In an instant, a tremendous aura of the dragon emanated from the sword. What? Xiaya widened her eyes, an inexplicable sense of fear surged within her, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Truly, the might of the dragon. Chen Ping felt a surge of joy as he swung the daylight dragon sword downwards. Even as she reacted, the bloodline suppression caused Xiaya's movements to slow considerably. Her left arm was struck by Chen Ping, rendering her hand powerless and hanging limply. Chapter 29. The Fusion Technique of Martial Spirits. Xiaya. Upon witnessing this, Chunya gritted her teeth. Utilizing the air to gain leverage, she leaped upward. Her target aimed directly at Ling Yuan. Not good. Reluctantly, Chen Ping had to withdraw, compelled to assist Ling Yuan. Indeed, it was an opportune moment to eliminate Xiaya. Yet Ling Yuan would also suffer as a consequence. Chen Ping could not gauge the severity of Chunya's strike. Furthermore, it was Ling Yuan's first participation in the Soul Arena, and Ling Hai was watching from the sidelines. If he did not intervene, it might create a rift between them. How could this be? Ling Yuan was bewildered. She could not comprehend how Chunya was able to leap in midair without any foothold while simultaneously forcing her fire feathers aside. Second soul technique, leopard cat strike. Chunya's form accelerated once more, rapidly closing the distance between them. An offensive soul technique. This was both a blessing and a curse for Chen Ping. The advantage was that with knowledge of the opponent's soul technique, he could strike with full force next time, confident of hitting even with their first soul technique. However, the downside was that if Ling Yuan were hit directly, she could sustain serious injuries. Not only was Chen Ping anxious, but even Ling Hai on the sidelines felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Second soul technique, solar gale. A massive golden gale stood in front of Ling Yuan, a manifestation of Chen Ping's soul technique. Ling Yuan regained her senses, realizing her predicament, and shouted, "Chen Ping, cover me." "Okay," Chen Ping replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He truly feared that Ling Yuan would remain in a daze. In this scenario, if the opponent managed to seize Ling Yuan, Chen Ping would inevitably be placed in a passive position. "Do you really think your mere gale can stop me?" Ridiculous. With a cold laugh, Chunya's soul technique struck Chen Ping's gale, attempting to break through and target Ling Yuan. She was confident that within such a short distance, she could eliminate Ling Yuan. Is that so? A slight smile curved Chen Ping's lips. In the next moment, he raised the daylight dragon sword, radiating with golden light. The golden dragon carving on the sword's back seemingly coming to life, swirling around the sword's body. "Go, daylight holy dragon." As soon as the words left his lips, the golden dragon surged into the gale upon Chen Ping's command. Roaring, the golden dragon's body began to enlarge in the direction of the gale's rotation. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's length stabilized at 15 meters. "Humph, I refuse to believe that with your mere 22nd level of soul power, you can withstand my attack," Chunya bellowed. Second soul technique, leopard cat strike. Swish, swish. She unleashed her claws in rapid succession. The dark yellow claws struck the golden dragon, causing no damage whatsoever. Instead, with a swift turn, the dragon's tail crashed heavily against Chunya's chest. Chunya let out a piercing scream, her body crashing heavily to the ground. "Kid, quickly retract your soul power." Chen Ping heard the urgent voice of Rose Heel echoing in his mind. Chen Ping did not dare to be presumptuous and promptly complied. The daytime sacred dragon, though sustained for merely a few seconds, had already drained 30% of Chen Ping's soul power. Should his soul power prove sufficient in the future, he might contemplate the continual summoning of the golden dragon for combat. Chen Ping pondered a possibility, if such were the case. Even when faced with adversaries whose strength far surpassed his own, he would not be devoid of the capacity to fight back. In the audience, Ling Hai's expression fluctuated. He felt a mixture of disappointment towards Ling Yuan and admiration for Chen Ping. With a sigh, Ling Hai mused, "Within the weapon spirit, there lies an unexpectedly formidable dragon vein. Perhaps, upon acquiring the 7th soul skill, one could achieve the transformation of the weapon spirit into a beast spirit." At this thought, a glint of brilliance flickered in Ling Hai's eyes. "The serpent spear, that old chap, I have not seen him in 20 years. It is said he has become a soul Douluo. I hope he will, for my sake, impart some guidance to Chen Ping. Possessing 2 types of martial spirits in their true form, he is destined to become a titled Douluo in the future. Are you all right?" Chen Ping rushed over as he saw Ling Yuan descend from the sky. Ling Yuan shook her head, her body weakly half-kneeling on the ground. I am fine. Nearly exhausted from excessive soul power consumption, Chen Ping assisted her to her feet and said, "It's all right, Miss Ling Yuan. Perhaps it would be best for you to leave the stage for now. I shall ensure our victory." He pondered whether Ling Yuan might devise some unforeseen complications, and deemed it safest to escort her away. With all opponents injured, Chen Ping felt confident in his ability to defeat them. No, Ling Yuan shook her head resolutely. I must defeat them myself. This took Chen Ping by surprise. Observing the unwavering determination in Ling Yuan's gaze left him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the situation for Chunya and her companion was considerably more dire than that of Chen Ping and Ling Yuan. Xiaoya's left arm had become entirely immobile, and Chunya had sustained internal injuries, leaving them with seemingly no option but to surrender. Big sister, how are you holding up? Can you still fight? Xiaoya inquired. Chunya nodded, asserting, we have not lost yet. I refuse to believe that little girl can maintain such good fortune indefinitely. It was unexpected that that boy, Giroux, would bring along a burden. Had it not been for her encumbrance, they likely would have triumphed without resorting to that particular tactic. Xiaoya's expression was a complex mixture of emotions. Chen Ping's ability to injure both of them, despite falling into their trap, is a testament to his prowess. Defeated by Chen Ping, they harbored no grievances. However, they were reluctant to succumb to Ling Yuan. Xiaoya, employ that move. Chunya remarked as she observed Chen Ping and Ling Yuan drawing closer, solidifying her resolve. Understood, elder sister, Xiaoya responded. In the next moment, their martial souls soared into the sky, accompanied by a powerful surge of soul energy. What is happening? Chen Ping grasped Ling Yuan, gradually retreating. Wait. I have an uneasy feeling about their hidden trump card. Do not approach yet. I understand this situation, Ling Yuan gulped. Grandfather once mentioned that when two individuals' martial souls exhibit a high degree of compatibility, they can unleash a martial soul fusion technique. During this fusion process, a formidable surge of soul energy is generated. Martial soul fusion technique. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the implications of such a technique. The combination of two martial souls could yield results where 1 + 1 surpasses 2. This has become troublesome. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping was relatively fine, but the impact on Ling Yuan would be devastating. It is imperative to understand that a Soul Master's body, once severely injured, suffers a loss of vitality that can make future cultivation exceedingly arduous, even if they are later rescued. Ling Yuan was in a state of inner turmoil. My dear granddaughter, swiftly take Chen Ping and retreat. Do not be reckless, for you cannot win, echoed Ling Hai's voice in Ling Yuan's mind. Understood. Ling Yuan turned to Chen Ping and said, let us concede. My grandfather just communicated with me. No, Miss Ling Yuan, you must withdraw first. I wish to continue testing my limits. Chen Ping insisted resolutely. Chapter 30, The Dragon's Tail. Trust me, I am aware of my own limits. Seeing Ling Yuan hesitate, Chen Ping assured her, should I find myself at a disadvantage, I will concede immediately, and I assure you, I will not sustain any injuries. Then, Ling Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, very well, I shall withdraw for now. With that, Ling Yuan signaled to the referee, indicating her concession. In a 2-on-2 soul battle, the match does not conclude unless both members of one side concede. The remaining participant may choose to continue fighting or also concede. Observing that Chen Ping showed no inclination to concede, the referee indicated for the match to proceed. In daylight, I must acknowledge your formidable strength. None among us can surpass you, the massive leopard cat began, but the circumstances have changed. You are undoubtedly aware of the potency of the martial soul fusion technique. Surrender. It would be a shame for you to perish in this arena. Surrender? Chen Ping shook his head. The martial soul fusion technique is indeed powerful. Yet the outcome can only be determined through combat. Immediately after, Chen Ping inquired of Loxier in his mind. Hey, are you certain? Can your method be relied upon? I have staked my reputation here. I cannot afford to be proven wrong. Just moments ago, Loxier had assured Chen Ping that he had a way for him to overcome his opponent. Otherwise, Chen Ping would not possess such confidence. After all, this was merely the first round of a 2-on-2 battle. Even if they were to lose, it would not disrupt the streak of victories in 1-on-1 battles. They simply needed to maintain their winning streak from the next match onward, ensuring that Chen Ping's 2-on-2 encounters could still uphold their record. Damn it. Do you truly lack faith in me? Loxier retorted, you have already discovered another application of your martial soul. Now follow my instructions, and victory is assured. Fine. Oh, you seem quite confident. In that case, we sisters shall not waste any more time with you. As her words fell, the leopard cat suddenly exerted its strength, leaping towards Chunping with great ferocity. Its forepaws extended, sharp claws aimed menacingly at Chunping's chest. Here it comes. Chunping stood calmly in place, showing no intention of evasion whatsoever. In the next moment, the daylight dragon sword in his hand and the soul ring beneath his feet vanished. To the onlookers, it appeared that Chunping had surrendered, making a gesture of capitulation. What? The leopard cat was momentarily taken aback, then retracted its claws, abandoning this attempt at attack. Daylight. Have you truly conceded? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping smiled faintly as two yellow soul rings gradually ascended around him. This time, he did not wield the daylight dragon sword in his hand. Instead, he suspended it before him. What was he planning? Chunya and Xiaya exchanged perplexed glances at this unfolding scene. One thing was certain, in the face of their martial soul fusion technique, Chunping would not engage in futile efforts. Even the act of conceding would not be performed again, having deceived them once. He surely understood that he could not do so a second time. Regardless, he was but a solitary individual, entirely incapable of withstanding their onslaught. Meow. The leopard cat let out a fierce roar, its entire being bursting forth with soul power. This was alarming. The surge of soul energy had reached the advanced soul master level, far beyond what Chunping could endure. Ling Hai rose from his seat, his lips moving rapidly in speech, though the surrounding individuals could not hear his words. Grandfather, will Chunping be all right? Ling Yuan asked cautiously from her chair. She had just endured a scolding from Ling Hai, and though she was uncertain why her typically kind grandfather had berated her today, she knew that if Chunping were injured, she would face an even harsher reprimand. Upon receiving Ling Hai's silent communication, Chunping confidently assured him that he would concede if he found himself unable to compete, using this as a ruse to deflect the concern. In truth, he himself was uncertain whether he could prevail. With a swift motion, the leopard cat unleashed a claw, sending multiple claw marks hurtling toward Chunping. Damn it! Don't let me down. With a heart brimming with tension, Chunping struck fiercely with his right fist against the blade of the daylight dragon sword. As his fist made contact, the sword transformed into a golden dragon, coiling gracefully around Chunping's arm. With a decisive punch, the golden dragon surged forth, its resilient scales firmly blocking the onslaught of the leopard cat's claws. What was happening? The audience erupted in astonishment, rising to their feet in disbelief at the spectacle before them. It was well known that Chunping's martial spirit was the daylight dragon sword. So why had it morphed into a golden dragon in that fleeting moment? I had once heard that Charlotte and Master mentioned the possibility of a dual martial spirit. No sooner had the words escaped than someone countered, it is not a dual martial spirit, but rather a mutated weapon spirit, possessing the unique ability to transform into a beast spirit while fundamentally remaining a weapon spirit. Ah, this is indeed our esteemed scholar from Soto City. And his assertion is undeniably accurate. It aligns perfectly with my conjecture. Ling Hai sighed, hoping fervently that Chunping would concede swiftly. In the arena, the sudden turn of events caused Chunya and Xiaya to furrow their brows. Just as before, the overwhelming pressure of bloodline dominance left them feeling uneasy. Even amidst their martial spirit fusion technique, the suppression remained conspicuously potent. Curse it, how is this daylight so formidable? Chunya gritted her teeth. For her, having unleashed their martial spirit fusion technique, victory was imperative. Losing under such circumstances was simply unacceptable. Elder sister, let us unleash our full strength. Xiaya, exhibiting remarkable composure, immediately articulated her thoughts. Daylight surely intends to exploit the bloodline suppression to prolong the duration of our martial spirit fusion technique. We must not allow him to succeed. Very well, if that is the case, we shall confront him with all our might. A hissing sound of tearing wind filled the air. Before Chunping, countless claw marks formed by soul power surged towards him. Daylight-wide explosion. With a thunderous roar, two soul techniques intertwined, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Concede. The leopard cat dashed through the remnants of the blast, intending to defeat Chunping with a single strike. Gritting his teeth, Chunping unleashed another punch. The golden dragon took flight, crashing into the leopard cat's abdomen. Damn it. That headbutt was no light matter. The leopard cat fell to the ground. This ends now. Chunping swiftly rushed forward. He leaped into the air, extending his right leg slightly, and after a somersault, he forcefully kicked out the divine dragon's tail. The golden dragon executed an identical maneuver to Chunping's, but targeted with its tail. Bang! The immense force sent the leopard cat tumbling off the battle arena. In that instant, the leopard cat disintegrated, revealing Chunya and Xiaya. Chapter 31. The Satisfied Spirit See Daylight, Daylight. The spectators outside the arena fervently chanted Chunping's name. At last, victory was his. Chunping slumped to the ground. If only the energy consumption of the soul techniques could be reduced while maintaining their power, the battles would be considerably easier. He sighed inwardly, yearning even more for his third soul technique. Power was of little consequence, as long as the soul energy consumption was minimal and its functionality robust. Chunping would be content. He decided to forego one-on-one battles today and take a proper rest. He conveyed his thoughts to Loxer. You indeed ought to balance work and rest, Loxer agreed without opposition. Outside the arena, Chunya and Xiaya struggled to rise. Their gazes icy as they fixed their eyes on Chunping. Next time, we sisters will surely make you pay. After declaring their intent, they helped each other away from the battleground. Hey, kid, seems like you've caught someone's attention, Loxer teased in Chunping's mind. Rolling his eyes, Chunping retorted, oh please. Who knows? They might lose again in a couple of days and end up holding a grudge against someone else. In a private room within the battle arena. Good lad, to have defeated your opponent's martial soul fusion technique single-handedly. You are far more formidable than I was at your age, Ling Hai remarked, giving a thumbs up. Truly, one could not help but admire. Chen Ping reclined on the sofa, his voice imbued with a languid tone. Grandfather Ling Hai, you flatter me excessively. Miss Ling Yuan has expended most of her soul energy. I merely happened to suppress them with my martial soul. Otherwise, I would have long since conceded defeat. Ah, you, Ling Hai chuckled, shaking his head. It seems your soul energy is nearly depleted. Perhaps you should take a day of rest. Tomorrow, when your soul energy has replenished, you can participate in the soul battles with renewed vigor. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Ling Yuan, his words laden with significance. My dear granddaughter, you should continue with the one-on-one soul battles later. Your combat skills still require refinement. Yes, Ling Yuan replied, her head bowed in acknowledgement. Through Ling Hai's admonishment, Ling Yuan gradually came to recognize her shortcomings. In this bout, she had been merely going through the motions. Had it not been for Chunping's formidable strength, she would undoubtedly have lost the match. Her sole contribution to the battle, it seemed, was to withdraw voluntarily, alleviating Chunping's concerns. A hint of awkwardness hung in the air as Chunping chuckled dryly, seeking to shift the topic. Grandfather Ling Hai, how is your health at present? Chunping was uncertain whether Ling Hai had absorbed any soul bones, so he inquired. The matter of soul bones must be kept confidential. And Ling Hai did not dare to be overly casual. You, my friend, are actually concerned about me, he said, shrugging his shoulders. With a hint of resignation. Ling Hai remarked, there are too many worries to attend to each day. My condition remains unchanged. This implied that he had been preoccupied lately and lacked the time to absorb any soul bones. Chunping advised, Grandpa Ling Hai, no matter how busy you are, it is essential to take a break. One must balance work and rest. He then turned to Ling Yuan. Have you signed up for the one-on-one soul battle? If not, it would be better to rest for a while. Your soul power was significantly depleted earlier. Ling Yuan cast a resentful glance at Ling Hai and replied, I know. Grandpa has mentioned it to me before. Sometimes, it is not that the opponent is too strong, but rather that one becomes timid and anxious, preventing them from fully showcasing their abilities. This is quite normal. Chunping discerned Ling Yuan's feelings and reassured her, when I participated in my first soul battle, I was even more nervous than you. Had my opponent not made frequent mistakes, I would have lost long ago. I see, Ling Yuan still appeared disheartened. Hey, you little rascal, Ling Hai patted Chunping's shoulder and gently shook his head. My granddaughter is the most outstanding, in your opinion. Hee. Chunping understood Ling Hai's intent. I merely spoke casually. Time tends to pass swiftly when one is at ease. Before long, evening arrived. After Chunping and the others finished their meal in the private room, they proceeded to the audience seats. Dear granddaughter, one-on-one soul battles differ greatly from two-on-two battles. Ling Hai explained a strategy to Ling Yuan before the match. In a one-on-one battle, there is no team coordination. The only objective is to demonstrate your strength and defeat your opponent with sheer power. In this one-on-one battle, Ling Yuan only possessed an Iron Soul battle badge. So her opponent was a newcomer who had just advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master. Ling Hai had already obtained information about the opponent through his connections at the Soul Battle Arena. Ling Hai intended for this match to bolster Ling Yuan's confidence, especially since her previous performance had been somewhat Disappointing. Grandpa, I understand. Ling Yuan interrupted impatiently. The opponent is merely a level 21 attack-type soul master, with a martial soul that resembles a mud dog. What is there to fear? Ling Hai sighed and patiently advised, my dear granddaughter. Even a lion must use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. You cannot afford to be careless. His granddaughter was exceptional in every aspect, but she possessed a certain arrogance typical of a genius. Miss Ling Yuan, the opponent's martial soul is canine in nature, with soul skills primarily focused on pouncing, biting, and scratching. You only need to wait until they approach before utilizing your second soul skill to easily counter them, Chunping remarked. In fact, sometimes seizing the initiative may not yield better results than a reactive counter. Indeed, Ling Hai responded with a smile. That is precisely the point. The timing of soul skill activation is crucial. One must not act recklessly. Oh, Ling Yuan pouted slightly, as the announcement echoed throughout the soul battle arena. Ling Yuan stepped onto the battle platform. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping nodded and remarked, I can see that, but she is still young. Things will improve with time. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed the wisdom of his previous existence, and his thoughts were no longer those of a child. Some matters he naturally perceived with clarity. You still wear that little adult facade, Ling Hai teased. I believe you've been cultivating since childhood, to the point of becoming rather foolish. Is that so? Chunping scratched his head, contemplating Ling Hai's words, which seemed to hold some truth. He had indeed been practicing since a young age. In his early days, cultivation was a tremendous challenge, unlike the rapid progress he experienced now. Ling Hai shifted the conversation and concurred, in truth, you are correct. The initial years of a soul master's cultivation are crucial. If one squanders that time, it becomes increasingly difficult to advance as one ages. Take me for example. After wasting so many years, even with a full recovery from my injuries, I have only reached the pinnacle of Soul Sage. Unlike you, who still have the potential to aspire to the title of Douluo. Chapter 32. The Dragon Blood Transaction. Chunping, there is a matter that I must inquire about. Ling Hai's expression grew considerably more serious. Chunping was taken aback, unaware of what he had done to warrant Ling Hai's inquiry. Grandfather Ling Hai, feel free to ask. He replied. Ling Hai gestured towards a man not far from them and inquired, do you recognize that fellow? Peering in the direction indicated by Ling Hai, Chunping saw a well-dressed middle-aged man, exuding an air of affluence, clearly a wealthy merchant. I do not recognize him, Chunping admitted. Shaking his head and speaking the truth, it was indeed his first encounter with the man. Unfamiliar? Ling Hai's expression turned peculiar, as he discerned that Chunping did not appear to be lying. The identity of the middle-aged man was that of a merchant dealing in dragon's blood. In the brief span of a month, he had significantly increased his wealth through the trade of dragon's blood, and the business continued to flourish. It would not be long before he ascended to become the wealthiest individual in Soto City, and perhaps even the entire Ballot Kingdom. Ling Hai had conducted a discreet investigation into him, and discovered that the man had promoted the efficacy of dragon's blood in enhancing the strength of martial souls during one of Chunping's competitions. It was from that moment that his dragon's blood enterprise took off. Many had attempted to enter this trade, yet their dragon's blood proved to be ineffective. Were it truly capable of enhancing martial soul quality, Ling Hai would gladly invest heavily in it, but he feared that dragon's blood might merely be a product of deception, leading to a waste of money if the promised enhancements failed to materialize. He had initially thought that since the man was using Chunping's name to sell dragon's blood, perhaps Chunping had some connection to him and might know of some methods. He is selling dragon's blood under your name, asserting that it can enhance martial soul quality. Ling Hai remarked, dragon's blood can enhance martial soul quality? This was the first time Chunping had heard such a claim. He promptly questioned Roseheel in his mind. Is this truly the case? He is using my name. Not unless it is from a dragon-type soul beast aged over 100,000 years, Roseheel replied with a chuckle. I can assure you that there are no more than 10 that meet this criterion on the continent. The implication was clear. The man was undoubtedly engaging in deceit. Dragon-type soul beasts were the most powerful among their kind, and according to the current strength of the continent's formidable warriors, only Tang San, Douluo, and Poseidon could consistently slay a dragon-type soul beast of such age. As for whether this man could enlist their aid, Chunping deemed it utterly impossible. Grandfather Ling Hai, to my knowledge, only the blood of dragon-type soul beasts over 100,000 years old holds any potential to enhance martial soul quality. Other dragons' blood simply lacks this effect, Chunping explained. It seems this fellow is a fraud. Indeed, Ling Hai scoffed with a cold laugh. Chen Ping clenched his fists, his expression darkening considerably. This rogue dares to exploit my name for deceit. Such behavior cannot persist, lest I in truth. Ling Hai elaborated on the matter concerning the trafficking of dragon blood. The essence of his words was that the adversary merely mentioned Chen Ping in passing, without explicitly stating that Chen Ping had ever utilized his dragon blood. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's anger dissipated significantly. Very well. I shall focus on enhancing my strength for now. As for this dragon blood affair, let it be. If possible. Chen Ping wished to compel the individual to cease his fraudulent activities. However, Ling Hai informed him that that middle-aged man had amassed a considerable fortune in a remarkably short time, maintaining close ties with the nobility of the entire Bala Kingdom. Although the dragon blood in question does not enhance the quality of one's martial soul, it does augment the soul power of its users, resulting in a substantial number of repeat customers. In summary, even Ling Hai himself could not topple him. The individuals purchasing the dragon blood were akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. In light of this, Chen Ping found it difficult to comment further. Grandfather Ling Hai, you should prioritize healing your injuries. Chen Ping tactfully shifted the topic. Do not delay. All right. Ling Hai retorted, somewhat exasperated. Why are you more anxious than I am? Hee. Chen Ping scratched his head, his peripheral vision catching the unfolding situation in the soul fighting arena. Miss Ling Yuan was at a disadvantage. From Chen Ping's perspective, Ling Yuan was firmly suppressed by her opponent, leaving her no opportunity to exploit her aerial advantages. Even a tiger, when fallen, can be bullied by dogs, let alone a bird whose combat prowess pales in comparison to that of a tiger. This girl has been overly pampered. It is time she experiences some hardship. Ling Hai remarked, exuding an air of disappointment. In terms of talent, possessing a full innate soul power is undoubtedly akin to a pinnacle achievement. Yet, combat acumen is not an inherent trait, but rather a skill honed through relentless practice. In truth, Ling Yuan had performed admirably. Chen Ping analyzed objectively, despite being pressed. She persistently sought a breakthrough and did not choose to surrender. Upon hearing this, Ling Hai pondered for a moment before agreeing. Indeed, if she dared to surrender, I would show her what for. Haha, Chen Ping chuckled lightly. He understood that for Ling Yuan to change, she must begin from within. Only after she profoundly recognizes her mistakes will she be able to heed his words. As Chen Ping surmised, during a brief interval of aggression, Ling Yuan seized the opportunity and soared into the air. From that moment on, the initiative fell into Ling Yuan's hands, and with a second soul skill, she struck her opponent, rendering him unconscious. Let us congratulate Ling Yuan. As a newcomer, she has achieved her first victory. The announcer's exuberant voice resonated. Yet the audience was relatively quiet, with few applauding her. Well done. Chen Ping stood from his seat, clapping in support of Ling Yuan. The audience remained subdued. But Ling Yuan's gaze immediately fell upon Chen Ping. At this moment, memories of Ling Hai's previous words about Chen Ping's soul fights flooded her mind. Even in silver-ranked battles, Chen Ping swiftly vanquished his opponents. In stark contrast, in this soul fight, faced with an opponent of significantly inferior martial soul quality, she had been utterly suppressed. Had it not been for the absence of a disparity in soul power levels, she might have been defeated long ago. Contemplating this, Ling Yuan's gaze towards Chen Ping became increasingly complex. Dear granddaughter, why do you appear so glum after winning the match? Ling Hai greeted Ling Yuan in the contestant-esque passage. Grandfather, am I not far inferior to Chen Ping? Ling Yuan replied weakly. Why would you say such a thing? Ling Hai's heart tightened, and he quickly reassured her. My dear granddaughter, you performed admirably. It is merely that your combat awareness lags behind that boy's. In all other aspects, you surpass him 1,000-fold. Even when scolding Ling Yuan earlier, Ling Hai had only mentioned her deficiencies in combat awareness, refraining from criticizing her in other areas. Oh, she responded and walked straight back to the audience seating. Chapter 33. Guiding Ling Yuan. Chen Ping. Someone called out, and he turned to see Miss Ling Yuan. Congratulations on your victory in the soul fight. Ling Yuan nodded, her tone devoid of cheer. Chen Ping, dear granddaughter, you too enjoy watching the soul fights. I have matters to attend to. Once the match concludes, you may return home on your own. Ling Hai, having discerned Ling Yuan's concerns, decided it would be best for Chen Ping to offer her guidance while he departed. Chen Ping bowed his head and said, Grandfather Ling Hai, take care. Grandfather departed slowly. Ling Yuan's mood remained low. Chen Ping, taking the initiative, remarked, Miss Ling Yuan, is the competition in the soul-fighting arena not as you envisioned? Ling Yuan remained silent. Yet her eyes revealed that Chen Ping had struck a chord within her. After a brief pause, Chen Ping continued, "This is quite normal. To speak candidly, most individuals experience a similar sentiment during their first soul-fighting competition. Prior to the match, they often disregard their opponents. However, once they step onto the arena, self-doubt tends to overwhelm them, leading to a sense of timidity." Ling Yuan turned her gaze away, biting her lip, and inquired, "Does this exclude you?" Chen Ping chuckled awkwardly. "No one is born a champion. Despite my current victories in soul fighting, I too have faced challenges. In fact, my previous matches were fraught with close calls. And at times, my performance was even less commendable than yours." Ling Yuan appeared hesitant to respond. "Haha, it's all right. Ultimately, in soul fighting, whether one wins or loses is inconsequential. As long as one experiences personal growth, why should one concern themselves with the opinions of others?" Chen Ping said with a hearty laugh. Initially, he had entered the soul fighting arena merely to earn some gold soul coins to improve his living conditions. However, after receiving a divine prompt, he committed himself wholeheartedly, remaining vigilant even against opponents he knew he could easily defeat. Ling Yuan clutched her garment tightly, and after a long moment, she finally spoke. "Chen Ping, I wish to grow stronger. Can you assist me?" Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback, having never anticipated such a request from Ling Yuan. Nevertheless, he found it quite agreeable. "How do you wish to grow stronger?" he instinctively asked. The notion of becoming stronger is, in essence, a subjective one. Some believe that achieving invincibility in one-on-one encounters signifies strength, while others contend that one must be capable of taking on multiple opponents to claim the title of strong. Ultimately, each individual harbors distinct perspectives. Uncertain of Ling Yuan's definition of strength, Chen Ping deemed it prudent to inquire further. "I want to be like you, at the very least. I do not wish to be a hindrance as I was during today's 2-on-2 soul fighting," Ling Yuan declared resolutely, clenching her teeth. "Very well," Chen Ping agreed. "Starting tomorrow, I will come to your home every morning for one-on-one training sessions." He outlined his plan. Combat awareness is cultivated through experience. One must engage in prolonged battles to achieve improvement. "No problem," Ling Yuan replied without hesitation. With the arrangements made, their exchanges grew more frequent. Chen Ping provided an insightful commentary on the ongoing battle spirit, highlighting numerous mistakes made by the participants and suggesting ways to capitalize on them. It was not until midnight that the two exited the arena. "Where do you reside, Chen Ping?" Ling Yuan inquired with curiosity, noting his attire, which suggested he was likely a disciple of some influential faction rather than a commoner. "Oh, I live at the Rose Hotel up ahead," Chen Ping replied without a second thought. "The Rose Hotel?" Ling Yuan's lips curled in a slight grimace. "Yes," Chen Ping continued, oblivious to her reaction. "I paid for a month's stay there a few days ago, so I'll be residing there for the entirety of this month." "Humph," Ling Yuan scoffed. "You men are truly disgusting." With that, she pushed him aside and began walking towards her home. What? Realization dawned on Chen Ping as he slapped his forehead. "Damn it, I forgot. Everyone in Soto City knows that the Rose Hotel has a notorious reputation." He hurried after her, attempting to clarify. "Miss Ling Yuan, you misunderstand. I don't own any property in Soto City. The Rose Hotel is merely close to the Grand Battle Spirit Arena, which is why I chose to stay there, nothing more." "Oh." Ling Yuan remained silent. "Really, I'm telling the truth," Chen Ping insisted. "I'm merely staying there. Your grandfather knows as well. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. I haven't done anything but stay there." "Curse that Rose Hotel. Why does everyone assume the worst when they hear its name? What has this establishment done to earn such a reputation? Could it be that the evil-eyed silver tiger has tarnished its image? But that doesn't make sense. The evil-eyed silver tiger hasn't even been born yet." After 10 minutes of explanation, Ling Yuan finally believed him. Understanding is paramount, Chen Ping thought, his expression one of relief. The following morning, Chen Ping appeared at Ling Yuan's doorstep as promised. The estate was expansive, adorned with meticulously chosen decorations, each potted plant harmoniously fitting into the scenery without any jarring elements. "Ah, young man, you've arrived." Ling Hai greeted him with a smile. "Yesterday, my granddaughter mentioned that you come every morning to offer her guidance." "Grandfather Ling Hai, we are merely engaging in mutual sparring to enhance our abilities," Chen Ping hurriedly clarified, fearing any misunderstanding. No worries. It's only natural for young people to exchange ideas," Ling Hai replied with an understanding expression. "You may go inside. My granddaughter awaits you at the pavilion by the lake. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." "Very well," Chunping thought, realizing Ling Hai had hardly absorbed his words. The estate featured only a single lake, accessible by one solitary path. Chunping quickly approached. "Good morning," he greeted proactively. A hint of a mischievous smile appeared on Ling Yuan's face as she unleashed her first soul skill, Flame Eagle Fire. "You are lacking in martial ethics." Attempting to deceive and ambush me, a mere teenager, Chunping quipped while retreating. In the next moment, he summoned his martial spirit, successfully deflecting Ling Yuan's flames. "How do you like my flames?" Ling Yuan asked with ulterior motives. "Quite impressive, with a lingering effect. Once struck directly, the flames are challenging to extinguish for a considerable time," Chunping replied candidly. "However, compared to the Phoenix fire, it falls somewhat short." Upon hearing the mention of the Phoenix, Ling Yuan scoffed, as if there hasn't been a soul master with such a martial spirit in the Douluo Continent for over a century. "Not necessarily," Chunping shook his head. "I know of a divine herb that can evolve your martial spirit into a phoenix." "What?" Ling Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "The Phoenix martial spirit is indeed a pinnacle martial spirit, possessing the purest fire attribute. After our competition, I shall share more." Chunping smiled slightly. Invoking his second soul skill, Sunlight Gale. In the 34th chapter, titled Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, Ning Fingxi, adorned in a pristine white robe, sat solemnly in the conference hall. The reports from several disciples left him looking somewhat weary as he rubbed his temples incessantly. Suddenly, a resonant and vigorous voice echoed from outside the hall. "Fengxi." Ning Fingxi waved his hand, and the disciple reporting before him promptly retreated. "Sword Uncle, you've arrived," Ning Fingxi greeted with a respectful nod, his fatigue momentarily lifting. The visitor was none other than one of the two esteemed elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, who gracefully sheathed his seven-killing sword and approached Ning Fingxi with a firm stride. "Fingxi, that old fellow Shuiyu has acquiesced to your request. Henceforth, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect shall not be interfered with in the territory of the Heaven Do Empire." Sword Douluo succinctly conveyed the matter. "Is that so?" Ning Fengxi exclaimed with delight, hardly believing the success of his endeavor. "This means our sect's influence will spread throughout the Heaven Do Empire, propelling our development to unprecedented heights." Chen Xin remained indifferent. "Fingxi, I must caution you. The Heaven Do Empire currently lacks title Douluo-level powerhouses. Their compliance with our request is largely a means to leverage our sect's strength. The Haotian sect supports the Star Luo Empire, and Shuiyu cannot entice them. The Blue Dot Tyrannosaurus family has significantly waned in strength over the past decade, with only Yu Engine, a solitary title Douluo, barely holding on. Thus, among the upper three sects, only our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect fits their requirements." At that moment, Ning Fingxi was not as astute as he would later become. He appeared quite youthful. "What you say is reasonable. I appreciate the guidance," he responded with a bow. "Fingxi, regarding the matter in the Stardo Forest." Sword Douluo did not elaborate, yet Ning Fingxi inferred from his entrance that there was more at play. The news of collaborating with the Heaven Do Empire was not a secret, easily reported by disciples. However, Sword Douluo's visit undoubtedly carried other implications. "Sword Uncle, it has been over a month since our disciples stationed near the Stardo Forest have encountered that individual, it seems." Ning Fingxi sighed. "It is indeed too ambitious for one person to enter the Stardo Forest." In response, Chen Xion's expression remained unchanged. "Fengxi, a 12-year-old boy has recently emerged in Soto City, and his martial spirit is also a longsword. A month ago, a report from the Haotian sect indicated that one of their outer disciples encountered my disciple in the Stardo Forest. Furthermore, the token in his possession is the very one you bestowed." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengxi was taken aback, for this information was entirely new to him. "Sword Uncle, this." "Fingxi, you have been preoccupied lately. The disciples reporting these matters have been unable to summon your attention," Chen Xian remarked, seemingly displeased. "It is my oversight," Ning Fengxi replied, furrowing his brow and feigning fatigue. "The negotiations with the Heaven Do Empire, coupled with numerous upgrades to our industries, have indeed been overwhelming. Fengxi, you should rest well." Chen Xian waved his right hand, and the seven-killing sword appeared before him. With a graceful leap, he stood firmly on the blade. As he departed, he left behind a remark. "Fingxi, I will take a look in Soto City. I've arranged for Old Bone to assist you at the sect in the meantime. Sword Uncle, take care." Ning Fengxi watched Chen Xion's retreating figure, letting out a sigh. "It has indeed been too hectic lately. Perhaps I shall take a few days to rest, and when Sword Uncle returns, we can commence the next phase of our endeavors." The sun hung high in the sky, and wisps of smoke billowed from the manor. "Is it already noon?" Chen Ping retracted his martial spirit and turned to enter the pavilion. Miss Ling Yuan, let us conclude for today. I must participate in the battle spirit competition this afternoon. I should take the opportunity to replenish my strength. Throughout the morning, Chen Ping and Ling Yuan engaged in sparring, primarily relying on physical prowess rather than soul power, resulting in an exhaustion predominantly of stamina. Hey, you mentioned that you could evolve my martial spirit. What is that? Ling Yuan casually lifted a nearby cup of water, seemingly unconcerned with her appearance as she drank heartily. Divine herb, Chen Ping replied with a bright smile. Miss, do mind your image. After belching unapologetically, Ling Yuan unabashedly retorted. What of it? It's just water. What is there to be concerned about? You still haven't explained what it is. I warn you, if you dare to default, I'll show you how to teach a lesson. Chen Ping sipped his tea and feigned profundity as he remarked, that is a type of celestial herb. Though referred to as a herb, it more closely resembles a plant like spirit beast. Once ingested, and after the medicinal properties have been fully absorbed, one's martial soul will undergo a transformation, and not only that, but one's innate talents will also evolve. Ah, release me. A sudden pang of pain in his ear caused Chen Ping to exclaim. Speak plainly. Ling Yuan retorted with ire. Your tone is truly infuriating. Infuriating? I am merely mimicking the speech mannerisms of Master Yu. Is it really that vexing? Very well, Master Yu is indeed quite annoying. Clearing his throat, Chen Ping restructured his words. There exists a celestial herb known as the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. By channeling its medicinal essence into your body through your soul power, your martial soul will experience evolution. However, this process is exceedingly painful, akin to being seared by fierce flames. Coxcomb phoenix, sunflower. Ling Yuan murmured. Phoenix, phoenix. Could it be that this celestial herb contains the bloodline of the phoenix? After consuming it, would my martial soul evolve into that of a phoenix? Ling Yuan grasped the crux of the matter and inquired eagerly. Chen Ping scratched his head, uncertainly saying, what you say has its merits. After a moment of contemplation, he added, however, if you were to lose consciousness during the absorption process, the potency of the celestial herb would be significantly diminished. Indeed, Ling Yuan nodded emphatically, and then, with an air of urgency, extended her right hand, exclaiming, hurry, give me the celestial herb. Chen Ping was taken aback. I do not possess any celestial herbs. I was merely speaking casually. What nonsense! Ling Yuan scolded. If you lack celestial herbs, why waste your breath? You've squandered an expression for nothing. Chen Ping found himself at a loss for words. Though I do not have them now, it will not be long before I acquire some. The celestial herbs are right there. They want to sprout legs and run away, especially not with the likes of Douluo unaware of their location. Ahem. I know where to find them, but I will need to wait for a while before I can obtain them, Chen Ping said helplessly. Is that so? Ling Yuan inquired skeptically. I assure you, Chen Ping replied, patting his chest. When I acquire the celestial herbs, you will be the first to know. Goodness. Why do I feel like a sycophant? Ling Yuan chuckled lightly. I'm just teasing you. Now go rest. You must not lag behind in the afternoon soul battles. Isn't it you who lags behind? Chen Ping silently thought, yet he responded with a smile. Fear not, Miss Ling Yuan. When the time comes, you shall witness my prowess. I intend to defeat my opponent single-handedly. P.S. Please, I implore you to collect and follow this work. I am truly struggling. Chapter 35, Chen Xin. Since that day, the collaboration between Chen Ping and Ling Yuan grew increasingly harmonious, and in the blink of an eye, they achieved 5 consecutive victories. On this day, within a shop in Soto City, the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School greeted, We welcome you, sword offering. This establishment was indeed a property of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and all present were disciples of the sect. Sword Douluo casually scanned the room and inquired, How fares the search for the individual I seek? Upon hearing this, a disciple promptly replied, Sword offering, the person you seek is named Chen Ping. He currently resides at the Rose Hotel and spends most of his time at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Recently, he has been associating closely with the Spirit Sea Soul Emperor and frequently visits the estate of Spirit Sea. Get to the point, Chen Xin said. His brows furrowed in impatience. Yes, the disciple hurriedly continued. He goes by the name of Daytime at the Great Soul Arena and has achieved a remarkable 40 consecutive victories. In the 2-on-2 soul battles, he has also secured 5 consecutive wins. If this continues, he could earn the Gold Soul Badge within 2 months and the Purple Gold Soul Badge within 6 months. It is said that his goal is indeed the Purple Gold Soul Badge. Chen Xin murmured, the scene from outside the Starry Great Forest surfacing in his mind. A moment later, A smile graced Chen Xian's face. It seems this lad has encountered some fortunate opportunities to enhance his physique. In the next instant, Chen Xian vanished from his position. The sword offering actually smiled. Have you ever seen the sword offering smile? Hey, Xiaoling, not only us, but even the sect master has probably never witnessed the sword offering smile, another disciple remarked. Stop speculating. I have heard that the sword offering is here to take on disciples. Given the circumstances, that young man must be quite valued by the sword offering. At the Great Soul Arena, Chunping was engaged in a one-on-one soul battle. At this point, it had become exceedingly rare for him to encounter opponents with a silver soul badge of the Great Soul Master level. And today's adversary was a soul master of 31 levels. There are no badge restrictions for challenging at a higher level. So Chunping reluctantly chose to accept the challenge. Those possessing silver soul badges are not fools. After their initial encounter with Chunping, they realize their inferiority and will never accept his challenge again. After all, no one wishes to risk their points recklessly. However, today, the audience included a notable figure. Sword Dao Chen Xian. As the referee signaled, Chunping immediately clashed with his opponent. The latter wielded a long staff, adorned with yellow and purple soul rings, indicating exceptional strength. Engaging in a mere contest of brute force would only amplify the staff's advantages. Such a strategy was unwise. Observing Chunping's fighting style, Chen Xian quickly formed a judgment. Yet, in the following moment, he was swiftly proven wrong. The essence lies in entanglement, Chen Xian mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The true mastery of a staff lies in its ability to entangle. Regardless of the opponent's weapon, once ensnared by the staff, escape becomes nearly impossible. While the foundation of his swordsmanship is sound, it is regrettably muddied with many unorthodox techniques. Should he achieve a distinctive sword style, he might soon cultivate a sword intent. After witnessing the battle, Chen Xian reached a final conclusion. Chunping sensed a gaze fixed upon him from the audience. This feeling was peculiar, as though that individual could see right through him. Chunping's gaze swiftly scanned the audience, but failed to locate the individual he was searching for. Never mind. The soul duel has concluded for today. It is best to seek out Ling Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, outside the soul duel arena, Chen Xian stood upon the 7-killing sword, hastening towards the direction of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. He was a proud individual, unwilling to lower himself to plead with Chunping to become his disciple. Since Chunping had already expressed his intent, Chen Xian would wait at the 7 treasures glazed tile school, confident that he would eventually receive a response. The purpose of Chen Xian's journey was primarily to ascertain whether Chunping was indeed the same person he had encountered previously, while simultaneously evaluating Chunping's strength. Initially, he had deemed Chunping's aptitude to be subpar, planning merely to teach him sword techniques. However, circumstances had shifted. He might now consider cultivating Chunping as a potential successor. Grandpa Ling Hai. Within the passage, Ling Hai awaited Chunping's arrival. With a hearty laugh, he embraced Chunping's shoulders, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. Your first challenge against a superior opponent ended in a resounding victory." "Pure luck, just sheer luck," Chunping replied, scratching his head, suddenly sensing a hint of something amiss. "Grandpa Ling Hai, has your injury healed?" At that moment, the white strands of hair on Ling Hai's forehead gleamed slightly, and the wrinkles on his face had noticeably diminished. Indeed, Chunping, after absorbing the soul bone, the soul power within it rapidly mended my injuries and replenished a considerable amount of my vitality. He then leaned closer to Chunping, whispering, "Thanks to you, I have now broken through to level 70. In a couple of days, I will obtain a soul ring, and thereafter I shall officially become a soul sage." The title of soul sage represents a critical juncture for soul masters, as the 7th soul skill is the most vital of all, guaranteeing the manifestation of a true martial soul. Only upon acquiring a true martial soul can one be regarded as a formidable force. Such rapid progress? Just a few days ago, you were at level 67, and now you've reached level 70. It seems rather unrealistic, Chunping mused, feeling incredulous. This is not how one typically levels up. Can one truly leap levels? What are you pondering? Ling Hai retorted with mild irritation. I was already at level 69 10 years ago. Had it not been for the recurrence of old injuries, I would have been a soul sage long ago. The drop to level 67 was merely due to the majority of my soul power being diverted to suppress my ailments. Now that I am healed, my soul power has naturally returned. In summary, Ling Hai's misfortune had transformed into a fortuitous outcome. Grandpa Ling Hai, obtaining a soul ring of over 30,000 years is no small feat. Have you found a suitable candidate? Chunping inquired with concern. Ling Hai chuckled. I have already contacted an old comrade. He is now a soul Douluo. For him, obtaining the 7th soul ring poses minimal risk. That is reassuring. Chunping sighed in relief. The older the soul beast, the more formidable it becomes. They not only possess great strength but also a degree of intelligence. If they sense danger, they will not hesitate to self-destruct, leaving no soul ring behind. I shall depart tomorrow, and during this period, I entrust Ling Yuan to your care. Ling Hai said, patting Chen Ping on the shoulder. I am quite pleased with your training over these past few days. It is evident that my granddaughter has taken a liking to you, so do take good care of her. Heh, Chen Ping scratched his head. I will do my utmost. Go now. Ling Yuan's duel is about to conclude, and I shall not accompany you back, Ling Hai stated before turning to leave. Be cautious on the road. Chen Ping waved goodbye. Mind your own business, you rascal, Ling Hai retorted. Chapter 36. Encountering Yu Xiaogang again more than a year later, in the Barak Kingdom, Barak City. Half a year prior, Chunping and Ling Yuan had arrived here. Over the past year, they had both earned the Golden Soul Dual Badge in Soto City before bidding farewell to Ling Hai and embarking on an adventurous journey across the continent. On this day, the two emerged from the Grand Soul Duel Arena. Chunping, I have reached level 30. Ling Yuan exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. Level 30. That is splendid. Chunping responded joyfully. Shall we hunt soul beasts in the Starry Forest or the Sunset Forest? Choosing the Starry Forest would necessitate returning to Soto City, while opting for the Sunset Forest would require a journey to Heaven-Do City first. After some contemplation, Ling Yuan replied, perhaps we should go to the Sunset Forest. I wish to see Heaven-Do City. However, my grandfather mentioned that once I reached level 30, I should attend the Martial Soul Academy. The closest to the Martial Soul City is the Starry Forest. Oh, this is so vexing. I do not know where to go. Heh, Chunping chuckled awkwardly. Let us go to the Starry Forest. We can always visit Heaven-Do City another time. Very well, that will have to suffice, Ling Yuan shrugged. Why don't you accompany me to the Martial Soul City? We could attend school there together. It would be nice to have company. Chunping indeed intended to journey to Soul City, yet he did not plan to pursue his studies there. With the completion of the second examination imminent, the third examination might very well be announced immediately after the conclusion of the second. It was unthinkable for Chunping to remain in Soul City indefinitely. Ling Yuan, you should go there to study. I shall not accompany you, Chunping responded. After we obtain the soul rings this time, I intend to visit Heaven-Do City, from which I will embark on a journey across the continent. Humph. Ling Yuan pouted, huffing disdainfully. You opposed my desire to visit Heaven-Do City. Yet now you wish to go alone. Pray tell, have you taken a woman there? 5 months prior, Chunping had already reached the 30th level. He had refrained from acquiring a soul ring in order to wait for Ling Yuan to join him. However, over the course of that year, their bond had grown increasingly profound. That is not the case. Chunping shook his head and clarified. My journey to Heaven-Do City pertains to the celestial herb I previously mentioned to you. That place is fraught with peril. I must visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to seek assistance. Chunping had explained the efficacy of the celestial herb to Ling Yuan numerous times. She understood its significance, yet he had mentioned that without a titled Douluo-level powerhouse, it would be exceedingly difficult to access the Eye of Ice and Fire. Very well. Ling Yuan acquiesced to Chunping's reasoning. I shall await you at the Spirit Hall Academy. Remember to bring me the celestial herb once you obtain it. Chunping confidently assured, rest assured, I will deliver it to you. He suggested, let us return and rest. We shall hasten back to Soul City at dawn. Ling Yuan nodded in agreement. As they set off, they carried a considerable amount of gold soul coins. With the bountiful soul battles along the way, their wealth had notably increased since their departure. Consequently, they opted not to stay in a hotel, but instead rented a modest courtyard within the city. Young man, your old acquaintance is not far from here, echoed the voice of Loxer in Chunping's mind. Acquaintance? Chunping pondered briefly, realizing he did not recognize anyone nearby. Could you be mistaken? I hardly have any acquaintances here. Perhaps it's Ning Fingji and the others? Loxer clarified, it is that fool Yu Xiaogang, along with the other 2 members of the Golden Iron Triangle. You passed by them on your way back. So it was that incompetent Yu Xiaogang, Chunping scoffed. It seems he intends to peddle books in Balak City. Chunping harbored no fondness for Yu Xiaogang. His previous encounter in Soto City had profoundly altered his perception of the Golden Iron Triangle. A mere disagreement had led to a confrontation with Grandpa Ling Hai. And given the chance, he was eager to teach them a lesson. Loxer chuckled, perhaps tonight you will have your opportunity. From the looks of them, it seems they plan to act separately. That would be splendid. Chunping grinned mischievously. With just a level 29 Yu Xiaogang, he is but an easy target. With that thought, he turned to Ling Yuan and said, I must step out for a moment. I shall return shortly. You should rest. What is it at this late hour? Ling Yuan detected an unusual undertone. Nothing serious, merely a matter of discipline, Chen Ping replied candidly. Upon hearing of a potential scuffle, Ling Yuan's interest peaked. I want to join you. No. Chen Ping firmly declined. Their strength is formidable. They are merely separated for the moment. I must be swift in my actions. Should their companions return, it would spell trouble. Chen Ping possessed soulbone skills, enabling him to escape at will. However, Ling Yuan was not afforded such means of escape. Be good. Wait for my return, he said, planting a gentle kiss on Ling Yuan's forehead. All right, Ling Yuan replied softly. Please be careful and do not get hurt. Rest assured, Chen Ping responded, and with that, he leapt onto the rooftop, his form seamlessly merging with the nocturnal shadows. The power of the illusory moon sacred dragon truly complemented the darkness of the night. Holding the illusory moon flute in his hand, Chen Ping expressed his satisfaction. Indeed. Sayer's powers can only reach their zenith under the cloak of night, while my strength flourishes in the daylight. Loher interjected with a hint of annoyance. You would do well to exercise caution. Do not become overly complacent. Assess the situation thoroughly before taking action. Among the three of them, it was likely that two possessed the strength of a soul king, and should they invoke that secret technique, they could attain the prowess of an ordinary soul sage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping languidly slumped in his chair, presenting an appearance of utter exhaustion. Just bring any pot of tea. I am utterly spent after a long day of travel. All right then. It seemed he could hear the conversation of Yu Xiaogang and the others. Chen Ping tilted his body slightly to eavesdrop. Flander, please reconfirm with the publisher regarding the quality of this batch of books. It must meet the standards and cannot be like the situation in Fazinu province. Yu Xiaojiang's tone conveyed a hint of anger. Were it not for the poor quality of the books, we might have earned significantly more. Ruining a person's path is akin to murdering their parents. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong loudly concurred from the side. If it weren't for Xiaojiang's intervention, just watch how I would tear them apart. Alas, Xiaojiang, let me handle this matter, Flanders sighed. Before turning and vanishing into the darkness, Chen Ping let out a derisive laugh. Truly here to peddle books chapter 37. A fool. Ere long, go seek Mr. Want to procure some dragon blood. Yu Xiaojiang spoke with conviction. I feel on the verge of breaking through to level 30. I only need a bit more dragon blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Erlong replied. All right, Xiaojiang, you consume the remaining dragon blood in the hotel. I shall go find Mr. Wang. With that, Lu Erlong departed in a flash. The show was about to begin. Chen Ping stretched his waist and drained his cup of tea, leaving behind a gold soul coin. He vanished from the spot. Yu Xiaojiang, hands clasped behind his back, slowly made his way toward his room. Chen Ping, inherently impatient, felt an overwhelming urge to kick Yu Xiaojiang for his incessant procrastination. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long, as Yu Xiaojiang eventually opened the door to his room. You shall witness something remarkable shortly. Chen Ping swiftly darted through the window and entered Yu Xiaojiang's chamber. Upon entering, Yu Xiaojiang wasted no time and immediately proceeded to the bathroom. With a gentle swipe of his right hand across the belt soul guide, a glass vial filled with a dark crimson liquid materialized in his grasp. Upon observing the belt's design, Chen Ping mused to himself, so it is indeed the 24 bridges by the moonlight. He didn't wear it last time. It must be a recent acquisition. By the time Chen Ping regained his focus, Yu Xiaojiang had already poured the dragon's blood into the bathtub. So this is dragon's blood, he thought. Having heard much about it, but witnessing its application for the first time, Chen Ping scoffed. Can it be that Yu Xiaojiang believes this dragon's blood can enhance one's martial soul? He has pilfered quite a bit of knowledge from the spirit hall. How could he not harbor any doubts? If it were anyone else, it might be forgivable, but isn't he known as the foremost theorist on the continent? How could he fall for such a base deception? One wonders what thoughts occupy his mind. Perhaps he is indeed just a charlatan. Tang San's first soul ring was rendered utterly ineffective under his theories. Without the binding of this soul skill, the blue-silver grass cannot ensnare. All plant-based martial souls inherently possess soul skills, yet under your doctrine, a soul ring's position has been squandered. It is no wonder Tang San did not bring you to the divine realm. All along, you have merely misled the youth. With a splash, Yu Xiaojiang reclined in the bathtub, his upper body bare. Ah, not bad at all. This swindler selling dragon's blood has some semblance of conscience, scoffed Luo Xier. Conscience? Chunping was perplexed. What conscience does a fraud possess? Luo Xier revealed the truth. This is not blood from a dragon-type soul beast. It is merely the blood of a common soul beast, albeit with a little enhancement added. Soaking in this dragon's blood rapidly restores a soul master's soul power. Restoring soul power? Chen Ping sneered. It is certain that it is not the celestial dragon grass. It must be a common herb found in the Starry Forest. This unnamed herb is not expensive. One can procure several leaves for a mere gold soul coin. Yet the price of this dragon's blood is exorbitant, far exceeding that of the herb. Once we reach the Spirit City, I shall inform Bibi Dong about this matter. We must not allow these unscrupulous merchants to swindle the ordinary folk. Yu Xiaogang may have been deceived, but others are innocent. Oh. Yu Xiaogang moaned as he reclined in the bathtub. This sound made Chunping's scalp prickle, and he immediately erupted into a tirade. Damn it, what are you shouting about? Who's there? Hearing a voice, Yu Xiaogang quickly regained his composure, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. He saw no one, but a melodious tune floated into his ears. Soaking in the dragon's blood while enjoying music, what a fortunate delight, Yu Xiaogang thought, reveling in the moment. Unbeknownst to him, his consciousness began to blur, and his body started to betray his commands. Once everything was in place, Chunping stepped forward. Instead of striking Yu Xiaogang immediately, he intended to extract some information from him. I will ask, and you shall answer. Understood? Chunping stated. Yes, Yu Xiaogang replied, his gaze vacant and nodding dully. Very well. Tell me, why do you consume this dragon's blood? Yu Xiaogang replied slowly. The dragon's blood can evolve my martial soul, and in the future, I shall no longer endure the ridicule of my family. When I ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, I will ensure that those who once mocked me are punished, reduced to mere wretches wallowing in filth. Upon hearing this, Chunping's lips twitched in irritation. With a sharp clap, he struck Yu Xiaogang across the face. You foolish man, devoid of real ability, can only indulge in such futile fantasies. If someone like you were to wield great power, this continent would inevitably fall into ruin at your hands. Chunping recalled an age-old adage, every cause has its effect. Yu Xiaogang, having harbored misguided thoughts since childhood, could hardly be surprised by the emergence of a worthless martial soul. This is truly a case of self-inflicted suffering, deserving of ridicule. One can only blame oneself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping. Why earn money? To buy dragon blood. Before using dragon blood, what was your soul power level? And how long have you been using it? What is your current soul power level? Yu Xiaogang. It was level 29 before. I've been using dragon blood for a year and a half, and now it's still level 29. Damn it, Yu Xiaogang is utterly foolish after such a long time. There is no effect at all. Has he never questioned the authenticity of the dragon blood? Instead, he behaves like an addict, continuously purchasing it. Rubbing his forehead, Chunping inquired further, how did you develop the 10 core competencies of your martial spirit? Please elaborate. Years ago, I went to the spirit hall and, through flattery, gained the trust of the saintess Bibi Dong. With her assistance, I accessed the spirit hall's library, uncovering many obscure secrets of the continent. Later, I returned to the Blue Tyrannosaurus family, utilizing my father's connections to acquire numerous secrets of the family. Subsequently, I once again charmed Bibi Dong, borrowing the Pope's decree. With this token, I obtained many secrets from the Spirit Hall. I compiled a few of the most essential pieces of knowledge, which are also the least likely to be recognized as plagiarized, along with some common knowledge, and defined them as the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. You're simply plagiarizing. Although Chunping had already reached a conclusion in his heart, hearing it from Yu Xiaogang's lips intensified his urge to strike. Damn it. I can't be bothered to ask anymore. If I don't beat you today, I want to feel at ease. Chunping rolled up his sleeves and delivered a punch to Yu Xiaogan's face. Due to being under an illusion, Yu Xiaogang felt no pain, resembling a mere doll, allowing Chunping to strike and berate him without resistance. Chapter 38. The beating of Yu Xiaogang. While Chunping was indeed hitting him, he was holding back considerably. If he were to kill Yu Xiaogang, what would happen to Tang San's apprenticeship? If too many variables emerged in the future, Chunping could find himself unable to manage the situation. Consider yourself lucky. Chunping, still unsatisfied, landed 2 more kicks. Kid, hurry up and leave. That woman accompanying him is returning. Noticing Lu Erlong's movements, Loxier quickly alerted him. Chen's expression tightened as he quickly glanced out of the window. Through the crevice of the window, he could distinctly see the direction from which Lu Erlong was approaching. Chen Ping surveyed the layout of the room before departing the hotel in the opposite direction of Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong hummed a cheerful tune as she briskly entered Yu Xiaogan's room, having intentionally returned early. With Flander occupied at the publishing house, they had ample time for solitude. And Lu Erlong was determined not to squander it. Spotting the door slightly ajar, she pushed it open and entered. "Xiaogang, are you there? I've procured the dragon's blood," she announced, but received no response. Puzzled, she wondered why Xiaogang was not in the midst of digesting the dragon's blood at this hour. Could he have stepped out? Rubbing her chin in contemplation, she took a few steps forward, her pupils narrowing as she noticed a half-formed bloody footprint on the floor. Alarmed, she rushed into the bathroom, where she found Yu Xiaogang collapsed in a pool of blood, a mixture of human and dragon blood, making it impossible to ascertain his injuries at first glance. Who did this? Lu Erlong's eyes blazed with fury, her desire to rend the assailant limb from limb palpable. However, as reason prevailed over rage, she swiftly lifted Xiaogang and began to assess his injuries. His ribs were shattered, and his arm was fractured and dislocated. A cursory examination revealed additional injuries, each inflicted with precision, designed not to be fatal. After cleaning the blood from Xiaogan's body, she found no external wounds, only non-lethal internal injuries. Gritting her teeth, Lu Erlong shouted, Who did this?" The abrupt voice from next door, laced with annoyance, broke her concentration. "Shut up, you filthy wench. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night?" The sound ignited Lu Erlong's already simmering anger. "Fifth spirit ability, Heavenly Flame," she declared, directing her power towards the source of the voice. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the hotel, silencing the insults and replacing them with the sound of structural collapse. As the entire establishment teetered on the brink of ruin. Coughing, Yu Xiaogang stirred awake, his gaze unfocused as he looked at Lu Erlong. "Erlong, what happened to me?" "Xiaogang." Lu Erlong's tone softened considerably. "Who injured you?" "Injured?" Xiaogang was bewildered. As he attempted to move, pain coursed through his body, prompting a hoarse scream of agony. "Ah, Xiaogang." Lu Erlong quickly harnessed her spirit power to alleviate his suffering. After a moment, he calmed down, looking weakly at Lu Erlong. "Erlong, I was just digesting the dragon's blood. How did it come to this?" Lu Erlong was equally in the dark regarding the assailant's identity. Her immediate concern was treating Xiaogan's injuries, as he was in imminent danger. "Hang on, Xiaogang. I'll take you to find a healing spirit master." On the other side, Chunping hastily returned to the courtyard, where he found Ling Yuan waiting at the entrance. "Ling Yuan, you're still awake?" Without responding, Ling Yuan stepped closer, scrutinizing him closely. "What have you done?" "You reek of blood. How many lives have you taken?" "Killing?" Chunping shook his head. The blood scent emanated from the dragon's blood in the bathtub, although diluted. The essence of spirit beast blood was notoriously pungent and foul. Realizing this, Chunping remembered Flander's spirit was that of a cat-eagle, granting him acute sensory perception. The blood scent would undoubtedly be detected upon his return. "Ling Yuan, I need to take a shower. We must leave the city immediately," he said, swiftly discarding his outer garment. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ling Yuan said nothing further and quickly returned to her room to pack. Later that night, Flander arrived at the hotel, witnessing the chaos that had unfolded. "What on earth happened here?" he inquired, seizing a passerby for answers. "It said a spirit master unleashed their abilities, and half the guests here perished. It's terrifying," the bystander recounted, visibly shaken from witnessing the events. "A spirit ability?" Flander's vigilance heightened as he sensed lingering spirit power. It must be Erlong. He furrowed his brow, contemplating if she had been attacked. No, this was the essence of Erlong. Following the scent, he quickly located Lu Erlong and Xiaogang. After briefly assessing the situation, Flander grasped the unfolding events. "Erlong, you should never have resorted to violence in the city." He sighed, a weary smile crossing his face. "Flander, what do you mean?" Lu Erlong retorted angrily. "Xiaogang is gravely injured, and you speak of outsiders?" Flander hesitated, aware of Lu Erlong's nature. Even if she were in the wrong, she would never admit it, especially with Xiaogang in such dire straits. The tension in the air was palpable, neither willing to break the silence. Eventually, a healing spirit master emerged. "You too. I have stabilized your companion's broken bones, a few more treatments, and he will be back to his former self." Shaking his head, he cautioned, "You should leave quickly. The precision of the injuries suggests the assailant is highly skilled." "Skilled? Humph." Lu Erlong scoffed. "I'll make him regret ever being born." The healer said no more, extending his hand. 3,000 gold soul coins. Please pay promptly. What? 3,000 gold soul coins? Are you robbing us? She exclaimed, though this time Lu Erlong refrained from resorting to violence. Flander pulled her aside, and after much deliberation, they settled the bill. Erlong, I detected the scent of blood from that direction. Following it should lead us to the one who harmed Xiaogang. He adjusted his glasses. Very well, Flander, pursue the assailant. I'll tend to Xiaogang, she affirmed. Understood. Flander replied, summoning his spirit and taking flight. However, it wasn't long before he returned, urgency etched on his face. Flander, have you found the culprit? Lu Erlong inquired hastily. Quickly, we must leave. You've caused a catastrophe, Erlong. You've destroyed the hotel and injured others. Your wanted posters are plastered all over the city outside Balak City. After several days of recuperation, Yu Xiaogang began to regain some vitality. Xiaogang, how do you feel? Should we seek out a healing spirit master again? Lu Erlong carefully offered him a bowl of chicken soup. Coughing, Yu Xiaogang shook his head. Erlong, I'm almost fully recovered. There's no need to find another healing spirit master. Propping himself up with both hands, Yu Xiaogang sat up and inquired, Erlong, have you procured the dragon's blood? At the mention of dragon's blood, Lu Erlong lowered his head, remaining silent. With a heavy sigh, Flander took the initiative to explain. Xiaogang, I regret to inform you that the dragon's blood has been sold. Sold? Yu Xiaogang's expression contorted with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Flander, exclaiming, What do you mean, Flander? Are you aware of the significance of the dragon's blood to me? Who gave you the authority to make such a decision? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Turning to Lu Erlong, he scolded, Lu Erlong, what is your stance? Flander sold the dragon's blood. And you did nothing to stop it. Upon hearing this, Flander could no longer remain passive and urged, Xiaogang, please calm down. Calm down? Yu Xiaogang laughed bitterly. You dare ask me to calm down? Flander, both you and Erlong possess innate soul power exceeding level 7. You cannot possibly comprehend what dragon's blood represents for me. Allow me to clarify. The dragon's blood is my lifeline. Without it, how can I face those who mock me? How can I prove my theories? Tell me. At this point, Yu Xiaogangs emotions spiraled out of control as he shouted, Do you have any idea how I have endured all these years? I was once the esteemed successor of a prominent sect, hailed as the hope of many. But everything changed when I turned 6. Those who once flattered me began to deride me instead. You know what innate half-level soul power means. Do you have any idea how much effort I have expended to rise to the rank of Great Soul Master? You have no idea, because in your eyes, I will forever be a waste, someone incapable of ever breaking through to Great Soul Master. As he spoke, a deep sense of melancholy enveloped him. In your eyes, I am merely a failure. Why should you care about my feelings? Xiaogang. Flander understood the depths of Yu Xiaogang's anguish. This was precisely why. Despite knowing that dragon's blood was a ruse, he had refrained from disclosing the truth all this time. Such a situation would be intolerable for anyone. That's not the case. Lu Erlong interjected. Xiaogang, I instructed Flander to sell the dragon's blood. Your injuries were too severe, and we were being pursued by the city guards, forcing us to sell it in order to hire a healing soul master. In the Douluo Continent, the status of healing soul masters is exceedingly high. Even a healing great soul master of level 20 or so is not someone Lu Erlong and the others would dare to offend. Moreover, the need for travel outside the city for treatment further escalated the costs involved. Xiaogang, Erlong is correct. Your condition was indeed dire at that time. Flander recounted the events, explaining that when they left the city, Yu Xiaogang's injuries had only been temporarily stabilized, and he subsequently fell into a coma. As you are aware, we can no longer conduct business within the city. After discussing it with Erlong, we decided to sell the dragon's blood to gather the funds necessary for your treatment. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's expression softened slightly. Why didn't you consult me? Consult you? You were unconscious. How could we consult you? Flander felt helpless, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Xiaogang, we are currently out of funds. I intend to venture into the Soul Beast Forest with Erlong to earn some gold soul coins by assisting others in hunting. What? We're out of money? Yu Xiaogang sprang to his feet, questioning Flander urgently. How could we be out of money? Didn't we have over 100,000 gold soul coins before? The over 100,000 gold soul coins had been spent on publishing Yu Xiaogang's books, costing 10,000, plus another 10,000 for subsequent promotions. The purchase of Dragon's Blood had consumed 70,000. The remaining 10,000, along with the 60,000 reclaimed from reselling the Dragon's Blood, had partly gone towards Yu Xiaogang's treatment, and the rest was allocated to compensate for hotel damages and the victims' families. This portion was essential, otherwise, they would lose their foothold in the entire Barak kingdom. Xiaogang, we truly are out of money, Flander lamented, his expression displaying helplessness. This news struck Yu Xiaogang like a bolt from the blue. The memories of their impoverished days after leaving Soto City remained etched in his mind, and he was determined to avoid reliving such experiences. Flander, have the culprits who injured Xiaogang been apprehended? Lu Erlong suddenly remembered something critical. In response, Flander shook his head. Erlong, I did my best. Had we acted immediately that night, we might have caught them. But by the time I followed the scent of blood the next day, the place was already deserted. After inquiring around, I learned that the occupants left the city that very night. As he mentioned the assailants, Yu Xiaogang clenched his teeth. He was still oblivious to the circumstances. One moment he was absorbing the dragon's blood in the bathtub, and the next, he found himself in Lu Erlong's embrace, on the brink of death. Flander, did you get a clear description of their appearance? Yu Xiaogang was genuinely invested in the matter. A cold sneer formed within him. They only dared to strike when our golden triangle was dispersed. If I ever encounter them, I, Yu Xiaogang, swear to reduce them to a wretched state and cast them into a pit of filth. Flander shook his head again, each time they left. They wore masks and changed outfits daily, so no one knows what they look like. Is there not a single useful clue? Lu Erlong stamped her foot in frustration. There is. Flander adjusted his glasses. They exited through the southeast city gate. That is tantamount to saying nothing. Yu Xiaogang pounded his fist against the tree trunk beside him. I, Yu Xiaogang, vow that if I ever see that person, I will ensure they are turned into a wretched creature and thrown into a pit of filth, leaving them unable to seek life or death. Xiaogang. Flander hesitated, contemplating, before ultimately suggesting, Xiaogang, let us head to the soul-hunting forest near Barak City together. The more hands we have, the more we can earn. Once we accumulate enough gold soul coins, we can proceed to the next city. Indeed, Xiaogang, it is imperative that we earn some money right now, Lu Erlong chimed in supportively. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu Xiaogang fixed his gaze on the southeast direction of Barak City. Let us depart. Chapter 40. Starry Great Forest. 1. On the outskirts of the Starry Great Forest, Ling Yuan, Chen Ping, and Ling Hai paused in their tracks. Grandfather, we have stated that 2 of us are sufficient to hunt the 3rd spirit ring. Why must you come along? Ling Yuan pouted with indignation. Oh, my dear granddaughter, did you not write to an old man like me, asking me to wait here? Why then do you blame me? Ling Hai replied, his expression one of displeasure. Chunping. Ling Yuan shot a glare at him. Was it you who wrote that letter? Chunping nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. It was I who penned that letter. I sensed your impending breakthrough 2 days in advance and subsequently dispatched a missive to Grandpa Ling Hai. Our journey to the Starry Forest is not merely for leisure, as the largest congregation of soul beasts on the continent. This forest is rife with both peril and opportunity. Even on the periphery, one may encounter lurking soul beasts. I recall 2 years ago, when I first ventured to the edge of the Starry Forest, I encountered a century-old saber-toothed tiger. Had fortune not favored me, transforming a crisis into an opportunity, I might have long since met my demise at the jaws of that beast. Given that experience, I believe it prudent to exercise caution. With Ling Hai, a soul saint of level 73, by our side, unless we encounter a situation where Zhao Wujin leads Tang San and the others to hunt for souls, we are assuredly safe traversing the outer circle. Chen Ping's assessment holds merit. I too cannot guarantee absolute safety even on the periphery of the Starry Forest. Ling Hai nodded in satisfaction, adding, aside from the possibility of high-ranking soul beasts appearing at the outskirts, there exists another equally lethal scenario, the beast tide. Chen Ping continued. Whenever turmoil arises among the soul beasts within the core area, or when high-ranking soul masters engage in battle within the forest, the weaker soul beasts are inevitably startled and hastily flee towards the forest's edge. In such instances, soul masters lacking sufficient strength are easily overwhelmed by the soul beasts, often to the point of leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, after all that, you're just saying you're scared. Scared? Chen Ping disagreed. Ling Yuan, there is a saying, one must survive to make an impact. In other words, only by enduring until the end can one aspire to become a titled Douluo. Genius is merely genius. The prerequisite for becoming a formidable power is survival. This reminds me of someone, Han Tianzuan. This fellow always hides at the back of the crowd when he takes action. Ultimately, it has been proven that those who rush to the front often do not survive. So what is there to discuss about becoming the strongest in the world? Ling Yuan absorbed Chen Ping's words. Upon reflection, it appeared that this was the essence of the entire Soul Master realm. Very well, grandfather, Chunping, let us proceed. Today, the Soul Beast town buzzed with an unusual liveliness. A considerable number of Soul Masters traversed the streets, far more than usual, most of whom entered the same restaurant in an orderly fashion. It seemed that these individuals belonged to the same faction. Chunping stroked his chin, observing that all were clad in dark leather attire, predominantly robust men of considerable stature. These individuals belonged to the Haotian sect. Ling Hai furrowed his brow. It seemed they were likely here to hunt high-age soul beasts, a troublesome predicament indeed. The members of the Haotian sect were accustomed to their brazen arrogance. And aside from the upper echelons of the three great sects and the martial soul hall, anyone else who encountered them would invariably choose to take a detour. The Haotian sect. Ling Yuan bit her lip, feeling a pang of reluctance as she asked, "Grandfather, shall we retreat?" A considerable number of people had already been driven out before even entering the forest. These individuals wore cheerful smiles on the surface. Yet once out of the sight of the Haotian sect disciples, they could be heard cursing under their breath. Sighing in resignation, Ling Hai conceded. Let us withdraw and try our luck in the soul-hunting forest. Having long departed from the martial soul hall, he lacked any formidable backing to contend with the Haotian sect, leaving him uncertain about how to negotiate with them. There was no need for haste. Chen Ping produced the token given to him by Ning Fengji. There are only 3 of us. This token belonging to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School should carry some weight. Ling Hai did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the intricate patterns on the token. The hue of the 7 killing sword martial soul depicted on this token is noticeably deeper than that of the glazed pagoda and the bone dragon. Ling Hai remarked with a smile. With this token, the disciples of Haotian sect will indeed show us some respect. A difference in color? Chunping examined the token closely, and it was as Ling Hai had mentioned. However, the significance of this distinction remained a mystery to him. Chunping inquired, Grandfather Ling Hai, does the design on this token hold any significance? To outsiders, it indeed seems to bear no particular meaning. Ling Hai gently patted Chunping's shoulder, a smile gracing his face. However, your martial soul is a sword, and this token symbolizes the essence of the sword path, the purity of heart. The mere fact that you have obtained this token signifies your connection to the sword path's purity. Chunping had previously mentioned the matter of the tokens. Yet at that time, Ling Hai had not paid it much heed. Nevertheless, Chunping did not dwell on it. The immediate priority was to enter the Starry Great Forest. It was likely that the members of the Haotian sect would not venture into the forest for some time before they confronted the high-ranking soul beasts. The forest would remain relatively tranquil. Stop. Just as they had taken a few steps forward, several disciples from the Haotian sect barred their path. Noticing the ornate attire of Chunping and his companions, the leading disciple adopted a more courteous tone, stating, the Haotian sect is undertaking a significant operation here. We kindly request that unrelated individuals vacate the area. Chunping smiled gently, so the Haotian sect is actually a brother sect. Upon hearing this, the members of the Haotian sect were displeased, exclaiming, what do you mean? Who considers you our brother sect? Chunping then produced a token, stating, we are disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, here to hunt souls in the Starry Forest. We shall not disturb your activities. The leader of the disciples from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect hesitated momentarily, uncertain of how to proceed. In that case, please hand me your token. I will report to my superiors to see if you may pass. My authority alone cannot grant you this. Chunping pointed to the sky and said, I must trouble you, my friend. Having spoken, he handed over the token along with a small pouch of golden soul coins. Very well, just wait. Upon sensing the prospect of gain, smiles adorned the faces of several disciples. As they awaited, laughter and chatter filled the air. Moments later, 2 men and a woman approached leisurely. Among the men, one was a youth, while the other was in his middle age. Their strides were steady and powerful, and a chilling expression lingered on their faces. In stark contrast, the woman beside them exuded an air of opulence and elegance, with her azure eyes and a gown of blue and gold. Listen closely, young one. The 3 before you include an 80-level quasi-soul Douluo, an 83-level soul Douluo, and the woman is a 67-level soul emperor who also happens to be a transformed soul beast, echoed the voice of Luxor in his mind. Chunping replied in a deep voice, I am aware of their identities. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Ayin, the renowned Sun and Moon Star Trio in the Spirit Master Realm. Chapter 41. Starry Great Forest 2. Tang Hao approached swiftly and inquired, you are a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, are you not? Chen Ping bowed respectfully and replied, I am Chen Ping, a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Oh, Tang Hao scoffed, seemingly unconcerned. An interesting little fellow. Speak. How many soul beasts are you planning to hunt that have been elusive for centuries? In consideration of our brotherhood, should we encounter any on our journey? I shall assist you in capturing them. Chen Ping scratched his head awkwardly. Well, the thing is, we might. Before he could finish, Tang Hao interrupted. What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my ability to handle century-old soul beasts? Understanding Tang Hao's temperament, Tang Xiao quickly intervened. This young man. You may not be aware of our identities. I am Tang Xiao, and this is my brother Tang Hao. Ah-in. Ah-in smiled gently. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping feigned surprise. So, it is the renowned Hao-yin twin stars and the sun-moon star combination. I beg your pardon for my ignorance. Please do not hold it against me. Turning to his companions, Chen Ping introduced, This is my friend Ling Yuan, and this is Grandpa Ling Hai. Ha. Greetings to you all. Tang Xiao laughed heartily. You are quite the amusing lad. Now, tell us, what kind of soul ring do you seek? We shall gladly assist you along the way. Chen Ping felt slightly embarrassed. What Ling Yuan and I require are not century-old soul beasts, but rather thousand-year soul beasts. Haha, no worries. Wait, thousand-year soul beasts? Tang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. How old are you two to be hunting for your third soul ring? Chen Ping lowered his head. Ling Yuan and I are 17 this year. Though we appear somewhat youthful. A few days ago, we both reached level 30 and came to the Starry Great Forest. After hearing this, Tang Xiao stroked his chin, displaying a look of concern. The truth is, our journey is to the core area of the Starry Great Forest, and along the way, it may be difficult to encounter a millennium soul beast that matches your level. Brother Tang Xiao, you jest. We would not dare trouble you. We only hope you can grant us entry into the forest, Chen Ping replied with poise. Regarding the soul rings, with the assistance of Grandfather Ling Hai, we will manage just fine. Very well. Tang Xiao waved his hand at the disciples of the Hao-yin school beside him. These individuals are friends from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Everyone, please make way for them to enter the forest. Understood. Soon, a path opened in the center of the crowd. Thank you, Brother Tang Xiao, and thank you all. Chen Ping clasped his fists in gratitude towards the Hao-yin school members. Here, this is yours. Tang Xiao casually tossed the token back to Chen Ping. Brother Tang Xiao, should you have the time, I invite you to our sect as a guest. Our sect leader would surely be delighted. Chen Ping, upon receiving the token, did not forget to extend a courteous invitation. I will certainly do so when the opportunity arises, Tang Xiao replied. As he watched the figures of the three gradually disappear, Tang Hao sneered. This one can represent the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Help my brother. Tang Xiao furrowed his brow. The token he possesses belongs to the direct lineage of the Sword Path's Dust Heart. By status, he indeed has the right to make such statements. However, that was merely a polite remark. There is no need to be so concerned. Tang Hao scoffed. Brother Xiao, why are you being so courteous to them? How? The world is not so simple. It is not merely about strength, Tang Xiao said with a complex expression. Ayin, let us depart. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's philosophical discourse, Tang Hao became somewhat impatient and called for Ayin to leave. Ayin? Noticing Ayin remained unmoved, Tang Hao called out again. Oh, coming. Ayin finally snapped back to attention. Ayin, what were you thinking about? Tang Hao inquired affectionately. How? It was nothing, just lost in thought. Within the Starry Great Forest, Chunping and his companions quickly covered a distance. Chunping, is that Tang Xiao of the Hao-yin school truly so easy to talk to? Ling Yuan asked, having formed a favorable impression of Tang Xiao from their earlier conversation. Easy to talk to? Chunping shook his head. Tang Xiao is a deeply calculating individual. If viewed from the perspective of the original timeline, his strategies are likely on par with Ning Fengxi. Just a smiling tiger. We are masquerading as disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and given our limited strength, we pose no threat to them. Thus, they could not be bothered to engage with us. They merely exchanged a few perfunctory pleasantries to send us on our way. Ling Hai scoffed. If Tang Hao could not discern the soul power levels of you two, I might believe it, but for Tang Xiao to overlook it, he likely would not have so easily allowed us entry into the forest. Ling Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Then Chunping, why did you inflate our ages? I am only 15 this year. The tall tree attracts the wind, Ling Hai responded. If it were known that you reached Soul Master at just 14 and 15, it would likely incite ill intentions. Indeed, Chunping continued, a Soul Master at 14 or 15 must possess innate spirit power above level 9. Such individuals, unless belonging to their sect, are typically silenced. Achieving level 30 at 14 or 15 is already an extraordinary pace of cultivation. After all, not everyone has consumed divine herbs like Tang San and his companions, and possessing innate spirit power above level 9 almost guarantees a future as a titled Douluo. After a thorough explanation to Ling Yuan, she finally understood. So, there exists such malignant competition among the top 3 sections. Chunping shrugged and remarked, who could argue otherwise? Even the relatively mild Seven Treasures glazed sect faces a dire fate when encountering exceptionally gifted support-type soul masters. They either join the sect or meet their demise. After all, how do you think these grand sects have endured for millennia? All right. Ling Hai clapped his hands. Such remarks should not be made in the presence of others. Now, we must deliberate on the type of soul beast to hunt. In his mind, Chen Ping inquired of Lucier, hey, don't you know where my 3rd soul ring is? It's time to share that information. Lucier replied, there's no rush. We need to venture deeper first. Let us focus on acquiring a soul ring for the young lady. Afterward, I will guide you mentally. Just follow my instructions. Reliable. Chen Ping mentally gave Lucier a thumbs up. I want to rush it then. Grandfather Ling Hai. Let us prioritize finding a soul ring for Ling Yuan. Very well. Ling Hai gazed at Chen Ping with increasing satisfaction. Ling Yuan. Your martial soul has been passed down through the family. For your 3rd soul ring, it would be best to seek a fire attribute flying dragon-type soul beast. If that proves elusive, any other fire attribute soul beast will suffice. Understood, grandfather. I shall heed your advice. After all, no one could resist the allure of a soul ring, and Ling Yuan was no exception. She was entirely immersed in the joy of soon obtaining her soul ring. Chen Ping pondered, Grandfather Ling Hai, I would like to propose a suggestion. I believe we should seek soul rings with explosive attributes, as this would significantly enhance the offensive capabilities of our martial souls. Chapter 42, Starry Forest 3. The soul beasts possessing the bloodline of the phoenix are the foremost choice, followed closely by those endowed with explosive properties. Chen Ping succinctly summarized his thoughts. Explosive attributes? Ling Hai fell into contemplation, evidently weighing the feasibility of the idea. After a moment, he arrived at a conclusion. Explosive attributes may be worth a try. But we should first consider flying-type soul beasts with fire attributes. With a decision made, their search would no longer resemble the aimless wandering of a headless fly through the forest. During his previous visit to the forest, he had not paid close attention, and he was astonished to discover such breathtaking scenery within the Starry Forest. Gazing at the vibrant, multicolored trees in the distance, Chunping sighed deeply. On his last visit, he had entered the Starry Forest alone, devoid of funds, and had narrowly escaped the jaws of a tiger. Now, merely 2 years later, he found himself accompanied by a formidable soul sage. Truly, fortunes can change dramatically over time. Grandfather Ling Hai, what kind of tree is that? Why is it so vividly colored? Chunping inquired. Often, the more beautiful a thing appears, the greater the peril it conceals. While he could not identify the plant, the laws of nature dictate such truths. It is always better to inquire than to feign understanding, as some do. That is the mist vine, a century-old plant-type soul beast, Ling Hai explained. Do not be deceived by its tree-like exterior. It is merely the bark of the tree. This is a parasitic plant soul beast, without a host tree. It cannot survive for long. Mist vine, Chunping mused, stroking his chin. Could it be a hallucinogenic plant? Ling Hai nodded, indeed. Soul masters who absorb this soul ring will gain an illusion-type soul skill. However, the downside is that this soul beast only lives for 600 to 700 years before succumbing to natural death. Thus, soul masters can only absorb the first 2 soul rings. The lifespan for a 3rd soul ring is too short. Such an abundance of mist vines, Chunping reflected. This must be the perfect soul ring for blue silvergrass, as the vines can ensnare opponents and induce a state of unconsciousness, far superior to merely paralyzing them with toxins. Ling Hai shook his head. I fear that this patch of mist vines may be the last of its kind in the Starry Forest. Why is that? Typically, plant-type soul beasts should not face such easy extinction. Indeed, there are not many soul masters who require plant-type soul rings, and the mist vine is rarely encountered in the wild, Ling Hai lamented. This situation harks back to my youth. Back then, the outskirts of the Starry Forest were filled with mist vines. When someone approached, they would emit a mist that ensnared low-level soul masters, causing them to become disoriented and reluctant to enter the forest. As a result, the soul beasts within the hunting grounds could not support such a large number of soul masters. When the Pope of the Spirit Hall learned of this, He led a formidable team to clear a path into the forest, starting from the town we just visited. Later, a soul king was injured by a soul beast in the forest, and in his flight, he brushed against a mist vine, losing all sensation of pain from his wound. When he emerged, the entire continent was aware of the properties of this soul beast. Following that, after the outbreak of large-scale conflicts between the Starluo and Tando empires, the number of injured on the front lines increased, and people began to recognize the efficacy of this plant-type soul beast. Over the next decade, many made a living hunting these soul beasts for medicinal purposes. Linghai shrugged. Now, there are likely only these remaining. Does that mean we may never see such a soul beast again? Ling Yuan expressed her sorrow. The inhabitants of Douluo Continent lack environmental awareness. Whenever profit is to be made, there are those willing to risk everything, even if it means laying waste to the Starry Forest. Reflecting on this, Chen Ping could only shake his head in resignation. If it is gone, then so be it. Linghai shrugged. This soul beast is not a ruler among plant-type soul beasts. The quality of its soul rings is rather mediocre. So there is little to lament. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. You all stay here. I will fetch some medicinal herbs. Remember, do not approach without my permission. Understood, Chen Ping replied, while internally considering. Indeed, I had not thought of this. There are no pain relievers on Douluo Continent. If I could exclusively sell pain relief remedies, it would amount to a fortune. Soul masters are inherently combative and injuries are commonplace. The potential market for alleviating pain from such injuries is undoubtedly vast. As Linghai stepped into that grove, a colorful mist enveloped the surroundings. Indeed, this was a defensive mechanism of the plant-type soul beast. Chunping grasped Ling Yuan's hand, retreating slightly. Let us be cautious. Our mental strength is relatively weak. And we must avoid inhaling the mist, he cautioned. Chunping, are there any pain-relieving medications on the continent? Ling Yuan instinctively tightened her grip on Chunping's hand. There should be, Chunping replied. Douluo Continent is vast, and I believe there are numerous herbs capable of alleviating pain. However, I think I can utilize other herbs to achieve similar analgesic effects. Really? Ling Yuan blinked in surprise. Chunping nodded and remarked, Indeed. Let us discuss this further upon Grandfather Linghai's return. This constitutes a significant business opportunity. If seized, the golden soul coins will undoubtedly flow into our pockets. After all, Linghai was a soul saint, and a mere century-old soul beast could hardly withstand his prowess for long. He swiftly peeled the already defeated mysterious vine from the tree trunk and, without pausing, returned to Chunping and his companion. When injured, one could extract the vine's sap and apply it to the wound, and soon enough, the pain would dissipate. While speaking, Linghai sliced the vine into countless small pieces and distributed them to Chunping and his companion. After collecting the vine fragments, Chunping stated, Grandfather Linghai, I believe I can extract a pain-relieving potion from other herbs. However, it remains in the theoretical phase and requires experimentation for validation. After all, I have traversed from Blue Star. It would be a dismal failure not to utilize the unique resources from Blue Star to their fullest potential. First, we will address pain relief, then move on to gourmet cuisine, magazines, and, quasi. In the past, I could hardly afford a meal, leaving no time to contemplate such matters. However, circumstances have changed, and certain pursuits must now be prioritized. Chunping pondered to himself. Is what you said true, Chunping? Linghai halted his actions, gazing at Chunping with a look of astonishment. If it can truly be accomplished, this would represent a substantial market. Chunping smiled gently. Grandfather Linghai, I previously shared my future plans with you. If successful, selling pain relief medicine would merely be our initial stride. What plans? Ling Yuan inquired, perplexed. It's a secret. Chapter 43, The Starry Forest 4, Linghai swallowed hard, fully aware of the immense benefits at stake. However, given his current capabilities, it was utterly impossible for him to seize them. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School required formidable battle soul masters, even going so far as to command disciples to become essential battle soul masters. The reasoning was simple, their enterprise was vast, and the wealth within their sect could rival that of an entire nation. Yet, support-type soul masters lacked combat prowess and could not safeguard such a grand foundation. Were it not for the presence of the 2 titled Douluo, Sword and Bone, within the sect, it would not be long before the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School faced complete disintegration. Linghai and his companions now confronted a similar dilemma. Chunping, your actions undoubtedly incite envy in others. Have you thoroughly considered the consequences? Concerned that Chunping might act recklessly, Linghai felt it his duty as a senior to issue this warning. Chunping smiled faintly, his face brimming with confidence. Grandpa Linghai, I have certainly given this considerable thought. I currently possess an 80% probability of successfully producing a painkiller. Therefore, it is imperative to contemplate the sales channels. Linghai discerned something in Chen Ping's gaze. I intend to adopt a contracting system. We shall solely be responsible for the production of the painkiller, while the sales will be entrusted to professionals. We will sell to whoever provides us with the funds, and how they set their prices or manage their sales will be of no concern to us. Our task is to secretly produce the painkillers, utilizing soul-guiding devices for transportation upon shipment. The crux lies in locating a discreet venue for production. After a brief pause, Chen Ping continued, as long as others cannot discover the location of our production, they will remain oblivious to our output and profits. I believe no one would dare to take such a significant risk to trouble us. This approach easily mitigates the risks involved. Even if someone harbors intentions of interference, it would be futile. How unfortunate it is that if we had the backing of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we could sell openly without the need for secrecy. However, as Chunping aspires to establish his own power, his enterprise must not fall under the control of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Were the circumstances equitable, Chunping would gladly collaborate with them. Linghai nodded solemnly. Very well, young Chunping. Once we exit the forest, make haste to produce the finished product. As for production and sales channels, leave that to this old man. I am not too old to be of service, and surely, someone will be willing to afford me this courtesy. Upon hearing this, Chunping felt a surge of joy. Then I shall entrust it to you, Grandpa Linghai. As for the subsequent profits, I think... interrupted Linghai. I will procure a soul-guiding device separately and place all the gold soul coins earned into it. You may take what you require. As for profit sharing, let's forego that. At this, Linghai chuckled. I foresee that it won't be long before we are like family. Grandpa. Ling Yuan blushed, pouting playfully. Haha, enough of that. It is settled then. Linghai stroked his silver beard, a broad smile adorning his face. We are approaching the outer circle. The number of 100-year or 1,000-year soul beasts will increase. You two must stay close. Do not stray more than 30 meters from me. Understood. 30 meters was the maximum distance within which Linghai could react swiftly. His words indicated that he did not regard Chunping as an outsider. Finding a suitable soul beast for Ling Yuan would not be an easy task. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon 3 days had passed. We cannot proceed any further. We are nearing the mixed zone, and it won't be long before we encounter 10,000-year soul beasts. Linghai raised his hand to halt the two. After 3 days of fruitless searching, Ling Yuan's enthusiasm had significantly waned. Grandpa, when I came with my father last time, it was not this difficult. Ling Yuan's tone conveyed a hint of disappointment. My dear granddaughter, Linghai affectionately ruffled Ling Yuan's hair. Last time, I spent half a month searching for a 35,000-year soul beast. You, my dear, are simply too impatient. Look at Chunping. He has carried you a considerable distance and hasn't he complained? Hiki. Chunping scratched his head. Ling Yuan. If you are weary, we can take a break. It's best not to rush the search for a suitable soul ring. That is not it. Ling Yuan rolled her eyes. Have you forgotten about the Haotian sect? We cannot afford to waste time. If a beast tide occurs, we may all meet our demise here. Do not fret, Linghai replied. The Haotian sect members may not find a suitable soul beast in the short term either. You must understand that within the depths of the mixed zone, those soul beasts over 50,000 years old each possess their own territory and numerous subordinates. Unless they find a fitting soul beast, I doubt the Haotian sect would recklessly engage. This was indeed true. The members of the Haotian sect were not foolish enough to confront those soul beasts head-on. Moreover, excessively slaughtering soul beasts near the core circle could attract unnecessary trouble. Come here. Linghai activated his martial soul, perching atop a nearby tree branch. Grandpa, what is it? Ling Yuan grasped Chunping's arm, and together they approached Linghai. Without uttering a word, Linghai pointed into the distance. This brought joy to Ling Yuan. What a rich aura of fire. It must be a powerful fire attribute soul beast. Chunping, wait a moment, Grandpa Linghai. Please observe the age of the soul beast first. If it is unsuitable for Ling Yuan, we shall leave directly without wasting any time on it. You seem to be giving me orders, Linghai teased. Very well, young Chunping. You ensure my granddaughter's safety while I take a look. Activating the first soul skill, Wings of Flame, Linghai's flight speed increased significantly, leaving behind faint scorch marks in his wake. Upon discerning the appearance of the soul beast, Linghai's eyes sparkled with fervor as his voice trembled slightly. This is a phoenix. He understood all too well what it would mean to absorb the phoenix's soul ring for the Flame Eagle martial soul. At the very least, it would purify the flames associated with the martial soul. With a stroke of luck, it could even evolve. How many years has this phoenix existed? Once he regained his composure, Ling Hai recalled Ling Yuan's situation. As a soul master of the 30th level, her limit for absorbing soul rings was around 1700 years. If it exceeded that age, Ling Hai would have to abandon the idea. What is going on? What age is this phoenix? Clearly, Ling Hai was at a loss. At that very moment, the phoenix also detected Ling Hai's presence. With a roar, countless fiery feathers erupted from beneath its wings, all descending towards Ling Hai. Damn it. I must capture you first. Chapter 44. Starry Great Forest 5. Hey, senior, can you discern what kind of soul beast that is? Sensing the residual energy from the distant battle, Chen Ping furrowed his brow and quickly inquired of Luxor. It is a phoenix with a relatively pure lineage, Luxor replied succinctly. A phoenix, which is precisely suitable for Ling Yuan. But in the next instant, Chen Ping suddenly realized something. To be able to engage with Grandpa Ling Hai and create such a commotion, the age must be considerable. Ling Yuan likely would not be able to absorb it. Life rarely offers such moments. Finding a suitable soul beast only to discover the age is incompatible. Chen Ping, do you think the age of this soul beast might be a bit too high? Ling Yuan clenched her small fists, mentally preparing herself for the possibility of an age mismatch. Chen Ping pondered for a moment and reassured, it's hard to say. A soul beast with the formidable bloodline of the Titan giant ape could easily surpass an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast even after 100 years. If the creature that faced Grandfather Ling Hai possesses a powerful bloodline, its age might not be very high. Ling Yuan was uncertain whether Chen Ping's words held truth, interpreting his remarks as mere self-comfort. Before long, Ling Hai returned, dragging a bloodied phoenix behind him. He cursed, damn it, this creature is truly difficult to handle. Its speed is astonishing. Several times, it evaded my soul techniques. Is this a phoenix? Ling Yuan observed the magnificent creature for the first time and rushed closer, eager to inquire about a question that had long occupied her mind. Grandfather, how many years has this phoenix existed? Ling Hai shook his head, discarding the phoenix to one side before turning to Chen Ping. Do you know the age of this soul beast? This is my first encounter with such a legendary creature, and I truly cannot discern its age. You find it challenging to determine, but I might not be able to either, especially considering you've reduced it to this state. Chen Ping replied. Chen Ping, helpless, shook his head and said, I will do my best. As he spoke, he hurriedly inquired of Rochelle in his mind. Hurry. I urgently need your help. How many years has this phoenix lived? Rochelle replied, nearly 2,000 years. The vibrant colors of a few feathers at the tips of its wings indicate it has existed for several millennia. Chen Ping quickly glanced at the wings. There were indeed 2 feathers. However, upon closer inspection, the luster of the 2 feathers revealed subtle differences. What do you mean by 2? Ling Hai urged. Don't keep us in suspense. If you know, just say it. Chen Ping extended 2 fingers, nearly 2,000 years, approximately around 1,900 years. 1,900 years. Ling Hai's expression fluctuated between joy and despair. This duration had already surpassed the limits of the third soul ring's capacity. Were it merely over 100 years, Ling Hai might have permitted Ling Yuan to take the risk, but exceeding 200 years was a considerable concern. Yet, this was precisely a rare fire attribute flying soul beast. Absorbing it would undoubtedly pave a smoother path for Ling Yuan's future. For a moment, Ling Hai found himself ensnared in profound indecision. Meanwhile, Chen Ping proposed to Ling Yuan. It could be worth a try. Should you succeed, the rewards would last a lifetime. However, if it were to exceed the limit, there would be no need to ponder how to continue living thereafter. Yet, Ling Yuan remained conflicted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping. Absorbing the soul ring will yield immense benefits in the future. To forego this opportunity will leave the future unchanged. At this moment, Ling Yuan made a resolute decision. Grandfather, I wish to absorb the soul ring. Ling Hai gazed at Ling Yuan in astonishment, his expression becoming somewhat complex. The allure of the phoenix was overwhelming. He recalled how, years ago, he had nearly lost his life for a fire eagle that was 23,000 years old. Yuana, I am quite gratified that you can make such a decision. Do not worry. I will intervene if you cannot endure it any longer. At worst, I shall spend a little more to procure healing herbs from across the continent for you. You are the best, grandfather. Ling Yuan smiled softly, then settled into a cross-legged position, her right hand guiding the purple soul ring as it gently descended upon her martial spirit. The absorption of the soul ring commenced, while Chunping and Ling Hai diligently stood guard, one in front and the other behind, protecting Ling Yuan. In such moments, it was only natural that Ling Hai, as a relative, felt a heightened sense of urgency. Chunping, do you think she can succeed in the absorption? There is a high probability of success. Chunping replied candidly. Soul beasts under 10,000 years do not induce soul fluctuations. If her body can withstand the soul power impact of the soul ring, she will succeed in the absorption. Ling Hai sighed, reminiscing, back in my day, when I absorbed my 6th soul ring, I too exceeded the recommended age. I managed to endure the initial soul fluctuations, but I could not withstand the subsequent surge of soul power. Ultimately, my companions intervened and forcibly interrupted the absorption process, allowing me to survive. Ling Hai gazed upward, his demeanor wistful. This remains my life's regret. Had I persevered back then, perhaps I would now be a platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. After a pause, he looked at Ling Yuan with hopeful anticipation, wishing for her to accomplish what he could not in his youth. You will. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping picked up the perfectly roasted chicken before him and indulged in it with great delight. You, my friend, possess quite the culinary skills. Ling Hai praised while savoring the roasted chicken. What skills could I possibly have? It is merely the fragrant seasonings that, when sprinkled upon the meat, overshadow its original flavor. Chunping modestly explained, not seeking to take undue credit. You rascal, you're not only plump but also out of breath, Ling Hai jested. The ability to create these seasonings is indeed your talent. I believe we need not sell any pain relief medicine. Simply marketing these seasonings could yield substantial profits. Such powerful factions would hardly regard this trade, ensuring our safety considerably. Chunping wiped the corner of his mouth and inquired, why can't we do both? He continued. Moreover, selling condiments does not yield substantial profits. It is far more lucrative to sell exquisite dishes. Sprinkling condiments on food instantly doubles its value. You truly are a clever one. Ling Hai set aside a roasted chicken, intending to let Ling Yuan savor such delicacies once she had absorbed her soul ring. With your clever mind, I can rest assured. P.S. Seeking recommendations and monthly votes, alas Chapter 45, The Starry Forest 6, Hey, Chunping. Since the latter part of the night, Chunping and Ling Hai took turns guarding Ling Yuan, and it was now Chunping's turn to rest. Chunping slowly opened his eyes, yawning repeatedly and murmuring, what happened? Yuan had been absorbing her soul ring for an unusually long time. Ling Hai, filled with anxiety, remarked, when I absorbed my 7th soul ring, it only took me a day. Is something wrong? Could there be an issue? There was indeed a possibility. But after consulting with Luoxir, Chunping felt somewhat reassured. Do not fret, Grandpa Ling Hai. Ling Yuan is about to enter a critical phase, and she must rely solely on herself. We cannot assist her. Despite the urgency in his heart, Ling Hai realized he could do nothing for Ling Yuan at this moment. His only role was to guard her. Ling Yuan's expression twisted into a fierce grimace, the veins on her forehead visibly throbbing. Hold on, you must endure. Chunping's concern grew. Persevere, for your future is boundless. Once I obtain the celestial herb and consume the coxcomb phoenix flower, your martial soul will undoubtedly transform into the finest among phoenixes. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted around them. Who is it? Chunping and Ling Hai hurriedly glanced over, realizing the imminent threat of an ambush. A wave of dread washed over them, for they were unaware of the adversary's numbers and capabilities. At this critical juncture, Ling Yuan was entering a pivotal phase. Any interruption would almost certainly lead to failure in absorption. Be it human or specter, reveal yourself, Chunping declared, summoning his martial soul and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Grandfather Ling Hai, if the opponent's strength is comparable to mine, I shall handle it. You must safeguard Ling Yuan. Conversely, if they exceed my abilities, I shall take on the responsibility of protecting Ling Yuan. Chunping briefly articulated his intentions. Very well. Ling Hai had no objections. The immediate priority was to ascertain the purpose of the newcomers. Before long, 10 robust figures encircled Chunping and his companions. Oh, so it is you lot absorbing soul rings, sneered the leader, his expression one of disdain. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Hope I haven't disturbed you. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, rose beneath his feet, while the other 9 men displayed an identical arrangement of white, yellow, yellow, purple soul rings. A soul king. Ling Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. To him, a soul king was akin to an omnipotent being, capable of subjugation with a mere flick of the wrist. However, circumstances had changed. He was compelled to consider both Chunping and Ling Yuan simultaneously. Since you are aware of the inopportune timing, why not depart quickly? Ling Hai's voice resonated powerfully, accompanied by an aura of soul power that sent a shiver down the spine of the lead man. 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 descended at Ling Hai's feet. Damn it, you are a soul sage. The leader gritted his teeth, his voice low and tense. 100,000 gold soul coins. And once we receive the payment, we will leave immediately. Their original intention was to take advantage of the situation. They had calculated that the presence of a companion absorbing a soul ring would deter any rash actions. Over the years, they had amassed considerable wealth through similar exploits in the Starry Forest. Of course, they adhered to a code. Once they received the money, they would depart without delay. This was a crucial reason they had survived thus far. Money, you say? Ling Hai glared at him, the aura of a soul sage pressing heavily upon the 10 men. You. The leader struggled to rise, articulating each word with difficulty. If you refuse to pay, we will take action. Even if you are powerful, as long as one of us can reach that girl absorbing the soul ring, she will suffer the backlash. A hint of triumphant glee crossed the leader's face as he continued. So, what do you think? I can assure you that once we have the money, my brothers and I will depart promptly. If it comes to a fight, we are not afraid. Humph. Ling Hai's expression darkened considerably. This sound of disdain echoed like thunder, causing all soul beasts within 100 meters to scatter. Make your choice swiftly. My brothers do not have the luxury of waiting for your deliberation, the leader taunted. This sense of control over others was a tactic he had employed successfully in the past. The words echoed in Ling Hai's mind as if to say, "Come and strike me, fool. I've been itching for a fight. If you do not attack, I shall be left restless." Ling Hai had no intention of indulging him, but he needed to prepare thoroughly before taking action. In the next moment, he communicated telepathically with Chen Ping. "Young lad, we will strike together. Unleash your second soul skill with full force to immobilize those 4 thieves in front of you, and I will swiftly deal with the 6 before me." Grandpa Ling Hai, you two can't bear it any longer? Chen Ping replied telepathically. You can also transmit thoughts? Ling Hai's voice expressed surprise. Just a little trick I picked up while battling with Ling Yuan, Chen Ping replied. These ruffians are clearly seasoned extortionists. Keeping them alive poses a danger. They arrived precisely when the soul ring was being absorbed, indicating they had targeted us upon entering the forest. With the Haotian sect guarding the periphery, only the 3 of us could enter the forest, making it inevitable that we would attract their attention. Moreover, they arrived at the most critical moment of Ling Yuan's absorption, suggesting that all of this was meticulously premeditated by them. All right, follow my lead. Wait for my signal before you act. Ling Hai resolved. Hey, old man. Let me ask you once more. Will it be money or a fight to the death? I'll give you 1 more minute. When the time is up and we see no money, don't blame us for being ruthless. The leader seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to shout defiantly. The other 9 men foolishly echoed his bravado. Exactly. Each of us has taken countless lives. Killing someone mid-absorption is but a fleeting moment for us. Is that so? Ling Hai replied coldly, 6th soul skill, volcanic meteor. In an instant, the sky ignited into a sea of crimson flames, painting the entire expanse above in a vivid red. 2nd soul skill, solar gale. Chunping followed closely behind, a powerful gale lifting the 4 individuals before him. The 6th soul skill of the soul saint is the most formidable offensive technique. The 10 burly men were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, never having anticipated that Ling Hai would strike so unexpectedly. I want you dead. The leader of the group momentarily lost his composure. Casting his gaze toward Ling Yuan's position, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, Rampaging Bear. However, before the technique could be fully realized, a meteorite, under Ling Hai's command, hurtled down upon him with astonishing speed. Boom! The meteorite exploded, the intense heat instantly melting the man's body. Having swiftly dispatched the 6 adversaries before him, Ling Hai turned around, urging, Chunping, get back. Understood, Chunping replied, quickly retreating and positioning himself in front of Ling Yuan. Noticing that Chunping was now beyond the reach of his attack, Ling Hai felt unburdened and bellowed. Sixth Soul Skill, Volcanic Meteor. Chapter 46, External Soul Bone. Spitting on the blackened charred remains on the ground, Ling Hai scoffed. How dare you threaten me with my granddaughter? You deserve death. After venting his anger, Ling Hai rushed to Ling Yuan's side. The commotion from their earlier clash had been significant, and he feared that Ling Yuan might be affected. Suddenly, Ling Yuan let out a piercing scream. What's wrong? Ling Hai immediately grew anxious. I don't know. Chunping instinctively replied. He saw Ling Yuan's soul power rapidly surging, signaling a prelude to potential catastrophic failure. Ling Hai was taken aback. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Yet now she appeared on the brink of collapse, with no gradual process to ease the tension. Chunping hastily inquired of Luxor, what is happening? What has happened to Ling Yuan? The situation had progressed too swiftly, rendering it impossible to interrupt the absorption process of the soul ring. It is nothing to worry about. We shall know the outcome in due time. Are you certain Ling Yuan is unharmed? Chunping sought reassurance once more. Luxor replied, I have never deceived you. Upon hearing this, Chunping finally exhaled in relief. As long as she is well, that is all that matters. Luxor mentioned that the specific circumstances would take time to clarify. Thus Chunping refrained from asserting that Ling Yuan was indeed unscathed. Grandfather Ling Ai, perhaps this is not a result of the soul ring, but rather a manifestation of some kind of mutation within it. Uncertain of the situation, Chunping fabricated a term that had never been uttered before. Soul ring mutation? Ling Hai immediately turned his gaze towards Chunping, gripping his shoulders firmly. What do you mean? What is a soul ring mutation? Is Ling Yuan all right? Hold still, you must pause for a moment. Due to his anxiety, Ling Hai exhibited an unusual strength, causing Chunping to feel dizzy from the shaking. Speak quickly, please. Ling Hai urged, retracting his hands. Chunping tapped his head, realizing that Ling Yuan was merely reacting to the soul ring and was unharmed. What on earth is happening to her? The anguished cries of Ling Yuan echoed in his ears, stirring a discomfort within Ling Hai's heart. It was not just him. Chunping felt anxious as well, repeatedly inquiring of Luo Sierra. This state of Ling Yuan persisted for a full 10 minutes before she finally settled down. An external soul bone. How fortunate this girl is. Luo Sierra remarked with a smile. You might as well share in her joy. When you acquire your soul ring, may you also be blessed with an external soul bone. External soul bone? Before Chunping could seek clarification, a wave of intense heat surged from behind him. So hot. He sprinted forward a few steps before abruptly turning to look back. To his astonishment, the upper half of Ling Yuan's clothing had been entirely incinerated, revealing a pair of fiery red phoenix wings emerging from her back. Indeed, it was an external soul bone. Chunping blinked rapidly. Hey, what are you staring at? Ling Hai, irate, pulled Chunping aside. Ah, Grandpa Ling Hai, Chunping stammered, slightly bewildered. It's an external soul bone. What's wrong with me looking at it a bit longer? Ling Hai gave him a light smack on the head. You better behave yourself. After a brief moment, Ling Yuan, having completed her absorption, slowly opened her eyes. Grandpa, Chunping, I did it. She eagerly showcased the soul ring beneath her feet. Huh. Grandpa, why aren't you and Chunping looking at me? Coughing a few times, Ling Hai quietly urged, you should quickly put on some clothes. Clothes? Ling Yuan hurriedly glanced down. Oh dear. After some coaxing from Ling Hai, she finally ceased her lamenting. Grandpa, what kind of soul bone is that on my back? Ling Yuan inquired earnestly. Could it be a type of trunk bone? No, Chunping interjected, his face still bearing the imprint of a hand. He explained to Ling Yuan, this is an external soul bone, which does not belong to the 6 standard positions on the body. This means you can still absorb a trunk bone. The unique aspect of an external soul bone is that it can continually grow. As your strength increases, so too does the potency of the soul bone. I see. Ling Yuan averted her gaze, noticing the mark on Chunping's face, appearing somewhat guilty. So what is the value of an external soul bone? Observing this, Ling Hai discreetly nudged him aside. Chunping replied, the value of an external spirit bone is only surpassed by that of 100,000-year spirit bone. Once it fully merges with your body, it becomes an integral part of you. Even if someone were to kill you, they would be unable to extract the external spirit bone. I see. Ling Yuan's eyes sparkled with insight. If they cannot seize it, does that mean I can use it freely? Ahem. Chunping shook his head. I have not finished speaking. If you are killed before it merges completely with your body, others can still extract the external spirit bone. Furthermore, spirit bones are the most sensitive items in the spirit master realm. Unless one's power is exceptionally formidable, It is prudent to keep the possession of spirit bones hidden, even if the external spirit bone has been fully integrated. Ling Yuan lightly tapped her forehead, absorbing the information. I understand now. I shall remember. With that, she reached out and gently touched Chen Ping's face, her expression apologetic. Chen Ping, I am truly sorry. I did not intend to strike you earlier. It was my grandfather's lack of clarity that led to my misunderstanding. Not at all. It's quite all right. Chen Ping responded with a silly grin. Sensing that the situation was becoming somewhat uncontrollable, Ling Hai promptly interjected, enough of this youthful banter. Focusing on enhancing your spirit power is paramount. Chen Ping, you have already reached level 30 long ago. Do not squander any more time. Seek out a suitable spirit ring swiftly, or it may hinder your future cultivation. Thank you, he thought to himself, for preventing me from kissing Ling Yuan. It utterly frustrates me. Chen Ping silently expressed his dissatisfaction with Ling Hai's sudden appearance. Indeed, Chen Ping, you should hasten to acquire a soul ring, otherwise. You have been unable to cultivate your soul power for quite some time. Ling Yuan chimed in, cautioning him, be careful, or I might surpass you. What level are you? Chen Ping inquired. Ling Yuan smiled mischievously. Hee, I am at the 33rd level. 33rd level. Chen Ping was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying reason. It made sense, with the absorption of soul rings beyond the usual time limit, combined with external soul bones. However, who told you that one cannot cultivate without obtaining a soul ring? Isn't that the case? Ling Yuan retorted. Chen Ping chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. A soul master may reach a bottleneck in their training. Even without acquiring a soul ring, it does not hinder the continued enhancement of their soul power, though they cannot progress to the next level to obtain new soul skills. Once a soul ring is acquired, the fruits of their training can be immediately manifested. Is that so? Ling Yuan inquired with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, my dear granddaughter, Chen Ping affirmed. Thus, you should strive diligently lest you fall too far behind me. Observing the exchange between Chen Ping and Ling Yuan, Ling Hai chuckled and supported Chen Ping's sentiment. Humph, naughty grandfather, I shan't engage with you any longer. With a disdainful snort, Ling Yuan turned away, deliberately ignoring Ling Hai. Chapter 47, Bone Dragon Under the Guidance of Loxier. Chunping drew closer to the location of the soul beast he needed to hunt. As they walked, they stumbled upon a shaded area, prompting the trio to rest. Senior, how formidable is the combat strength of that soul beast, and what is its age? With the impending hunt, it was essential to be informed about the basic details. It is not very old. That old man is more than capable of handling it. As for the rest, do not inquire further, Loxier replied lazily. This is also the will of the esteemed one. Otherwise, do you think I could so easily find you a suitable soul ring? The will of the god of destruction? Chunping was taken aback, refraining from asking more. Hey, Chunping, you should drink some water too. Ling Yuan gestured towards the water jug beside Chunping's leg. Snapping back to reality, Chunping promptly replied, Oh, right. At the same moment, Ling Hai approached Chunping, his tone tinged with reproach. Young lad. We are now in the mixed zone. What type of soul beast are you actually seeking? We cannot simply wander aimlessly. It is manageable for now. But if we venture deeper, I am not a match for those soul beasts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping recited his prepared remarks. Upon hearing this, Ling Hai rubbed his forehead, remarking, Why does this sound so implausible? What exactly is this soul beast? Where is it located? That's a secret, Chunping replied with a faint smile. We are merely at the outskirts of the mixed zone, not as dire as you suggest. In truth, he was uncertain himself. Yet he felt it inappropriate to disclose this to Ling Hai. By the way, Ling Yuan, what is your third soul skill? Chunping hastily diverted the conversation. You haven't mentioned it in the past few days. Indeed, dear granddaughter, you have yet to inform your grandfather of your soul skill, Ling Hai suddenly recalled. Realizing they had focused primarily on Ling Yuan's external spirit bone and had entirely overlooked her soul skills. An ultra-year soul ring would likely yield effects surpassing those of the same rank. Only now do you remember, Ling Yuan pouted, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Isn't it because I captivated your attention with my external spirit bone? Chunping scratched his head. The soul beast I seek is also a rare variant. So knowing your soul skill would provide us with a sense of security. Pausing momentarily, he added, We are currently in the mixed zone. Let us not forget about that group from Haotian sect. We must act swiftly. Very well. Chunping's words successfully persuaded Ling Yuan. My third soul skill is called Sparks of Stars. Upon activation, the wings of the flame eagle emit hundreds of fiery seeds. Once they fall, they will continue to burn until the soul power within them is completely exhausted. Ling Hai stroked his chin and inquired, "Does this consume a significant amount of soul power?" "Indeed, grandfather. Each release consumes 30% of my soul power," Ling Yuan replied. "However, once my soul power level increases, I will not require such a substantial amount. And the potency will also rise." Ling Hai nodded. "By the way, has your martial soul evolved?" Ling Yuan shook her head. "No. But the power of the flames from my martial soul has considerably increased." "That's still commendable," Ling Hai remarked with satisfaction. "All right, we have rested long enough. Let us depart swiftly. Lingering in this mixed zone for even a moment longer increases our peril." After walking for 5 minutes, the surrounding vegetation had turned significantly desolate. Towering trees had vanished, leaving only knee-high withered grass. Observing this scene, Ling Hai spoke urgently, "Chen Ping. Soul beasts capable of altering their environment must be no less than 40,000 years old. Are you truly certain this is the correct path?" "Indeed. This is the correct direction," Chen Ping affirmed. Were it not for Loxiel's repeated assurances that they had not gone astray, Chen Ping would have already led Ling Hai and Ling Yuan away. Before long, a vast, desolate valley came into view. The entire valley exuded an air of lifelessness, littered solely with bleached bones. "This place is utterly terrifying," Ling Yuan shuddered at the sight. "I have visited such locations before." Ling Hai furrowed his brow, yet showed no inclination to retreat. Chunping interjected, "Grandfather Ling Hai, here lies the soul beast I seek. That old man mentioned a millennium-old soul beast here. Perfectly suited for me. Is it true?" Ling Hai's expression turned serious. "This is indeed the very place where Douluo acquired his 9th spirit ring." Ling Hai's revelation astonished both Chunping and Ling Yuan, who exchanged glances. Each title Douluo's 9th spirit ability is shrouded in secrecy. Most who are aware of such abilities have met their demise at their hands, let alone knowing the location of their 9th spirit rings. "I understand your bewilderment, but it is as I say," Ling Hai shrugged. "During my clandestine mission for the Spirit Hall, I encountered Douluo here. Recognizing my affiliation, he did not pose any difficulties. After exchanging a few words, he departed." As he spoke, Ling Hai gestured toward the colossal skeleton at the valley's center. "That is the soul beast slain by Douluo. Such an immense frame suggests this soul beast must be at least 100,000 years old." Ling Yuan gasped in astonishment. "This is a bone dragon." Chunping's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "There should be another bone dragon, over 1,000 years old. We have indeed come to the right place." Ling Hai quickly cautioned, "Chunping, do not act recklessly. The bone dragon that perished here was 80,000 years old. In territories inhabited by such aged soul beasts, there are undoubtedly others of significant age. Before we ascertain our surroundings, we must not reveal ourselves." Upon hearing this, Chunping steadied himself, acknowledging Ling Hai's wisdom. "You are right. We should first scout the area." After a moment, he glanced again at the skeleton in the valley's heart, contemplating. "I am aware of Douluo's 9th spirit ability. I am astounded he managed to find a soul beast akin to his martial spirit for his 9th spirit ring. It is no wonder his ability wields such formidable power." Donning the camouflage attire Ling Hai retrieved from his soul guide, they became virtually undetectable. Half an hour later, having confirmed the surroundings were secure, Ling Hai led Chunping deeper into the valley. Gradually, the light began to fade. Despite their search, they had yet to encounter any soul beasts. Only the sound of the wind filled the air. "There should be a soul beast approximately 30,000 years old nearby." Ling Hai pointed to some soul beast droppings. "Creatures that thrive in this environment are likely to be giant lizards or snakes." "How foul!" Ling Yuan grimaced. "Grandfather, let us leave. It reeks here." "Not yet." Ling Hai shook his head. "Both giant lizards and snakes burrow underground. Should we be ambushed, escape would be impossible." Chunping comprehended the meaning conveyed by Ling Hai. "Grandfather Ling Hai, are you implying that this is a place where it deposits its waste, and it is highly unlikely to appear in this vicinity?" Ling Hai affirmed this notion and continued, "Let us search here for the ancient bone dragon, which has existed for over a millennium. Given its age, it would naturally be no match for this soul beast. Furthermore, soul beasts typically do not abandon their habitats. Thus, I believe the bone dragon is quite likely to be in this location. The massive lizard-like soul beast is an invader in this realm, and the bone dragon, lacking the capacity to drive it away, has chosen not to vacate this empty valley. Therefore, it must be hiding in a place that the invader seldom frequents. However, the stench here is unbearable," Ling Yuan timidly remarked. "Haha, my dear granddaughter, Bear with it for a moment. Once we have slain a soul ring, I shall have Chunping buy you new clothes. Ling Hai deftly alleviated Ling Yuan's discontent with a light-hearted jest. Indeed, the mere mention of purchasing clothing invigorated Ling Yuan, who promptly declared, "That's settled then. You must not go back on your word." "I shall not waver, I promise," Chunping assured hastily. "Young Chunping, I must caution you." Ling Hai's expression grew increasingly grave. "Your desire for the Bone Dragon's soul ring is likely driven by its spatial abilities. To my knowledge, the ancient Bone Dragon slain by Gu Rong possessed not only spatial attributes, but also dark attributes. Should this one also possess dark attributes, you must relinquish your pursuit immediately. Do you understand? The manifestation of Chunping's martial soul is of a pure light attribute. If tainted by a dark attribute, resulting in a diminished quality of the martial soul, it would indeed be a regrettable loss." It is no wonder that Ling Hai cautioned Chunping. "Yes," Chunping replied helplessly. "It's fine. If dark attribute power were to emerge, it would be absorbed by the other form of your martial soul, essentially having no impact at all." The voice of Loxia echoed in Chunping's mind. "Are you certain?" Chunping inquired with skepticism. Loxia rolled his eyes, regardless. "Your third soul skill is shared between both forms, so what is there to fear?" "Ah, never mind, let us not waste any more time. Look about a kilometer to your right. The Bone Dragon is there." Upon hearing this, Chunping internally expressed his gratitude to Loxia. "Thank you, Grandfather Ling Hai. Look over there." Chunping pointed towards the direction indicated by Loxia. In truth, he could see nothing, only perceiving a faint whisper of soul power, which would have gone unnoticed had he not specifically sought it out. Ling Hai raised an eyebrow. "That is indeed the aura of a Bone Dragon. No doubt about it. You boys wait here. I shall return shortly." As soon as the words left his lips and Ling Hai prepared to act, he noticed Chunping stepping in front of him. "Wait a moment, Grandfather Ling Hai," Chunping urgently interjected. "What is it you wish to say, Chunping?" Ling Hai asked, utterly astonished. "You do not wish for a soul ring? The Bone Dragon is not so easily pursued. A moment's distraction could allow it to escape." "No." Chunping shook his head. "I meant to say that Ling Yuan and I can handle the Bone Dragon. Grandfather Ling Hai, please remain vigilant and be on guard for any surprise attacks from another high-ranking soul beast." "Ah," Ling Hai finally realized. "I had almost forgotten. However, Ling Yuan can fly. If another soul beast were to ambush, you would not be able to escape. No worries." With that, Chunping summoned his martial soul. This time, the golden longsword transformed into a dark purple blade, altering not only his weapon but also the very essence of Chunping himself. "What?" Both Ling Hai and Ling Yuan gazed at him in astonishment. "Chunping, how has your martial soul changed? This is not a dual martial soul." Chunping's martial soul had not undergone a transformation. Rather, it was the color and attributes that had changed. Ling Hai was certain that this represented an unprecedented mutation of the martial soul. He would explain further later. For now, capturing the Bone Dragon was the priority. With a leap, Chunping melded seamlessly into the night. "Grandfather, I will follow ahead." After a brief announcement, Ling Yuan activated her martial soul and matched Chunping's pace. Observing the vanishing figures of Chunping and Ling Yuan, a broad smile spread across Ling Hai's face. "Ha, this young man truly astonishes me. With Yuan in his care, I can rest assured." Roar. Sensing an approach, the Bone Dragon immediately sprang into action. Its form darted swiftly through the space, leaving behind wisps of black mist with each movement, residual traces of soul power. Chunping quickly discerned. It appears to be a millennium-old Bone Dragon. This makes it easier to capture. Ling Yuan, unleash your first soul skill swiftly. Since it has already detected us, we might as well reveal our presence. Understood. First soul skill, Flame Eagle's Fire. Ling Yuan's speed surged dramatically. Prepare to perish. Chunping brandished his long sword, his body moving with agility. In the next instant, he seized the opportunity and struck the Bone Dragon with a decisive blow. True to its name, the Bone Dragon was a mere skeleton devoid of flesh. The blade clanged solidly against its bony frame. Aside from a minor crack appearing on the bone, it seemed utterly unaffected. Damn it. The Bone Douluo is renowned as the continent's foremost defensive title Douluo. How could I have forgotten this? Its defense is likely unparalleled among its peers. Chunping smacked his forehead and swiftly evaded. Ling Yuan, seizing the moment, launched an assault on the Bone Dragon. Second soul skill, Flame Scorching the Plains. Crimson flames surged forth, rapidly engulfing the Bone Dragon. What? Realizing the attack was futile, Ling Yuan halted and descended quickly to join Chunping. Ling Yuan, This creature possesses formidable defense. Conventional soul skills are likely ineffective against it. You must understand. My previous strike could cleave through the tough hide of a millennium-old bear-type soul beast, yet against the bone dragon, it merely resulted in some fissures. We must strategize with soul skills instead. The soul skills under the illusory moon form would consume 70% of Chunping's soul power if used in tandem, granting him but a single opportunity. Should he fail, he would have to rely on Ling Hai's intervention. With this thought, Chunping promptly devised a strategy. Ling Yuan. Fly into the air and utilize your soul skills to contain its movements. Leave the finishing blow to me. Understood. Having fought together in the soul arena numerous times, their synergy was unparalleled. Ling Yuan ascended swiftly into the sky. Third soul skill, Starry Fire. In an instant, the entire valley sky was illuminated by Ling Yuan's flames. Roar. Sensing the impending danger, the bone dragon began to dart through the space in a frantic bid to escape. Wait. Chen Ping sensed something amiss. Seventh soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. Ling Hai bellowed. Chen Ping, get out of the way. Fifth soul skill, Flame Eagle's Hunt. Chapter 49, Absorption of the Soul Ring. Phew, that was close. Chen Ping's figure flickered as he swiftly distanced himself. Almost simultaneously, a massive, gaping maw erupted from beneath the ground, an ancient horned viper, a creature that had existed for 30,000 years. Chen Ping, leave this to me. You must pursue the bone dragon, came Ling Hai's voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping pressed onward. What of the horned viper? Ling Hai smirked. A snake is merely prey for an eagle. With a sudden flourish, he summoned his fourth soul skill, Flame Featherwind Breath. Ling Hai raised his hand sharply, and the colossal flame eagle behind him began to beat its wings vigorously. The air was instantly saturated with scorching heat, prompting the horned viper to sense the impending danger and burrow its massive head into the earth. You shall not escape, Ling Hai declared, hastening forward to deliver a powerful punch to the viper's snout. Chunping, hurry. I cannot hold it much longer. The bone dragon evaded Ling Yuan's attempts, seemingly fearful of something. This cannot continue, Chunping mused, his brow furrowed. If it slips into the Starry Forest, it will be nearly impossible to locate. Anticipating the bone dragon's landing point, Chunping unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Several streams of purple sword energy shot forth, each aimed in a different direction. One such beam struck the dragon's head, eliciting a furious roar. It worked, Chunping exclaimed, noticing the interruption of the bone dragon's spatial traversal. He quickly called out to Ling Yuan, strike its head. It should disrupt its ability to shift through space. Chunping was uncertain of the outcome, yet he deemed it preferable to being utterly at a loss. The third soul skill, Flickering Embers. This time, Ling Yuan unleashed her third soul skill with a greater infusion of soul power, resulting in a considerably heightened density of embers compared to before. Ultimately, this skeletal dragon was merely a millennium-old soul beast, possessing rudimentary spatial abilities, having merely grazed the threshold of mastery. In the face of Ling Yuan's relentless barrage, it appeared utterly helpless. With a thunderous roar, the skeletal dragon surged toward Ling Yuan, intent on addressing the issue at its source. This was the moment he had awaited. Chunping leapt into action, activating his first soul skill, Resplendent Stars. In an instant, the skeletal dragon found itself enveloped in a dazzling array of colors. With a sharp hiss, the hues coalesced, forming a vibrant sphere of soul power. Explode. In the blink of an eye, the sphere erupted, releasing a myriad of colorful beams that pierced through the skeletal dragon-esque form. The dragon, racked with pain, frantically attempted to flee. Trying to escape? Ling Yuan scoffed, simultaneously intensifying the density of the embers. Young one, seize the moment and pursue relentlessly. This skeletal dragon cannot evade capture. It is now trapped within the spatial wormholes it previously traversed, and we shall pinpoint each wormhole to ensure a decisive strike. Chunping promptly replied, very well. The second soul skill, Falling Moon Galaxy. As soon as the words left his lips, tiny purple particles materialized in the air. With the bone dragon's relentless movement through space, each purple particle continued to grow in size. This cannot continue. Once the stars reach the critical threshold, they will fail to inflict significant damage upon him. And I possess but this singular opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Chunping declared, Illusory Moon Flute, Star Moon Dream. A melodious sound emanated from the illusory moon flute, momentarily halting the bone dragon's movements. The spirit kite, which had been suppressing the bone dragon from above, gradually ceased its soul skill. Such enchanting music. Merely listening for a while brought an overwhelming sense of comfort. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the source of the sound. It was none other than Chen Ping, whose jade flute emanated a unique wave of soul power. Could it be a soul bone? She pondered, but this was not the moment for inquiries. The spirit kite quietly descended beside Chen Ping, making not a single sound. It was nearly time. With a thought, Chen Ping leaped into action. In an instant, a dark, purple soul power erupted from within him, enveloping the bone dragon entirely. The illusory moon domain increased all attributes of allies within by 15, while suppressing the opponent's attributes by 20. Before long, every purple star particle reached its critical threshold. Chen Ping bellowed, "Die!" With a thunderous roar. All the purple particles erupted simultaneously under his command. Chen Ping, it's reaching its limit, he observed as the skeletal dragon plummeted from the sky. Ling Yuan, filled with excitement, tugged at Chen Ping. All right. Chen Ping leaped once more, unleashing a series of sword energies aimed at the neck of the skeletal dragon. With a thunderous thud, the creature crashed to the ground, a violet soul ring emerging from its lifeless body. At last, it was vanquished. Chen Ping collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Ling Yuan approached and seated herself beside him. Is that a soul bone you are holding? Also, what was the name of that last technique you executed? After the violet soul energy enveloped me, I felt an enhancement in my strength. In that moment, Ling Yuan transformed into a curious child, articulating her bewilderment without restraint. Chen Ping smiled and replied, "This is the Phantom Moon Flute, an external soul bone affixed to my arm. The move you just witnessed is part of my innate domain. You possess an external soul bone as well. And what exactly is an innate domain? I have never encountered such a concept before." Before Ling Yuan could finish her sentence, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance. It was likely that grandfather Ling Hai had dispatched the horned viper. A 30,000-year-old soul beast pales in comparison to a soul sage. Upon activating his martial spirit true form, Ling Hai could easily conquer it. Yuaner, I need to rest for a moment. As for these queries, I shall elucidate them once I have absorbed the soul ring. As Chen Ping felt his soul power waning, even speaking became a laborious task. Before long, Ling Hai approached, clutching a pitch-black bone. Grandfather, what on earth are you holding? It reeks terribly. Put it away. Ling Yuan exclaimed, her face contorted in disgust. Could it be a soul bone? Otherwise, why would Ling Hai have brought back a bone? Chen Ping mused with amusement. Ling Hai chuckled heartily, old man. I have indeed been fortunate. I managed to slay that horned viper. After a simple processing of its carcass, I stumbled upon this soul bone. The bone was not particularly large. By its appearance, it seemed to be a fragment from the left arm. Chen Ping assessed it briefly. However, it possesses poisonous attributes, rendering it wholly unsuitable for us. Perhaps we could exchange it with someone else in the future, Ling Hai remarked with a hint of regret. That's not too shabby. Chen Ping replied with a chuckle. Since grandfather Ling Hai is here, I shall commence the absorption of the soul ring. Wait, Ling Hai interrupted, grasping Chen Ping's arm. Before you absorb the soul ring, it is crucial to ascertain the age of the soul beast. With that, he began inspecting the corpse of the bone dragon. Aside from the absence of a soul bone, Ling Hai could discern nothing else. Do you even know how to determine the age of such a soul beast? Ling Hai asked, his expression one of embarrassment. Chen Ping shook his head and said candidly, this is the first time I've encountered a bone dragon, so I am unsure how to discern its age. Chapter 50. Has the purple turned black? Has this young man activated some hidden power? Grandfather, didn't you previously mention that the bone Douluo absorbed an 80,000-year-old bone dragon? Why is it that now anything under 10,000 years seems indistinguishable? Ling Yuan interjected. Ling Hai, looking somewhat guilty, replied, that was what the bone Douluo himself told me. Ling Hai continued, one can generally determine the age of a soul ring by its color. This is certainly not a soul ring older than 3,000 years. Recalling what Luxio had said about being able to absorb the soul rings, Chen Ping instinctively believed it to be a bone dragon of over 1,000 years. Moreover, the old man who had sold the information had claimed it was only about 1,500 years old. Even if its age had increased somewhat, it likely would not exceed 1,700 years. Chen Ping asserted confidently. That's true, Ling Hai nodded. We will guard you. You must hasten your absorption of the soul ring. I have a nagging feeling that something unfortunate is about to occur. Understood. Chen Ping quickly seated himself in a meditative posture to absorb the soul ring. Ordinarily, absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring would take only a few hours. Ling Hai and Ling Yuan sat nearby and began conversing. Dear granddaughter, what are your thoughts on this, Chen Ping? Ling Hai asked with a smile. What do you mean by that? Ling Yuan's cheeks flushed as she quickly turned away. Noticing her reaction, Ling Hai teased, Do not worry. He is currently focused on absorbing the soul ring and cannot hear your words. If you truly have feelings for him, express them. Rest assured, grandfather will fully support you. Reflecting on the mysterious powerhouse that had appeared at the Silvis Hotel and the surprise Chen Ping had brought in today, Ling Hai had come to genuinely acknowledge Chen Ping. He could hardly have anticipated that the young man he had casually conversed with in Soto City would prove to be so profoundly enigmatic. He eagerly anticipated the day when Chunping would reach the pinnacle of his potential, surpassing even the ultimate Douluo. As a former member of the Spirit Hall, Ling Hai possessed some insight into the subtleties of the Soul Master realm. "Oh dear, grandfather," Ling Yuan said, covering her face. "Unless he can procure a coxcomb phoenix sunflower for me, I shall not be with him." A coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Ling Hai shook his head. Since he mentioned it, he must have a plan. "However, I must caution you not to let small matters lead to greater losses. Some things, once lost, cannot be recovered." Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan fell silent. "Hee, Yuaner, you are still young. Many things require time to cultivate," Ling Hai said. "Think back to how you were during your first participation in the soul battle, and now look at your current strength. That is growth. Recently, you bravely absorbed a soul ring beyond its age limit. Compared to before, your courage is also a form of growth." Unbeknownst to them, the grandfather and granddaughter conversed until dawn. Meanwhile, Chunping was drenched in sweat. Soon, Ling Yuan sensed something was amiss. "Grandfather, is it normal for absorbing a soul ring of the appropriate age to be so strenuous?" Ling Hai shook his head, no. Immediately, he turned his gaze toward the soul ring hovering above Chunping's head. "Yuaner, this soul ring's color seems darker than your third soul ring." Ling Hai felt a sense of foreboding. Due to the night, a dark color like purple was hardly distinguishable. "Oh no, this is a 3,000-year soul ring," Ling Hai exclaimed in a flurry. Why didn't I see this sooner?" "Grandfather, what about Chunping?" Ling Yuan gasped, unable to believe what was unfolding before them. "No." Ling Hai regained some composure. If Chunping could not handle it, his body would have already reacted. He would not still be in a state of calm. "Grandfather, what exactly are you trying to say?" Ling Yuan's voice trembled. "If something were to happen to Chunping, what should I do?" By the end, her voice quavered with emotion. "Yuaner, do not panic." Ling Hai hastily reassured her. "I believe Chunping is capable of absorbing this soul ring. It seems that a 3,000-year soul ring is still within his limits." At this point, Ling Hai himself felt quite astonished. If not for the stable fluctuations of soul power emanating from Chunping, he might have doubted whether it truly was a 3,000-year soul ring. "Grandfather, please do not deceive me." Ling Yuan's expression brightened slightly. "Grandfather would never lie to you," Ling Hai affirmed solemnly. "Just wait. I believe it will not be long before this young man successfully absorbs it." "Damn it, Loxier, you have deceived me." Chunping felt an immense pressure on his body and cursed at Loxier. Unfazed, Loxier patiently explained, "Your body is endowed with the power of destruction. It is not so easily overwhelmed by a soul ring that has existed for 3,500 years." "What? 3,500 years?" Chunping exclaimed, taken aback. "Why is its strength so feeble?" Mastery over spatial power is not easily attained. Without the guidance of predecessors from its lineage, one can only grasp it through prolonged accumulation. Furthermore, it has never engaged in actual combat, which undoubtedly leaves its strength comparable to that of an ordinary 1,000-year soul beast. Loxier revealed the truth, a soul beast that merely hides away in a secluded valley, lacking experience in the brutal battles among soul beasts, cannot possess any combat prowess. Well then, the absorption of the soul ring is complete. With that, Loxier fell into silence, devoid of any sound. Meanwhile, Ling Hai had been closely monitoring Chunping's situation. Upon witnessing the soul ring slowly encircling the long sword spirit before Chunping, Ling Hai and his companion finally sighed in relief. He has succeeded. It appears he has navigated this perilous situation unscathed. Suddenly, 2 dragons, one gold and one purple, materialized around Chunping's longsword. They swirled rapidly around it, until a beam of purple energy shot forth from the purple staff insignia between Chunping's brows, infusing the 3rd soul ring before the dragons dove into the sword. It seemed his martial spirit was somehow related to these 2 dragons, Ling Hai discerned. However, the next moment, he witnessed the most absurd occurrence of his life. The purple soul ring that had been floating around Chunping transformed into a black one. The originally yellow soul rings morphed into platinum and purple gold. Is this kid cheating? The purple soul ring can transform into a 10,000-year soul ring. and the 100-year soul ring can become a 1,000-year soul ring. Is this some sort of cheat? Ling Hai's mind screamed in disbelief, for this was utterly outrageous. Enough to astonish him for an entire year. As for why Chunping's third soul ring changed color, it was simply because the divine examination had elevated its age by 10,000 years. However, with Ling Hai's limited experience, he remained unaware of such nuances. Mistaking the purple gold soul ring for a mere purple one and the platinum for a slightly faded yellow. Ling Yuan covered her mouth in astonishment. It appears that Chunping's soul power has significantly increased. Indeed, Ling Hai raised an eyebrow. Level 36, what a remarkable young man. Slowly, Chunping opened his eyes, and the three soul rings, platinum, purple gold, and black, transformed once more, disguised by Loxier into yellow, and purple. Chunping, you. Ling Hai was at a loss for words, feeling that everything had unfolded too suddenly. Chunping was aware of what had just transpired. Loxier's power could not possibly suppress divine power. The augmentation of the soul ring by divine power was unmistakable. Well, this is your fortune. I can only hope that you will assist Yuaner in the future. Ling Hai waved his hand, recognizing that some matters were best left unspoken. Chunping, will there come a day when you look down upon me? At that moment, Ling Yuan gazed at Chunping with a complex expression, her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of disparity. How could that be? Chunping replied gently. There are things I cannot disclose now, but when the time comes to speak, you will be the first to know. Really? Indeed, Chunping affirmed. Ling Yuan's expression softened considerably. Then what is the name of your third soul skill? My third soul skill is called Divine Wander, a spatial type skill that allows for multiple instantaneous teleportations, each requiring only a small amount of soul power. Chunping smiled. This skill was undoubtedly the best and most joyous for him. The pleasure of traversing effortlessly was something not everyone could comprehend. An excellent soul skill. Ling Hai clapped his hands. We should not linger. I have a feeling there is something beneath this valley. Could it be another soul beast? Chunping asked, puzzled. That seems improbable. Two high-age soul beasts would not coexist peacefully. Even among kin, it is unlikely. And the previous horned viper would not allow souls of weaker or stronger prowess to reside nearby. Ling Hai shook his head, having only sensed a fleeting change in soul power from below before it vanished entirely. I cannot be certain, but it is best to leave this place. With that resolve, the three quickly fled the valley. Please let there be no trouble. Please let there be no trouble, Ling Hai silently prayed. The aura he sensed indeed emanated from a soul beast, and he knew he would stand no chance against it. It would be better to avoid encountering it altogether. A thunderous roar echoed ahead of the trio, and in the next instant, a golden giant bear, as large as a small hill, soared over their heads. A 70,000-year giant bear king. How could this be? Chunping's eyes widened in shock. Fortunately, the giant bear king paid them no heed and charged straight toward the valley. That was close. Ling Yuan patted her chest, clearly shaken by the earlier scene. Someone's coming. Ling Hai immediately activated his martial spirit. Damn. I cannot activate my martial spirit's true form again for a short while. A soul sage's true form could only be unleashed once a week. In the following days, he would enter a period of weakness, reducing his strength. Suddenly, four men wielding the Haotian hammer burst forth from the direction of the giant bear king. What are you doing here? Tang Hao's eyes flashed with anger. Brother Hao, Tang Xiao shot him a glare. We must capture the giant bear king. We have no time to waste on Chunping and the others. Gentlemen, in which direction did the giant bear king flee? Tang Xiao asked directly. Chunping pointed behind him, urging, quickly, let's pursue. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xiao grasped the Haotian hammer and dashed past Chunping and the others. Hurry, hurry. At this moment, Ling Hai felt a twinge of relief, as long as the Haotian sect members headed towards the empty valley. The soul beast lurking beneath might very well shift its focus. They had previously slain two soul beasts in the valley, which could have incited the wrath of the powerful soul beast below. For reasons unknown, it had refrained from attacking immediately. But there was no guarantee it wouldn't emerge from the depths to ambush them later. Ling Hai activated his martial soul and sped towards the forest's exit, accompanied by Chunping and Ling Yuan. Along the way, they encountered several disciples of the Haotian sect, to whom Ling Hai kindly offered directions. In the divine realm, within a dark purple castle, the life goddess reproached, Xiao Zi, you have been exceedingly careless. The god of destruction lamented, this is hardly my fault. A year on Douluo Continent equates to merely a day in the divine realm. In the blink of an eye, I did not anticipate such a soul beast appearing there. Must you not exercise a bit more caution? The inheritor ventured there under your guidance. Should he lose his life unnecessarily, it would be a source of mockery for the Azura and others, the life goddess remarked, her expression softening slightly. That said, it has turned out to be less perilous than anticipated. Now that the inheritor has departed, I need not exert divine power to subdue it. With that, the god of destruction waved his hand, causing the barrier formed beneath the empty valley to dissipate entirely. Xiao Lu, have you sensed my interference in the mortal realm? The god of destruction asked with a hint of pride. Oh, spare me your banter. Should you ever reveal your hand, it will be you who suffers, came the retort. Brother Xiao, why are they in the mixed area merely to obtain a third soul ring? Tang Hao pondered aloud. It is evident that they have discovered something of value here. Regret flickered in Tang Xiao's heart for not having retained Chen Ping and his companions. You acted too impulsively. Brother Haoyan, Tang Xiao frowned. If they uncover treasures, that would be fortuitous, but should they find nothing, we would have needlessly offended the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Do not forget, that lad is a direct descendant of Sword Path Chinxin, holding a position in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School even higher than that of the Ning family members. The direct descendants of Chinxin and Gu Rong are exceedingly rare, if not non-existent. Given that both are the guardians of the sect, Ning Fengji would not hesitate to grant them certain privileges, Tang Xiao expressed, fully aware of the implications, which was why he had urged Tang Hao to maintain restraint. With a disdainful huff, Tang Hao ceased speaking, though his pace quickened considerably. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the empty valley previously traversed by Chen Ping and his group. Brother Haoyan, the giant bear king, is right there, in their line of sight. The giant bear king stood atop the corpses of soul beasts at the center of the valley. How fortuitous that he awaits us here. I shall show him the might of the Haoyan hammer. The temperamental seventh elder, a narrow-minded individual, was quick to act. Elder 7, wait. Unfortunately, despite Tang Xiao's immediate attempt to intervene, he could not halt the seventh elder's reckless charge. Sixth soul skill, Haoyan clone. With a Haoyan hammer in each hand, he swung them towards the giant bear king. Brother Haoyan, beware the ground. The giant bear king is not waiting for us. It has inadvertently wandered into the territory of a more formidable soul beast and is terrified. Tang Xiao exclaimed, revealing the harsh reality. That Elder 6 was momentarily stunned, realizing Elder 7 was in grave danger. Chapter 52, The Undying Sentinel. Abominable creature, meet your demise. Bellowed 7th Elder Tang Lai. Elder 7, retreat. Came the urgent cry from the 6th Elder behind. Unfazed, Tang Lai responded, 6th brother, you all wait here. Just as his words fell, the ground of the entire valley began to collapse. What? Tang Lai gasped, sensing the immense soul power emanating from beneath, far surpassing his own. In an instant, 2 golden pincers erupted from the earth, firmly grasping the giant bear king's body. Elder 7, flee. The 6th elder, hidden at a distance, yelled desperately. Tang Lai swallowed hard, disregarding his pride, and hastily turned to escape. The next moment, the soul beast beneath the ground revealed its true form. A massive scorpion tail piercing the heart of the giant bear king. This is the Undying Sentinel, a scorpion-type soul beast that dwells in desert regions. How could it possibly be here in the Starry Forest? Tang Xiao's expression fluctuated, his body shimmering with golden light. Could it be the legendary 100,000-year soul beast? The Golden Scorpion King? Brother Xiao, what shall we do? Tang Hao, sensing the Golden Scorpion King's formidable power, felt a pang of fear. We shall wait for Elder 7 to return, and then we shall withdraw immediately. Tang Xiao gritted his teeth. Ah, I just remembered. The 6th elder exclaimed suddenly. The lad from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School also came from this direction. They appeared to be fleeing. Could they have known there was trouble here? Tang Hao's face darkened. Damn it, we fell into their trap. Brother Haoyan, our immediate priority is to rescue Elder 7. We can address other matters afterward. As he spoke, Tang Xiao felt a twinge of guilt, for he had been the one who had asked Chen Ping for directions. Stomping his foot, Tang Xiao activated his soul ring. Prepare for action. That creature will not allow us to leave unscathed. In the blink of an eye, when they looked again, the giant bear king's entire body had turned into a puddle of blood. Such potent venom. Tang Xiao and the others were filled with dread. There is no time. Let us strike together and attempt to repel it. Once Elder 7 rejoins us, we shall leave at once. Gritting his teeth, Tang Xiao activated his 7th soul skill, Haoyan True Form. 7th soul skill, Haoyan True Form. Tang Hao echoed, also unleashing his 7th soul skill. Elder 7, we come. The 6th elder shouted, activating his 7th soul skill, Weapon Spirit True Form. 3 enormous Haotian hammers hurtled toward the Golden Scorpion King, which was charging towards Tang Lai. I cannot remain idle. Tang Lai understood the gravity of his situation. Gritting his teeth, he activated his 7th soul skill, Rising Sun True Form. Before he could finish speaking, the colossal scorpion tail struck his Haotian hammer, sending both him and the hammer flying. Elder 7, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and the 6th Elder's eyes widened in horror. 8th soul skill, Howling Skybreak. 8th soul skill, Wounding Strike. Haotian hammer, Chaotic Storm, God of Death Domain. Note: during this period, Tang Hao should have acquired the God of Death Domain. If not, this book will continue to adhere to this premise. Tang Hao did not possess an 8th soul skill. He believed that the Chaotic Storm hammer method, combined with the God of Death Domain, was more reliable than relying on the 6th soul skill's damage. The trio's attacks landed simultaneously upon the Golden Scorpion King, but aside from stirring up clouds of dust, they inflicted no harm whatsoever. Humans, you have successfully provoked my wrath. A voice emanated from the Golden Scorpion King's mouth. What? It can speak human language. Tang Xiao's heart had already grown cold. In the Douluo Continent, there exists only one type of soul beast capable of articulate speech, a 100,000-year soul beast. Despite the terror coursing through him, Tang Xiao maintained his composure and swiftly devised a plan. Elder 6, please assess Elder 7's injuries. How? We must disperse and flee. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, both agreed. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao chose paths that diverged sharply as the Golden Scorpion Emperor's pincers struck the ground, decisively pursuing Tang Hao. This is bad. Hao is not yet a soul Douluo. He cannot withstand it alone. For the sake of the sect's future, Tang Xiao resolved to sacrifice himself to ensure Tang Hao's safety. Young man, just now, a 100,000-year soul beast appeared in that empty valley. It is the venomous Golden Scorpion Emperor. Without needing to be told by Loxier, Chunping sensed an immense wave of soul power emanating from behind them. Accompanying it were 4 considerably weaker signatures, presumably the 4 members of the Haotian sect. What a close call. Ling Hai, still shaken, remarked, at this level of soul beast, even if I were to manifest my martial soul's true form, I could not withstand a single blow. Grandfather, is that soul beast truly so formidable? Ling Yuan inquired, gazing up at Ling Hai. At the very least, it is above 90,000 years. Such ancient beasts are typically beyond the capabilities of ordinary titled Douluos, let alone myself. Ling Hai replied, swallowing hard. No, Chunping interjected. Shaking his head, it is the 100,000-year Golden Scorpion Emperor. How do you know? Ling Hai instinctively asked. The next moment, he realized his error and quickly corrected himself. No wonder it favors such an environment. A soul beast that thrives in the desert would undoubtedly find the empty valley suitable. I am certain that even a 95-level title Douluo would not be its match. A 100,000-year soul beast. Currently, only one has emerged on the continent. And it won't be long before various factions begin to plot. Ling Hai sighed heavily. Let us leave. This is not a place for us to meddle. Grandfather, will departing south from the Starry Great Forest bring us closer to Spirit City? Chen Ping suggested. If there is nothing else, we should hasten to Spirit City. I sense that the Haotian sect will not let this matter rest. Very well, let us proceed directly to Spirit City. As for whether the Haotian sect will trouble us in the future, that remains uncertain. However, if we were to encounter them now, it would surely spell disaster. This time, Ling Hai did not hesitate to expend his soul power, rushing at full speed towards Spirit City. Meanwhile, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao found themselves nearly cornered. Had it not been for their flawless cooperation, they might have perished at the hands of the Golden Scorpion King long ago. TSK, 2 human-souled Douluos. The Golden Scorpion King laughed heartily at its prey. If only I could absorb the soul power within you, I would easily overcome the tribulation in 100 years. Clearly, Tang Xiao and his companion had no time to ponder what the tribulation entailed. Since the beast could speak, it might be open to negotiation. Esteemed Golden Scorpion Emperor, I believe we of the Haotian sect hold the right to negotiate, Tang Xiao said, forcing himself to remain upright. Negotiate? The Golden Scorpion Emperor scoffed. You are merely my next meal. What right do you have to negotiate? Chapter 53. The coiling dragon staff before the Golden Scorpion Emperor, Tang Xiao remained unperturbed, hinting. The Haotian Douluo is my and Hao's grandfather, widely regarded as the foremost in the realm of soul masters. If we were to perish, do you think you could escape his grasp? Oh, by the way, grandfather's strength is at the pinnacle of 99-level Douluo, just a step away from the 100-level mark. If you were confident in defeating him, then go ahead and kill us. Tang Xiao had mastered the art of feigned retreat. Such a veiled threat caused the Golden Scorpion Emperor to waver internally. After all, having lived for nearly 100,000 years, it had some understanding of the human world. A 99-level peak Douluo would need to endure 6 tribulations to stand a chance against it. What price can you offer? The Golden Scorpion Emperor shifted its tone, questioning Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. If your terms do not satisfy me, then your fate remains death. Brother Xiao, Tang Hao was confused by Tang Xiao's intentions. Yet as a disciple of the Haotian sect, he was reluctant to negotiate with a soul beast. He understood the principle that those not of one's kin harbor ill intent. How? You are the future Haotian Douluo. You must not come to harm. Tang Xiao's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for Tang Hao's dissent. Humans, I lack the patience to wait for your answer, the Golden Scorpion Emperor declared impatiently. Tang Xiao, with a forced smile, approached. Let me speak closer. As he stepped toward the Golden Scorpion Emperor, it dismissed the two as insignificant. Our conditions from the Haotian sect are. Tang Xiao's voice dropped. For you to perish. The 8th soul skill, Howling Sky Shatter. Tang Xiao swung the Haotian hammer fiercely at the Golden Scorpion Emperor. Following this strike, he would possess no soul power left. He was prepared to sacrifice himself to protect Tang Hao. Hao, run! Tang Xiao shouted with the last of his strength. Brother Xiao. Though moved, Tang Hao knew he must flee. Brotherhood and the spirit of the Haotian sect meant little in the face of death. The sudden assault caught the Golden Scorpion Emperor off guard. It did not comprehend the source of Tang Xiao's courage. The strike landed on its torso, inflicting only minor harm, yet left Tang Xiao with nothing but the certainty of death. You dare mock me? The Golden Scorpion Emperor roared, its tail revealing deadly spikes. Intent on draining Tang Xiao's life force completely. Clang! A golden staff repelled the Golden Scorpion Emperor's tail. Tang Xiao, regaining his senses, found himself unharmed by the beast. This was the coiling dragon staff. As he recognized the staff that had fallen beside him, Tang Xiao succumbed to unconsciousness. Having fled a short distance, Tang Hao sensed the commotion behind and quickly halted. Who dares to ambush me? The Golden Scorpion Emperor, enraged by the 2 surprise attacks, could scarcely contain its fury. Oh, 100,000-year soul beast, quite a rarity indeed. A middle-aged man reclined leisurely on a tree branch, idly toying with a twig. Who are you? The Golden Scorpion Emperor, aware of its own prestige, recognized that the one before it must possess strength equal to its own and approached with caution. I was merely tasked with surveying the Starry Great Forest. Little did I know I would encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, the middle-aged man stretched. It seems the Haotian sect's 2 juniors are in quite a predicament. Thank you, Lord Demon Slayer, for your timely intervention. I, Tang Hao, am eternally grateful. Realizing he had been rescued, Tang Hao stepped forward respectfully, understanding the importance of etiquette. After all, honoring the Demon Slayer Douluo, who had never known defeat, was only proper. Tang Hao, the Demon Slayer Douluo waved dismissively, tossing Tang Xiao aside. Leave. This matter does not concern you. Yes. Tang Hao spoke with utmost reverence. As he watched Tang Hao's departing figure, the demon hunter Do murmured, to have a 10,000-year transformation soul beast by one's side is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. However, I must first convey this news to my elder brother and let him make the final decision. How dare you disregard me? The Golden Scorpion King exclaimed furiously. You seek death. Vortex quicksand. The once flat forest floor transformed into a vast expanse of sand under the Golden Scorpion King's soul power. Control-type skills, how tedious. The demon hunter Do remarked coldly, retrieving the Panlong staff that lay beside him. I cannot allow you to truly perish. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. Outside the Starry Great Forest, Ain grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth in front of the camp. Not long ago, she sensed through the blue-silver grass within the forest that Tang Hao and his companions were in peril. Just as she was about to rush to their aid, she was intercepted at the forest's edge by an unknown individual. The 9 soul rings beneath their feet revealed to Ain that her presence had been compromised. Confronted by a soul emperor of over level 60, she knew she stood no chance against a titled Douluo. Yet, the newcomer merely barred her from entering the forest, causing Ain to feel somewhat perplexed. Logically, she should have fled, but she was unwilling to abandon Tang Hao. How, what should I do? She pondered. In her musings, she suddenly spotted 2 figures stumbling out of the forest. Elder 6, Elder 7, what has happened to you? A Yin's brows furrowed in concern as she swiftly summoned her martial soul to heal the 2. Once they regained their composure, Elder 6 spoke. Ain. We encountered the 10,000-year Golden Scorpion King in the forest, and Shower and Hower have become separated from us. The Golden Scorpion King? Ain gasped in shock, having never heard of such a being. Damn it. Elder 7 Tang Lai slammed his fist into the ground. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a burrowing demon spider, we would have found Shower and Howa by now. Don't worry, Elder 7. Let us wait here for Brother Hao and the others. If all is well, they will emerge shortly, Ain suggested with a level-headed demeanor. Very well. Elder 6 weighed the pros and cons and agreed with the Yin's reasoning. As night fell, numerous disciples of the Hao Yin sect gradually emerged from the forest, bearing varying degrees of injuries. Yet after a Yin's healing, most were no longer in critical condition. Among the disciples who ventured into the forest, only a few were ambushed by 10,000-year soul beasts and perished instantly. The others had returned safely, except for Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Brother Hao, please be safe. Ain silently prayed. Suddenly, the blue-silver grass within the forest transmitted a message to her. Wonderful. Brother Hao and the others are unharmed. A Yin's face brightened, and she hurried into the forest. The messages conveyed through the blue-silver grass indicated that both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had suffered injuries of varying severity, with Tang Xiao's condition particularly dire, clinging to life solely through the soul power of the soul Douluo. Brother Hao, wait for me. I will be there shortly to heal you. Chapter 54, Martial Soul City. After several days of speculation, the news of the 10,000-year soul beast in the Starry Forest had spread among various factions. Within the Sunset Forest, an elderly man with white hair stood atop a peak, gazing towards the Starry Forest, murmuring, a 10,000-year poisonous soul beast. If I could use its soul ring as my 9th soul ring, perhaps I could rid myself of the drawbacks of the green phosphor snake martial soul. Its soul bone, once absorbed by Xiner, might improve Aoer's condition. But alas, how could an old man like me hope to contend with such a formidable creature? Is the Dugu family truly destined for ruin? P.S. Dugu Xian, son of Dugu Bo, father of Dugu Yan. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji remained unfazed upon hearing the news. A 10,000-year poisonous soul beast? Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, we should abandon this pursuit. Ning Fengji assessed the situation. The cost of slaying a 10,000-year soul beast was too great, especially as its attributes did not align with those of his uncles. Given that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect primarily consisted of support-type soul masters, the number of combat-type soul masters within the sect was limited. If they were to expend significant resources for this soul beast, the sect would suffer grievously. Both Gu Rong and Chen Xian understood this well. Sect Master, we have no objections. The Blue Point Tyrannosaurus family completely disregarded the matter. Within their ranks, only Yu Yuanjin was a title Douluo, and his current soul power stood at merely level 94. The price they would have to pay in confronting a 10,000-year soul beast would likely be even steeper than that of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Conversely, the Hao Yin sect seemed to possess considerable interest. During a sect meeting, Elder 6 expressed his views. Sect Master, I believe we must secure this soul beast. Hower is currently nurturing a 10,000-year soul beast, waiting for his soul power to break through level 90 before absorbing its soul ring. Shower's talent is second only to Hower. If he can join forces with the sect master after Hower becomes a title Douluo, there is a significant probability we could slay the Golden Scorpion King. At that time, our young generation in the Hao Yin sect could boast 2 titled Douluos, both possessing a 10,000-year soul ring. Even in the absence of the old sect master, I am confident that the Haotian sect, under the leadership of Hower and Shower, will ascend to unprecedented heights. Elder 6's impassioned speech naturally garnered support from the elders of the Hao Yin sect. Thus, the sect master, seated at the head of the table, resolved. Let us proceed as Elder 6 suggests. The Hao Yin sect shall forever remain the premier sect of the Douluo Continent, unassailable by any force. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, their identities had been exposed. In Martial Soul City, within the worship hall, the demon hunter Do knelt partially, reporting, Elder Brother. The situation is as follows. It is likely that the Hao Yin sect intends for Tang Xiao and Tang Hao to each absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. As a judgment elder of the Martial Soul Hall and a servant of the angel god, Xian Dalu needed to consider the future of the Martial Soul Hall. Demon hunter. I understand, Xian Dalu replied, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Ah, if only you could be like those twin stars of the Hao Yin sect. I would not hesitate to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast for you. But you often neglect your training. Relying solely on the grace of the divine ancestor to ascend to title Douluo, You could never absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. With a long sigh, Qian Daolu instructed. Demon Hunter, you must not disclose the existence of that transformation soul beast by Tang Hao sighed to Jir. Yes, elder brother. Without questioning the reasoning. The words of Qian Daolu were law to the Demon Hunter Douluo. You have worked hard during these days of travel, Demon Hunter. Go and discuss your insights from this battle with Jin Yi and the others. Then retreat for a period of seclusion, Qian Daolu concluded, waving his hand. Understood. After the Demon Hunter Douluo departed and closed the hall's door, Qian Daolu sighed. Ah, Tang Chun, I will grant you this favor this time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping smiled and shook his head, saying, I have never been to Skydo City, so I am unaware of its appearance. However, once I visit, I shall pen a letter to share my observations and feelings with you. Well, all right, Ling Yuan nodded. Are you going to participate in the soul battle again? There is also a grand arena within the Spirit Hall. Tomorrow, I will accompany my grandfather to enroll in the Spirit Academy, and thereafter, we may have to part ways for some time. As she spoke, her expression grew somewhat despondent. Chunping, will you truly not join me in the Spirit Academy? Silly girl, I have matters of great importance to attend to, but I shall return. Chunping replied gently. If I find the time, or if I acquire the celestial herb, I will visit you at the Spirit Academy. All right. Although Chunping had chosen not to stay, his words brought some solace to Ling Yuan. Let us proceed to the grand arena for one final battle before we part. Chunping felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Half a year ago, he had been but a battle away from obtaining the purple gold soul badge. Yet the arena had failed to provide him with a suitable opponent. Challenging a soul master of a higher rank was a daunting prospect. Later, he had adopted a different identity and had participated in 2-on-2 battles with Ling Yuan. He hoped the Spirit Hall would provide worthy challengers. As it was time to complete the divine assessment, the scale of the grand arena far surpassed that of the arenas in Soto City and Balak. With throngs of participants and spectators continuously flowing in and out. There are so many people. Will we even be able to squeeze in? Ling Yuan lamented as she gazed at the bustling entrance. Most of the individuals in Spirit City were soul masters, and their enthusiasm for watching battles was undoubtedly greater than that of other cities. As Chen Ping stroked his chin, he mused, however, there should not be only one entrance to this arena. With such a massive influx of people, at least 3 gates should be operational. Unless, Chen Ping and Ling Yuan exchanged glances, realizing that a significant figure must be present at the grand arena. What should we do? Should we still participate in the battle? Ling Yuan hesitated. Of course we should. Why not? Chen Ping smiled warmly. If you perform well, you might catch the attention of an elder from the Spirit Hall, which could lead to more cultivation resources for you. There was another crucial point. After midnight tonight, it would be time for the arena to settle scores, and Chunping did not wish to wait another month. Furthermore, this battle held extraordinary significance for him. All right, then let us go. Chapter 55. Re-encounter with Bibi Dong. Oh dear. This line is moving so slowly, Ling Yuan complained. After waiting for half an hour, only half of the people in front of them had moved forward. At this rate, it would take another half hour before it was their turn to enter the grand arena. Chunping gently caressed Ling Yuan's forehead and smiled. There is no need to rush, patience is key. All right, Ling Yuan pouted slightly. However, for the next quarter of an hour, the group to which Chunping belonged remained completely still. Those at the front were halted outside the soul fighting arena. This is quite absurd. Chunping couldn't help but murmur, simultaneously speculating about the significant figure responsible for the commotion. Could it be Qian Xuanji? If it were indeed him, it would certainly explain the grand spectacle. Sure enough, a minute later, an opulent carriage passed by Chunping. The curtain of the carriage was partially drawn, allowing a clear view of the occupants within. The person seated there was unmistakably Qian Xuanji. Chunping mused internally, and it seemed that he was not alone. Other voices could be heard inside the carriage. Chunping, is that the Pope? Ling Yuan tugged at Chunping's sleeve, inquiring in a hushed tone. Before Chunping could respond, an overwhelming silence enveloped the line as everyone knelt in reverence before the carriage, proclaiming, "We welcome your holiness." Amidst the crowd, Chunping and Ling Yuan stood out conspicuously. Inside the carriage, Qian Xuanji's expression grew somewhat grim upon witnessing this scene. Just as he was about to express his discontent, he heard someone inside the carriage remark, "Hey, master, that's Chunping." Chunping. Qian Xuanji's expression fluctuated between uncertainty in contemplation. Donger, are you certain that he is Chen Ping? One of the occupants, Bibi Dong, affirmed, though his appearance has changed somewhat over the past 2 years, his aura is unmistakable. Is that so? A smile spread across Qian Xuanji's face. In that case, let us go and meet him. Following Qian Xuanji's command, the carriage came to a halt. Surrounded by a throng of spirit hall guards, Qian Xuanji gracefully descended from the carriage, closely followed by Bibi Dong and a woman holding a little girl's hand. Bibi Dong, Qian Xuanji, and that little girl, could she be Qianren Xue? Chen Ping pondered, bewildered. But who is the other woman? If she were a nurse, she would not be sharing a carriage with Qian Xuanji. This left Chen Ping in a state of confusion, as it seemed that the original narrative did not include such a character. Chen Ping, it appears that His Holiness is approaching us, Ling Yuan exclaimed, a mixture of excitement and anxiety evident on her face. For those associated with the Spirit Hall, being personally received by the Pope was an achievement they could boast about for a lifetime. Are you Chen Ping? Qian Xuanji approached directly, cutting to the chase. Chen Ping. I pay my respects to your holiness. Chen Ping bowed, while Ling Yuan knelt beside him in reverence. How amusing, Qian Xuanji remarked, showing no sign of reproach. Indeed, given Chen Ping's status as the heir to the divine throne, even a lack of formal greeting could not be held against him. It seems you intend to enter the grand soul fighting arena as well? Chen Ping nodded. Indeed, your holiness. This is my friend Ling Yuan, who has accompanied me here to participate in the soul arena. Ling Yuan, is it? Qian Xuanji inquired, glancing at Chen Ping's side. Ling Yuan raised her head. Her expression filled with reverence, and replied, Yes, your holiness, I am indeed Ling Yuan. Very well, Qian Xuanji turned around, since you wish to enter the grand soul arena. Then follow me. Yes, your holiness. As they proceeded, Chen Ping trailed behind Qian Xuanji, refraining from inquiring with Bibi Dong about the circumstances. Logically, Qian Xuanji should have no knowledge of his identity. Had he uncovered something, or did he harbor ulterior motives? The truth remained elusive to Chen Ping, and for now, he could only navigate the situation as it unfolded. Within the Grand Soul Arena, there existed a VIP room specifically designated for Qian Xuanji. Under the guidance of Qian Xuanji, Chen Ping and his companions stepped inside. Chen Ping, feel free to take a seat with Ling Yuan, Qian Xuanji casually remarked as he settled into the prominent sofa. Yes, your holiness, Chen Ping complied, then inquired, May I ask what matter has prompted your holiness to summon me? I hardly believe my status warrants a personal audience. A scoff escaped Qian Xuanji's lips. You possess a commendable self-awareness. However, he shifted his tone at this moment, you indeed qualify for a personal audience. In the next instant, Qian Xuanji conveyed telepathically to Chen Ping, the heir to the divine position. A tremor coursed through Chen Ping's heart upon hearing this. The matter of the divine heir must not be divulged lightly, for it could very well invite assassination. Soon, the reasoning crystallized in Chen Ping's mind. It was no wonder. Given that the Qian family were descendants of the angel god, they could hardly have failed to notice the divine power that erupted at the Soto Grand Hotel. Your holiness is truly remarkable to have discerned this, Chen Ping feigned astonishment. There is nothing under the heavens that I am unaware of. Qian Xuanji proclaimed with a lofty demeanor, gesturing grandly. I now extend an invitation for you to join the Spirit Hall. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan immediately responded, I am willing, your holiness. Yet, it was evident that Qian Xuanji had little regard for Ling Yuan's enthusiasm. His gaze fixated intently on Chen Ping. Chen Ping was naturally reluctant to comply, yet at this moment, he could no longer rely on the Seven Treasures glazed sect as his shield. Given Qian Xuanji's unpredictable nature, there existed a considerable likelihood that he would lead others to the sect, which would inevitably spell disaster for it. Shower, your actions are excessive. Return to me at once. The words of Qian Douluo echoed in his mind, causing Qian Xuanji's expression to shift drastically. Before Chen Ping could respond, he rose abruptly. Was he planning to take action? Chen Ping instantly became vigilant. You continue your discussion. I have pressing matters to attend to at the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji said urgently. As for your decision regarding joining the Spirit Hall, there is no need for an immediate response. Should you reach a conclusion, simply seek me out. With that, he turned to Bibi Dong, Donger, ensure they are well entertained on my behalf. Upon finishing his words, Qian Xuanji vanished from the room. We bid farewell to His Holiness the Pope, he acknowledged, for certain formalities must be observed. Chen Ping finally exhaled, resolving within himself, Qian Xuanji is indeed rather capricious. Without sufficient strength, I must avoid further contact with him. Little brother Chen Ping, it has been a while, Bibi Dong greeted warmly. Your Highness, it has been too long. Chen Ping replied courteously. Greetings, Your Highness. Ling Yuan tugged at Chen Ping, simultaneously bowing to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong smiled gently. Sister Ling Yuan. There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Sister Donger. Yes, Your Highness. Sister Donger, Ling Yuan responded, somewhat taken aback. Your Highness. May I inquire about these two? Chen Ping curiously glanced at the lady and the young girl in the room. This is my teacher's wife, Jin Lan. And this is my teacher's daughter, Qian Renxue. Chapter 56. Who on earth claims that Bibi Dong is a naive fool? As expected. Chen Ping thought, according to the esteemed elder Loxer, it seems that Qian Xuanji has not taken any liberties with Bibi Dong. I apologize for my rudeness. Your Highness and Madam. Chen Ping bowed respectfully. Jin Lan smiled gently, not holding any offense. It is quite all right. You may continue your conversation. I shall take Schwer to observe the soul fighting. Bibi Dong added with a smile, Sister Ling Yuan, why not join Schwer in play? I assure you, she is exceedingly clever. Ling Yuan hesitated for a moment. It's perfectly fine. Schwer is quite fond of you, Jin Lan reassured her. Very well then. Ling Yuan soon followed Jin Lan to another room. Chen Ping was certainly aware of Bibi Dong's intentions. It was merely a ruse to divert Ling Yuan and facilitate a private conversation. If you have matters to discuss, Your Highness, please speak candidly, Chen Ping initiated. In private. You need not address me as Your Highness, simply call me Sister Donger, Bibi Dong replied with a radiant smile. Indeed, I do have something to discuss with you. Feel free to express your concerns, Sister Donger. If it is within my capacity, I shall not hesitate to assist, Chen Ping replied earnestly. Bibi Dong's voice dropped significantly. From now on, please refrain from contacting the teacher. I fear for your safety. Chen Ping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would utter such words to him. Sister Donger, what do you mean by that? Uncertain of Bibi Dong's intentions, Chen Ping was reluctant to provide her with any leverage. Bibi Dong spoke solemnly. Chen Ping, you do not understand. The teacher has changed over the years, becoming somewhat extreme. He holds a deep disdain for those with genius. Even the prodigies who joined the spirit hall have met untimely ends at his hands. I fear that your failure to heed the teacher's words earlier may incite his resentment towards you. Chen Ping's brow furrowed tightly. If that were the case, Ling Yuan would indeed be in peril at the Spirit Academy. Sister Donger, I wish to ask for your assistance. Ling Yuan will be enrolling at the Spirit Academy tomorrow. She is a prodigy with innate high soul power, and I fear for her safety. Bibi Dong shook her head. I am sorry, but I must leave Spirit City in a few days. It may be a year, perhaps two, before I return. What? Leaving Spirit City? Chen Ping furrowed his brow. Genuinely perplexed by Bibi Dong's decision to depart at this juncture. Was it to evade scrutiny? That did not seem likely. Suddenly, a thought struck him as Slaughter City, of course. It had to be that. With this information, he held a bargaining chip. Bibi Dong must possess her own clandestine influence. Informing her about Slaughter City would not leave him apprehensive about her potential refusal. With that in mind, Chen Ping cautiously inquired, Sister Dong, but it is a destination steeped in malevolence. Bibi Dong remained silent, her expression unwaveringly neutral. Indeed, it was confirmed. Her demeanor was strikingly ordinary. Yet it was precisely this unremarkable facade that betrayed her true intentions. Chen Ping did not hesitate, but continued, I believe I possess the most comprehensive information regarding that place. If Sister Donger requires it, I would like to exchange this information for her assistance in handling 3 matters, or at most 2. Bibi Dong, maintaining a calm demeanor, extended 2 fingers, stating, this is my limit. Otherwise, the discussion is off the table. Chen Ping gazed at Bibi Dong with a hint of astonishment, internally cursing those internet trolls from the Blue Star. How could they claim that the youthful Bibi Dong was merely a lovesick fool, a naive sweetheart? Such words could hardly be attributed to someone of her caliber. Realizing this, Chen Ping felt the need to tread carefully to avoid falling into Bibi Dong's trap. However, upon reflection, it appeared he had already been ensnared. From the very beginning, she had been calculating his every move. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he finally grasped the implications behind her initial remarks. He and Ling Yuan had arrived at the Spirit Hall before the commencement of classes at the Martial Soul Academy, and Ling Hai had been diligently facilitating Ling Yuan's enrollment, seeking assistance from numerous individuals along the way. Given that Bibi Dong was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, it would not have been difficult for her to learn of Ling Yuan's situation in advance. For Bibi Dong, whether Chen Ping was aware of the news concerning the city of slaughter was inconsequential. If he knew, it would be a significant advantage for her. Regardless of the truth behind her earlier statements, Ling Yuan's circumstances at the Martial Soul Academy had become precariously delicate. It seemed she had anticipated that he might possess knowledge about the City of Slaughter, using Ling Yuan as bait from the outset, fully confident that he would not fall for her ruse. The only perplexity for her might be his ability to deduce her intentions regarding the City of Slaughter. If he failed to provide any valuable information, Ling Yuan would undoubtedly be in grave danger. This was a blatant scheme, one that compelled Chen Ping to engage. I shall first articulate my terms. If you, Sister Donger, are willing to acquiesce, I will divulge all the information I possess regarding that place. Chen Ping stated with a sense of resignation. He had underestimated Bibi Dong from the onset, leaving him in a position of vulnerability. What are you suggesting? Bibi Dong interjected, a glimmer of triumph illuminating her expression. Would I be the sort of person to refuse assistance, especially considering our prior acquaintance? Indeed, Chen Ping replied with a smile. Though a sense of foreboding settled in his heart, I would be a fool to trust you. I have recently been engaged in the production of pain relief medication with Grandfather Ling Hai, and I hope the Spirit Hall can serve as a channel for our sales, with the Spirit Hall overseeing distribution while we focus solely on production. Wait, Bibi Dong interrupted, raising her hand. Pain relief medication? What is that? Chen Ping did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a white pill from his soul guide device. In recent days, he had dedicated considerable time to refining the formula. And with Luo Xie seemingly possessing some knowledge of pharmacology, they succeeded in replicating the exact pill from Blue Star after 3 experiments. With the formula in hand, the next steps involved establishing sales channels and recruiting personnel for production. Sister Donger, the purpose of this medicine is to alleviate pain upon consumption when one is injured. Shortly thereafter, the discomfort will vanish. I believe if the Spirit Hall undertakes this project, it will open up a vast market for profit. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong did not reply at once, but took the pill. I still need to test the efficacy of this pill. If it truly performs as you claim, I can agree to your request. However, once it is handed over to the Spirit Hall for sale, you must not transfer the selling rights to anyone else, including yourselves. Naturally, Chen Ping was reluctant to relinquish such a valuable opportunity to others, yet based on his knowledge acquired on Blue Star, he understood that painkillers were merely the tip of the iceberg. He could produce even superior products in the future. I can assure you of my agreement, he nodded. Let us hear your other request, Bibi Dong said with a faint smile. My final request pertains to Ling Yuan. I hope Sister Donger can guarantee her safety while she studies at the Spirit Academy and provide her with some training resources. Additionally, if possible, I would appreciate it if Her Highness the Saintess could assist me with a small favor, Chen Ping articulated. You seem rather greedy, Bibi Dong remarked, narrowing her eyes. If you can present equivalent information, I would not mind extending a small favor. Chapter 57. The Secrets of the City of Slaughter. There exists an entrance to the City of Slaughter within that small town, Chen Ping stated. The entrance is typically located within a tavern in the town. After consuming a Bloody Mary and taking a few lives, one can pass the assessment to enter the City of Slaughter. Of course, one could also find the entrance by eliminating the tavern staff. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong nodded. She was aware of this information, which aligned closely with what Chen Ping had conveyed. However, she needed to ascertain details about the inner workings of the City of Slaughter. Otherwise, there was a high likelihood of never returning, and she had no desire to remain in the City of Slaughter for eternity like those fallen souls. I am curious how you acquired knowledge about the City of Slaughter, Bibi Dong inquired. Quite simply, for it is also the domain of the gods, Chen Ping replied candidly. It is a selection ground left by a powerful deity on the Douluo Continent. Only those who pass his trials may gain access to the domain of the god of slaughter. There truly exists a domain, Bibi Dong exclaimed, momentarily losing her composure. Cough, cough. Do not misunderstand. I am merely intrigued, Bibi Dong quickly clarified. Chen Ping remained unconcerned. The two of them harbored their own intentions. Rather than engaging in a game of deceit and suspicion, it was far better to be candid. Sister Donger, there is no need for pretense. I shall reveal everything you wish to know. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, Chen Ping stated plainly. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. You noticed it long ago, didn't you? Chen Ping neither denied nor acknowledged. Very well, I shall speak plainly. I indeed require information regarding the City of Slaughter, and I must find a way to exit it. Given our acquaintance, I hope you can assist me. Bibi Dong replied earnestly. Of course, I shall help you. Chen Ping nodded. Upon entering the City of Slaughter, your soul power will still be present. Yet you will be unable to utilize any soul ring abilities unless you possess the domain of the god of slaughter. Wait a moment. Bibi Dong inquired. If soul ring abilities cannot be used, can soul bone skills be employed? Furthermore, how does one acquire the domain of the god of slaughter? Now in her 70s, she had yet to awaken her domain. As the holy maiden of the spirit hall, she was acutely aware of when one could awaken such a domain. At this point, she only had the chance during her 9th soul ring. Should she fail to awaken the domain then, she would lose the innate domain entirely, leaving only a bestowed domain like the domain of the god of slaughter. You are correct. Not only soul bone skills, but also self-created soul techniques can be utilized. As for the domain of the god of slaughter, you must achieve 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter arena. Following that, you will need to request the King of Slaughter to open the Hell Road for you. Successfully traversing the Hell Road will allow you to leave the City of Slaughter and acquire the domain of the god of slaughter. Additionally, those who possess the domain of the god of slaughter can freely enter and exit the City of Slaughter. After listening, Bibi Dong fell silent, clearly processing the information. After a considerable time, she spoke. Please elaborate on the rules of the Hell Slaughter arena. 10 individuals enter, yet only one can survive, using any means necessary. Chen Ping explained. After achieving 50 consecutive victories, there will be no opponents among you with a record of 50 consecutive wins. Moreover, there are 2 divine beings within. Should the Rakshasa god seek you out, my advice is to decline their inheritance. Under normal circumstances, Chunping should not divulge information about the gods. Yet he truly did not wish to witness Bibi Dong in the future transform into a mere machine of vengeance under the torment of the Rakshasa god. Moreover, the Rakshasa god is notoriously miserly. With Bibi Dong's talents, which other gods would not eagerly bind her with the rewards of divine trials? And what of the other god? Chen Ping shook his head. Regarding the matters of the Rakshasa god, he was confident that the deity would not dare to trouble him. However, the situation with the Azura god was markedly different, as he existed on the same tier as the god of destruction. Should he offend the Azura god? Chen Ping's circumstances would become exceedingly precarious. Furthermore, it was highly likely that Tang San had been extracted from a martial arts realm by the Azura god. Thus, before the Azura god was utterly disillusioned with Tang San, it was improbable that he would consider a new successor. I cannot disclose much, but my counsel to you is to resist the temptations posed by the Rakshasa god. You still possess a promising future ahead. Additionally, it would be prudent to acquire a head soul bone before entering the City of Slaughter. As for its efficacy, I cannot guarantee anything, but it is advisable to obtain one. Bibi Dong nodded in partial understanding. All right, I comprehend. Now, you may articulate the assistance you require from me. Chunping nodded, convinced that after receiving the news, Bibi Dong would surely agree to his 3rd condition. Recently, the Balik Kingdom had become infatuated with dragon blood. As soon as Chunping opened his mouth, Bibi Dong interrupted, saying, I am aware of this matter. Our spirit hall is preparing to investigate the issue of dragon blood. Do you possess any better information? If dragon blood truly has the potential to evolve martial spirits, it would be deemed a strategic resource. The spirit hall will undoubtedly spare no effort in acquiring its formula. Please allow me to speak first, Chunping insisted. Initially, they promoted it using the dragon power from my martial spirit, and this was done without my knowledge. I have no connection with them. As for the effects of dragon blood, they're false. With a serious expression, Chunping continued, they merely added some restorative potions into the dragon blood. When soul masters bathe in it, they experience a sense of satisfaction, which is why they continue to repurchase it. I can assure you that dragon blood, aside from restoring the lost soul power of soul masters, has no other effects, let alone the ability to evolve martial spirits. As a person of integrity, Chunping was determined to expose the dragon blood scam. He believed that with the spirit hall's involvement, this farce would soon come to an end. Moreover, he was curious to see the expression on Yu Xiaogang's face when he learned of the deception. Very well, I shall comply with your request. Bibi Dong stated as she rose. I will attend to the matters you mentioned before I leave Spirit City. Chunping had no doubt about her reliability. Thank you, Sister Dong, he replied. Afterward, Chunping sought out Ling Yuan, and together they signed up for a 2-on-2 soul battle. Chunping, I can't believe I'm fortunate enough to meet Your Holiness the Pope, Ling Yuan exclaimed, sharing her excitement. Oh, really? Chunping replied awkwardly. If you knew what Qian Xuanjie was like, you might not be so eager to meet him. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Qian Xuanjie had not mistreated Bibi Dong. Compared to the first time he encountered her, Bibi Dong had evidently changed significantly. Initially, he was merely a passerby to her, and she had no reason or need to scheme against him. The second time, upon learning of his identity as the inheritor of the divine position, she began to probe him for information to fulfill her own objectives. Indeed, it is true that when one possesses no power, those around them are exceedingly kind. But once one attains some ability, they begin to calculate and scheme. The ancients were not mistaken. Chapter 58, The Purple Gold Soul Badge, Part 1, please. The Ling Sword combination and the Titan combination report to the Center Soul Arena number 3. The announcement echoed throughout the Grand Soul Arena. This time, Chen Ping and Ling Yuan placed a substantial bet on themselves to win. The people of Spirit City had not heard of them, resulting in their odds reaching an impressive 1-5, allowing for quintuple winnings. Their opponents were reportedly two 39th level students from the Spirit Academy, both holders of the Golden Soul Badge. The Spirit Academy truly harbored hidden talents, thought Ling Yuan, her face alight with fighting spirit. If she could defeat the two senior students before enrollment, how glorious that would be. The Titan combination likely consisted of strength-type soul masters, and they probably possessed a martial spirit that balanced both offense and defense. Prior to the match, Chunping succinctly analyzed, during the competition, Ling Yuan, you should take to the skies first and use your second soul skill to test their defensive capabilities. I will withstand their attacks alone. Ling Yuan gasped, exclaiming, no, Chunping, you will be injured. Have you forgotten what my third soul skill is? Chunping replied with a confident smile. After gaining my third soul skill, I must enjoy my first battle. Very well, if you can't hold on, I shall assist you, Ling Yuan conceded. All right. The Titan Giant Ape. It was astonishing that someone possessed such a martial spirit. Even Chunping was taken aback upon witnessing it. This martial spirit had never appeared in the original text. Could it truly be, as Bibi Dong had suggested, that Chen Xuanjia was recklessly slaughtering these talents? Or did he perish 8 years later while fleeing from Tanghao? The other opponent's martial spirit was the mighty demon bear, which seemed rather ordinary in comparison to the Titan Giant Ape. Ling Yuan, I plan to establish a faction in the future, and I hope you can find a way to recruit that Titan Giant Ape Soul Master after enrollment. Chunping gazed intently at the individual, his eyes igniting with fervor. Should he absorb the century-old soul ring and soul bone of the Titan Giant Ape, it would undoubtedly bestow upon him several soul skills exquisitely suited to his abilities. Most importantly, the innate soul power of a soul master wielding the Titan Giant Ape martial spirit would invariably be formidable. Very well, I shall seek him out, Ling Yuan replied. Hey, you insolent brat, what kind of gaze is that? The individual retorted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g., check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Chunping smiled faintly. Daylight, 14 years old, martial soul daylight dragon sword, level 36 strong attack system soul master. I seek your guidance. Ling Yuan, 15 years old, martial soul flame eagle, level 33 strong attack system soul master. I seek your guidance. The two prepared themselves, and with the referee's command, the soul battle officially commenced. At such a young age, possessing a golden soul badge, you are truly formidable, Li Zhao remarked solemnly. It can be said that Chunping and his companion were the most talented individuals he had ever encountered. Let us see who is stronger, Ling Yuan declared coldly. First soul skill, Flame Eagle Fire. Spreading her fiery red wings, Ling Yuan leaped into the air. Aerial advantage, Li Zhao thought. Remaining motionless as he assessed whether Ling Yuan was worth expending excessive soul power to bring her down from the sky. Stop daydreaming, Lin Fei reminded him. First soul skill, Demon Bear Palm. With a powerful thrust, he aimed for Chunping's chest. Bring it on. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Chunping patted him on the shoulder and said, Li Zhao, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my team. In the future, I intend to establish a sect, and I find myself in need of a genius like you. Li Zhao remained silent, as he now comprehended the formidable nature of their predicament. One could soar through the skies, while the other possessed spatial soul abilities, making it exceedingly difficult for soul masters like themselves, who lacked speed advantages, to land a hit. First soul skill, Titan Iron Fist. Boom, boom, boom. Li Zhao's punches were executed with astonishing speed. Should he be struck, he would certainly suffer internal injuries. Third soul skill, Ethereal Transcendence. Chunping wielded his sword with a swift motion, as Li Zhao's fist narrowly brushed past him. The blade of Chen Ping sliced through the skin of Li Xiao's chest. The pale silver uniform of the martial Soul Academy was instantly stained with blood. What a sharp sword! Li Xiao's heart was filled with terror. The second soul skill, Magic Bear's Locking Kill. Lin Fei would naturally not sit idly by. He leaped up and struck down fiercely towards the spot where Chen Ping had landed. The soul skill locks onto the target. But it is utterly ineffective against my third soul skill. In his mind, Lo Chiu had already warned Chen Ping. With another flash, Lin Fei landed where Chen Ping had previously stood. Damn, he's really slippery, Lin Fei cursed. Don't forget, I am here too. Second soul skill, Flame Conflagration. Intense flames descended from the sky like a cascading waterfall of fire. Such powerful flames, Li Xiao and his companion quickly assessed. We cannot continue fighting like this. We will be threatened from all sides. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiao activated his third soul ring. Lin Fei, cover me. Third soul skill, Gravitational Tide. An unseen force of soul power erupted from Li Xiao, gradually enveloping the entire battle arena. A gravitational soul skill. Chunping raised an eyebrow and shouted, Ling Yuan. Quickly descend from the air, do not face it head-on. Generally speaking, gravitational soul skills of the same rank can effectively suppress flying soul masters. Ling Yuan, not wishing to linger in battle, retracted her second soul skill and swiftly descended beside Chunping. Chunping, I can hardly breathe. Under the weight of gravity. Ling Yuan found it increasingly difficult to draw a breath. 3 times the gravity, this guy's soul skill is indeed impressive. Chunping cast a reassuring glance at Ling Yuan. Don't be afraid, just watch me. Second soul skill, Golden Gale. Brilliant golden winds, intertwined with countless sword energies. Shot towards Li Xiao and his companion. Li Xiao, his soul skill seems rather peculiar. Lin Fei furrowed his brow. Unable to believe that such a powerful 100-year soul skill could exist. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiao declared, Chunping, right? I will remember you. But if you wish for my compliance, you must first defeat us. Second soul skill, Titan S Strength. First soul skill, Titan S Iron Fist. Li Xiao met the gale head-on, striking it with a flurry of punches. Unfortunately, the gale showed no signs of yielding. The power of the divine skill seems to have significantly increased. Chunping quickly sensed this. Of course, the power of a divine skill enhances with your level. Only when you become a demigod can its full power be unleashed, Lo Chiu stated with an air of superiority. In that case, let us conclude this battle swiftly. Chunping smirked. Chapter 59, The Purple Gold Battle Soul Badge, Part 2, as Li Xiao struggled with all his might against the gale. He had no choice but to withdraw his third soul skill. On the other side, Ling Yuan finally found a moment to catch her breath. Chunping, watch how I teach them a lesson. With that, she prepared to ascend once more. Chunping hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, do not ascend just yet. Witnessing Li Xiao on the verge of defeat, Lin Fei gritted his teeth and declared, Li Xiao, I shall assist you. With his third soul skill, Bear Transformation, and his first soul skill, Bear Paw, he bolstered his overall attributes by 80%. Lin Fei rushed to Li Xiao's side, mirroring his efforts as they unleashed a flurry of attacks against the raging winds conjured by Chunping. With Lin Fei's intervention, Chunping's gusts could no longer withstand their onslaught and rapidly dissipated. Panting heavily, Li Xiao spoke in a low voice, Your soul skills are formidable. But I am no weakling myself. Let us settle this with one decisive strike. Glancing at the clock atop the Grand Soul Arena, nearing the stroke of midnight, Chunping was unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. Very well, let us determine the victor. Li Xiao had no objections. Prolonging the battle would only serve to disadvantage them both. Ling Yuan, this seems rather reckless, she cautioned softly. Continuing the fight under the current circumstances had solidified their victory. There was no need for such audacity. I require this round to ascend to the Purple Gold Soul Badge. Once the clock strikes 12, it will be time for score tallying, and I wish to avoid waiting. Chunping replied candidly. All right, then I shall accompany you in this reckless endeavor. Ling Yuan ascended once more. Third soul skill, Spark of Stars. Second soul skill, Flame of Conflagration. Excellent. Li Xiao laughed heartily. Third soul skill, Gravitational Tide. This time, his target was Chunping, disregarding Ling Yuan's assault. Li Xiao understood that halting Chunping's next gust was crucial for their chance of victory. Second soul skill, Titan Strength. The two skills were unleashed in tandem as Li Xiao charged towards Chunping. Third soul skill, Bear Transformation. Second soul skill, Bear Lockdown. Since Li Xiao had chosen Chunping as his opponent, Lin Fei was inevitably tasked with confronting Ling Yuan. withstanding the searing flames emitted by Ling Yuan. Lin Fei leapt into the air, determined to eliminate her from the contest. Choosing to engage me directly? Chen Ping remarked with a faint smile. I recall your words. Rest assured, you will not be wronged in my company. Hearing this, Li Xiao retorted angrily, do not boast. I acknowledge your courage and strength in facing us. However, until the results are finalized, tread carefully with your words. The Sunlight Gale was not inherently an offensive soul skill, yet after the enhancement, it exhibited such formidable power. Hence, one could only wonder if another purely damaging skill, Daylight White Explosion, would yield even greater devastation. First soul skill, Daylight White Explosion. The extent of the damage can only be determined through experience. A radiant golden sphere, akin to the sun, hurtled swiftly towards Li Xiao. What sorcery is this? This first soul skill achieves effects that should only be attainable with soul rings of around 400 years. Li Xiao's heart convulsed in disbelief. He realized that Chunping's first soul skill surpassed even the power of his second. Meanwhile, Chunping's third soul skill appeared almost inconsequential, barely inflicting any damage. Why do I feel as though this fellow's soul skills are misplaced? This one seems to be the true third soul skill. Yet, who possesses a third soul skill of such magnitude? It could be mistaken for a 10,000-year soul skill, Li Xiao mused internally, unable to comprehend the source of Chunping's extraordinary abilities. Perhaps this is the mark of a genius among geniuses? Regardless, even in defeat, I shall accept it. Li Xiao resigned himself to the outcome. In the next instant, the golden sphere erupted in an explosion. Even with Li Xiao's Titan ape martial soul, he could not withstand the explosion's might. His garments were tattered as he collapsed onto the arena floor. What overwhelming power! It likely exceeds the fifth soul skill of a soul king at 10,000 years, Chunping assessed. He was not concerned about Li Xiao's demise. Thanks to the calculations from Loxhill, he had effectively controlled the damage, ensuring that Li Xiao would only sustain injuries. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Ling Yuan clashed with Lin Fei. In midair, devoid of a stable footing, each of Lin Fei's attacks appeared feeble and ineffective, failing to inflict substantial harm on Ling Yuan. As time passed, he could no longer endure the searing pain from the flames and reluctantly chose to concede. Alas, Li Xiao, we have lost. Lin Fei grimaced as he landed beside Li Xiao. It is nothing, they were simply too strong. Our defeat is not unjust, Li Xiao replied with a wry smile. Subsequently, Chunping retrieved 2 white pills from his soul guide and said, take these. They will alleviate your injuries somewhat. But seek treatment from a healing-type soul master promptly to avoid lingering afflictions. This. Lin Fei hesitated. What are you afraid of? Li Xiao replied, swallowing one without hesitation. He understood that losing the duel equated to joining Chunping's team. If Chunping, as the captain, were to harm his own, he would rather be poisoned now than face treachery later. Very well, Lin Fei conceded and followed suit. Well, let us congratulate the Spirit Sword duo for their victory in this 2-on-2 soul duel. The host paused mid-sentence, tilting his head to listen to the staff's words from the arena. Moments later, he proclaimed with greater volume, we have received word from backstage that Mr. Daylight from the Spirit Yuan team has successfully ascended to the Purple Gold Soul badge today. Next, the head of the arena will personally present the badge to Mr. Daylight. It is a privilege to witness the birth of another Purple Gold Soul badge. Let us offer our warmest applause and congratulations. The host's voice resonated powerfully, stirring the emotions of the audience. In an instant, the clapping below surged like a grand orchestral performance, resounding magnificently. This was the applause of the victors. Li Xiao chuckled bitterly. Congratulations to you all. Rising to his feet, he seemed to forget the pain coursing through his body. Hey, Li Xiao you. Just as Lin Fei sought to intervene, he found that he too could no longer feel his pain. What is happening? Why does it no longer hurt? They both inquired in unison. Chunping smiled faintly, saying, do not overthink. The wounds upon your bodies remain. Merely the sensation of pain has temporarily dissipated. In a few hours, you shall inevitably feel the ache once more. I advise you to seek out a healing soul master post-haste. Otherwise, the agony you just experienced will resurface in a matter of hours. Furthermore, as injured individuals, it is prudent to refrain from any vigorous activity. With this, Li Xiao and his companion expressed their gratitude towards Chunping. I ought to be the one thanking you, he replied. Just moments ago, Chunping had received notification of the completion of his divine examination. The second trial of destruction, the heart of invincibility, required a consecutive victory to attain the purple gold badge of the Soul Arena, with a time limit of 3 years. Assessment completed. His reward was an enhancement of his soul ring lifespan by 10,000 years, and the affinity for destruction increased to 10. Presently, the affinity stands at 20. Chapter 60. The Purple Gold Soul Arena Badge, Part 2. The ceremony for the badge's bestowal was exceedingly grand. Conducted by a Soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall personally presenting the badge to Chen Ping. This Soul Douluo expressed a desire to recruit Chen Ping, yet Chen Ping declined, citing previous overtures from Qian Xuanji as the reason. The Soul Douluo refrained from further inquiry, recognizing that he lacked the courage to confront Qian Xuanji. Naturally, he also believed that Chen Ping would not dare to use Qian Xuanji as a shield. Within the Spirit Hotel, Ling Hai exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Haha, Chen Ping. You truly live up to your reputation." Upon hearing the news of Chen Ping's acquisition of the Purple Gold Soul Arena Badge, he enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping shrugged nonchalantly, not overly concerned. What does the Purple Gold Soul Badge mean? There are sapphires, rubies, and even diamond badges beyond that. I am only at the beginning of my journey. You truly have a bold imagination. Ling Hai's lips twitched slightly. To put it plainly, obtaining the Sapphire Badge requires defeating 10 Soul Saints in the Soul Arena with no more than 10 losses. As for the other 2 badges, they correspond to defeating 3 Soul Douluos and 1 Title Douluo, respectively. Given the influence of the Soul Arena, Soul Masters above the Soul Emperor level generally do not participate in such contests, let alone higher-ranked Soul Douluos or Title Douluos. Historically, only a few individuals have possessed the Sapphire Badge, while the Ruby Badge has never even appeared. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was somewhat taken aback. In the original narrative, the Soul Arena was only briefly mentioned in its early chapters, fading into obscurity later on. No wonder the Divine Examination only required the Purple Gold Soul Badge. Had the requirements been more stringent, it would have been impossible for me to achieve it within 3 years. Chen Ping realized the rationale. While the difficulty of the Divine Examination was indeed formidable, the criteria set for the candidates must be reasonable. Well, it seems I am rather impressive after all, he said, scratching his head sheepishly. You little rascal, Ling Hai chuckled helplessly. Humph, Grandpa, I'm just 10 victories away from obtaining the Purple Gold Soul Badge. Ling Yuan said with a hint of discontent, hands on her hips and a disgruntled expression. Yes, my granddaughter is the most formidable, Ling Hai replied dismissively, attempting to placate her feelings. All right, Yuaner, you should rest now. Tomorrow is the day you register, and your performance in the entrance examination will directly impact the cultivation resources available to you in the academy. By the time they returned to the hotel from the Soul Arena, it was already late at night. Even though Soul Masters possess extraordinary physical abilities, staying up late inevitably takes a toll on one's well-being. Indeed, my dear granddaughter, tomorrow I look forward to seeing you shine, Ling Hai chimed in. Yes, you two are truly bothersome, Ling Yuan complained before complying. Grandpa Ling Hai, I have already discussed the pain relief medication with the people from the Spirit Hall. Once Ling Yuan had departed, Chen Ping slowly spoke up. So soon? Ling Hai was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this development. Could there be any issues? Can the person you spoke with truly represent the Spirit Hall? Chen Ping nodded slightly and proceeded to share some matters he had discussed with Bibi Dong. Ling Hai, upon hearing this, realized, so it is the Holy Maiden, then there should be no issues. With the sales channels resolved, the most pressing concern now was to find a place for production and the personnel to manufacture the pills. Chen Ping pondered for a moment. If it were feasible, he naturally wished to recruit members of the Peiji family. However, at this moment, the Haotian sect was not in seclusion, and Chen Ping did not believe he possessed the capability to forcibly take the Peiji family under his wing from the flourishing Haotian sect. What a trivial matter. Ling Hai clapped his hands and chuckled. You have visited my estate, and to be frank, beneath the lake in the estate lies a vast secret chamber. It happens to be unoccupied at the moment. We can produce them there. As for procuring medicinal materials, I still have some connections despite my old age. Ling Hai patted his chest and assured, as long as the formula remains confidential, I guarantee that no one will discover the production site. All right, Grandpa Ling Hai. I trust you, Chen Ping replied earnestly. Indeed, with no one aware of the painkiller's formula and considering Ling Hai's prior dealings in herbal medicine, it was unlikely anyone would associate the painkiller with him. Next, they needed to figure out how to establish contact with the Spirit Hall. Now it was merely a matter of awaiting news from the Spirit Hall. If the Holy Maiden acted swiftly, They might have results by tomorrow, Chen Ping stated solemnly. Our transaction will utilize soul-guiding devices. I believe the Spirit Hall will not be stingy with their spacious, soul-guiding devices. You may decide this matter. Ling Hai did not refuse. Given his acquaintances, he naturally could not reach the decision-making level of the Spirit Hall, let alone make decisions for them. At this point, Ling Hai recalled something. Chen Ping. Tomorrow I will introduce you to someone who currently possesses the strength of a soul Douluo and is working under the old pope. Under Dalu? Chen Ping was puzzled. Who could it be? Is it someone who perished while pursuing Tang Hao, or a character from the original work? Grandpa Ling Hai, who is he? Chen Ping inquired. Ling Hai smiled mysteriously. If I tell you, you won't recognize him. You will understand once you meet him tomorrow. It took quite some effort for me to persuade him to agree to my request. You must show him respect. However, you will also benefit, as his martial soul situation is somewhat similar to yours, and he will offer you guidance regarding your martial soul. Thank you, Grandpa Ling Hai, Chen Ping responded. That night, Chen Ping sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind occupied with thoughts of the person Ling Hai mentioned. Who could it be? I do not recall anyone with a similar martial soul situation. The next moment, Chen Ping's expression froze as a solemn voice resonated in his mind. Destruction, third trial. Ice and fire tempering body. First, the examiner must travel to the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the sunset forest within a year. Second, the duration of tempering in the ice and fire yin-yang eye must not be less than 12 hours each day for a month. The examination period is 1 year. Completion of both trials rewards a 15 affinity for destruction and an increase of 20,000 years to the soul ring's lifespan. Failure of any trial results in death. The divine exam aligned perfectly with my thoughts. Chen Ping rejoiced. However, I must make plans promptly. As for the toxins within Douluo, leave it to me. As long as you can keep him stable and cure his poison, it will not be a difficult task for me. Luo Xier echoed Chen Ping's thoughts, providing him reassurance. Hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes brightened. Then I shall rely on you. I must secure Douluo. With him around, many matters will become easier. Once one earns Douluo's trust, he will certainly stand by your side in times of need. Such a person, Chen Ping would not foolishly leave the Tang San. Chapter 61, Spirit Soul Academy at the Spirit Hall, the Worship Hall. The doors of the Worship Hall creaked open. Xian Daolu stood with his hands clasped behind his back in front of the statue in the center of the hall and spoke slowly. Bibi Dong, you have arrived. Holy Maiden Bibi Dong pays her respects to the Grand Worshipper. Xian Daolu turned slowly, a smile gracing his face. Have you made any progress regarding the matter we discussed? Indeed. As you predicted, Chunping is aware of the situation regarding the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong reported the details of her conversation with Chunping. However, she seemed to withhold some information. No matter, Xian Daolu waved his hand dismissively. Knowing this information is sufficient for you. Go ahead and arrange your itinerary. Obtaining the God of Slaughter's domain is your top priority. Of course, you must also fulfill the commitments you made to Chunping. Yes, Holy Maiden Bibi Dong takes her leave. After Bibi Dong exited, she closed the hall's door. Tang Chun, you must have gone to that place. Xian Daolu gazed at the ceiling, murmuring. It seems you two are an heir to the divine position. I hope this will not prove detrimental to the Spirit Hall. The following morning, Chunping and his companions arrived at the Spirit Soul Academy. Is this the Spirit Soul Academy? It looks so desolate. Did we take a wrong turn? Ling Yuan couldn't help but ask. We shouldn't have taken a wrong turn, Chunping replied, somewhat uncertain. Ling Hai mentioned that the Spirit Soul Academy is on the outskirts of Spirit City, but it appears to be a wasteland now. Why the rush, old man? Ling Hai chuckled lightly, pointing to the distance. The path we took is not a main road, and only a few people reside within the academy in Spirit City. With no one traveling, the road has naturally fallen into disrepair. All right then, Ling Yuan shrugged. After walking for about half an hour, the path remained relatively smooth, and the trio finally beheld the Spirit Soul Academy. What a grand academy! Ling Yuan exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chunping felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. The architecture here resembled that of the university town on Blue Star, and he never expected to experience such warmth once more on the Douluo Continent. At this moment, were it not for the impending divine examination, he might have entertained the thought of studying here. In his previous life, he had spent 4 years at university, yet he scarcely managed to explore every nook and cranny of the campus, which left him with a lingering sense of regret. As he approached the entrance of the academy, he noted that the official start of classes was still a day away. Thus, most individuals present at the Martial Soul Academy today had arrived through connections. The academy felt relatively quiet, lacking the usual bustle. Seizing the opportunity to complete the enrollment procedures before classes commenced, he hoped to avoid the crowds the following day. Ling Hai gently patted Ling Yuan's shoulder. "My dear granddaughter, you must perform well. Stay close to this uncle. He will assist you with all the formalities." Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan inquired, "Grandfather, aren't you coming with me?" Ling Hai shook his head. "I need to take Chunping to meet an old friend, which is of great importance to him. You shall have to go alone." As he spoke, Ling Hai handed a letter to the person at the reception. Upon seeing the name inscribed on the envelope, the individual immediately became warm and welcoming. "Miss, please follow me." Ling Yuan hesitated and turned to Chunping. "When will you leave?" "At any moment," he replied. Though he could afford to delay, the divine examination loomed, necessitating a swift pace. Hearing this, Ling Yuan bit her lip and hurriedly approached Chunping. She planted a soft kiss on his cheek, her face flushing with embarrassment as she quickly turned and dashed into the academy. "Remember to come visit me." "Yes, of course," Chunping replied, somewhat dazed. "You rascal," Ling Hai said with a shake of his head. "Let us go, don't linger." Yuan has already entered. Ling Hai clapped Chunping on the shoulder. "My friend is waiting for you in Martial Soul City. We have half an hour until our appointed time, so we mustn't dawdle." Returning his gaze, Chunping turned to leave. "I will visit Yuan when I have the opportunity." He feared that the next time he returned to the Martial Soul Academy would be after completing the third examination, uncertain if he could achieve that within 2 years. Ling Hai led Chunping to a modest courtyard within Martial Soul City. Though small in size, it was well appointed, with decor that rivaled Ling Hai's estate. "Old Serpent Head." "It's me," Ling Hai called out as he entered the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man appeared at the door. "You old rascal," still bellowing as loudly as ever. The man was clad in dark yellow armor and was considerably more robust than Ling Hai. "Oh, so this is the genius you spoke of?" The man turned to regard Chunping. "Chunping, greetings, senior," Chunping said, cupping his hands in respect. "Quite polite." The man responded with a hearty laugh. "However, in my presence, there are no strict protocols. Feel free to be at ease." Chunping symbolically nodded, rapidly assessing the man's identity in his mind. Who could it be? He felt an uncanny familiarity, yet the memory eluded him. "Chunping, stop dawdling," Ling Hai chuckled. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my old friend, Shilong, whom I have known for over 50 years. He is the one I mentioned, possessing a martial spirit remarkably similar to yours." Shilong. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chunping, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Senior Shilong. What makes Shilong so special?" "His martial spirit is a serpent spear, distinctly different from mine." "Wait, he indeed appears to be the most extraordinary one. The manifestation of weapon spirits into beast spirits seems to have been uniquely designated for him in the original narrative. And I, it appears, may also be capable of such a feat," Chunping contemplated, "given my current abilities. Summoning the Holy Dragon would require a significant expenditure of soul power. If I could discover a more accessible method from him, my strength might see considerable enhancement." Loxer knew many things, yet he was not human. Regarding human soul masters, aside from the similarities with soul beasts, his knowledge might not surpass that of Chunping. "Chunping, is it?" Shilong produced a notebook from his robe, originally intending to teach you personally. "But I have an urgent task to attend to and must depart within 10 minutes. Saying this, he pressed the notebook into Chunping's hands. "Ling Hai has informed me of your circumstances. Indeed, we share similarities, and your martial spirit strength surpasses even mine. Typically, the methods of martial spirit cultivation are reserved for family members. However, it seems that we are the only two on this continent capable of manifesting weapon spirits into beast spirits. You could be considered a fated connection, henceforth. Diligently follow the notes within for your training. I've detailed everything, and it should prove beneficial." "Thank you, old friend," Ling Hai expressed with sincerity. Shilong appeared quite at ease. "You old rascal, I agreed to this on account of that lad saving your life. Otherwise, I would never have consented for anyone else." "Thank you, Senior Shilong." Chunping silently noted this favor, while also harboring curiosity about the relationship between Ling Hai and Shilong. Chapter 62. The past. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shilong swiftly departed to carry out his mission. Ling Hai and Chunping sought a nearby tea house for respite. "Grandfather Ling Hai, your relationship with Senior Shilong appears to be quite extraordinary," Chunping remarked with subtle implication. Ling Hai took a sip of tea and chided with a smile, "You little rascal have taken an interest in my affairs. Very well, since you wish to know. It isn't exactly a secret, so I shall share it with you. Excellent, Chen Ping replied, sitting attentively, his curiosity piqued. Ling Hai took another sip of tea and drifted into reminiscence. This story dates back 60 years. My father ascended to the level of Soul Emperor and became the master of the Soul Hall in Soto City. At that time, I was your age, merely 14. As he spoke, Ling Hai felt a tinge of regret. However, compared to you, my talent was considerably less. Back then, my family was well off, and I lacked motivation for cultivation, spending my days in frivolity. It wasn't until I turned 14 that I finally broke through to become a great soul master. By the way, Yuan was much like me in her earlier days. Otherwise, with her innate talent, how could you have surpassed her? Indeed. Considering that Ling Yuan is a prodigy with innate full soul power, it is somewhat disappointing that she only reached level 20 by age 13. True enough. Children are naturally inclined to play. I too indulged in such pastimes. Not quite the same. Ling Hai shook his head. Before meeting you, Yuan had a far more tempestuous temperament. She used to roam aimlessly, and even when she read, it was out of reluctance to cultivate. Now, with a peer of her caliber, her competitive spirit has been ignited. On that note, I owe you my gratitude. Chunping smiled and shook his head, saying, Grandfather Ling Hai. This is what I ought to do. He continued, let us not digress. Subsequently, my father and I ventured into the Starry Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. And it was during that time that I met Shilong. That day, we had not ventured far into the outskirts when we discovered Shilong lying in the woods. His body even infested with maggots. Chunping was taken aback. Isn't that death? Ling Hai did not refute. Indeed, at first we all believed he was dead. However, while we were burying his body, my father detected a faint heartbeat. At that moment, I could hardly believe how a person could survive with their entire back in such a state of decay. Maggots. It must be maggots, Chunping immediately thought. Maggots? Ling Hai did not share this view. Maggots consume human flesh. It cannot be that. Chunping shook his head and explained with scientific reasoning. Indeed, cannibalism is a fact. However, they consume only carrion. Were it not for the maggots, the mere infection resulting from the decay of flesh would have ensured that Elder Shilong would not have survived until your arrival. He would have long since departed from this world. Is that so? Ling Hai clearly found this assertion rather far-fetched. Yet, the reality was that the maggots had thoroughly cleansed the wounds on Shilong's back. In this land of Douluo, devoid of antibiotics, surviving a severe infection could only be deemed miraculous. Not dwelling on this matter further, Ling Hai continued. Upon learning that Shilong was still alive, my father and I ceased our search for soul beasts and instead escorted him out of the forest. It could be said that fate had spared Shilong. Outside the forest, in a small town, there was a healing-type soul master at the Soul Emperor level who brought him back to life. What followed were trivial tales of their adventures across the continent. Notably, it was during Ling Hai's reckless endeavor to absorb a soul ring beyond his years that Shilong had rescued him. With my limited potential, I fear I may only reach level 79 at most. After this encounter, it seems we shall not have another opportunity to meet. At this point, a hint of resignation appeared on Ling Hai's face. It was not that Shilong was unwilling to engage with him, but rather the widening gap in their soul power made such interactions increasingly difficult. As Shilong's soul power ascended, the tasks he undertook within the Spirit Hall became more numerous and of a more confidential nature. Ling Hai was acutely aware of the secrecy regulations within the Spirit Hall and dared not approach Shilong recklessly. Rising to his feet, Ling Hai stretched his waist and said, Chunping, I am heading to the Spirit Academy to find you on air. After that, I shall wait in Spirit City for news regarding the pain relief medicine. Would you care to accompany me back to the Spirit Academy? Chunping pondered for a moment before declining. No, I shall not. Farewells are invariably painful. My absence may indeed be a blessing for you honor. Sighing, Ling Hai remarked. I ought not to inquire, yet this time, I must ask, are you truly unable to remain? Chunping shook his head, stating, I have matters of great importance to attend to. Only by accomplishing them can I grow stronger. In the future, we shall have ample time to meet again. So I believe it unwise to forsake my cultivation for fleeting gratification. You speak wisely, Ling Hai nodded. Go forth, and I hope that when we next meet, you have surpassed this old man. With that, Ling Hai did not linger, and Chunping called after him, until we meet again. After a moment of contemplation, someone tapped Chunping on the shoulder from behind. Hey, Chunping, what are you daydreaming about? Nothing, Your Highness, Chunping replied, turning to face her. Bibi Dong smiled gently. The assistance you requested has been arranged. A soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall has been dispatched to oversee the procurement of pain relief medications. He should currently be surveying the routes from Soto City to the various Spirit Halls. The first batch of pain relief medication should enter the market within a month. And within 3 months, it ought to cover the entire continent. Is it really that swift? Douluo Continent is not a modern society. Achieving such speed through human effort is quite remarkable. It is of little consequence. You simply need to commence the production of pain relief medications promptly, Bibi Dong emphasized. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping always felt that this person would be Shilong, for just a moment ago, Shilong had hastily departed from the Spirit City. Bibi Dong lowered her head. It is no secret. That person is named Shilong, an 87th level soul Douluo. Oh, is that so? A smile graced Chunping's lips. It seems that Grandpa Ling Hai can once again engage with an old friend. Picking up the clothes from his seat, Chunping remarked, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave from the Spirit City. So soon? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Why not wait a few more days? No. I have pressing matters to attend to, Chunping replied with a smile. By the time you emerge from the city of slaughter, I should have completed my tasks as well. Until we meet again. With that, Chunping vanished from sight. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. What an intriguing individual. I hope I can return from the city of slaughter. It is certainly no place for an ordinary person. Will the head spirit bone truly have an effect? Chapter 63. Yu Xiaogang's bloodshed. Within a few days, the Spirit Hall disseminated a significant announcement across the continent. In a small town of the Barak Kingdom, 3 individuals leisurely strolled into the city. Indeed, they were the illustrious soul masters, known as the Golden Iron Triangle, whose very names would instill fear in the future of the soul master realm. Xiaogang, we profited 200,000 gold soul coins from the last town. This time we need not worry about finances. Lu Erlong eagerly approached Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, with his hands clasped behind his back, assumed an aloof demeanor. Ahem, Erlong. Yu Xiaogang lightly cleared his throat. This amount is still insufficient. Once we sell the remaining books in the next few days, we shall head to Tando City, where I will truly realize my ambitions. Indeed, Xiaogang, those fools will bow before your wisdom, Lu Erlong concurred. Meanwhile, Flinder appeared considerably more composed. Xiaogang, I just passed by the city gate and noticed a notice posted there. Should we not return to take a look? Given the shadow of our previous wanted poster, Lu Erlong agreed with Flinder's suggestion. Yes, Xiaogang, we should investigate. However, Yu Xiaogang shook his head. No need. The bulletin board ahead should contain the same information as that at the city gate. Let us proceed forward to save ourselves a detour. Beneath the bulletin board, several older men were engaged in animated discussion. Have you heard? After verification by the Spirit Hall, the dragon blood that has swept across the Barak Kingdom these past 2 years is a complete hoax. Indeed, I've heard. With the authority of the Spirit Hall, bolstered by confirmation from the Tando Empire, it is nearly certain that the dragon blood is counterfeit. Rumor has it that the Snow Knight Emperor has dispatched officials to the Barak Kingdom. Many officials are likely to be dismissed. Now that you mention it, I recall that it was those nobles who were selling it. Humph, how dare they do such a thing? If the Snow Knight Emperor were to execute them, it would be a great relief. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang squeezed through. Excuse me, gentlemen, could you make way? The 2 men who had been speaking glanced at Yu Xiaogang. You must be an educated person, correct? Yu Xiaogang straightened his posture, a proud expression on his face. I am but a humble individual, yet I have read quite a bit. Upon hearing this, the 2 men were immediately delighted, exclaiming, that is splendid. Quickly, esteemed scholar, please read the contents of the notice on the wall. We have only heard about it secondhand and do not know the specifics. Others nearby gathered around as well. Esteemed scholar, to be frank, we country folk who have never awakened our soul power had no opportunity to attend school. We cannot read it all. Oh, is that so? A smile appeared on Yu Xiaogan's face, yet in his heart, he looked down upon them. A bunch of impoverished fools. What status do I, Yu Xiaogang, possess to read a notice for you? Nevertheless, Yu Xiaogang reconsidered. If he were to present himself as approachable, surely he would gain a favorable reputation? This would certainly facilitate his book sales. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaogang began to read. According to verification by the Tando Empire and the Spirit Hall, the dragon blood that has recently captivated the entire Barak Kingdom originates from Soto City. It has now been confirmed that the trade of dragon blood is a scam. As he recited, Yu Xiaogang paused. Esteemed scholar, is that all? Someone immediately inquired. I see so many words above. It cannot possibly be just this. Yu Xiaogang remained silent, his countenance darkening to the utmost degree. Lu Erlong and Flinder quickly scanned the remaining content, their expressions shifting dramatically. Without further ado, Flinder promptly dragged Yu Xiaogang into a tea house. Xiaogang. It seems we have indeed been deceived, Flinder said in a solemn tone. Yu Xiaogang said nothing, his eyes already bloodshot. Why? What? Xiaogang, what did you say? Lu Erlong failed to catch Yu Xiaogang's words. Yu Xiaogang ignored her, continuing to mutter to himself. Why? Why does the whole world conspire against me? Why? Xiaogang. Seeing Yu Xiaogang lose control of his emotions, Flinder immediately comforted him. Xiaogang, there will always be other ways. We simply need to explore a few more ruins. And we will surely find a solution. Ruins, ruins. Yu Xiaogang slammed his fist on the table, cursing. They are all liars, you too. All of you are deceivers. Lu Erlong tugged at Yu Xiaogangs sleeve. Xiaogang, calm down. The urgent matter is that we must find those merchants. Find those merchants? Yu Xiaogang laughed in anger. How? Are you going to look for them? Don't be naive. Those people have long been captured by the Spirit Hall and the Tando Empire. The money that was scammed has likely already lined their pockets. After all my efforts, countless words wasted, countless paths traversed, only to end up with nothing at all. It's all gone. Everything is gone. With a sudden spurt of blood, Yu Xiaogang coughed violently, staining the wall before him. Xiaogang. Lu Erlong quickly supported Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang. Don't scare me. Flinder, hurry to find a healing soul master. Flinder instructed hastily. Erlong, please ensure Xiaogang remains calm. I will return shortly. As he spoke, Flinder felt unease within. This city was not large. Had it not been on the main route to Tando City, they would never have come here. Everything was fine in this small town, except there might not be a healing soul master available. If they truly could not find one, Flinder would have to hurry an hour east to Barak City to locate a healing soul master and bring him back. This would undoubtedly incur a significant expense of gold soul coins. Erlong, please let Flinder return. Yu Xiaogang's face was etched with despair. I am but a useless person. You two should leave and bury me here in this city. Xiaogang, do not speak such nonsense. Flinder will soon find a healing soul master, Lu Erlong said anxiously. Xiaogang. We possess the unique Trinity Martial Soul Fusion technique in the entire continent. The entire Soul Master realm envies us, admires your wisdom, Xiaogang. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang finally began to recover somewhat. He gazed at Lu Erlong, speaking softly. Erlong, if my martial soul could evolve, I would take you back to the sect. I would introduce you to my father. I wish for the entire sect to recognize me as their exemplar, a being revered by multitudes. Upon uttering these words, Yu Xiaogang fainted. Lu Erlong, after examining his pulse, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaogang, even if you lack the talent for cultivation, you remain someone whom I, Lu Erlong, hold in high regard. Lu Erlong gently wiped the blood from the corner of Yu Xiaogangs mouth. Not long after, Flanders returned. Fortunately, there was a healing soul master of over level 20 in the small town. After assessing Yu Xiaogangs condition, this healer affirmed that he was quite resilient and prescribed several restorative medicines. At last, Lu Erlong and Flanders could finally set their minds at ease. Chapter 64, Tando City, Tando City. After several days of travel, Chunping arrived here. So this is Tando City. Before Chunping stood the towering walls of Tando City, their height exceeding 30 meters, a testament to the city's grandeur. Truly, as the imperial capital of the Tando Empire, it radiated prosperity. With a sigh of admiration, Chunping approached the city gate. The scale of Tando City was comparable to that of Wuhuan City, yet in terms of vibrancy, it far surpassed the latter. Here, not only were there numerous soul masters, but also countless ordinary people striving to make a living. To enter the city, a fee of 1 gold soul coin was required. While soul masters and nobles could proceed directly, the city guard succinctly informed Chunping. I am a soul master, Chunping declared, presenting his soul master credentials. Without any obstruction, the guard permitted him entry. What should I do now? Tando City was vast, and Chunping found himself without acquaintances or familiar places. Gazing at the bustling streets, he fell into a state of confusion. After an indeterminate amount of time, someone nudged him. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Snapping back to reality, Chunping inquired. Excuse me, could you direct me to Lanba Academy? Lanba Academy? There is no such institution in Tando City. You must be in the wrong place. The speaker was a young man clad in red, who who had merely been curious about what Chen Ping was observing, prompting him to nudge him. Realizing his mistake, Chen Ping slapped his forehead. "Ah, my apologies, I misspoke. It is my first visit to Tando City, and I am unsure what to do. Do you have any recommendations for places to visit?" The young man scrutinized Chen Ping closely. "You don't appear to be from the countryside. Since you're in Tando City, you must be here for academic pursuits, correct?" "Academic pursuits?" Chen Ping shook his head. "If there were suitable academies, I would certainly consider them." According to his plan, Chen Ping intended to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, it had been 2 years since he last encountered Ning Fengji, and whether the latter would recognize the previous agreement remained uncertain. Moreover, the distinction between joining voluntarily and being invited was significant. With a faint smile, the young man asked, "What is your soul power level? Surely, you wouldn't be aiming for a primary soul master academy." His implication was clear. If Chen Ping's soul power were too low, there would be no need for further discussion. Chen Ping shook his head and replied, "That is not the case. I certainly would not choose to attend an intermediate soul master academy." "Oh," the young man expressed interest. "So, you hold great confidence in your abilities? May I ask how to address you?" "Chen Ping," he responded. The young man smiled and extended his hand. "Mu. Your surname is Hua?" Chen Ping mused, stroking his chin. "Could it be that you are associated with the Blaze Academy?" He recalled that Hua Wu and Hua Wu Shuang were also students of the Blaze Academy, sharing the same surname. Could there be a connection? Hua Mu shook his head. "Indeed. I am affiliated with the Blaze Academy, but I am not a student. I am a teacher. Since you are already familiar with the Blaze Academy, I presume you have already chosen your preferred institution." Chen Ping smiled gently. "Brother Hua, to be honest, my visit to Tando City is not for enrolling in school. There is no Soul Master competition this year, only various contests among the academies, and I have no intention of wasting my time on such matters. I won't disturb you any longer, but if I were to consider enrolling, I would certainly contemplate the Blaze Academy." As she spoke, Chen Ping bypassed Hua Mu, assuring him, "Rest assured, Brother Hua, my qualifications will undoubtedly meet the requirements of the Blaze Academy." In daylight, Chen Ping possessed not only luminescent abilities but also fiery ones, making her admission to Blaze Academy rather effortless. What an odd individual, Hua Mu mused, shaking his head, and without further thought, turned to leave. "Is what you said true? Am I being followed since I entered the city?" Finding a secluded spot, Chen Ping hastily inquired of Luo Sierra. "Indeed, he is still out there searching for you." Luo Sierra replied nonchalantly. "This shouldn't be happening. It's my first time in Tando City, and I haven't offended anyone," Chen Ping remarked. Feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. Being targeted was hardly an auspicious sign. Could it be the Haotian sect? After all, I deceived them last time. And given their nature, they would definitely seek revenge. Luo Sierra, uncertain of the pursuers' identities, cautioned her, "Try to stay in crowded areas and be vigilant. If the situation escalates, I will use the soul bone to extract you immediately." "Understood," Chen Ping nodded gravely. She was acutely aware of the potential repercussions following the use of a soul bone. Within Tando City, there was only one place that was perpetually populated, the Tando Auction House. "I'm sorry, esteemed guest, but please present your bidding qualification certification." The attendant blocked her path as she approached the entrance. Chen Ping lacked such certification, yet she possessed wealth. "I do not have any certification, but I do have gold soul coins," she replied, extracting a purple gold soul card from her soul guide device. "Does this grant me entry?" she countered with a smile. Upon seeing the money, the staff at the Tando auction house naturally did not impede her. "Of course, esteemed guest, you may enter." With a smirk, Chen Ping stepped through the grand doors of the auction house and promptly inquired with the staff, "Are there any large-scale auctions happening soon?" "I have quite a number of gold soul coins." The staff member responded apologetically, "I'm afraid there are no major auctions scheduled at this time." "Very well." Chen Ping shrugged, unfazed. If there had been a significant auction, she might have encountered Ning Fengji. As it stood, it seemed she would have to seek other means to find him. The directional signs within the auction house were quite clear, and without delay, Chen Ping made her way straight into the main hall. She approached the ordinary seating area, drawn to it solely due to the crowd. "Is anyone following me?" Chen Ping cautiously scanned her surroundings, finding no signs of a pursuer. "Not at present, but it appears you have caught the attention of others," Luo Sierra remarked. Puzzled by the relentless fixation of these individuals on Chen Ping, "I have a feeling their intentions are not merely to rob or cause harm. Perhaps they harbor ulterior motives. It would be wise for you to remain vigilant. Should I enter the auction house's restroom and then use the soul bone to escape?" Luo Sierra proposed a plan. Chunping shook his head, expressing his reservations. It would be best to refrain from going. Such venues typically have restrooms located within the premises, primarily designed to prevent anyone from absconding with auction items. Should I vanish inside, it could easily lead the other party to associate my disappearance with the soul bone. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid utilizing the soul bone. Sigh, what a predicament this is. How did I find myself entangled in such a situation? Yet, let not my thoughts wander too far. Perhaps the other party has no intentions of causing me trouble. Loxier proposed a possibility. It may be that someone behind them wishes to meet you, and they were dispatched specifically to seek you out. In any case, before matters deteriorate completely, there remain numerous possibilities. Very well, I shall first examine the auction items. Before Chunping emerged, he had brought a considerable sum of money with him. Unless it was an item of extraordinary value like a soul bone, he was confident he could acquire anything else. Chapter 65. The Haoyan sect seeks an explanation in the conference hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. A disciple was reporting to Ning Fengji. Reporting to the sect master, Chunping has entered Heavendo City. Oh, Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. Surprised that the young man had returned after 2 years, he had almost forgotten about him. Has he visited any places or discovered what he intends to do? In response, the disciple replied, Sect master, I did not recognize him immediately upon his entry into the city. How then did you ascertain it was him? Ning Fengji's tone turned slightly sharp. The disciple, startled, quickly explained, after entering the city. He did not wander around, but remained at the city gate until he was approached by Huomu, the son of the president of the Blazing Fire Academy. At which point he reacted. It was precisely because he stood still that I recognized him. Upon hearing this, the disciple shrank back, clearly apprehensive about Ning Fengji's scrutiny over his performance. However, contrary to his fears, Ning Fengji did not reprimand him, but inquired, Ning Zhe, is Huomu acquainted with him? Were you able to overhear their conversation? Ning Zhe replied, reporting to the sect master, they were only recently introduced, and during their conversation, they mentioned the Blazing Fire Academy. Albeit unintentionally. Ultimately, Chunping did not leave with him, but departed alone. And where did he go afterward? Ning Fengji pressed further. Ning Zhe responded. Reporting to the sect master, he went to the Heavendo auction house. After that, I informed our disciples stationed there and returned to report. Do you know why you went to the auction house? Ning Fengji's eyes narrowed. Ning Zhe shook his head. Reporting to the sect master, I do not know. I ask you to clarify. You have been detected by him. Ning Fengji waved his hand. Go inform Elder Jian. Then hasten to the Heavendo auction house and withdraw our people. Yes, sect master. Ning Zhe replied promptly, rising to leave the hall. Shortly thereafter, Jian Douluo arrived at the conference hall, standing upon the 7 killing sword. Fengji, I have heard that the young man has appeared in Heavendo City. Ning Fengji slightly bowed. Indeed, Uncle Jian, he has come to Heavendo City, but we cannot ascertain his purpose. Jian Douluo scoffed. That young man dares to show himself, brandishing our 7 treasure glazed tile sect's token and causing trouble. The matter traces back a few days prior when Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were taken by Haoyan sect from the Starry Forest, and news of the 100,000-year soul beast spread across the continent. Not long after, the 6th elder of Haoyan sect visited the 7 treasure glazed tile sect alone to seek an explanation for the injuries sustained by Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Initially, Ning Fengji suspected the visitor was looking for trouble, but the 6th elder's solitary arrival clearly indicated otherwise. Upon further understanding, Ning Fengji comprehended the situation and compensated Haoyan sect with 10,000 gold soul coins. This incident left Ning Fengji somewhat uncomfortable, and Jian Douluo even contemplated seeking an explanation from Haoyan sect. Ultimately, it was only after Bon Douluo's persuasion that Jian Douluo relented. Nonetheless, Chunping was the catalyst of the situation, and he certainly bore some responsibility. Uncle Jian, it's merely 10,000 gold soul coins. We have now reached an agreement with His Majesty the Snow Knight. Our enterprises within the Heavendo Empire can develop freely. This sum is trivial, Ning Fengji reassured. The news brought by the 6th elder was particularly significant. Chunping was searching for a 3rd soul ring. This indicated that Chunping had elevated his rank by 10 levels in 2 years. Additionally, reports from the Soul Arena revealed that Chunping had not relied on nefarious methods to enhance his soul power, but had genuinely cultivated through his own efforts. This meant that Chunping had found his opportunity during his previous time in the Starry Forest. Ultimately, it was about the Battle Soul Masters. Ning Fengji must strive to win over such a talent. Given his promising potential, I shall not pursue this matter further. Douluo remarked, his brow furrowing. However, the sixth elder of Haotian sect, merely a sole Douluo, dares to act so brazenly. If given the chance, I shall ensure he pays for his insolence. As soon as his words fell, a fierce sword chi erupted from Douluo, shattering the sole guide lamp within the hall. Ning Fengji quickly urged, Uncle Jian, the three top sects are interconnected. We need not quarrel over such trivial matters. Fengji. Before he could finish, Douluo interrupted. If Haotian sect dares to act again, I shall certainly make them see the consequences. Hey, what is with your loud voice, old sword man? I could hear you before I even entered, came the voice of Douluo. Having sensed Douluo's hostility, he had hurried over to prevent any unforeseen incidents, only to find it was a false alarm. Old Bone, what brings you here? Douluo's expression darkened. Douluo chuckled derisively, old sword man. I heard that the young man you value has appeared in Heaven-Do City. From your demeanor, it seems you intend to teach him a lesson? I never imagined you would resort to bullying the weak. Humph, what I do is none of your concern, old Bone. Douluo crossed his arms, visibly displeased. Hey, are you challenging me to a duel? Douluo stood his ground. A duel? Who's afraid of whom? As the two faced off, Ning Fengji helplessly rubbed his temples. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, let us pause for a moment. Our immediate priority should be to devise a way to invite Chen Ping to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. If I am not mistaken, he is likely waiting for us to seek him out. Douluo nodded. Given this young man's astuteness, he surely understands the distinction between joining voluntarily and being invited. However, today I shall have a match with this old Bone, no matter what. Who is afraid of whom? Douluo retorted defiantly as he strode out of the hall. Come, old sword man, let us fight at the back mountain. In the auction house, when a silver ore was presented, it immediately captured Chunping's attention. Senior Luoxier, is this deep-sea sinking silver? According to Chunping's knowledge, deep-sea sinking silver was exceptionally hard, and ordinary forging methods could not manipulate it. Although Chunping could not forge, it did not hinder him from collecting it. It might prove useful in the future. Upon receiving confirmation, Chunping promptly raised his bid, 10,000 gold soul coins. Its starting price was merely 9,000. And there were very few bidders. Chunping was confident he could secure it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice rang out, 20,000 gold soul coins. 30,000 gold soul coins. Chunping raised his bidding card. The value of this deep-sea sinking silver undoubtedly exceeded 500,000 gold soul coins. This was an opportunity that should not be overlooked. I will secure this, or for 50,000 gold soul coins. The middle-aged man stood, glaring at Chunping. Kid, if you know what is good for you, get lost. Chapter 66, Prince of Snow Star in the red VIP section. Chunping raised an eyebrow. The seating arrangement in this auction house was not arbitrary. Given Chunping's status, he should only be seated in the black VIP area. As for the red VIP seats, they are reserved not only for the affluent but also for the aristocracy or individuals of exceptionally high standing. The moment that middle-aged man rose to his feet, an aura of soul power erupted forth. Who could possess such a formidable presence, being a soul master of over level 40? Chunping remained unfazed by the provocations of the middle-aged man, resolutely bidding 60,000 gold soul coins. The corners of the man's mouth twitched, as this blatant affront left him momentarily at a loss for words. With a darkened expression, the middle-aged man countered, 70,000 gold soul coins. Kid, this is your final opportunity. Could he be a member of the royal family? Chunping pondered, stroking his chin. He harbored no fondness for the officials of the Tando Empire. This group, engrossed in internal strife, preyed upon the common folk, embodying a visage that deserved to be condemned. 80,000 gold soul coins. Chunping had no intention of yielding to him, even if the other party sought him out. Chunping was confident in his ability to evade any confrontation. If necessary, he could simply refrain from visiting Tando City. It was hardly a monumental issue. After all, in the future, as his strength grew, conquering Tando City would merely be a matter of thought. You, the middle-aged man, exasperated, flicked his sleeve and departed from his seat, leaving behind a menacing remark. Kid, you'll pay for this. Humph. Chunping scoffed derisively. 80,000 once, 80,000 twice, 80,000 thrice. Congratulations to this distinguished guest in white for acquiring this piece of deep-sea silver stone. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, Chunping successfully secured the deep-sea silver. Kid, the ones tracking you have retreated. If there is nothing pressing, I advise you to leave promptly. Luoxier frowned. You've just made an enemy of that man. It was rather unwise. Those nobles of the Tando Empire are hardly virtuous. If I've offended them, so be it, Chunping replied, hastily making his way to the auction house's backstage. After settling the payment for his purchase, he swiftly exited the auction hall. Upon entering, the sun had been high in the sky, but by the time he emerged, it had already set beyond the horizon. Tonight, the absence of the moon instilled in Chunping a sense of foreboding. On a dark and windy night, it seems I may need to stretch my limbs, he thought. Within his mind, Loxier scolded, "You fool, all you do is make enemies. Without strength, you should lie low, do you understand? Calm down, Chunping smiled broadly. Summoning his martial spirit, a dark purple longsword appeared in his right hand, while his left grasped the illusory moon flute. It had been a while since he had engaged in a significant endeavor. If he could eliminate that arrogant noble, it would likely yield more than a month's worth of earnings from the soul battles. Upon hearing this, Loxia fell silent, merely cautioning, "Be careful. I sense a murderous intent within a kilometer radius." Chunping's expression remained placid as he slowly approached the encircling group. As anticipated, within moments, several figures emerged from the shadows, led by none other than the individual who had issued a harsh warning to Chunping at the auction. "Ah, how swift you are," Chunping remarked, twisting his neck. "Young man, I have afforded you an opportunity, which you failed to cherish. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the middle-aged man stated, perplexed by Chunping's apparent audacity. This time, he had not brought many followers. Should there be hidden adversaries nearby, it could spell disaster for him. Proclaiming oneself as a king? Chunping's interest was piqued. "Are you of the royal lineage of the Tando Empire?" "I am Prince Xuesheng, the younger brother of the current emperor. If you possess any sense, you would do well to understand your position, lest you soil my hands," he boasted. As expected, such arrogance confirmed that he was indeed Prince Xuesheng. "Since it is you, scoundrel, I shall show no mercy." No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark soul ring ignited beneath Chunping's feet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xuesheng, prepared to meet your end. Clang! A sword was thrust downward with great force, not piercing Xuesheng's life, but rather striking against a barrier of soul power. "Damn it! He possesses a defensive soul-guiding artifact," Chunping cursed, unwilling to linger as he swiftly repositioned himself. Simultaneously, Xuesheng's entourage summoned their martial souls, intent on capturing Chunping. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a soul-guiding artifact at the auction. Otherwise, he would have truly met his downfall today. Xuesheng, still shaken, instinctively touched the pendant at his chest. "All of you advance. Whoever captures him shall be granted the title of Baron, and whoever slays him shall be elevated further in rank." With Xuesheng's proclamation, the group surged forward with fervor, unleashing their soul techniques indiscriminately, even disregarding the risk of injuring their own. After all, the one who killed Chunping would ascend to greatness, a temptation far too alluring for the ordinary person to resist. A soul king, 3 soul zones, and over 20 soul sects. Chunping swiftly assessed the soul rings beneath their feet. It would be an exaggeration to claim he felt pressure. There was simply none. The Soul King was not an agile attacker. Given his speed, capturing Chunping was out of the question. Third soul technique, ethereal drift. Chunping thrust his sword, severing the entire arm of a soul master. "Get this fool killed." Seeing his men at a loss, Xuesheng fumed. "You useless lot. If you can't eliminate him, you might as well die." "Damn it, brothers, unleash your soul skills and surround him. I refuse to believe he can evade us." Upon hearing Xuesheng's command, the Soul King immediately rallied everyone. In an instant, a myriad of colorful soul skills lit up the battlefield. "Fools, just as I anticipated, now unleash your abilities." Chunping nearly chuckled. Falling moon, star river. Instantly, countless dark purple stars materialized, descending before the adversaries. With the cover of night and the focus drawn to Chunping, they remained oblivious to the celestial presence. Fifth soul skill, mountain pulling strength. The Soul King swung his fist, aiming to strike Chunping. "Hurry and conclude this battle. I sense a soul sage approaching," urged Loxel anxiously. "With your strength, you shall not withstand him." "How long until they arrive?" Chunping's expression darkened, realizing that it was futile to eliminate Xuesheng today. "You must leave within a minute, or you will be pursued." "Understood." Chunping gritted his teeth. Second soul skill. Brilliant stardust. Falling moon, star river, explode. A deafening roar erupted as explosions engulfed the surroundings of his foes. Xuesheng's protective barrier flared once more, while the soul device on his chest shattered completely. "Leave." Without hesitation, Chunping sounded the moonlight flute, vanishing into the darkness. The explosion claimed the lives of several soul masters, while many others were grievously injured. As for the Soul King, his chest was pierced by the soul skill. Fortunately, it did not strike his heart, allowing him to survive, albeit barely. Chapter 67. Ning Fengji, damn it. Chunping clenched his teeth. Xuexing is nothing short of a beast. If he survives, many will suffer in the future. He was aware that Xuexing and Xuebeng would conspire together, indulging in debauchery and committing numerous atrocities. Such scum should never emerge victorious. Subsequently, the power of the nobility across the continent would be further solidified, making it necessary for commoners to pay to awaken their martial spirits. Meanwhile, evil soul masters ran rampant, as long as they did not threaten noble interests. Who among the aristocracy would care? Some matters require long-term consideration. As of now, you lack the strength to alter this world. Loxel understood Chunping's sentiment, but wished it would not hinder his cultivation. Remember, with strength comes responsibility. Do not resort to indiscriminate slaughter, lest you become like them. Chunping exhaled deeply. I understand. No more words. Let us flee for now. Meanwhile, 1 minute after the explosion, an elderly man swiftly arrived at the scene. Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness in coming to your aid. Please do not punish me. Lin Lao, retreat quickly. Take this prince away, Xuexing urged incessantly, as if grasping at a lifeline. He had noticed the 2 black soul rings on Chunping, and with his knowledge, he naturally assumed that Chunping was a soul emperor, coupled with the fact that the defensive soul tool on his chest had shattered. If Chunping were to attack him now, he would truly be at death's door. The following morning, a wanted notice was issued from the imperial palace. Last night, Prince Xuexing was attacked by an assailant possessing a sword-type martial soul and was a soul emperor. Who dares to be so audacious as to attempt an assassination in Tando City? The crowd buzzed with speculation in front of the announcement, including Chunping, who chuckled to himself. It seems Xuexing will have to hide in his residence for a while. He felt unperturbed, utilizing the illusory moon form. His appearance had already undergone some changes, and according to Xuexing's description, even if he were captured, as long as he transformed into the daylight form, he would be completely unrelated to the assailant. Rather than sneaking around, it was better to stroll boldly through the streets. At the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Douluo hurried into the conference hall. Fengji, have you seen the wanted notice from the palace? Xuexing did not recognize Chunping, and given his panicked state at the time, he might not even recognize him if they met now. However, Ning Fengji and the others were different. They had been closely monitoring Chunping's movements and were all too familiar with the photograph on the wanted notice. Uncle Jian, do not rush. I know where he resides. Let us find him first. Haha, I'm not anxious at all. Douluo chuckled heartily. This young man has some courage, indeed. Ning Fengji smiled. Very well. Uncle Jian, let us first seek him out. Afterwards, I shall meet with His Majesty with Bon Uncle. On the other side, Chunping strolled leisurely through the streets. It must be said that the commercial prosperity of Tando City was incomparable to that of Wuhuan City. In Wuhuan City, street vending was prohibited. Only commercial properties were allowed to engage in business activities. Tando City, however, had far fewer regulations, as long as one had a cart. Anyone could set up a stall to sell goods. Noticing a familiar figure, Chunping slowly stepped back. Long time no see, Brother Chun, came the voice of Ning Fengji. Through the disciples of the nearby 7 Treasures glazed tile school, he quickly located Chunping. Hello, Sect Master Ning. Chunping felt a bit guilty, sensing that his use of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school as a shield might have been discovered. Young man Chunping, I have met with the esteemed Douluo. Douluo remained silent, quietly seated beside them. Brother Chun, do you have time to sit down for a drink? Ning Fengji maintained a friendly smile. Thank you for the invitation, Sect Master Ning. I shall gladly accept. Chunping saw no reason to evade. As long as Ning Fengji took the initiative to invite him to join the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, he had already taken the first step toward fulfilling his ambitions. Please, have a seat. Feel free to order whatever you like. Today, I mainly wish to chat with you. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Ning. Chunping picked up the menu and casually ordered a drink. Ning Fengji smiled. Brother Chun, there is no need to address me as Sect Master. If you prefer, you may call me Brother Ning. Then, Brother Ning, may I ask what brings you to seek me out? Chunping inquired. Ning Fengji was not one to rise early without cause. If there was no reason, he would not be waiting for Chunping here. Brother Chun, Ning Fengji's voice dropped significantly. What are your thoughts on the attack on Prince Shuexing last night? Huh? Chen Ping was puzzled. Brother Ning, what do you mean by that? Ning Fengji shook his head. It is nothing. We have uncovered some information that should be somewhat related to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's heart filled with caution. He knew that Ning Fengji could not possibly betray him over the issue of Prince Shuexing. But what was his true intention in saying such things? Brother Ning, what do you mean by that? Ning Fengji smiled. It is nothing sinister. I was planning to head to the palace. And if this matter is indeed related to you, it would be prudent for me to address it in front of His Majesty. After all, the wanted notice could still be retracted. Saying this, Ning Fengji produced a wanted notice and placed it on the table. Chunping sighed, revealing the truth. Brother Ning. To be honest, I had a verbal altercation with Prince Shuexing at the Tando auction house yesterday. After I exited, he came with people to kill me. And in self-defense, I had no choice but to eliminate a few of his lackeys to escape. Oh, is that so? Ning Fengji smiled slightly. In the next moment, Douluo raised his right hand, and the wanted notice was instantly shredded into fine powder by his formidable sword aura. Young man Chunping. I remember the sect master mentioning that once you independently obtain a soul ring, you should report to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Why have you not done so until today? Douluo's tone was inscrutable. Because the time was not yet right, Chunping replied with a bow. Douluo scoffed. And is now the right time? Chunping bowed his head, stating, I have accomplished the matters I set out to complete, and thus I have come here to fulfill my previous commitments. However, I was being followed yesterday, and given my recent entanglements with others, I refrained from visiting the Seven Treasure Glass sect to avoid attracting the attention of adversaries. Naturally, Ning Fengji would not acknowledge that it was he who had orchestrated the following of Chunping. Young brother Chen, there is no need for concern. Certain matters will be resolved by the Seven Treasure Glass sect, Ning Fengji remarked with perfect timing. Since the sect leader has said so, do you still wish to fulfill the agreement made 2 years ago? The sword duelist scoffed. Chunping scratched his head. Naturally, I must fulfill my obligations, but I am unaware of the whereabouts of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji chuckled awkwardly. It is quite normal for you, young brother Chen, to be unfamiliar with the precise location of the sect. How about this? Accompany us back. Chapter 68, Impurity. As the wealthiest sect on the continent, the interior of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is undeniably opulent. Each edifice embodies the essence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul, with each pinnacle adorned with precious gems of considerable value. Brother Chun, Uncle Jian will show you around the sect. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you, Ning Fengji remarked. Safe travels, Sect Master Ning. Chunping waved his hand. You've reached level 36 now, have you, young lad? Douluo inquired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping did not possess the skill to wield the sword, thus he could only follow closely behind Chen Xian. The rear mountain of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was vast, and as Chunping traversed its expanse, he uncovered numerous traces left by soul techniques. This was indeed a secluded place where the old man often retreated for meditation, seldom visited by others. Surrounded by mountains, water, wind, and trees, it truly was an ideal locale for comprehending the essence of sword intent. Chunping nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. I do not employ soul techniques, only swordsmanship. Engage me in a duel, so I may ascertain your current level of proficiency. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 7-kill sword fell into his grasp. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping. The senior will behold the ethereal moonlit dragon sword. Chunping made the first move, swiftly lifting his long sword with precision and ferocity. What a remarkable lad, chuckled the sword Douluo, as he positioned the 7-kill sword before him. Elder, you have fallen into my trap. Although Chunping's strike appeared formidable, it was merely a fade. He had secretly restrained much of his strength. As Chen Xian prepared to defend, Chunping swiftly altered his sword technique, gripping the sword with a reverse hold. He deftly evaded the 7-kill sword and lunged toward Chen Xian's chest. An intriguing maneuver. Chen Xian extended 2 fingers, firmly pinching the sword's tip. But it is not over yet. Suddenly, the golden dragon etched on the sword came to life, charging directly at Chen Xian's chest. My body is like a sword. The 7 kills sword crashed to the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that sent Chunping flying. If your strength were akin to mine, those 2 maneuvers might have cost me dearly. Chen Xian laughed heartily. Let us continue. This time, Chen Xian took the initiative, wielding the 7 kills sword with his right hand as he swiftly advanced toward Chunping. My word, what intense focus. Just a glance into Chen Xian's eyes left Chunping momentarily dazed. He understood well that Chen Xian was not employing spiritual power. Rather, it was the result of relentless practice day in and day out. Truly, he was the foremost master of swordplay on the continent. His swordsmanship likely surpassed that of many in the divine realm, praised Lochiel. This is quite understandable. The true strength of the Haotian hammer lies in the soul skills created by Tang Chen. Each time Candalia fell to Tang Chen, it was simply a reflection of his inadequate swordsmanship. Although Candalia wielded a sword, he lacked substantial mastery in swordplay. Having devoted most of his energy to his angel martial soul, it can be surmised that many gods in the divine realm are similarly inclined. Clang. Chunping extended his hand to block Chen Xian's sword strike. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Chen Xian had intentionally feigned the attack. Such immense strength. Even with both hands gripping the sword, Chunping struggled to withstand the recoil from the hilt. The illusory moon dragon sword. The blade's hue shifted instantaneously to a deep purple, mirroring the transformation of the golden dragon that spiraled around Chunping, which too adopted the same dark purple shade. Indeed, the alteration of the martial soul had brought about a change in its attributes. Chen Xian had anticipated this. The daylight dragon sword was suited for a direct confrontation. Yet since a head-on clash was no longer viable, Chunping was compelled to alter his strategy. Senior, may I employ a soul technique? I assure you, I shall use only one. Out of respect, Chunping inquired. As you wish, Chen Xian replied, seemingly indifferent. Very well. A sly smile crossed Chunping's face as his third soul technique illuminated, causing his figure to vanish from sight. Such a technique reminiscent of an old fossil. Chen Xian nearly chuckled. If Gu Rong struggled against him, how could Chunping possibly succeed? Chen Xian feigned a weakness, deliberately allowing Chunping to launch a surprise attack. In the next instant, Chen Xian raised his hand and struck Chunping's sword hilt, causing the illusory moon dragon sword to slip from his grasp. Senior, I concede. Chunping called out hastily. With his weapon disarmed, he had no choice but to halt. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of another strike. Humph. Chen Xian sheathed the 7 kills sword. Your foundation is indeed solid, but your sword heart lacks purity. Chunping did not fully comprehend. I humbly seek your guidance. Esteemed senior, the old man continued. Throughout my life, I have immersed myself in the art of swordsmanship, without offspring or heirs. It is indeed time for me to find a successor. Upon hearing this, Chunping was elated. This was precisely the statement he had been awaiting. He immediately expressed his reverence, saying, Senior sword duelist, my understanding of swordsmanship is still quite rudimentary. I wish to take you as my master and dedicate myself to the study of sword techniques. To have someone praised by the likes of Loxill as a mentor is a tremendous opportunity for Chunping, who had long contemplated this course of action. Rather than struggling aimlessly in the realm of swordplay for years, it would be far more prudent to learn from a powerful teacher and avoid unnecessary detours. Haha. Chunping laughed heartily. Considering your earnest pursuit of the way, I shall accept you as my disciple, the old man replied, his laughter resounding. Disciple Chunping. I greet my master. Chunping promptly bowed in respect. Do not rejoice too soon. Becoming my disciple is no trivial matter, the old man said, his demeanor turning grave as he withdrew his smile. Firstly, let us address your current shortcomings. Your sword techniques are cluttered with numerous trivial moves, and your application is rather erratic. Upon hearing this, Chunping scratched his head, admitting, I had not previously noticed these flaws. Some of his techniques were imitations drawn from memories of martial arts masters from his homeland, Blue Star. The old man continued, moreover, through your swordplay, I sense that you carry a heavy heart. In the past, I might have deemed this entirely impractical. However, today I have come to a realization. Every technique possesses its own significance. Only by integrating them into a cohesive whole and making them your own can you forge a sword that truly belongs to you, a sword that is uniquely yours. Chunping nodded emphatically, acknowledging his understanding. Chen Xian once again grasped the 7-killing sword and declared, I shall demonstrate a strike. Watch closely and later articulate your insights. Yes, master, Chunping responded. This strike I shall name Shifting Mountains. 7-killing sword, go. Chapter 69. 2 cunning old foxes in the imperial palace of Tando. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong arrived at their destination. Young sir, I kindly request you to inform the emperor that Ning Fengji is here to pay his respects. Ning Fengji stated. The guard respectfully replied. The emperor has instructed that if sect master Ning arrives, there is no need for an announcement. You may proceed directly to see him. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. In that case, please convey my gratitude to the emperor. Without further delay, the two hastened to the study of Shui Yi. Ning Fengji pays his respects to your majesty. Ning Fengji bowed deeply. Upon recognizing the visitor, Shui Yi quickly assisted Ning Fengji to his feet, saying, Sect Master Ning, you are being overly courteous. In future meetings, there is no need for such formalities. That cannot be, for the distinction between ruler and subject must be maintained. How could I presume to overstep? Ning Fengji feigned modesty. Sighing, Shui Yi remarked. Sect Master Ning is unaware that in this vast Tando Empire, even Soul Douluo are a rarity. Just last night, Shui Xing was assaulted. My heart is troubled. Sensing the opportune moment, Ning Fengji spoke. Your Majesty, I must confess that I have identified the assailant. Oh, Shui Yi raised an eyebrow and urged, Sect Master Ning, do reveal who possesses such audacity to harm my royal brother. Ning Fengji shook his head, opting for silence. Noticing this, Shui Yi furrowed his brow and intoned. What prevents you from speaking, Sect Master Ning? Is there perhaps a deeper secret at play? Shui Yi grasped that Ning Fengji sought to shield the culprit. Yet he found himself helpless. Shui Yi would not jeopardize his standing with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School over a mere incident involving Shui Xing, especially with Gu Rong by Ning Fengji's side. If his words were too harsh, it could spell trouble for him. Do not misunderstand, Your Majesty. What I wish to convey is that this matter may not be as you perceive, Ning Fengji smiled. Not as I perceive? Shui Yi's expression tightened. He was well aware of the truth behind Shui Xing's actions and did not lack insight. Let Uncle Gu explain. He possesses greater knowledge on this matter than I. Ning Fengji continued with a smile. Before their arrival, he had already conferred with Gu Rong on their narrative. After all, as a title de law, Gu Rong's words would carry more weight with Shui Yi. Uncle Gu, please proceed, Shui Yi said respectfully. Gu Rong held his head high and began. The matter must be traced back to last night's Tando auction house, at which time he recounted Ning Fengji's earlier revelations. Upon concluding, Shui Yi was incensed, exclaiming, My royal brother dared to deceive me. He, lacking capability, has offended a high disciple of the sword de law. I shall address his transgressions immediately. Your Majesty, Ning Fengji interjected. This situation also reflects a misstep on the part of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I am willing to compensate with 100,000 gold soul coins as restitution for the emotional distress caused to Prince Shui Xing. I hope your Majesty might consider my offer and let this matter rest. With that, Ning Fengji produced a violet gold soul card from his soul guide and gently placed it upon Shui Yi's desk. Enough, enough, Shui Yi waved his hand. Since Sect Master Ning has spoken thusly, how could I be so unreasonable? I shall immediately issue orders to rescind the arrest warrant for the high disciple of the sword de law. Then, I thank your Majesty. Ning Fengji clasped his hands together. If your Majesty has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Shui Yi nodded. Sect Master Ning, please convey my apologies to the sword de law and his disciple. Should the opportunity arise, I shall host a grand banquet, allowing the inept Shui Xing to apologize personally to all. Your Majesty is too generous. As for the matter of apologies, it was indeed a member of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School who caused this trouble. So how could Prince Shui Xing bear the burden of atonement? Shui Yi surely intended to use this incident as a pretext to draw closer to Chunping. However, Ning Fengji was no fool. He would not acquiesce to such a scheme. On their way out of the palace, Gu Rong scoffed, Sect Master, are you certain that this young man is deserving of such treatment from our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? We have already expended tens of thousands of gold soul coins on him, a sum nearly surpassing that of training an ordinary inner disciple, and this is merely the beginning. Who knows what future expenses may arise? Uncle Gu, Ning Fengji shook his head. I have my own plans for this matter. With Chunping's talent, he may very well become a title de law within 30 years, and not just any title de law. This is sufficient to ensure that for the next century, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School remains steadfast among the top 3 sections. Ah, Gu Rong sighed, sect master. Are you certain that this young man will choose the old sword Douluo as his mentor? If we cannot secure his loyalty to our seven treasures glazed tile school, would we not be crafting a wedding garment for another? Ning Fengji pondered for a moment, but did not respond immediately. I believe that at present, there is nothing more solid than the bond formed between master and disciple. Shortly after Ning Fengji departed the imperial palace, the entire city of Tando saw the arrest warrants rescinded. Early in the morning, the palace guards were aggressively apprehending individuals throughout the city, yet by noon, they personally removed the warrants. Subsequently, all checkpoints set up in the streets were dismantled, as if nothing had transpired. Instantly, the citizens of Tando began to speculate. Some claimed that Shui Xing had offended a powerful entity, while others suggested that the culprit had been apprehended. Only Chunping, ensconced within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, comprehended the unfolding events. Ning Fengji had indeed invested heavily to secure his allegiance, and it was likely he had borne some cost to persuade Shui to withdraw the warrant. Chunping could only sigh in relief that he was in the Douluo Continent, where imperial authority was not as formidable. Were he in ancient China, attempting to alter the emperor's mindset would surely bring calamity upon his entire family. You, my young friend, possess a remarkable clarity of thought. In his mind, the voice of Raphael echoed. In our society of soul beasts, such intrigue and treachery were non-existent. You have already betrayed us. What purpose does this reflection serve? Chunping retorted. For your own sake, I advise you to maintain a distance from the soul beasts. After all, divine beasts roam this Douluo Continent. Do not expose yourself, lest we be hunted together. Upon hearing this, Raphael chose to remain silent. Does he not know whether the Golden Silver Dragon King is alive? Chunping, starting tomorrow, you shall begin your training by my side, intoned the voice of Chun Xian. Chunping promptly replied, yes, teacher. Not long ago, Chun Xian wielded a sword that leveled a small mountain, employing not the soul skills provided by the soul rings, but rather his own self-created techniques. With just a glance, Chunping found it difficult to grasp the intricacies involved. It seemed he would need to spend a considerable amount of time learning swordsmanship from Chun Xian in the future. You still have some time today. Why not explore the sect and prepare the supplies needed for the next 6 months? With that, Chun Xian leapt onto the seven killing sword and soared towards the seven treasures glazed sect. With a single stroke, I believe it won't be long before I can achieve the same. Chunping silently clenched his fist. Stop dawdling and promptly follow your teacher's instructions. You wouldn't want to go hungry for half a year, would you? Reminded Loxer. Furrowing his brows, Chunping came to his senses. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten in an instant. Let me first check within the sect. There should be living supplies available. Chapter 70. The inner combat of the sect. Upon exiting the back mountain, Chunping beheld the rear entrance of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. The door was quite small and remarkably concealed, likely designed for the direct disciples of the sect to retreat in emergencies. Gazing at the hidden passage not far away, Chunping murmured, this explains why, in the original narrative, even when the Spirit Hall invaded the Seven Treasures glazed sect, many direct disciples managed to escape. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, they found themselves ensconced in a gorge, leaving no escape route, all while maintaining an air of arrogance. Engaging in a desperate struggle against the Spirit Hall, it was only natural for them to meet with annihilation. Certainly, there would be elite guardians stationed near such passages within the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Whoosh! An arrow landed right in front of Chunping. Esteemed seniors, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I am a disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Saying this, Chunping quickly produced the sect's token. Shortly after, an elderly woman leaning on a cane appeared before him. Ah, young man, there's no need to be nervous. I am merely here to escort you into the sect. Chunping cast a glance at the elderly woman, pondering to himself. There was a complete absence of soul energy emanating from her, indicating that this woman was undoubtedly a formidable figure. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. My mentor is none other than the revered Jian Dao Chen Xian, who has brought me to the back mountain and now commands my return to the sect. I apologize for any inconvenience caused and hope you will not take offense. Merely by contemplating, he could surmise the purpose of her presence here. The token in his hand, though genuine, must be scrutinized at the secret passageway of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. So, you are indeed Chun Xian's disciple, the elderly woman exclaimed in astonishment. Over these many years, you are the first disciple he has taken under his wing. Come inside with me. In the future, it would be wise not to frequent this place again. I shall inform the sect leader of your appearance here. and during this interval, you must remain within the confines of the sect. Chunping nodded slightly. After all, this was the entrance to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school during wartime, and the information here must remain strictly confidential. Senior, I understand, he replied. The old woman nodded in satisfaction. Let us go. This is not a place for you to linger. Finally entering the sect, Chunping hurriedly inquired of a nearby disciple. Brother, do you know where the logistics department of the sect is? As a member of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, it is only reasonable for me to apply for accommodation. The disciple looked at Chunping with a doubtful expression. Who are you? I have never seen you in the inner sect before. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school is divided into the inner and outer sects, with the inner sect disciples being those of the Ning family, who possess the Seven Treasures glazed tile tower martial soul. The outer sect disciples, on the other hand, are those who have joined the Seven Treasures glazed tile school from outside. Apart from the differing areas of activity within the sect, the treatment of both groups remains the same. It was Brother Ning who invited me to join the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. As for whether I belong to the inner or outer sect, Brother Ning did not specify, Chunping explained candidly. Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately rebuked. So you are a battle soul master? This is not a place for outer sect disciples. Please leave at once. There are clear regulations within the sect prohibiting outer sect disciples from appearing in the core areas of the sect. Chunping, with a displeased expression, remarked, if that is the case, my teacher's swordsmanship is indeed profound, and I should be considered an inner disciple, correct? You speak utter nonsense. The disciple, evidently unconvinced, retorted. The swordmaster is a pillar of our sect. How could he possibly take notice of someone like you? Depart swiftly, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind. With a cold chuckle, Chunping produced his token, asking, might this token attest to my identity? The disciple hesitated momentarily. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, Hey, Ning Fei, I've been waiting for you for ages. What are you dawdling for? So your name is Ning Fei? Chunping scoffed. Ning Fei snorted, Humph. Follow me to the outer sect's arena. If you truly are a disciple of the swordmaster, prove it to us. Very well. But I must inform you that my soul power is only at level 36. If you expect me to face those soul saints, I believe that would be utterly pointless. Chunping shrugged. After all, he was the proud bearer of the purple gold soul combat badge from the Grand Arena. Would he falter? All right. Ning Fei waved his hand, summoning a nearby youth. Ning Yuan, we're heading to the outer sect's arena. A spectacle awaits us. Oh, is that so? That sounds delightful. Ning Yuan replied with a smile. It's been a while since I last witnessed a soul combat match. I shall accompany you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping also gazed at Gu Dao. His face filled with curiosity as he remarked, he bears a resemblance to Bone Douluo in appearance. Could it be that he possesses the Bone Dragon martial soul as well? Upon seeing Gu Dao's affirmation, Ning Fei raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Young man. Gu Dao has now reached the 40th level and has yet to acquire his 4th soul ring. Both of you have 3 soul rings. Thus, engaging in combat does not seem to be an unfair advantage, does it? Chunping responded, in fact, you could join in as well. I wouldn't mind at all. Ning Fei was likely a soul sovereign. Even if his soul power were slightly superior, it would make little difference to Chunping. As long as he had the opportunity to confront him, Chunping could seize the chance to teach him a lesson. After all, it was only fitting to discipline someone so presumptuous. Let us discuss other matters once you have triumphed over Gu Dao. Ning Fei scoffed, then turned to Gu Dao with a smile. Brother Gu Dao, go up and teach him a lesson. Indeed, with a swift motion, Gu Dao leaped onto the dueling platform. In the next moment, 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and yellow appeared beneath his feet. Gu Dao, Martial Soul Skeleton Warhorse, a level 40 assault system soul sovereign. Chunping was momentarily taken aback. The resemblance between the skeleton warhorse and the Bone Douluo's martial soul was indeed striking. The disparity between the Bone Dragon and the skeleton warhorse was akin to that of heaven and earth. Judging by Gu Dao's age, he must have already surpassed 20. His innate soul power was likely not high, otherwise, the Bone Douluo would not have placed him in the outer sect. Chunping, Martial Soul Daylight Dragon Sword. A level 36 assault system soul sovereign. I look forward to your guidance. Gu Dao was the first to strike with his first soul skill, Warhorse Tread. Though he usually presented a bumbling demeanor, he was anything but lenient when it came to combat. The skeleton warhorse behind him raised its hoof and charged toward Chunping's position. 3rd soul skill, Ethereal Moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chen Ping murmured softly, his figure remaining steadfast and unyielding in place. In the next instant, a radiant golden soul force emanated from his being, enveloping the entire arena in a brilliant glow. The daylight domain. Within this realm thrived a pure, luminous soul energy, intertwined with searing flames. Like a spring breeze sweeping away dust, it reduced the skeletal hands on the ground to mere ashes. Gu Dao found himself shrouded within this domain, his attributes diminished by 20%. How is this possible? This is a domain-type soul skill. Gu Dao furrowed his brows. His martial spirit inherently possessed dark attributes, and in the contrasting daylight domain, every breath he took consumed a fraction of his soul power. No, if I do not act soon, my soul power will inevitably be purified away. With a clenched jaw, Gu Dao unleashed his third soul skill, Rage of the Soul. In the following moment, a piercing roar erupted from the skeletal warhorse, its sound resonating with tremendous force. The disciples at the edge of the arena were overwhelmed with fear at this sound. A soul shock type soul skill. Chunping's brow furrowed slightly as he retracted the daylight domain. Maintaining the domain drained considerable soul power, and to counter this soul shock, he must wield the illusion moon flute. If he has withdrawn the domain, then this is fortuitous. A smirk appeared on Gu Dao's lips. He firmly believed that among soul masters of the same rank, none could withstand his soul shock. In Gu Dao's eyes, Chen Ping retreated to the edge of the arena, his martial spirit already withdrawn, and he produced a dark purple jade flute from his soul guide. What is he planning? Is he surrendering? Gu Dao was perplexed. Yet his assault did not cease. Uncle Gu, there seems to be some commotion outside. Ning Fingji, having just returned to the sect, sensed the considerable stir. Douluo chuckled softly. It is my grandson Gu Dao. He should be competing with someone at the outer sect now. Speaking of Gu Dao, Gu Rong recalled something. Sect Master, Gu Dao has now broken through to Soul Zone. Perhaps we should arrange for some individuals within the sect to accompany him to obtain a soul ring. With Gu Dao's talent, he has a significant probability of advancing to Soul Douluo in the future, making him an essential asset for the sect. Ning Fengji nodded. Uncle Gu, I will make the arrangements. Since I have some free time today, why not go and observe the trials of the juniors? Douluo shrugged. It matters not. I, too, wish to see how my grandson fares, so let us go together. No sooner had he spoken than Douluo opened a spatial gate, leading Ning Fengji to the vicinity of the arena. Ah, old sword master, you are here as well. Douluo's grin stretched widely by the looks of it. You are also here to witness my grandson's performance? Chen Xian made a shushing gesture. Old Bone, keep your voice down. Do not disturb my disciples. Your disciples? Douluo turned to look. On the arena, the duel was between Chunping and Gu Dao. How intriguing. Very well. I wish to see how discerning your eye is. Old sword master. Observing Chunping retreating to the edge of the arena, Douluo chuckled derisively. Old sword master, your disciple seems at a loss. Resorting to pulling out a flute too. This is no ordinary jade flute. It is a soul bone. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Chen Xian spoke in unison. Could it possibly be a mental-type soul bone? Gu Rong's expression fluctuated between joy and concern. Gu Dao's third soul ring was a carefully chosen soul beast, granting him a soul skill of mental shock, rendering him invincible at the soul zone level. Now that Chen Ping possesses a mental-type soul bone, the outcome of their battle becomes uncertain. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, let us keep Chen Ping's possession of a soul bone confidential. Ning Fengji stated solemnly. Understood. The two responded in unison. Old sword master, you are indeed fortunate, Gu Rong said with a hint of envy. On the arena, Chen Ping summoned his soul power to play the illusion moon flute. The melodious notes resonated throughout the arena, awakening those spectators who had been affected by the mental shock, including Ning Fei. It is impossible. How could Gu Dao's third soul skill be so easily dispelled? Despite Ning Fei's disbelief, the reality before his eyes forced him to accept it. Gu Dao's third soul skill continued to persist, yet upon hearing the music, he regained his composure. This clearly indicated that Chen Ping had countered Gu Dao's mental shock. How can this be? Gu Dao stumbled back in fear, his third soul skill faltering. There is nothing impossible. Chen Ping put away the illusion moon flute. No soul skill is absolutely invincible in this world, just as I can counter your third soul skill. Ning Fei gritted his teeth and leaped onto the arena. Gu Dao, I shall assist you. This boy is too arrogant. Let us teach him a lesson together. Before Gu Dao could respond, Ning Fei's soul skill enveloped him. 7 treasure glaze tile provides me with a 30% attribute boost. Let us see how you evade. Gu Dao brimmed with confidence at that moment. Chen Ping raised his sword, invoking his second soul skill, Solar Gale. A golden gale surged forth, entwined with the sword aura, hurtling towards Gu Dao with remarkable speed. A mere gale dares to impede me? Gu Dao mused. As the skeletal warhorse's front hooves made contact with the gale, Gu Dao was immediately enveloped by an unprecedented pressure. How can this be? Such a formidable impact from a mere second soul skill, especially one of a controlling nature. Struggling to maintain his balance, Gu Dao's feet began to slide slowly across the ground. Damn it, even with the amplification. Why am I still no match for that brat? Ning Fei furrowed his brow, his heart seemingly convinced that Gu Dao was engaging in a sham battle. Not far away, Chunping cast a disdainful glance at Ning Fei, thinking, "You troublemaker, always stirring the pot. Let me teach you a lesson." With that thought, the third soul ring beneath Chunping flared to life as he materialized behind Ning Fei. Goodness, that's the aura of a bone dragon. Gu Rong exclaimed, astonished. I never anticipated this lad would possess such fortune to have slain a bone dragon. Chunping struck a blow upon Ning Fei's back with a swift sword, intending merely to teach him a lesson without inflicting serious harm. The blade accurately sliced through Ning Fei's skin yet spared his bones. Ha ha ha, this lad surpasses my expectations, indeed. Chen Xian discerned Chunping's skill, his gaze inevitably drifting towards Gu Rong. Chapter 72. The Origin of the Soul Guidance Device. Ning Fei collapsed to the ground. A grimace of pain etched upon his face. Ning Fei, my dear brother, Gu Dao exclaimed, swiftly turning to investigate the commotion behind him. Shall we continue? Chunping inquired with a subtle smile. Gu Dao sensed the intensifying force of the gale before him, realizing he was utterly unable to break free. The effort to withstand the fierce wind consumed all his strength. Should Chunping strike again, he would be powerless to defend himself. I concede, Gu Dao admitted, resigned. Excellent. Chunping waved his hand, and the gale began to dissipate. Gu Dao sheathed his martial spirit and clasped his fists toward Chunping, acknowledging, "You are formidable. I had long since accepted defeat. I apologize for my unethical conduct." No, before Chunping could finish his words, a round of applause erupted from behind him. Clap. Clap, clap. Upon discerning the newcomers, Chunping quickly bowed, Brother Ning, esteemed teacher, and senior bone Douluo. Ha ha, I am most gratified, Chen Xian proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, the fallen Ning Fei regretted his actions deeply. He had initially thought that Chunping's mention of Brother Ning referred merely to a disciple within the sect, never imagining it to be the sect leader, Ning Fengji. After a moment, Ning Fengji spoke. Chunping, you truly astonish me. Chunping scratched his head modestly and said, Today, the teacher imparted several techniques to me, which I found deeply enlightening, allowing me to triumph over Gu Dao. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, remarking, with such humility and composure, I see the reflection of Sword Uncle in you. He then turned to Gu Dao and added, It is not common for one to willingly acknowledge their own mistakes. Gu Dao, looking apprehensive, replied, In the duel, I failed to stop Ning Fei. I humbly request the sect leader to impose a punishment. Humph, you are aware, then. Gu Rong retorted, somewhat irked. Grandfather Gu, I recognize my errors. Gu Dao lowered his head in contrition. Enough, Uncle Gu, this matter is not entirely Gu Dao's fault. Ning Fengji interjected as a mediator. Considering that Gu Dao has shown repentance, we shall let this incident pass. Go and rest for a while. Later, someone will take you to hunt souls. Yes, thank you, sect leader. Gu Dao clasped his fists in gratitude and promptly left the arena. At that moment, Ning Fengji's smile diminished considerably. Ning Fei, you are aware of the consequences of violating the regulations of the duel arena, are you not? Upon hearing this, Ning Fei, lying on the ground, began to tremble uncontrollably, fervently pleading for mercy. Sect leader, I understand my mistakes. I truly do. Humph, if it weren't for you, would Gu Dao have erred? Gu Rong's anger flared. Gu Dao's mistakes were entirely a consequence of Ning Fei's actions. From today onward, you shall reflect in solitude for a year. Furthermore, the resources allocated to you by the sect will be halved until you redeem yourself through merit. For a sect to endure, it must maintain a clear distinction between reward and punishment, a principle Ning Fengji upheld admirably. After addressing Ning Fei, Ning Fengji approached Chunping and said, Chunping, accompany me to the council hall. I have some matters to discuss with you. Certainly, Brother Ning. In the council hall, Gu Rong spoke first. Young Chunping, Your third soul ring is derived from a bone dragon, is it not? Indeed, esteemed elder. It is a bone dragon, and it hails from the same valley as your ninth soul ring, Chunping replied. Thus, it can be inferred that the visit of Haotian sect to the valley was guided by you? Gu Rong inquired with suspicion. Precisely. Chunping had already surmised that the Haotian sect had visited the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Gu Rong furrowed his brow and exclaimed with indignation. It is because you have provided the Haotian sect with leverage that their sixth elder dares to approach us with such arrogance. Chunping found himself at a loss for words. Old bones, let bygones be bygones. I shall settle the score with the sixth elder of the Haotian sect in due time. You ought to let this matter rest. Chen Xian spoke on Chunping's behalf. At that moment, Ning Fengji inquired at a most opportune time. By the way, Chunping, did you happen to encounter the 10,000-year golden scorpion? I did not. Chunping shook his head. The golden scorpion was indeed within that desolate valley, but when Grandfather Ling Hai and I ventured there to hunt soul beasts, it did not make an appearance. It was only when the Haotian sect pursued the giant bear king to the valley that it revealed itself. Chunping seized the opportunity to distance himself. I believe that the golden scorpion king is lying in wait for its prey, and we are not to its taste. When that colossal bear king entered its territory, it perceived it as a potential target, which prompted its emergence. That is certainly plausible. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Humph. The Haotian sect has become accustomed to their arrogance. It is evidently their own issue, yet they dare to impose it upon our Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Gu Rong exclaimed in anger. If any damage is inflicted upon the sect, I am willing to personally compensate for the losses, Chunping stated with earnestness. Ning Fengji shook his head. There is no need for that. I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding your encounter with Ning Fei. It is my lack of foresight that has led to your unnecessary troubles. Consequently, I will arrange suitable accommodations for you shortly. Afterwards, you may visit the sect's logistics to procure provisions. Rest assured, tomorrow you shall cultivate with Uncle Jian in the back mountains. Thank you, Brother Ning, Chunping replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Ning Fengji observed the soul guiding device on Chunping's finger, noting that it was merely an ordinary one, unlikely to hold sufficient provisions. He then produced a bracelet-shaped soul guiding device from his pocket. Here, take this. It contains 50 cubic units. A small token of welcome for your entry into the sect. Chunping shook his head. No need, Brother Ning. I also possess a soul guide device with a capacity of 50 cubic units. As he spoke, Chunping revealed a bracelet-shaped soul guide from his sleeve. Upon seeing its appearance, Ning Fengji and the others were taken aback. Chunping, where did you acquire this soul guide? They exclaimed, noticing the unusual expressions on their faces. Chunping instinctively replied, I took it. Who did you take it from? Chen Xian inquired. Teacher, 2 years ago when I visited Soto City, I encountered a group of individuals attempting to rob me. Subsequently, I employed certain tactics and turned the tables on them, acquiring this soul guide from their belongings. Chunping recounted candidly. He had been cautioned by Luo Sierra back then, which was why he had kept it concealed in his sleeve. Now, however, it had been recognized by Ning Fengji and the others. Who could it possibly belong to? Robbery? Chen Xian pondered. Given their nature, they wouldn't resort to such actions. Teacher, what exactly is the origin of this soul guide? Chunping asked. You truly do not know? Chen Xian countered. Chunping nodded, expressing his genuine ignorance regarding the origins of the item. Chunping, this soul guide originates from the Haotian sect, Ning Fengji elucidated. Approximately 2.5 years ago, a disciple of the Haotian sect, accompanied by their parents, ventured forth to hunt soul beasts. Unfortunately, they encountered a band of robbers with soul power exceeding 60 levels, resulting in the demise of their entire group, along with the disappearance of their possessions. Impossible, Chunping countered. The assailants who attacked me had a maximum soul power of only 30 levels. This cannot be the soul guide of that disciple from the Haotian sect. Chen Xian placed a reassuring hand on Chunping's shoulder. This is indeed his soul guide. It is identical to the likeness depicted in the wanted notice issued by the Haotian sect. It is plausible that the group who assaulted you discovered it while the Haotian sect was pursuing those robbers. The paramount concern is that this soul guide must never come into the sight of those from the Haotian sect. Otherwise, it will invite boundless troubles. Ning Fengji stated with grave seriousness. Chunping nodded earnestly. Yes, Brother Ning, I understand. However, this is my first trophy, and I wish to keep it myself. Very well. Chapter 73, The Sale of Painkillers with the Soul Guide provided by Ning Fengji. Chunping found his storage space significantly expanded. Upon entering the logistics department of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he collected a substantial amount of food and seasonings. Since he was cultivating in the back mountain, how could he not indulge in some fine delicacies? He decided to bring along more meat and try his hand at barbecuing. While packing food into the soul guide, he couldn't help but envision the cooking process. It had been a long time since he had savored barbecue, and with no vendors around, it seemed he had to rely on his own skills. The following morning, Chunping finished packing and awaited his mentor, Chen Xian, at the door. "Are you ready?" Chen Xian's voice soon resonated. "Master, I am all set," Chunping replied respectfully. In the back mountain, Chen Xian produced a turtle shell from the soul guide and said, "Here is a turtle shell. My request is for you to use your martial soul to shatter the stones inside it with sword energy without damaging the shell." Upon hearing this, Chunping's eyes brightened. This technique was familiar to him. He had mastered it long ago. Given the thickness of the turtle shell, even a slight miscalculation would not lead to its destruction. Summoning his martial soul, Chunping unleashed several sword strikes in succession. Each strike merely grazed the turtle shell. Yet the sounds emanating from within confirmed the stones had shattered. From the moment he struck the first blow to when the stones were completely reduced to rubble, Chunping took less than a minute. Seeing this, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Chunping, well done. Your foundation is stronger than I had anticipated." "Master, this was not challenging. Shall we try something else?" Chunping asserted confidently. Chen Xian nodded. "I share the same sentiment." He then retrieved a piece of iron ore covered with a layer of cicada wings from the soul guide. "Now, your task is to use your martial soul to slice the iron ore into shavings without damaging the cicada wings." Chunping's mouth twitched slightly. This felt akin to a novice player in a game, having dominated with a powerful character, only to be forced to use a weaker one in the next round. The cicada wings were exceedingly thin. He had to strike with impeccable precision, ensuring no mistakes, for even a slight misstep would ruin the wings. Noticing Chunping's hesitation, Chen Xian scoffed. "What is this? Are you backing down at the first sign of difficulty?" "No, it's just that I cannot guarantee success. Moreover, there is only one cicada wing, and if I make a mistake before Chunping could finish." Chen Xian produced a cubic meter of cicada wings and several cubic meters of iron ore from the soul guide. "I anticipated your excuses, so I prepared ahead of time." Chen Xian stated sternly. "From this moment on, you must use your martial soul to strike the cicada wings. If you can successfully shred the iron ore within without harming the wings, your foundation will be impeccable, and I can teach you some techniques." Upon hearing the word techniques, Chunping immediately felt invigorated. He was aware that Chen Xian's 7-kill sword contained a set of secrets akin to the Haoyin 9 absolutes. If he could master them, it would grant him unique soul skills. "Very well, master, I shall begin now." As soon as he spoke, Chunping struck the cicada wings with his first sword. The wings remained intact, but a crack appeared in the iron ore inside. With the second strike, the wings were still unharmed, yet the iron ore was split in two. He continued with the third, fourth, and up to the 10th strike without damaging the cicada wings. However, sweat was now streaming down his face. With only a few strikes remaining, he had to persevere. Chunping wiped the sweat from his brow. "Practice here for now. I will retreat to the cave. Notify me when you succeed," Chen Xian said as he slowly walked towards a nearby cave. "Oh, and remember to tell me how many strikes you used and how long it took." "Yes, master," Chunping replied, observing the cicada wings, with only a few fragments remaining. Chunping furrowed his brow. He had to ensure that the iron shavings did not bounce around inside the wings, or they would inevitably cause damage. Moreover, as the shavings accumulated, the wings became increasingly vulnerable to any disturbance. It was clear to him that the path to becoming a sword master like his mentor was still long and arduous. Taking a deep breath, Chunping executed another strike. It was over. Watching as the cicada wings fluttered slightly in the breeze, he could already foresee the outcome. The wings had merely brushed against the sword blade and incurred a small tear. No, I need to start over," he thought as Chen Xian's voice echoed in his mind. "Yes, master." Without a moment's hesitation, Chunping complied. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed. One day, an explosive piece of news swept across the continent. The Spirit Hall was selling a pain-relieving medication in Tando City, Xinglua City, and Wuhuan City. Upon receiving this news, Ning Fengji hastily summoned Chen Xian and Gu Rong. "Master, it's not just that. I gathered intelligence yesterday indicating that the Spirit Hall plans to sell it throughout the entire continent, and it should happen within 2 months," Gu Rong reported. "Pain-relieving medication?" Chen Xian stroked his chin. "Master, Can we be certain of its efficacy? With the prior incident regarding the dragon blood, Chen Xian's concerns were not without merit. In response, Ning Fengji produced a small vial from his soul guide. One painkiller is sold for 1 gold soul coin, and a bottle contains 10. I purchased 3 bottles. And after testing by the disciples below, it indeed performs as advertised. However, there are some side effects, Gu Rong added. Side effects? Old bones, what kind of side effects? Chen Xian inquired. Gu Rong smiled faintly. They can hardly be considered side effects. Ordinary individuals should not consume too many, or they risk addiction. However, for soul masters, this concern is non-existent. Thus, the Spirit Hall's actions will undoubtedly transform the entire soul master community. Sighing, Ning Fengji remarked, Uncle Gu is correct. If this medication is widely available, conflicts among soul masters will become increasingly frequent. Moreover, this is a highly profitable venture. The Spirit Hall will likely amass substantial wealth. Chen Xian chuckled, Master, it's not as dire as you think. The price of this medication speaks for itself, and its utility for ordinary people is limited. Oh, never mind, Ning Fengji sighed. Please relay the message that from today onwards, disciples should be cautious in their words and actions to avoid conflicts. Leave it to me, Gu Rong volunteered. Thank you, old bones. Once Chunping completes his foundational training, I will ensure he treats you to a barbecue, Chen Xian said. Somewhat wistfully, that lad has talent. He can create such delectable dishes that even I cannot resist indulging. Gu Rong smiled slightly. Oh, is that so? Then I shall not hold back next time. He was also curious about the delectable delicacies that could stir even the heart of Chen Xian. Chapter 74. Unity of Man and Sword. As time progressed, the efficacy of the painkillers became increasingly pronounced. The initial purchasers approached the product with a sense of tentative exploration, while the majority opted to observe for a while longer. Before long, the first wave of buyers confirmed the painkiller's remarkable effects. Thus, word spread rapidly, and within a mere day, the industries of the Spirit Hall in the city of Tando became inundated with eager patrons. Additionally, news of the painkillers reached nearby towns, prompting many to hasten towards Tando. In the sunset forest, just outside Tando, Douluo sat despondently atop a mountain, a box of painkillers before him. He muttered repeatedly, Xianer, why could you not endure a little longer? With these painkillers, the agony wrought by the toxins would have been significantly alleviated. Why could we not have begun the sale of these painkillers sooner, instead of at this dire moment? Is the heavens intent on extinguishing the Douluo family? For Douluo, the painkillers were undoubtedly a timely blessing. The excruciating pain he endured from the toxin's affliction was now dulled, allowing him to feel only a faint discomfort under the medication's influence. Sadly, his son, Douluo Xian, was not as fortunate. Within the fortnight preceding the painkiller's release, he succumbed to the unbearable torment of the toxins, failing to return to the sunset forest in time, and without Douluo's intervention, he tragically perished. Now, the entirety of the Douluo family consisted solely of the 1-year-old Douluo Yan, who remained as Douluo's sole companion. It remained uncertain what kind of martial spirit Yin would awaken. One could only hope it would not be the phosphor serpent. It is nearly complete. It is nearly complete. The final strike must not falter. Chen Ping was wholly engrossed in observing the cicada wing before him. Only a small fragment of pure iron remained. A single misstep would necessitate starting anew. Over the course of the past month, Chen Ping had faltered at the final strike at least 100 times. In the end, the cicada wing danced like leaves in the wind, making it exceedingly difficult for Chen Ping to gauge when to withdraw his force after the strike. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he wiped the sweat from his palms. Grasping the sword, he struck in an instant. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Ping beheld the unscathed cicada wing before him, a smile blossoming on his face. At last, he had succeeded. The sword moved with the wind, unexpectedly. He had truly mastered it. This triumph was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather the culmination of experiences amassed through countless failures and the application of his martial spirit. Should he have another opportunity, Chen Ping felt confident he could succeed once more. Indeed, it seems you have grasped my intentions. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xian had appeared behind Chen Ping. Do tell, how long did it take, and how many blows did you strike? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping blinked and said, Master, you previously stated that as long as I could chop the fine iron into shavings without damaging the cicada's wing, you would teach me new techniques. You never mentioned that it had to be done in one continuous motion. How about you teach me the technique first, and then I can practice this? Did I ever say that? Chen Xian feigned ignorance. Upon hearing this, Chunping felt a wave of despair wash over him. Master, you cannot do this to me. Humph. Chen Xian turned his head away and coldly retorted, what I say goes. When did it become your place to dictate terms, you little brat? Chunping hesitated, sighed, and asked, Master, why don't you lay out all the requirements at once? Once I have completed them, I can come to you to learn the new techniques. Cough, cough. After a light cough, Chen Xian replied, very well. The previous requirements remain unchanged. You must continuously chop the fine iron into shavings within 10 strikes, and then I will teach you the techniques. Chunping wore a look of skepticism. Really? But how can one achieve that within 10 strikes? If the blows are to be continuous, each sword swing must be restrained in force. I estimate that even if it is possible, it would require at least 20 strikes. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, at your current level, I would surmise you would need to execute at least 25 or 26 strikes. With a shift in tone, Chen Xian added with a smile, however, I shall demonstrate it for you. Pay close attention. Yes, master, Chunping replied eagerly, stepping aside. He believed that with Chen Xian's demonstration, he would avoid considerable missteps and perhaps even glean some valuable insights. Chunping, if you can slice through all the refined iron within the cicada's wing without causing any damage, I trust you have discovered some methods of your own. Chen Xian's expression grew markedly serious. Chunping bowed his head and said, Master, I have observed that as the refined iron diminishes, the cicada's wings begin to flutter gently in the breeze. Initially, no matter how I attempted to regulate my strength, it proved futile. Gradually, I shifted my perspective. Turning from internal factors to external influences, I realized that if the sword could align with the direction of the wind, it would descend without harming the cicada's wings. Excellent. The old man replied, his satisfaction evident. Chen Xian nodded approvingly. Indeed, as you have articulated, the ultimate realm of swordsmanship is the unity of man and sword. However, before reaching that pinnacle, one must first achieve harmony with the environment. By harnessing the power of the surroundings, one can maximize the sword's might. No sooner had he spoken than the 7-kill sword appeared in Chen Xian's hand. Watch closely. With a swift motion, Chen Xian unleashed a strike, the cold, sharp sword energy cascading down onto the cicada's wings. Contrary to expectations, the sword energy did not sever the refined iron along with the wings. Instead, it left a scattering of iron shavings on the ground, while the cicada's wings remained suspended in midair, unscathed. It was a flawless execution, truly a marvel of nature. Chunping's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Ha ha, Chen Xian laughed heartily. Young Chunping, if you follow my guidance, in a few years, you too shall attain my level. He continued imparting wisdom. Remember, there are always those stronger than you, in realms beyond your comprehension. There exist formidable individuals in this world. My own father once fell to such a powerful being. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Yes, master, Chunping replied earnestly, nodding gravely. Here, take this. With that, Chen Xian tossed a vial of pain relief medication, which he had obtained from Ning Fingxi, to Chunping. In the future, should you find yourself injured, remember to take a pill. It will alleviate your pain in a short span of time. Chunping recognized it at a glance. This is a painkiller. Simultaneously, Chunping lamented internally. This bottle is identical to the one I initially gave to Grandpa Linghai. I never anticipated that Grandpa Linghai would have repackaged it. Chapter 75, The Concept of the Culinary City. Is this medicine truly called a painkiller? Chen Xian regarded Chunping with a face full of skepticism and remarked, if my memory serves me correctly, this medication only began selling yesterday. Chunping had remained in the back mountain all along, never having departed. So how could he possibly recognize painkillers? Chunping replied calmly, this medicine is of my own making. I still possess quite a bit of it. As he spoke, he retrieved a jar from his soul guide, revealing it to be filled with analgesics. You invented this? Chen Xian inquired, momentarily taken aback, before continuing. Why then would you choose to hand it over to the Spirit Hall? Would it not be more advantageous to sell it through our 7 treasures, glazed tile school? Indeed, Chen Xian was wholeheartedly devoted to the interests of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. However, he would not impose his will upon Chunping. Should Chunping express dissent, he would remain silent. I have not engaged in the sale of the analgesics. Rather, I entrusted that responsibility to a very close acquaintance. I still have my cultivation to attend to, leaving me little time to manage such affairs. Moreover, it was with his assistance that this analgesic was developed. Subsequently, he sought out an acquaintance from his past connections within the Spirit Hall and fully transferred the rights to the distribution of the analgesics to them. Chunping did not mention the identity of Ling Hai. So it is. Chen Xian slightly nodded, accepting the matter as it stands. If you come across anything extraordinary in the future, do remember to share it with me. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect is currently expanding its market. I believe the sect master will embrace your ideas. Master, I have indeed conceived a splendid notion, Chunping remarked. I believe Brother Ning will be amenable to it. Oh. Chen Xian expressed intrigue. You might as well take a moment to rest and share your thoughts with me. Even if Chunping refrained from speaking, Chen Xian would still encourage him to take a break. A balance of work and rest is essential. Relentless cultivation, regardless of progress, would inevitably lead to physical decline. Master, over the past month, I have prepared food within the forest, and I believe it could be promoted throughout the continent via the sect. I am confident that the vast majority of people across the continent would be willing to pay for it. Chunping elaborated. In terms of pricing for the nobility, prices can be elevated, and the presentation of food must be meticulous, ensuring that they are compelled to indulge. Conversely, for the common folk, the focus should be on affordability, allowing the average person to partake. Furthermore, the aesthetic presentation must distinctly differentiate between the offerings for the aristocracy and those for the populace. By adopting this approach, it seems that all parties would be inclined to partake. Chen Xian interjected, stating that what the nobility truly desires is merely face. Food presented to them, adorned with care, will undoubtedly confer a sense of prestige upon them. I possess a detailed list, and I shall find time to discuss it thoroughly with Brother Ning. Chunping produced a thick booklet, which he had penned long ago. His initial intention was to establish a culinary haven to earn some revenue and improve his circumstances. However, as fate would have it, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. After receiving divine enlightenment, he found himself devoid of time for such enterprises. Now, revisiting these ideas would allow him to garner more resources within the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, benefiting him greatly. A viable idea is one that can be realized. If it cannot be materialized, it remains mere talk. Your notion is indeed commendable, but these matters should be attended to only after you fulfill my requests. The market will always be there. There is no need for haste. For now, concentrate on assimilating the essence of my earlier strike. With that, Chen Xian leaped onto the seven-kill sword, stating, I shall retreat to the mountain over there for cultivation. Should you have any uncertainties, seek me there. For now, take a moment to rest. Yes, master. Chunping sat cross-legged, his mind racing with thoughts. I must promptly complete the task assigned by my teacher and then seize an opportunity to train in the Sunset Forest. A month has already passed. It is indeed time to meticulously plan my upcoming endeavors. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has slipped away. Chunping, the moment for your cultivation has arrived. Your soul power has reached level 39, and it is time for a respite. Chen Xian gazed at his secluded space, now occupied by Chunping, with a resigned expression. In a mere 3 months, Chunping had fulfilled his requirements. During the subsequent 3 months, he imparted several techniques to Chunping. These days, Chunping honed his swordsmanship by day and practiced soul power and forged his sword intent in his secluded cave by night. Teacher, has half a year truly passed so swiftly? Chunping reluctantly emerged from the cave. Humph, if you don't leave soon, you might truly starve to death here. Chen Xian replied with irritation. Chunping's spirit sensed the 3 soul guiding devices in his hand, which contained provisions that seemed barely sufficient for half a day. He had become so engrossed in his training that he had lost track of time. Chen Xian patted Chunping's shoulder, hinting, when it is time to rest. One should indeed rest. Here, this is your letter. He handed Chunping a missive he had brought from the sect. A letter? Chunping inquired, puzzled. Who would write to me? Upon perusing the letter, he recognized the signature. He had become so absorbed in his cultivation that he had forgotten to respond to her. Chunping slapped his forehead. This letter was indeed from Ling Yuan. Let us return to the sect, and do not wander into the forbidden area again like last time. Chen Xian said, summoning the 7-killing sword before him. Did Brother Ning say anything about the last incident in the forbidden area? Chunping inquired cautiously. The forbidden area of the sect held its secrets, and mishandling it might cause discontent in Ningfengji. There were numerous matters requiring assistance from the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile sect, and Chunping did not wish to create enmity with Ningfengji. Chen Xian shook his head. The sect master did not pursue the matter. However, I have spoken to him regarding that culinary city you mentioned last time. Once we return to the sect, change your attire and accompany me to meet the sect master. As you wish, teacher. After a brief cleansing, Chen Ping hurried to the conference hall of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile Sect. Brother Ning, teacher, senior bone, Chen Ping greeted the three with a bow. Oh, you have arrived, Chen Ping. Please take a seat, Ning Fingji said with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to sit. Yes, Brother Ning. Chen Ping did not hesitate to take a seat beside Chen Xian. I heard from Sword Uncle that you seem to have some ideas that could enhance the income of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. My apologies for calling you so soon after your training, Ning Fingji said, retrieving a box from the table to his right and handing it to Chen Ping. This is a Heart of the Deep Sea gem. Holding it will help you find tranquility. Consider it a token of my apology. This. Chen Ping quickly declined. Brother Ning. I am now a member of the sect. Contributing to the sect is my duty, and I cannot accept your apology. At this moment, Chen Xian interjected, Chen Ping. Do accept it. This is a gift from the sect master, and you may regard it as a reward. With Chen Xian's words, Chen Ping had no further objections. Very well, Brother Ning, I shall accept it with gratitude. Now, please allow me to hear more about the culinary city. Chapter 76, Agreement Chen Ping. Your idea is indeed commendable. If executed well, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect could reap substantial profits from this project, Ning Fingji expressed, his face reflecting approval after listening to Chun Ping's presentation. However, we are not in the Douluo Continent of 10 years hence. Presently, the Haotian sect possesses the most formidable strength among the three great sections. The Pope of the Wuhuan Temple is still Qian Xuanji, not Bibi Dong. Whether Haotian sect and Qian Xuanji will tolerate the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect profiting significantly remains uncertain. Chen Ping, do you have any additional insights to share? Ning Fengji inquired with a smile. Chen Ping sighed and revealed the truth. Brother Ning, have you considered how other factions might react if my idea were to materialize? Would the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall seize the opportunity to claim a share for themselves? If that were the case, we would undoubtedly face tremendous external pressure. Humph. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to teach that sixth elder a lesson. If they dare to come, just wait and see how I deal with him. Gu Rong remarked, a displeased expression on his face. Uncle Gu, Ning Fingji furrowed his brow and sighed. What Chen Ping mentioned is indeed a pressing issue. While we enjoy the support of the Tando imperial family, it remains somewhat unrealistic to contend with the Haotian sect or the Spirit Hall. Fengji, Tang San of the Haotian sect has been missing for quite some time, Chen Xian slowly interjected. No one knows where he has gone, but for the past few years. It seems that the Haotian sect has been intentionally avoiding conflict with the Spirit Hall, which appears rather unusual. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Rong chimed in. Hearing the old Swordmaster say this reminds me. Although the disciples of the Haotian sect have remained arrogant and overbearing, they have not clashed with everyone. On several occasions, they exchanged words with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's disciples, but each time it ended without resolution. I suspect there is a significant chance that Tang San will not return. The Haotian sect may merely be maintaining the facade of their former strength while subtly retracting their influence. Chen Ping interjected, Senior Gu, esteemed teacher. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao are renowned as the twin stars of Haotian. The last time I encountered them, both had already attained the strength of Soul Douluo. Particularly Tang Hao, who is merely in his 30s. I fear it will not be long before he ascends to the rank of title Douluo. On the surface, Haotian sect boasts only its sect master as a title Douluo, yet their profound foundation remains unassailable by us. Ning Fingji felt overwhelmed. The phrase the three upper sects share a common bond was uttered from his lips, aimed at diminishing conflicts among the three sections. However, it was evident that, given Ning Fingji's current standing, the members of Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would hardly heed his words. Therefore, Chen Ping, in your opinion, what should we do? Ning Fingji contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to listen to Chen Ping's counsel. Chen Ping contemplated for a moment and remarked, let us first establish the gourmet city in Tando City, as it is in proximity to the sect stronghold. Should they dare to create chaos, we shall be prepared to respond. Afterwards, we will await the opportune moment to expand the gourmet city throughout every corner of the Douluo Continent. Opportune moment? Ning Fingji queried. Perplexed. Given the current state of the continent, and even in the next 30 years, there is unlikely to be any change. Does this not imply a long wait? In response to the skepticism, Chen Ping merely smiled faintly. Trust me, the surface tranquility of the continent belies the storm that brews beneath. The relationship between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall is not as straightforward as it appears. A single catalyst is all that is needed for conflict to erupt. Calculating the timeline, Chen Ping recalled, according to the original narrative, within a maximum of 7.5 years. Tang Hao from the Haotian sect will engage in bloody conflict with Chen Xuanji. Following that, the Haotian sect will be ruthlessly annihilated by the Spirit Hall. Compelled to retreat from the world. After Chen Xuanji's demise, Bibi Dong will take control of the Spirit Hall. The two formidable pressures looming over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will have diminished, allowing Ning Fingji to seize the opportunity to expand the sect's commercial influence across the continent. You, young man, cannot possibly grasp these matters. Gu Rong expressed his disbelief. Things are not as simple as you presume. Senior Bone, Chunping asserted confidently, I can assure you that when Tang Hao ascends to rank 90, a clash with the Spirit Hall is inevitable. It is possible that the Spirit Hall may act against him even a year prior to his ascension. Chunping was uncertain how Chen Xuanji discerned that Ain was a soul beast, but it undoubtedly related to Tang Hao. Tang Hao had previously brought Ain back to the Haotian sect, and the means by which Ain concealed her presence was not the soul-devouring red. Amid so many strong figures from the Haotian sect, how could such a ruse remain undetected? The only plausible scenario is that the Haotian sect or Tang Hao himself sought a 100,000-year soul ring. However, the peril of absorbing such a formidable soul ring is daunting, and Tang Hao could not be certain he could withstand it. Thus, he would resort to the Spirit Hall's aid, hoping for Ain to offer herself as a sacrificial offering. In turn, the Haotian sect would compensate the Spirit Hall. Yet, in the original tale, Tang Hao never anticipated that Bibi Dong would kill him after Chen Xuanji was grievously wounded, framing the Haotian sect for the act. Why do you say this? Gu Rong inquired in a grave tone. Chen Ping pondered for a moment and decided to divulge some information. There is a woman by Tang Hao's side whose name eludes me, yet she possesses an air of peculiarity. Perhaps the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Chen Xuanji, might, driven by allure, contend for Tang Hao's affections. This notion seems rather far-fetched among Ning Fingji and the others. Chen Xuanji is known for his commendable character and would never engage in conflict with the Haotian sect over mere beauty. Enough of this trivial discourse. Ning Fingji waved his hand, signaling the end of the meaningless topic. Bone uncle, let us proceed as Chen Ping suggested. I intend to establish a culinary city in Heavendo City. As he spoke, he turned to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, I hope you can impart some culinary techniques to the disciples within the sect when the time comes. That won't be necessary. The methods for preparing the dishes are meticulously documented in this list. Once it is copied, the disciples can study it. Should there be any queries, one person can compile them, and I shall dedicate time to provide uniform answers. That sounds splendid. Ning Fingji discerned the implication in Chen Ping's words, and thus inquired curiously. Chen Ping, do you intend to enter seclusion for cultivation? Haha, Fingji, I forgot to mention that I have reached level 39. It won't be long before I break through to Spirit Master. So soon? Both Ning Fingji and Gu Rong were taken aback. In just half a year, Chen Ping had ascended 3 levels. It seemed almost extraordinary. Yet they remained unaware that Chunping's progress was due to the soul power cultivation method imparted by Loxer. Hee. It should be related to my past fortuitous encounters. Chen Ping chuckled. Brother Ning, I plan to venture into the Sunset Forest for some training. Perhaps I can achieve level 40 within the forest, allowing me to acquire a soul ring on site. Ning Fingji nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Just remember to inform the responsible parties within the sect before you depart. The culinary city can wait. Your cultivation is of utmost importance. Thank you, Brother Ning. Enough of that. Last time, old swordman, you promised to let Chen Ping create some culinary delights. No backing out now, Gu Rong interjected. He was eager to see how Chen Ping could be so confident in successfully establishing the culinary city. Haha, I naturally honor my word, Chen Xin replied with a smirk. Since his mentor had stated as much, Chen Ping felt it inappropriate to undermine the sentiment. Very well. Tonight I shall introduce you all to the essence of hot pot. Chapter 77. Hot pot that evening in the dining hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Haha, Chen Ping, allow me to introduce you to Elder Ning Tao, whom I have selected to oversee the Heavendo Culinary City. I hope you don't mind an additional guest at dinner, Ning Fingji said with a beaming smile. The ultimate success of the culinary city hinges significantly on the innovative dishes that Chen Ping would provide. Greetings, Elder Ning Tao, Chen Ping said, clasping his fists in respect. Elder Ning Tao had a rotund physique, with large earlobes reminiscent of the Buddha. A perpetual smile adorned his face. Ah, young brother Chen need not be so formal. I have perused your manual, and it is indeed a splendid concept. To be candid, This afternoon I attempted to prepare one of the dishes, mapo tofu. Though my technique was rather clumsy, the flavor of the dish has lingered in my memory. Chen Ping smiled awkwardly. Elder Ning Tao, you speak too highly of me. Ning Tao, there is no need for humility. His martial soul is tofu, and he is the only food-type soul saint within our sect. Among all food-type soul masters across the continent, Elder Ning Tao undoubtedly ranks among the top 3, Ning Fingji elaborated. In my earlier days, I formed a close friendship with Elder Ning Tao, and when I ascended to the position of sect leader, he was among the first to offer his assistance. Ning Fingji's implication was clear. Ning Tao was trustworthy. Chen Ping was somewhat astonished to learn of Elder Ning Tao's impressive capabilities. In this era, aside from the future Oscar, the highest rank achievable by food-type soul masters is that of a soul saint. It is unlikely that anyone would contest the notion of Ning Tao being the foremost among food-type soul masters. It is merely an empty title, Ning Tao chuckled. By the way, Elder Ning Tao, do you happen to know someone named Xiaogang? His martial soul is a sugar bean, Chen Ping inquired after a moment of contemplation. Xiaogang is also destined to become a food-type soul saint. We cannot allow that rogue Flinder to take advantage of such a talent. If you are acquainted with him, we should recruit him as soon as possible. Ning Tao shook his head. I have not kept up with matters on the continent for some time, and I have not heard of this Xiaogang. Well, that is unfortunate, Chen Ping sighed inwardly. Calculating the days, he realized that Shrek Academy would soon be established. He wondered if Flinder had managed to locate Xiaogang. Chen Ping, I can already smell something delicious. Is that the hot pot you mentioned? Ning Fingji pointed to the oddly shaped pot on the dining table. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Indeed, Brother Ning, this is hot pot. Please hurry. I see you have so much meat on the table. Cook it quickly so we can enjoy our meal. Gu Rong curled his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with Chen Ping's approach. Haha, old bones, do not be so impatient. Chen Xian stifled a laugh and patted Gu Rong's shoulder. During the past 6 months on the back mountain, Chen Ping had shared the method of enjoying hot pot with him. Gu Rong, however, immediately earned the label of a novice as soon as he opened his mouth. Senior Bone, it's not that I don't want to put the meat into the pot, Chen Ping patiently explained. The meat on the table is cut very thin. Once it's in the pot, it will cook in no time. This is how hot pot works. If I put the meat in too early, it will turn to mush. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xian burst into laughter. Aha, old bones, I often told you to read more, but you refused. Now look, I feel embarrassed for you. Being an old rival, Chen Xian took the opportunity to ridicule him thoroughly. Humph. Gu Rong crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, Old swordsman, I refuse to believe that you knew how to eat hot pot before this. Humph, I did know, Chen Xian shot back, observing the bickering between the two. Ning Fingji wore a helpless expression. Uncle Bone and Uncle Sword, both of your soul powers are at levels 94 and 95 respectively, yet whenever you meet, a quarrel ensues. Ah, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, let us eat first. With Ning Fengji's words, the two finally ceased their squabble. Once seated, they did not rush to eat. At present, aside from Chunping, no one was aware of the precise method of enjoying hot pot. If they did it incorrectly, it would be quite embarrassing. Noticing their expressions, Chunping had no choice but to demonstrate. Haha, this is the best delicacy I have tasted in years, Gu Rong exclaimed, picking up a large piece of soul beast meat and shoving it into his mouth, oblivious to its heat. Old bones, eat slowly. I know you are all bones and fear no heat, but you are still an elder. Chen Xian seized the opportunity to mock him, enticed by the delicious food. Gu Rong ignored him. TCH, if you don't eat, I will. It truly was an innovative way of eating. Ning Fingji's eyes sparkled with desire, as if the meat emerging from the hot pot were glistening golden soul coins. Elder Ning Tao, what do you think? Chen Ping asked with a smile. I believe I understand the sect master's intentions now, Ning Tao replied with a wry smile. Even we who are accustomed to delicacies cannot resist such cuisine. Which of the noble families can withstand this kind of food? After a pause, Ning Tao looked at Ning Fingji, sect master. I propose we swiftly cultivate chefs and then proliferate the food street industry across the continent. Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji's expression faltered. Sect master, is there a problem? Ning Tao asked, puzzled. Ning Fengji waved his hand. Let us first establish a food city in Heavendo City. If the results are good, we can consider other locations. Let us eat first. Ning Fingji, too, wished for expansion, but after deep contemplation, he understood that the Spirit Hall and Haotian sect would likely intervene, and at that time, it wouldn't be something he could manage. Seeing Ning Fengji's expression, Ning Tao wisely chose to remain silent. Before long, it was deep into the night, and everyone was quite full. Chunping, you truly astonish me. Ning Fingji said solemnly. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Brother Ning. Chen Ping replied with a slight bow. I still need to cultivate tonight. I shall take my leave, Brother Ning, teacher, Elder Bone, Elder Ning Tao. Go ahead. For you at this moment, improving your strength is of utmost importance. Ning Fingji did not refuse. Sect Master, I shall not linger either. I need to study the recipes to expedite the establishment of the food city, Ning Tao said. After the two departed, Ning Fingji furrowed his brow. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword. What are your thoughts on the food city? How many people in this world can resist a delicacy that can move both me and the old swordsman? Gu Rong spoke candidly. Chen Xian also rarely concurred. Indeed, this is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Ning Fingji, narrowing his eyes, resolved. Let us not consider expansion across the continent for now. We must focus on managing the Heavendo food city effectively. I intend to dispatch a sole Douluo elder from the sect to maintain order in the food city. Sect Master, I agree, Gu Rong affirmed. Furthermore, old swordsman and I will keep a vigilant watch over the food city. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, they shall see how I deal with them. What the old bones said is quite right. Ning Fingji stated earnestly. Very well, it is settled. Chapter 78. The establishment of Shrek Academy at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chunping sat at his desk, holding a letter sent by Ling Yuan. Let me see what she has written before I respond. After opening the envelope, Chunping recognized the handwriting. It seemed she was having a pleasant time at the academy. The letter's content primarily consisted of Ling Yuan's summary of her life at the academy, along with her complaints regarding Chunping's lack of correspondence. Finally, she posed several questions to him. Picking up a pen, Chunping wrote, You are quite fortunate. I am indeed at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My recent days have been quite good, having taken the continent's foremost swordmaster as my teacher. However, in your next letter, it may take me quite some time to respond. I will be departing for the Sunset Forest shortly. Do you remember the Rooster Comb Phoenix sunflower I mentioned? If fortune favors me this time, I should be able to obtain it. In a year and a half at most. I will set off to visit you at the Martial Soul Academy. I wonder if you will have graduated by then. Also, has Li Zhao graduated? If you learn of his whereabouts, please inform me next time. I wish to establish a faction. Talents like Li Zhao must not be let go. Oh, by the way, my soul power has reached level 39. I expect to advance to Soul Zone soon. You should strive hard in your cultivation. Don't let me surpass you. Soto City. Xiaogang. I plan to establish an academy. Would you consider coming over to be a teacher? After 2 years, Flender and Yu Xiaogang once again arrived in Soto City. This time, Lu Erlong was not present. Not long ago, on a beautiful moonlit night, Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong held a wedding on a cliff at the outskirts of Heavendo City. What followed was similar to the original story. Lu Erlong's father, Yu Luomian, appeared, revealing her identity and forcibly taking her away. Since then, the Golden Iron Triangle had been completely disbanded. After finally enjoying a moment of happiness, Yu Xiaojiang's mood plummeted once again to the depths of despair. For several days, he felt like a walking corpse, refusing to eat or drink. No, Flender. I want to be a teacher anymore. After several years of adventuring together, Flander had accumulated some wealth. Deep within his heart lay a dream. To establish an academy dedicated to teaching and nurturing others. Now, upon returning to Soto City once more, Flander aspired to create his own institution there. Xiaogang, however, left Flander at a loss for words. He hesitated to mention Lu Erlong, fearing it would plunge Yu Xiaojiang's spirits into despair once again. After a long pause, Flander spoke. Xiaogang, haven't you always sought a student? Why not join me in founding an academy? I firmly believe that with your talent, our institution will flourish, perhaps even surpass the Tando Royal Academy in the future. Not interested, Yu Xiaojiang replied without a moment's thought. Flander, I must take my leave now. Let our ties end here. With that, he brushed past Flander and walked toward the outskirts of Soto City. Xiaogang, Flander stood rooted in place, realizing that his longtime friend had made a resolute decision. Where shall I find you? Ultimately, he could not help but ask. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. No, Flander, we shan't meet again. Perhaps it was meant to be this way. Had I not sought to change my destiny, Erlong would not have married me. With those words, Yu Xiaojiang exited the city gate without looking back. Yet, the world would not pause for Yu Xiaojiang's departure. Flander's determination to establish the academy remained unwavering. He scoured the city for potential locations, but the exorbitant land prices forced him to abandon his search. If the city won't do, then perhaps the outskirts will suffice, surely. I can find something in a village, Flander mused, devising a clever plan that would save him money and provide existing structures. He swiftly located a village on the city's periphery and, after assessing the situation, approached the village chief. "Greetings, sir. I wish to rent a portion of your village's properties to establish an academy." Flander articulated his intentions. An academy? The elder gazed at Flander in surprise. In his experience, academies were always situated within cities, attended by soul masters. How could they possibly coexist with ordinary folk? Begone. You seem more like a charlatan. There is no reason for a soul master academy to be established in the countryside. With that, the elder picked up a hoe, dismissing Flander. However, Flander refused to yield. He showcased his martial soul and soul rings. "Sir, I must confess, my funds are limited, and I could not secure land within the city. Hence this unconventional approach to open an academy in the outskirts. I see many vacant houses in your village. If you rent them to me, it saves me the cost of construction. In turn, I will pay you rent, providing your village with additional income, would it not?" Seeing Flander's 5 soul rings, the elder chose to trust him. In the past, those with a single or 2 soul rings often bullied them. Now, before a courteous soul king, how could he not feel touched? Perhaps, should their village face future troubles, this soul king would stand up for them. Many of our villagers perished in the conflict between the 2 great empires over a decade ago. Our population has dwindled, and these houses have remained empty for years. If the soul master does not mind, I shall rent them to you. As for the rent, the elder hesitated, pondering the appropriate price. If he quoted too high, Flander might refuse. If too low, the villagers would likely object. Ultimately, he proposed 1 golden soul coin per month. If the soul master finds this acceptable, then the arrangement is yours. Really? Flander's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1 golden soul coin per month for ready-made houses. This was a tremendous bargain. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly produced the money, anxious that the elder might change his mind. It's settled then. These properties are now rented to me. Of course, soul master. I shall arrange for the villagers to clean the houses immediately. The elder grasped the golden soul coin, his face alight with enthusiasm. Very well, Flander nodded. I must now seek some teachers. You may begin the cleaning. With that, he dashed out of the village, fearing the elder might reconsider the rental terms. 1 golden soul coin a month. This is simply a windfall. I must quickly reach out to some acquaintances. The academy must begin enrolling students at once. Meanwhile, the elder gazed at the golden soul coin in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. What a windfall. With 1 golden soul coin a month, our village can procure many farming tools. Prosperous days are upon us. Chapter 79. Departure to the Sunset Forest. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Shrek Academy had officially established itself in Soto City and commenced enrollment today. A disciple responsible for intelligence at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School reported to Chen Ping. The might of a powerful faction is indeed impressive. Such a robust intelligence system is not easily attained. I merely mentioned it to my teacher, and I am surprised that news has arrived so swiftly. Chen Ping stretched his waist and inquired about the current faculty at Shrek Academy and their admission criteria. There are 4 instructors: Flanders, Xiaogang, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibing. As for the admission requirements, it amusingly stipulates that applicants must possess a soul power exceeding level 20 at the age of 12. At this point, a hint of disdain appeared on the disciple's lips. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping pondered. It seems Flanders is still unfamiliar with Zhao Wao Qi, which is unfortunate for Xiaogang, as he remains under Flanders' tutelage. The only constant is their admission criteria. It is surprising that they could enroll over 60 students in the next 2 decades. Regrettably, the majority of these students met their demise at Shrek Academy. Very well, I understand now. Chen Ping retrieved a pouch of gold soul coins from his soul guide device. Thank you for your efforts. Please distribute this among the brothers who worked hard for the intelligence. Yes, thank you, Senior Brother Chen. The disciple accepted the pouch and exited the room. It was unexpected that Shrek had indeed been established. It appears that the developmental trajectory of this continent remains largely unchanged. Chen Ping stroked his chin, contemplating. It is for the best. I shall strive to complete the divine examination up to the 8th trial in the coming years. Once Qian Xuanji perishes, I will have plenty to occupy myself with. Teacher, I plan to venture into the Sunset Forest for training starting today. Chen Ping approached Chen Xian to express his intentions. That sounds reasonable. Your soul power is on the verge of a breakthrough. So an early excursion to the Sunset Forest would be beneficial. Chen Xian nodded. How many years do you intend to spend on your 4th soul ring? I suspect you are not merely aiming for a 4,000-year soul ring. Hiki. Chen Ping scratched his head and chuckled. I intend to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring, preferably from a wind, attribute, soul beast. Therefore, Could you accompany me? Unless I find myself in peril or during the hunt for the soul ring, I would prefer to handle the rest on my own. Chen Ping was determined to seek the eye of ice and fire. From his understanding, Douluo should currently possess the strength of a soul Douluo. As a mere soul Zun, it was utterly impossible for him to defeat Douluo. Chen Ping had no desire to end up like Tang San, who had been poisoned thrice by Douluo lacking knowledge of toxins. A single misstep could spell disaster for him. Ha ha, you dare to venture alone into the Starry Forest. How could this mere sunset forest possibly pose a challenge for you? Chen Xian chuckled. This situation is different, Chen Ping replied. With my current capabilities, I lack the power to slay a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, I feel a breakthrough is imminent. If I were to return to the sect, the journey would consume considerable time, and it is possible that the wind attribute 10,000-year soul beast might evade capture due to my delay. Chen Ping articulated the rationale he had long prepared. With Chen Xian's current strength at level 95, dealing with Douluo would be a mere trifle. Furthermore, Chen Ping would procure a suitable celestial herb for Chen Xian, ensuring that his trip was not in vain. Haha, I am indifferent. The matters of the gourmet city are in the hands of Old Bone. I have been rather leisurely of late, so consider this an opportunity for a pleasant diversion. Chen Xian adjusted his beard and added, let me make it clear, I shall not intervene with soul beasts below 5,000 years of age. Rest assured, the techniques I have taught you are sufficient to handle any soul beast of that age. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping rejoiced and hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Very well, let us proceed. It will not be easy to find a suitable wind attribute soul beast of 10,000 years. Chen Xian remarked. With a flick of his wrist, the 7-killing sword materialized before him. I have already made arrangements with the sect leader. We can depart directly. Ah? Master, how did you know I would leave today? Chen Ping inquired, perplexed. Chen Xian smirked. Can you remain idle? While I may not know the exact day of your departure, I was aware that it would be soon, thus I made the necessary arrangements. Otherwise, do you think I would have readily acquiesced? Hiki, Chen Ping said gratefully, thank you, master. And thus, they set forth on their journey. Chen Ping inquired, teacher, how far are you from reaching level 96? 20 years hence. Chen Xian had attained level 96 and was rumored to have been stagnating at this level for quite some time, leading one to speculate that he would soon achieve a breakthrough. It is of no consequence for me to share this with you, Chen Xian replied. To be candid, I am uncertain myself. Before reaching level 95, a soul master can effortlessly advance by accumulating soul power. However, upon attaining level 95, one must not only gather soul power, but also comprehend the essence of their martial soul. With each subsequent level gained, new insights into the martial soul are revealed, culminating at level 99, where one fully comprehends their martial soul and attains the transcendent state of unity with the heavens. Is there truly no alternative means to elevate one's level? Surely, items such as soul bones must exist. Chen Ping is not endowed with a twin martial soul, and upon reaching the 90th level, he can no longer enhance his soul power through the absorption of soul rings. Moreover, ascending beyond the 95th level proves exceedingly challenging. If the subsequent divine examination rewards do not include soul power, it remains uncertain how many years it will take for him to reach the 99th level. While soul bones can indeed facilitate growth, at his current level, obtaining a soul bone sufficient for advancement would require one that is at least 80,000 years old. Chen Xian remarked with an air of indifference. At this stage, each incremental increase in level demands an extensive investment of time. He had long since acclimatized to this reality. Even if he remained stagnant at 95 for another decade, it would not pose a concern. Very well, Chen Ping shrugged. There should be an 80,000-year soul bone with Loxir. However, it would be unwise to retrieve it directly, lest it provoke unnecessary explanations. Once I elevate my level, I shall present some soul bones to my mentor. He silently resolved. On the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, there exists a small town inhabited by soul beasts. Chen Xian seated himself before a tea house and addressed Chen Ping. We have arrived. You may enter alone. I shall enjoy a cup of tea here before joining you. Understood, teacher. With that acknowledgement, Chen Ping ventured into the forest. The expanse of the Sunset Forest is considerable, yet the trees at its periphery are not densely packed. Given its proximity to the imperial capital of the Tando Empire, the area attracts a fair number of visitors. Compared to several decades prior, the Sunset Forest has evidently shrunk significantly. Once we venture deeper into the forest, I recall that the eye of ice and fire lies within a high mountain. With this determination in mind, Chen Ping wasted no time and charged directly into the forest interior. This lad is quite reckless, Chen Ping thought, shaking his head in resignation as he sipped his tea. Chapter 80. The 5,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger senior Loxier. Can you sense the presence of a dragon vein within this forest? Considering that the Eye of Ice and Fire is formed from the corpse of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Chen Ping speculated that Loxier might possess some knowledge on the matter. You've certainly come to me with an intriguing question, Loxier chuckled. I can sense it, but I cannot disclose it directly to you, as this is part of your divine examination, and I cannot assist you in cheating. Only when you approach the vicinity of that ice and fire can I provide guidance. Well, what was initially intended as an outing for training has now genuinely transformed into an arduous trial. Chen Ping pondered that had Loxier known the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire, they could have bypassed many unnecessary obstacles on their journey. Now, it appears that one must confront what lies ahead. Curse it, I truly wish to find a saber-toothed tiger to vent my frustrations. My mood is rather foul. That I can assist you with, Loxier laughed heartily. Proceed 5 miles further, and you should encounter a saber-toothed tiger's den. It seems you are quite the schemer. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, feeling that he had been ensnared in Loxier's game. Loxier explained, this is a reward from the esteemed one for you, a form of compensation. Very well, Chen Ping replied. He was indifferent to the notion of compensation. His primary desire was to unleash his pent-up emotions. In the past, he had faced saber-toothed tigers with no means of defense. Now, having received the divine examination and taken Chen Ping as his mentor, it was time for him to assert himself. 15 minutes later, Chen Ping arrived at the location indicated by Loxier. Observing the footprints on the ground, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Indeed, this is the lair of a feline soul beast. In this forest, tigers reign supreme. I must remain vigilant. While the size of the footprints may not precisely determine the age of the soul beast, an approximate assessment could certainly be made. This must undoubtedly be a 1,000-year saber-toothed tiger. Damn it, I can't shake the feeling that I've been tricked again. Enough of the chatter. The esteemed one has indicated this as your compensation, and it will surely benefit you, Loxier reminded him. To your right, the saber-toothed tiger is concealed within the branches. Understood. Now aware of the saber-toothed tiger's position, Chen Ping wasted no time and summoned his martial soul. Second soul skill, Solar Gale. Upon being discovered, the saber-toothed tiger no longer remained hidden. It leaped from its perch onto the branches and lunged toward Chen Ping's gale. Upon discerning the visage of the saber-toothed tiger, Chen Ping could not help but utter a curse under his breath. Damn it, are you toying with me? This creature has existed for 5 millennia. The fierce winds proved insufficient to impede the tiger's movements. In mere moments, it had breached the gales and lunged directly at Chen Ping. Damn it, a sliding strike should suffice this time. The sharpness of Chen Ping's martial soul had long surpassed that of the initial iron sword, capable of effortlessly slicing through the hide of a millennium-old soul beast. Resolute in his decision, Chen Ping charged towards the saber-toothed tiger. In the eyes of the tiger, Chen Ping's actions were undoubtedly a provocation. He had awaited this moment. A slight smile graced Chen Ping's lips. At a distance of 1 meter from the saber-toothed tiger, he swiftly slid down while raising the daylight dragon sword in his hand. 7 kill sword absolute, thrust. Much like the 9 absolutes of Haotian. The 7 kill sword technique was a martial art passed down through the Qinxin family. Under Qinxin's guidance over the past days, Chen Ping had acquired a fundamental understanding of it. Presently, it was indeed an opportune moment to hone his swordsmanship. With a sudden thrust, the sword's tip plunged unimpeded into the tiger's hide. The tremendous force rendered the saber-toothed tiger unable to halt its advance. Chen Ping's blade sliced through the pelt of the saber-toothed tiger with reckless abandon. Damn it, this creature is truly cunning. With a silent curse, Chen Ping activated his third soul skill, vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, the saber-toothed tiger's hind leg struck where Chen Ping had just stood, creating a resounding crash that sent dust swirling into the air. The previous maneuver had indeed inflicted some damage upon the beast, as evidenced by the crimson stains marring its chest fur. However, upon sensing the pain in its chest, the saber-toothed tiger abruptly lifted its hind leg, evading further harm. Chen Ping now laments that his sword is not long enough. If it were 40 meters in length, he might have cleaved the saber-toothed tiger in twain. Aware that his previous assault would undoubtedly enrage the creature, and lacking absolute confidence in his abilities, Chen Ping refrains from a direct confrontation. Despite the saber-toothed tiger's imposing size, each of its steps appears remarkably agile within the forested surroundings, leaving even the branches unbroken beneath its tread. Chen Ping continuously unleashed his third soul skill, deftly evading the assaults of the saber-toothed tiger. His speed was indeed remarkable. The daylight white explosion had no opportunity to be activated. At that moment, Chunping was uncertain if the sword Douluo was nearby. Otherwise, he could have activated the trunk soulbone skill, daylight transformation, significantly enhancing his attributes and making the confrontation with the saber-toothed tiger considerably easier. If I pursue you further, you shall have no life left. Suddenly, Chunping spun around, thrusting the daylight dragon sword upward. 7 kill sword technique. Thrust. The unexpected strike caught the saber-toothed tiger off guard, its jaw colliding with the sword's tip. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunping swiftly retracted his sword, positioning the blade defensively before him. 7 kill sword arts. Defend. Employing a unique force exertion technique, Chunping remained grounded, resisting the tremendous impact of the saber-toothed tiger, and halted its advance. Without a shred of hesitation, he promptly raised the daylight dragon sword. In an instant, a brilliant golden radiance emanated from the blade. First soul skill, daylight white explosion. The next moment, the first soul ring beneath his feet illuminated once more, and his figure reappeared a short distance away. A thunderous boom resounded. The saber-toothed tiger's head was entirely obliterated, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. This creature is truly formidable. Chunping approached the lifeless body of the saber-toothed tiger. Had it not been for the soul technique forcefully inserted into its mouth during the previous strike, the outcome of the encounter remained uncertain. To vanquish a millennium-old soul beast necessitates the search for soul bones upon its remains. While the likelihood may be slim, there exists a glimmer of possibility. Grasping the daylight dragon sword, Chunping swiftly began to explore the carcass of the saber-toothed tiger. The blade resonated with a metallic clang, as if it had struck something solid. Chunping raised his eyebrows, pondering whether it could be a soul bone. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly severed the right leg of the saber-toothed tiger. At the moment of peeling back the tiger's hide, a bone emanating a faint glow revealed itself. Indeed, it was a soul bone. Initially elated, Chunping's expression turned to one of resignation as he shook his head. Unfortunately, it is merely a 5,000-year-old soul bone. Nonetheless, I shall keep it for now, perhaps to gift to someone in the future. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired of Loxier, "Is this what you refer to as compensation?" Loxier chuckled, "A 5,000-year soul bone, obtained by your own hand. You should consider yourself fortunate. An ordinary person may not encounter even a single soul bone in a lifetime." With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Chunping swiftly stored the soul bone into his soul guide device. As he departed, he made sure to leave several additional cuts on the saber-toothed tiger's body. The purpose was to prevent others from discovering that someone had acquired the saber-toothed tiger's soul bone. After all, leaving only one cut on the soul beast could incite greed-fueled speculation, even if no soul bone was present. A touch of vigilance, quite commendable. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Chen Xian. Chapter 81. Douluo. Unbeknownst to him, Chunping had already spent 5 days in the Sunset Forest. Traversing the depths of the forest for 5 days was no trivial endeavor. The further he ventured, the stronger the soul beasts encountered became. Observing several mountains in the distance, Chunping mentally inquired, "There are several mountains ahead. Senior Loxier, is the ice and fire Yin Yak located there?" Indeed, Loxier responded candidly. "It lies within one of those mountains, but exercise caution. I sense some toxic mist nearby." Before Loxier could finish his warning, a venerable and powerful voice resonated through the forest. "Do not proceed any further. I detect something unusual ahead." Chunping turned around to see that it was Chen Xian, who had always been silently protecting him. "Master, why is this?" Chunping feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. The mountains ahead were eerily strange, and there was no sign of soul beasts in the vicinity. Even ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts would be corroded into a puddle of viscous liquid upon nearing. The Douluo Continent is filled with countless peculiar places, and naturally, Chen Xian regarded this as one of them. Such locations often posed risks that outweighed their opportunities. Many had perished in these strange lands, and those who emerged alive, acquiring fortuitous encounters, were exceedingly rare. "Master, I wish to venture inside. Having come this far, I have no intention of turning back." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian furrowed his brow slightly. "You, young man, do you even know what lies within? In places like this, even a titled Douluo could meet their demise. Do not act recklessly." Relying solely on Douluo, can he truly slay a titled Douluo? That would be absurd. Chunping thought helplessly. "Master, you cannot fathom it. Even as a titled Douluo, Douluo is the weakest among them, utterly insignificant. However, Chen Ping dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, he concocted an explanation, saying, "Master, there is something here that draws me. Perhaps a fortuitous encounter awaits." With that, Chen Ping summoned his martial soul. Under the control of Luxor, the blade of the daylight dragon sword emitted a series of resonant sword cries. Observing the martial soul in Chen Ping's hand, Chen Xian's brow tightened. In his view, this was undeniably a sign that the martial soul had been attracted by something, likely a tremendous opportunity beneficial for cultivation. As a teacher, he believed it was his responsibility to assist Chen Ping. After a lengthy pause, Chen Xian spoke, "Chen Ping, have you truly made up your mind? In such a place, even I cannot guarantee a safe return. Should we encounter multiple high-aged soul beasts, I fear I may not be able to save you in time." Chen Ping nodded earnestly. "Teacher, I have made my decision. This is the guidance of the martial spirit. If I were to abandon it, I might regret it for a lifetime." "Very well, you possess courage. I have not misjudged you," Chen Xian replied with a satisfied smile. "Stay close behind me, and be prepared to retreat at any moment should danger arise." "I understand, teacher," Chun Ping affirmed with a firm nod. 7 Killing Sword. Chen Xian commanded sharply. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. Half an hour later, under Chen Xian's leadership, they had traversed several towering mountains. "Young one, the Eye of Ice and Fire lies just ahead," Luo Sierra interjected. Chen Ping raised his eyebrows and promptly replied, "Teacher, it is on the mountain ahead." "Are you certain?" Chen Xian inquired. Through his perception, he discerned that the mountain before him was indeed a treacherous one, shrouded in toxic mists. A single misstep could lead to death by poison. "I am certain, teacher." Noting the resolute gaze of Chen Ping, Chen Xian nodded. "Though I do not know what lies atop that mountain, should danger arise, you shall witness how my 7 Killing Sword can obliterate it." "Thank you." Chen Ping silently expressed his gratitude. With a clear destination, their pace quickened considerably. In a mere moment, they reached the edge of the poisonous fog. Within the valley, an elderly man with white hair and green eyes slowly opened his eyes, casting a malevolent glance toward the outside of the valley. Someone had triggered his mechanism, another group of troublesome intruders. The old man rose, exerting force beneath his feet, and leaped to the summit. Meanwhile, Chen Xian probed the toxic mist ahead with his soul power. This poison was not particularly potent. For soul masters above level 70, it posed no threat whatsoever. You are fortunate. This toxic mist is not too strong. Once I raise my soul power barrier, we can pass through unharmed. I am grateful for your assistance." Chen Ping slightly bowed to express his thanks. Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. If you truly wish to show gratitude, focus on your training." Suddenly, Chen Xian's brow furrowed, and the 7 Killing Sword appeared in his hand. "Something approaches, Chen Ping. Prepare for retreat." "Understood," Chen Ping responded, pondering whether it could be Douluo, the most formidable creature in the Sunset Forest. Abruptly, a deep and powerful voice emanated from the toxic fog. "You dare invade my territory? Prepare for death." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping realized their situation had solidified. It was undoubtedly Douluo. Meanwhile, Chen Xian braced himself for action. The concealment of the toxic mist, combined with the uncertainty regarding their enemy's strength, prevented Chen Xian from recklessly probing into the fog. "Who are you to play tricks? Do you believe my sword lacks sharpness?" Chen Xian scoffed. After a brief moment, a green figure gradually emerged from the toxic mist. It was an elderly man. His feet surrounded by 8 soul rings of various hues, each a testament to his extraordinary power. "My name is beyond your comprehension." At this, Chen Xian's lips twitched. He could not fathom how a mere soul Douluo dared to be so arrogant in his presence. Chen Ping nearly laughed aloud at Douluo's pretentiousness. However, he would soon have a taste of reality. The disparity between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo could not be compensated for by mere poison. "Is it my soul rings that are insufficient, or are you simply overconfident in your strength?" Douluo glared at Chen Ping, clearly displeased by his barely contained laughter. "Oh?" Chen Xian twirled the 7 Killing Sword in his hand. "Do you know who I am?" Douluo sneered. "Those who have perished at my hands number in the hundreds, if not thousands. I do not remember their names." As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal figure resembling a Phosphor Snake Emperor appeared behind Douluo. 6th Soul Skill, Phosphor Snake Emperor's Poison. The Phosphor Snake Emperor exhaled a stream of ghostly green toxic mist, corrupting all flora in its path. Chen Xian, unwilling to underestimate the situation, activated a black soul ring beneath his feet. 5th Soul Skill, Dominance Overall. The 7 killing swords split into 7, forming a barrier of swords that shielded them from the encroaching poison. This is intriguing. It seems I must also stretch my limbs. Douluo failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Humph, since you refuse to reveal your name, I shall not hold back. With that, 9 soul rings of various colors appeared beneath his feet. Douluo's sudden strike displeased Chen Xian, who did not recognize him as a title Douluo. 4th soul skill, Shadow of the Sword. Chen Xian initiated the attack, wielding the 7 killing sword with rapid precision, sending numerous sword energies toward Douluo, each one sharp enough to effortlessly slice through the surrounding trees. Title Douluo. Douluo's pupils constricted. The title Douluo wielding a sword is none other than Chen Xian. Douluo regretted his decision to merely clean up his surroundings, as encountering a title Douluo was akin to a stroke of bad luck. I cannot allow Yin Yin to enter. I must protect her. With determination, Douluo clenched his teeth. 3rd soul skill, Phosphor Bewitching Formation. Faced with the formidable attack of Sword Master Chen Xian, Douluo dared not engage directly. A mist enveloped him, swiftly concealing his form. Chen Xian smirked slightly. Do you believe you can escape? If you wish to avoid conversation, I shall oblige. Simultaneously, he communicated with Chunping telepathically, instructing him to retreat momentarily until he dealt with Douluo. Chen Xian now understood that this toxic mist was likely laid by Douluo himself. Thus, eliminating him would render the area safe. With resolve, Chen Xian raised the 7 killing sword, declaring, 6th soul skill, all swords return to origin. In an instant, a multitude of sword blades materialized above him, ready to descend upon Douluo at his command. Damn it, has Sword Master Chen Xian lost his mind? Douluo's expression darkened. He was determined to protect this valley for both himself and Douluo's sake. If Chen Xian seized it, he would indeed be left homeless. Moreover, losing this valley would mean that during overcast nights, the toxins within him would become unmanageable, potentially leading to his demise. If I capture that young man, I may have a chance to repel Sword Master Chen Xian. Fixating on Chunping, Douluo resolved, 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Manifestation. The colossal Phosphor Snake Emperor surged forth, disregarding the sword blades above, charging straight at Chunping. Damn it! Chen Xian sensed Douluo's intentions. As a distinguished title Douluo, it would be an immense disgrace to allow a non-attacking soul Douluo to capture someone under his watch. 7th soul skill, 7 killing manifestation. A gigantic shadow rose in front of the Phosphor Snake Emperor, wielding a massive 7 killing sword, striking down upon the serpent's head. Douluo quickly found himself at a disadvantage. I cannot let this continue. I will surely meet my end. His mind raced as he realized he had nowhere left to retreat. Medusa's gaze. At that moment, 2 white beams shot forth from the Phosphor Snake Emperor's eyes, turning all matter in their path to stone. Soul Bone skill. Intriguing. With a faint smile, Chen Xian regarded the soul bone of Douluo as inconsequential to him. Yet it could be exchanged with others, ensuring he would find something suitable. The colossal figure raised the 7 killing sword, inscribing a massive character for kill in the air. This was one of his teacher's unique soul skills, the kill word technique. Witnessing this spectacle ignited a fervor within Chunping. This singular move could easily overwhelm an average title Douluo, let alone Douluo. In the next moment, the enormous character surged toward Douluo. The formidable sword intent uprooted trees in its vicinity, reducing them to mere dust upon contact with the sword's aura. Douluo bellowed, I shall fight you to the end. Medusa gazed intently as he summoned all his soul power. The rays emanating from the eyes of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor intensified beyond their previous strength. A tremendous explosion erupted as their 2 attacks collided. Chunping swiftly evaded the ensuing shockwave, anticipating that Douluo would be utterly incapable of withstanding the kill word sword technique. The mighty Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor crashed heavily to the ground. As the 9th soul ring beneath Chen Xian's feet glimmered, Chunping urgently shouted, Teacher, do not kill him. He is Douluo. Douluo held significant value for Chunping, and he could not allow him to perish. Upon hearing Chunping's words, Chen Xian hesitated momentarily but ultimately renounced the intent to slay Douluo. Though Douluo was grateful to Chunping, he knew he must still strike. 8th soul skill, time stasis. Silence engulfed the area, freezing everything around Douluo in its tracks. Humph, obstinate fool. Chen Xian's 8th soul ring illuminated. Death can be avoided, but living sins cannot escape. Inevitably, Chen Xian was momentarily immobilized, allowing Douluo to seize the opportunity to launch another assault. Medusa gazed intensely once more, and a white ray shot forth from the eyes of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor. The 7 killing thunder surged forth, cleaving through the air. The sword expanded dramatically, and Chen Xian slowly raised his right hand, positioning the massive 7 killing sword before him. Kill. At the command, the enormous sword plummeted from the sky, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down Douluo's spine. Swallowing hard, Douluo steeled himself. Swordmaster Chen Xian, I am indeed no match for you. But the child accompanying you may not be so fortunate. Clutching at his last hope, Douluo exerted force beneath him, reaching for Chunping's position. The previous 8th soul skill had ensnared not only Chen Xian but also Chunping. Given Chunping's strength, he could not break free from the control. Douluo had calculated this precisely, daring to confront Chen Xian. However, he did not anticipate that Chen Xian would instantaneously appear before him. The colossal 7 killing sword crashing down upon the body of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor. In an instant, the snake was utterly obliterated, with his martial spirit damaged. Douluo lost his former grandeur, spitting forth a mouthful of black blood. He then sank to his knees, murmuring, "Yin Yin, grandfather is powerless. I can no longer protect you." Experiencing the full force of his teacher's 8th soul skill in person was far more thrilling than watching it on a screen. Chunping, why do you wish for me to spare his life? The soul bone he possesses is worth far more than the man himself. Chen Xian furrowed his brow. It was not uncommon for soul masters to vie for soul bones, and Chunping was aware that his actions were not wholly commendable. Thus, he explained, "Teacher, Douluo is poisoned." Chapter 83, The Ice and Fire Duality. Teacher, I believe I have a method to resolve the poison afflicting Douluo. If successful, he could become a significant ally for us, Chunping asserted earnestly. Poisoned? Chen Xian regarded Douluo's expertise with toxins with admiration, questioning how such a capable individual could fall victim to poison. Though skeptical, he considered the potential benefits if Douluo could assist the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He noted Douluo's current soul power level at 87. Combined with his poisonous capabilities, he would rank among the strongest of soul Douluos. Your idea holds merit. He is currently severely injured and unable to recover in the short term. Go and converse with him, Chen Xian instructed. Understood, teacher, Chunping replied. Approaching Douluo, he gently assisted him to his feet. Senior Douluo, we harbor no ill intentions. You harbor no ill intentions? I was nearly beaten to death. Naturally, you mean no harm. Douluo scoffed inwardly. I have already been defeated. Whether to kill or to spare is entirely at your discretion. Douluo's face darkened. I believe Senior Douluo has misunderstood. Chunping offered a calm smile, implying, I think that just now, you are not in your best condition. If the poison can be resolved, perhaps my teacher would not have subdued you so swiftly. Douluo gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, What did you say? How could I possibly be poisoned? Chen Xian shot Douluo a menacing glare. Senior Douluo need not be alarmed. Since I have brought it to light, I surely possess a solution. Chunping chuckled lightly. Douluo scrutinized Chunping and quickly discerned that he was already at the 39th level. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo inquired, Young man, how old are you? Chunping, he is almost 15 years old. At 15, you have indeed found a remarkable disciple in the Soul Clan, Dustheart. Douluo scoffed coldly. Dustheart stood silently beside him, completely indifferent to Douluo's remarks. Well, I have no strength left to resist. I am willing to relinquish my territory to you, provided you spare my granddaughter. With that, Douluo slowly closed his eyes, as if awaiting the arrival of death. Long before he had summoned the soul bone, he had already resigned himself to the inevitability of his demise. Chunping scratched his ear, his face reflecting impatience as he remarked, I have been trying to discuss the matter of poisoning with you, yet you continuously digress. If you wish to die, I can provide you with a blade for your own demise. Are you saying you won't let me die? Douluo inquired cautiously. If I truly wanted you dead, would I have advised the teacher to cease when he employed the 9th spirit skill? Chunping retorted. It appears you are harboring some grave illness. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, Youngster, how did you come to know that I am poisoned? With newfound hope. Douluo realized he could not afford to give up. His tone softened considerably. It is quite simple, Chunping said with a faint smile. The beast's spirit is directly linked to the soul master's body. Otherwise, when your spirit form was shattered earlier, would your physical body not have immediately lost its ability to move? Douluo nodded, understanding the logic, but questioned its relevance to his poisoning. Clearly, your primary method involves poison, and all of it resides within your spirit. Given how closely your spirit is connected to your body, along with your hair and eye color, it is not difficult to deduce your condition. All of this was merely conjecture on Chen Ping's part. He was uncertain of the actual truth. But it sufficed to intimidate Douluo. Does that mean you can assist me in finding an antidote? Douluo's eyes sparkled with hope. He believed that if Chen Ping had no knowledge of a cure, he would not have brought it up. Your statement lacks a certain level of sophistication, Douluo. Chen Xian interjected, narrowing his eyes. Douluo was, after all, a captive, and such a tone was unbecoming of one in his position. Oh, it seems I have been rather presumptuous, Douluo chuckled apologetically. If you can cure my affliction, I shall vow with my spirit to follow your lead in the future. At this moment, Douluo was not yet a titled Douluo, and with Chen Xian present, he lacked the arrogance he would later exhibit. There's no rush. Chen Ping replied with a gentle smile. Senior Douluo, there are things here that are drawing my spirit's interest. Once I discover an extraordinary item to enhance my spirit, I can assist you with your poison. I trust you will not mind the wait. Chen Ping had already obtained knowledge of the poison pill method from Luo Sierra. He decided to keep Douluo hanging for a while, perhaps to gain even more benefits. Ah, within lies my medicinal garden, which is rather unique. If there truly is something you seek, I can certainly offer it to you, Douluo sighed. Senior Douluo, might you lead the way? Chen Ping gestured invitingly. Follow me. Douluo acknowledged the risk he was taking, yet he had no alternative. He needed Chen Ping's antidote. Soon, the three arrived before a nearly vertical cliff. Under Douluo's guidance, they ascended to the summit. Before them lay a modest-sized hot spring, remarkable for containing two distinctly different types of water. One side exuded warmth with a crimson hue, while the other radiated coldness with a milky white shade. The eye of ice and fire. I have arrived. Chen Ping's eyes gleamed with fervor. This place was indeed extraordinary, and Chen Xian was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time as well. Douluo chuckled heartily. Ah, this is my home. If you do not mind, please come with me. Without hesitation, Chen Ping and Chen Xian followed Douluo into a small dwelling. The space, though compact, was well furnished and complete. As Douluo opened the door, a young girl burst out, chiding him. Grandpa, you locked me in again. Humph. Douluo had changed his attire before arriving, ensuring he appeared presentable before the girl. Yin, I have guests, he explained, introducing Chen Ping and Chen Xian. The petite Douluo Yin appeared quite adorable. Chen Ping took out a wooden box from his spirit guide device. This heart of the deep sea gemstone, when held, will calm your heart. Consider it my gift to you, he offered. This gemstone held little value to Chen Ping, and he preferred to gift it to Douluo Yin as a token of goodwill. Chen Xian remained silent but felt a hint of displeasure, as this gemstone had originally been entrusted to him by Ning Fingxi to present to Chen Ping. Teacher, this gemstone is of no use to me. I do not require external objects to find tranquility, Chen Ping communicated telepathically to Chen Xian. Very well, it was intended for you. Whether you choose to keep it or give it away is entirely your decision. Chen Xian's expression softened slightly. Yin, do not forget to thank the big brother. Douluo urged. Thank you, big brother. Douluo Yin exclaimed, cradling the wooden box with delight. Grandpa needs to take these two friends to the medicinal garden below, so I cannot play with you now. You can entertain yourself here, Douluo said, affectionately ruffling Douluo Yin's hair. Douluo Yin appeared momentarily dejected, but upon seeing the gemstone in the box, her spirits lifted. Go ahead, I don't care. She pouted and dashed back into the room. Heh, Douluo chuckled awkwardly. Yin is still young and doesn't understand. Not to worry, let's proceed to your medicinal garden, Chen Ping encouraged. As they neared the eye of ice and fire, a commanding voice resonated within Chen Ping's mind. Destruction Trial 3, Ice and Fire Body Refinement. First condition, the examiner must reach the eye of ice and fire within the Sunset Forest within 1 year. Completion of the divine trial achieved. It seems I must hasten to fulfill the second condition. Douluo gestured ahead. This is my medicinal garden. You may search for the extraordinary items that attract your spirit. However, I must warn you, do not approach the central spring. Even I cannot endure long in its depths, and should you inadvertently fall in, there would be no salvation. Douluo's caution was indeed warranted. Chen Ping nodded in understanding. Simultaneously, he recalled that to undergo the ice and fire body refinement, one must consume the 8-star mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot cream. Consuming anything else would likely hinder access to the spring. However, putting aside the peculiar object that resonates with my martial soul, Senior Douluo, your entire medicinal garden can be considered extraordinary. A faint smile graced Chen Ping's lips. Douluo, however, remained unfazed. Though there are numerous herbs here that I do not recognize, I advise you to steer clear of them. Some plants possess toxins far more potent than my own. He gestured for Chen Ping to follow him. Soon, Chen Ping arrived before a celestial herb radiating a violet glow. While he could only recall a vague impression of it, with the assistance of Loxer, he was now able to identify all the celestial herbs present. Come, Senior Dugu. Unleash your toxins upon me, Chunping said with a smile, positioning himself beside the celestial herb, which was none other than the fragrant and exquisite celestial herb, known for its ability to negate all external toxins. Are you out of your mind? Both Chun Xin and Dugu Bo exclaimed in unison. If Chen Ping were to perish from poisoning, Dugu Bo would have to accompany his granddaughter in death. Senior Dugu, do you not recognize this celestial herb? Chen Ping inquired playfully. Dugu Bo's face flushed with embarrassment as he reluctantly admitted, I do not. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder you were hesitant to unleash your poison. To be frank, this celestial herb can nullify all external toxins. Unless the toxin is injected into the body, anyone near this herb will remain immune to poisoning. What? Dugu Bo exclaimed in astonishment. If this herb were taken outside, his pride in his toxic attacks would become utterly obsolete. Chen Ping, thank you for your reminder. With that, Dugu Bo prepared to destroy the herb. Wait. Chen Ping quickly interposed himself before the celestial herb. You cannot act recklessly. This herb is likely the only one of its kind on the entire continent. It must not be destroyed. After saying this, Chen Ping took a shovel, carefully uprooted the entire celestial herb, and placed it into his soul guide. Note, the soul guide given to Chen Ping by Ning Fingji can contain living beings. Chen Ping, does this herb relate to your martial soul? Chen Xian inquired. Not at all. Chen Ping shook his head, then pointed toward the central spring. It is the spring that reacts to my martial soul. Had I followed the previous course of action, I would have no choice but to give up. However, upon seeing all these celestial herbs, I have found renewed hope. Celestial herbs? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. They are merely herbs. How can they ensure your safe passage into the spring? Even Dugu Bo, let alone myself, could not endure for long within that spring. Master, trust me. The celestial herbs here not only enhance soul power, but also improve a soul master's aptitude. Let me put it this way. If the right celestial herb is chosen, Brother Ning's martial soul can evolve into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Chunping was unlike Tang San, who had taken all of the celestial herbs from the enigmatic Dugu Bo without hesitation. What? Is what you say truly the case? Chen Xian exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Dugu Bo, since you are unfamiliar with these celestial herbs, how about we strike a bargain? Chunping turned to Dugu Bo with a smile. Very well. But I have but one condition. You must provide me with an antidote. Dugu Bo replied solemnly. For Dugu Bo, exchanging unfamiliar herbs for a means to cure poison was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. No. Chunping shook his head. First, allow me to present my terms. I will take all of the celestial herbs here, but I shall leave behind the seeds. In a few decades, they may flourish once more. Furthermore, I will assist you and your granddaughter in locating a suitable celestial herb and ensure that the antidote is entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo did not hesitate and readily agreed. Agreed. Excellent, Chunping replied with a faint smile. Ha! Chen Xian scoffed. Dugu Bo, you previously stated that should Chunping provide you with an antidote, you would comply with his commands. Do you truly believe you hold the upper hand now? With that, a formidable soul pressure emanated from Chen Xian. Should Dugu Bo's subsequent words fail to satisfy him, he would indeed consider ending Dugu Bo's life on the spot. Dugu Bo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, he comprehended that if Chen Xian desired these celestial herbs, he would not require Dugu Bo's consent. After eliminating him, Chen Xian and his companions could effortlessly carry away the herbs. I have not forgotten, Dugu Bo sighed, resigned. Humph. Chen Xian dismissed the tension with a wave of his sleeve, retracting his soul pressure. Master, I have faith in Dugu Bo's character. Chunping seized the opportunity to interject. Possessing the antidote will not only benefit Dugu Bo, but also ensure that his descendants are shielded from the ravages of poison. Chunping comprehended the intent of Chen Xian. He articulated the significance of the antidote method, undeterred by the possibility that Dugu Bo might not comply. Furthermore, by imparting the knowledge of the poison pill technique to Dugu Bo, Chunping had faith in Dugu Bo's understanding of the power inherent in the skill. In his aspirations to establish a sect, finding a formidable ally like Dugu Bo was indeed a rare opportunity. Seeing that Chen Xian remained obstinate, Dugu Bo vowed, I swear upon my martial soul that if Chunping conveys the antidote method to me, I shall be utterly obedient to him. Otherwise, my martial soul shall shatter, and I shall never attain rebirth. In the Douluo Continent, swearing upon one's martial soul signifies a person's resolve. As for the consequences of breaking such an oath, whether they would manifest as he claimed, remains uncertain. With a faint smile, Chen Xian remarked, I naturally trust in Douluo's character. The sword Douluo is overly concerned. I shall certainly honor my word. Douluo reiterated his commitment. Chapter 85. Distribution of Celestial Herbs. Douluo Sr. I will compose the antidote method into a tome for you. Before that, let us first gather the celestial herbs present here, Chunping proposed. Douluo nodded in agreement, having no objections. By the way, what are the properties of the celestial herbs found here? I have indeed never encountered any records and texts that correspond to them. Chunping raised an eyebrow. Realizing he could not possibly admit to having read a novel titled Douluo Dala, he thus concocted a convenient excuse. During my previous schooling, I stumbled upon it in the school library. Subsequently, a certain elder from the spirit hall arrived at the academy and took all those books away. Douluo, believing his tale, inquired, who was that elder from the spirit hall? Chunping shook his head, saying, I do not recognize him. All I recall is that he is male, yet dresses flamboyantly. In any case, it is reasonable for Zhu Douluo to acknowledge these celestial herbs and pass the responsibility on to him. Zhu Huaguan interjected. You might as well just state my name directly. There are not many titled Douluos on the continent, and only one person dresses in such a manner. Zhu Douluo. Chen Xian coldly remarked. Indeed, given Zhu Huaguan's nature, it is plausible that he would collect such texts. Douluo nodded slightly. Oh, so you are acquainted with Zhu Douluo? Chen Xian inquired. Douluo responded with a slight nod. In my earlier years, I traversed for a time alongside Zhu Huaguan. Upon hearing this, Chunping began to comprehend. In the original narrative, Douluo was merely a newly appointed titled Douluo. Yet he managed to endure against Zhu Gui and his companion until the arrival of Prince Xuexing. It seems that Zhu Huaguan must have shown considerable leniency. To put it bluntly, he did not wish to kill Douluo but also found it difficult to defy the Pope's orders. Thus, he merely engaged in a perfunctory display of combat. Senior Douluo, fortunately, you did not mention your medicinal garden to him, or else the opportunity would not have fallen to me, Chunping remarked with a smile. According to the texts, the younger one is when consuming celestial herbs, the more potent the effects. So, is there anything suitable for me? Douluo inquired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping raised an eyebrow. Did you hear my words clearly? Douluo replied, naturally. I am fully aware. If I were to consume it. Wait, Chunping interjected swiftly. There are two scenarios in which you need not worry about the antidote. One is if the poison within you dissipates, and the other is after you ingest the celestial herb. What need is there for an antidote for a dead man? Douluo was taken aback, hastily retreating a step. Do you understand now? Chunping continued. With the current intensity of your poison, you are on the brink of collapse. If the toxin were to be amplified 100-fold, would you not perish on the spot? Douluo exhaled a sigh of relief, fortunately. I have never ventured near that place. He felt a wave of gratitude for his previous caution, which had spared his life. Senior Douluo, wait patiently. I shall find the most suitable celestial herb for you. Having said that, Chunping wasted no time, retrieving the tools he had prepared in advance to harvest the celestial herb. Before long, amidst Douluo's evident discomfort, Chunping meticulously harvested all the celestial herbs surrounding the ice and fire duality eye, leaving behind only two plants, the 8-cornered ice grass that thrived by the spring and the fire apricot blossom. Senior Douluo, this wedge-shaped serpent tail grass, when consumed, will enhance your soul power and even improve your innate abilities. As he spoke, Chunping leaned closer to Douluo's ear and whispered, a titled Douluo awaits. Douluo's pupils contracted, and he was struck by a wave of dread. Given his current state, survival was uncertain, let alone the prospect of becoming a titled Douluo. Of course, he was unaware of the elevation that awaited him. This is the golden sweet potato, Chunping said, placing the golden tuber into Douluo's hands. Do not hesitate. This celestial herb is intended for your granddaughter. Consume it as you would a sweet potato and absorb it with your soul power. Your granddaughter's martial soul will at least embody draconic traits. However, I suggest waiting until she awakens her martial soul before giving it to her, as she currently lacks soul power, which may significantly diminish the effects. Upon hearing Chunping's words, Douluo bowed deeply. Thank you very much. There is no need for such formalities. In a few days, I shall write down the method for detoxification for you. As for the absorption of the celestial herb, if you are not in a hurry, it would be best to discuss it after the poison has been resolved. With that, Chunping turned his attention to Chunxing, extracting a small herb from the soul guide. Upon closer inspection, he counted 9 leaves. Master, this is the 9-leaf sword grass. Consuming it should allow you to comprehend a more powerful sword intent, perhaps even enabling you to break through to level 96. Chen Ping had never encountered this mystical herb in the original text, and it seemed that it had been concealed by Tang San. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Chen Xian felt an intense yearning. Nevertheless, he chose to decline. Chen Ping, I am not lacking in this bit of sword intent. If you were to consume it, your strength would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. No, Master, Chen Ping firmly replied. What I wish to ingest are those 2 mystical herbs. Overindulgence in such herbs can be detrimental to one's health rather than beneficial. Moreover, I must enter the spring's source. I cannot, under any circumstances, consume other mystical herbs. Seeing Chen Xian still torn, Chen Ping continued, Master, my intention is as follows. Once your sword intent has elevated, the sword techniques you impart to me will also be more formidable. I am still young, and as long as I remain in your tutelage, I am certain that I will eventually reach the same realm as you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and scolded, You little rascal. Very well, I shall shamelessly accept it. However, he could not help but ask, which herb can facilitate the evolution of the wind spirit martial soul? It is this one, Chen Ping replied, presenting a rather peculiar mystical herb, causing the air to be infused with a rich fragrance reminiscent of tulips. Is this tulip? Chen Xian inquired, sniffing the air. The floral aroma indeed bore a striking resemblance to tulips, yet it conveyed an air of opulence and grandeur. Chen Ping bowed his head and said, Teacher, this is the Qilua tulip. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. I believe Brother Ning will be able to absorb it, and his martial soul will undoubtedly evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I once encountered this in an ancient text, yet at that time, I was unaware of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. It was only upon seeing the Qilua tulip again today that I recalled this matter. Chen Xian smiled gently. I never expected that the method Fengji has spent decades seeking. You already knew. He added, I believe Fengji will be quite pleased upon our return. Brother Ning has treated me well, and I must contribute something to the sect. Chen Ping chuckled. As for why Chen Ping joined the 7-treasure glazed tile sect and chose to assist Ning Fengji in upgrading his martial soul, let me elucidate. Firstly, the protagonist is currently quite weak and requires a strong backing, with only a handful of powerful forces on the continent. Aligning with the Soul Hall under Qian Xuanji is not a prudent choice. Moreover, the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan are exceedingly exclusive. Thus, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect emerges as the most reliable option. Secondly, aiding Ning Fengji in the evolution of his martial soul will yield greater resource allocation from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, allowing the protagonist to accomplish more. Furthermore, when the time comes to part ways with the sect, it will be considerably easier. Let there be no mindless criticism. This book is intricately woven, and without careful reading, these settings remain obscured. Chapter 86. Absorbing the autumn water of forgetfulness, teacher. This is the Shadow Demon Emperor grass, perfectly suited for the Bone de Law. Chen Ping presented another herb. Its appearance was quite peculiar. The base resembled a large tumor, while its stems and leaves were exceedingly slender. A dense aura of darkness emanated from its roots, rendering it nearly invisible in dim light. Had it not been for Lucier's reminder, Chen Ping would have remained unaware of its name. Its form bore little resemblance to that of ordinary grass, resembling more a type of medicinal herb. This herb is indeed ideal for the old bones, Chen Xian nodded. The primary abilities of Gu Rong stem from the dark and spatial attributes within his martial soul, making this herb undoubtedly the best choice. Chen Ping continued, stating that by consuming it, the Bone de Law would likely be able to transcend the 95th level of soul power, and perhaps swiftly reach the 96th level. Pausing for a moment, he elucidated that the dark attribute ability contained within should assist the Bone de Law in better comprehending his martial soul. With a hearty laugh, Chen Xian expressed his eagerness to witness whether the Bone de Law's bones would prove more resilient or if his own sword would be sharper. His camaraderie with Gu Rong was rooted in friendship, and their frequent sparring sessions served merely to motivate one another in their cultivation endeavors. Chunping was indeed envious of the bond shared by the two. To have such a friend was already a fulfillment of his desires. Teacher, I kindly request your protection. I wish to absorb a mystical herb that specifically enhances mental strength. I believe that once I have absorbed it, acquiring the 10,000-year fourth soul ring will become remarkably effortless. Chen Ping stated earnestly. The 10,000-year soul ring will induce a soul tremor, and if your mental strength is heightened, the absorption process will indeed be considerably easier. Chen Xian acknowledged without objection. However, he expressed his concern, saying, Chen Ping, should there be any conflict among the mystical herbs, I advise you to consider absorbing the other two instead. Do not forsake the opportunity to enhance your martial soul in pursuit of a higher tier fourth soul ring. After a brief pause, Chen Xian continued, strengthening your martial soul carries the potential to grant you a unique, innate domain, which could surpass even the benefits of a 10,000-year fourth ring. The enhancement provided by a domain is far greater than that offered by a mere 10,000-year soul ring. Chunping did not inform Chen Xian that he had already acquired a gifted domain. However, upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Chunping felt a warmth in his heart. He recognized that Chen Xian was teaching him without reservation. Chen Xian possessed his own gifted domain, and his understanding of it would undoubtedly surpass Chunping's. In the future, he could seek guidance from him on this matter. Yes, master, I comprehend, Chunping replied. However, this celestial herb will only enhance my mental strength and will not augment my soul power. I believe it will not conflict with the soul power provided by the other two celestial herbs. I trust your judgment, the elder said, offering his protection. You may safely absorb the celestial herb. Chen Xian patted Chunping's shoulder and added, remember, without an unwavering heart, one cannot become a true powerhouse. Chunping nodded emphatically and then turned to Douluo Bo, saying, Senior Douluo, I require some time to absorb the celestial herb. Once I have completed the absorption, I shall present you with the antidote without reservation. Douluo Bo replied, I am in no rush. Take your time. I shall go and spend time with my granddaughter. Call for me when you have finished. With that, Douluo Bo clasped his hands in farewell to Chunping and stepped out of the ice and fire duality eye. Master, I am about to begin. Chunping sat cross-legged, and before him appeared the forgotten river Autumn Water. Initially, like Tang San, Chunping intended to merely absorb its dew. However, Luoxia reminded him that absorbing the dew would lead to the withering of the forgotten river Autumn Water, and it would be more beneficial to absorb the entirety of it, albeit with a more arduous process, with the prospect of greater gains. Chunping resolutely decided to absorb the whole entity. He elevated the entire celestial herb using his soul power, slowly manifesting his mental energy to continuously draw in its essence. The Soul Emperor-level mental fluctuations were remarkable. A faint smile graced Chen Xian's lips as he felt increasingly satisfied. It was no wonder that Chunping's learning speed was so swift. It appeared to be linked to his formidable mental prowess. Little did they know, having lived 2 lives and merging with his previous soul, Chunping's mental strength was naturally far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Yet, this was also an advantage for Tang San. 3 hours passed in succession. The beads of sweat upon Chunping's forehead increased, and his tightly furrowed brow seemed to narrate the agony he endured. Chen Xian, feeling empathetic, couldn't help but worry. This young man would certainly fare better if he possessed a head soul bone. His trials would be far less arduous. He must persevere. Your future holds boundless potential. After the passage of another half hour, Chunping suddenly opened his eyes wide. The surroundings appeared significantly clearer than before, as if his vision had improved remarkably. How do you feel, young man? Chen Xian inquired, stepping forward and placing his right hand on Chunping's shoulder. Noticing that Chunping bore no injuries, Chen Xian let out a sigh of relief. Teacher, the period in the middle was rather challenging, but afterward, it became much easier. Chunping replied calmly. Chen Xian understood the difficulties he had faced. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the days felt like years. Nonetheless, it was rare for Chunping to refrain from lamenting his hardships. Excellent. I see a new sun rising within you. The future of the Spirit Master Realm belongs to you. Chen Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chunping lowered his head and said, Teacher, you flatter me. I aspire to become a formidable individual like you, yet I still have a long journey ahead. Chen Xian, satisfied, replied, Modesty and patience are commendable virtues. What do you plan to do next? Will you cultivate to level 40 to obtain a spirit ring, or will you continue to absorb the remaining celestial herbs? Teacher, do you have any writing materials? Chunping pondered for a moment and continued, I think it would be best to first impart the method of detoxification to Elder Douluo Bo. Indeed, I have some, but Douluo Bo's martial spirit is a serpent. A person's martial spirit greatly influences their character. Serpents, being cold-blooded creatures, are often treacherous. Chen Xian felt it necessary to caution Chunping. Although few on the continent would break their oaths, especially those sworn upon their martial spirits, one must always be wary. The teacher does not know Douluo's true nature. He is a paragon of gratitude, repaying even the smallest kindness with great generosity. When Tang San offered him a little favor, Douluo devoted the remainder of his life to assisting him. Chunping sighed helplessly, recognizing the widespread prejudice against Douluo. Teacher, I choose to trust him. If he did not trust us, he would never have brought us to meet his granddaughter. Chunping asserted solemnly, we must not disappoint him. Very well. I will heed your counsel this time. With that, Chen Xian placed the writing materials before Chunping. I do not possess much paper. I wonder if this will suffice? Teacher, this is ample. The method of crafting the poison pill was concise in text, yet its essence lay in the understanding. An expert in toxins like Douluo would surely grasp it. As Luo Sierra recited each word, Chunping slowly transcribed the contents of the poison pill technique onto the paper. Chapter 87. The method of the poison pill. Douluo, come down. Your detoxification method is ready. Chen Xian communicated telepathically to Douluo atop the mountain. Without hesitation, Douluo set aside his task and turned to his granddaughter. Yin Yan, it is quite late. You should retire early. Your grandfather's friends have summoned him, and I shall not be able to tell you a story tonight. On ordinary occasions, Douluo Yin would protest, but with the deep-sea heart bestowed by Chunping, her heart had calmed significantly. Grandfather, you may go. I will sleep alone. Very well, then I shall take my leave. With a swift motion, Douluo descended to join Chunping. Elder Douluo, this is your method of detoxification. Chunping presented the bound papers to Douluo. Douluo received the booklet with courtesy. Have you absorbed the celestial herbs so quickly? The absorption of celestial herbs does not take long. I still need to absorb the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, which are not easily assimilated. Chunping suggested, during this time, it would be more beneficial for you to practice the poison pill technique. Once you are thoroughly subdued, it may allow Chen Xian to return to the sect sooner. All right then. Although it felt abrupt to send Douluo away so soon after his arrival, he could only hope that this method of detoxification would prove effective. After Douluo departed, Chunping pointed to the two remaining celestial herbs beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Teacher, could you simultaneously harvest these two celestial herbs and place them at the junction of the two springs within a very short time? I must consume them within mere moments. Otherwise, they will be utterly ruined. Additionally, they must not be touched directly by hand during harvesting, or one would risk poisoning. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping clasped his fists together and said, very well. I appreciate your guidance, master. Let us commence. Chen Xian nodded slightly, and the 7 kills sword swiftly appeared in his grasp. Today, I shall teach you another technique. Observe closely. The sword moves with the heart. With a subtle flick of his finger, the 7 kills sword obediently shot forth toward the octagonal ice grass. With a sharp sound, the sword pierced the root of the octagonal ice grass, and with a gentle flick, the entire plant was uprooted. Before the octagonal ice grass could even touch the ground, Chen Xian employed the same method to uproot the fiery apricot flower. With a light tap of the sword, both celestial herbs landed precisely in their designated spots. What an exquisite technique of sword manipulation! Chunping exclaimed in admiration, swiftly stepping forward to consume the 2 celestial herbs. In a brief moment, the extreme heat and cold of the 2 herbs counterbalanced each other, leaving Chunping feeling no discomfort. However, he understood that this effect was only temporary. Without the energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would soon be in excruciating pain, succumbing to poison and death. Without a moment's hesitation, with a splash, Chunping leapt into the spring water. If the Eye of Ice and Fire could be likened to a hot pot, then Chunping was akin to raw meat resting beneath the diner's chopsticks. At the instant he plunged into the spring, Chen Xian felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. Had Chunping been engulfed by the water's power in that moment, he would have had no chance to intervene. Fortunately, the extreme heat and cold of the herbs he consumed countered the extremes present in the spring water, creating a delicate balance between the two. This spring water truly provides an excellent environment for cultivation, Chen Xian mused. He understood Chunping's actions. Were it not for his need to guard against Douluo and remain vigilant for any unforeseen events regarding Chunping, he would have sat down without hesitation to cultivate in this very spot. Meanwhile, Douluo was not idle either. He swiftly perused the contents of the booklet. And at that moment, he was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, his gaze entranced as he meticulously reread the material again and again. So it can be done this way. I have wasted decades of my life. If only Shiner were still here, this knowledge could have saved his life. Yet, alas, Douluo Xian had already departed, and Douluo was acutely aware of the irrevocable nature of death. At least, Yin would no longer suffer from the toxins. Gazing at the slumbering Douluo, a faint smile graced Douluo's face. After consuming a pain-relieving pill, he sat cross-legged and declared, Chunping, you have saved the Douluo family. I am a man of my word. Henceforth, I shall heed your commands. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was already the evening of the following day. Chunping emerged from the spring, swiftly climbing onto the bank. With the power of the celestial herb coursing through him, he could initially withstand the contrasting temperatures of the spring. However, as the herb had fully absorbed its essence, he could no longer endure the bone-chilling cold and the searing heat. Chunping, how do you feel? Upon seeing Chunping on the shore, Chen Xian hurried forward to inquire. I quickly donned my clothes, Chunping replied. Master, I have completely absorbed the celestial herb. After practicing in the spring for a while, I could no longer persist and decided to come out. This truly is a treasure trove. Given the chance, I too would like to meditate here for a time. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Master, how long have we been inside? Chunping asked. About a day, I suppose, Chen Xian mused, stroking his chin. Counting the days. We have been away from the sect for 7 days now. I see that your soul power has risen to level 40. We should go hunt souls now and then return to the sect. Chunping found himself unable to accept Chen Xian's suggestion. He still needed to undergo the divine examination and could not afford to squander time on the journey. Master, I believe I must continue my training here, Chunping explained. Presenting his reasoning, I feel that my martial spirit has grown stronger. If I remain here for a while longer, I might even attain a gifted domain. Absolutely not. Chen Xian firmly rejected. This is indeed the domain of Douluo. Remaining here alone could be perilous for you. As if on cue, Douluo's laughter echoed down from the mountaintop. Haha, I have succeeded. Chen Xian furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance towards Douluo's position. Moments later, Douluo landed beside Chunping, excitement radiating from him. You little prodigy, to conceive such a method of cultivation is a tremendous boon for me. From now on Douluo, shall heed your commands. I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without a flicker of hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xian's lips twitched. Douluo, you are at level 88 now? Under the mantle of the sword Douluo, much of my previous power was suppressed by the toxins within. Now that the toxins have transformed into combat strength, the breakthrough in soul power was inevitable, Douluo replied, his spirits soaring. The long-standing dilemma of the Douluo family had finally found resolution, and not only that, but even the harmful toxins could be converted into fighting prowess. Should Douluo ascend to the rank of title Douluo, it would be a most formidable occurrence. Congratulations, Senior Douluo, Chunping said, clasping his fists in respect. Chapter 88. Chen Xian departs. I speak with conviction. From this day forth, I shall follow your lead, Douluo pledged, thumping his chest. With Douluo's assurance, Chunping smiled and said, Master, you can now return to the sect with peace of mind. It is of utmost importance to consume the celestial herb promptly. That won't do. I truly cannot rest easy with Douluo, Chen Xian frowned. He could not comprehend why Chunping placed such trust in Douluo. Having spared his life before and now believing in him unconditionally. Had Chunping known Douluo prior to this? A question lingered in Chen Xian's mind. Master, Chunping pulled Chen Xian aside. After consuming those 2 celestial herbs, besides enhancing my soul power, I have acquired a crucial ability, immunity to toxins. My blood can now entirely dissolve Douluo's toxins. He could never silently kill me with them unless he were to strike me down with soul power, Chunping elucidated. Moreover, the method I imparted to Douluo could serve as a cherished heirloom for their family. Thus, he has no reason to harm me. The audacious demeanor of Chunping left Chen Xian momentarily perplexed. How could he have anticipated that Chunping possessed a soul bone capable of spatial displacement and the divine protection of the god of destruction? Have you truly made up your mind? It seemed that from the moment he met Chunping, he was aware of his audacity paired with meticulousness. Venturing alone into the Starry Great Forest, he had managed to seize his own fortuity. Perhaps he indeed held some hidden cards. The ice and fire duality I offered immense aid in cultivation, and Chen Xian understood that Chen Ping would not relinquish such an opportunity. Very well. I shall heed your counsel this once. As he spoke, Chen Xian reminded him, should Douluo Bo act against you, I shall stand in your defense. With that, Chen Xian approached Douluo Bo. I warn you, should you dare to harm Chen Ping, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Douluo Bo was momentarily taken aback but quickly assured, Sword Douluo, rest assured, I am a man of my word. Having sworn an oath, how could I betray it? Excellent. I hope you remember the words you have spoken today. Chen Xian leapt onto the Qisha sword beside him. I shall return to the sect first. If Chen Ping sustains any injury, I will take your life. Hearing this, Douluo Bo felt somewhat bewildered, thinking to himself, does he truly doubt my integrity? Senior Douluo. At that moment, Chen Ping approached and said, this poison pill technique was something I discovered during my previous trials in a relic. I initially thought this technique would fade into obscurity, but fortune smiled upon me when I encountered you, Senior Douluo. You surely did not provide the original manuscript? Douluo Bo inquired with a smile. Alas, there is no original manuscript. However, one must conduct a complete performance, Chen Ping replied. I left the original at home, but I have memorized its contents and transcribed them. You have truly been a great help to me, Douluo Bo exclaimed, embracing Chen Ping. I see you have reached level 40. Would you like my assistance in acquiring a soul ring? I am well acquainted with the locations of soul beasts in this sunset forest. At 15, level 40, what an unsuspecting little monster you are. Douluo Bo praised. Senior Douluo. You flatter me. Tang San, at 33, is far more formidable. May I inquire if you know of any forbidden areas within this sunset forest? Chen Ping asked. It is said that Bibi Dong's 9th soul ring, the Death Spider King of 100,000 years, was obtained within the sunset forest, Douluo Bo replied. Chen Ping hoped to leverage this information to seek assistance from the Spirit Hall. In the deepest part of the sunset forest, there lies a clearing surrounded by toxic miasma. I suspect there resides a soul beast of considerable age, Douluo Bo stated calmly. However, I have already identified the soul beast I intend to hunt for my 9th soul ring, so I will not venture there. Very well. After a pause, Chen Ping continued. Senior Douluo, I require a wind attribute soul beast of 10,000 years, preferably a dragon or one with draconic bloodline. Do you happen to know of any? Douluo Bo did not respond immediately, instead lost in contemplation. After a long while, he slowly replied, there seems to be an earth dragon. But are you certain you wish to absorb a soul ring of this age? Chen Ping smiled faintly, of course. If it were before, I might not have been so confident, but after absorbing several strains of celestial herbs, I am now entirely assured. Alas, it is truly embarrassing that I possess so many celestial herbs, yet remain ignorant of their effects. As he spoke, Douluo Bo inquired, little monster, if I were to absorb the celestial herb you provided, would I be able to ascend to the rank of title Douluo? Chen Ping remarked, even without absorption, one can still achieve promotion. Douluo Bo, perplexed, inquired, why is that? Chen Ping rolled his eyes with the method of the poisonous Dan. How could you possibly fail to ascend to the rank of title Douluo? A sheepish smile crept across Douluo Bo's face. The allure of becoming a title Douluo was simply too great for him, as it was indeed the aspiration of every soul master. Come, little monster. I shall lead you to hunt soul beasts. Douluo Bo was familiar with the route, and their journey did not take much time. Little monster. Ahead lies the territory of that creature, he continued. It is a wind dragon, just over 10,000 years old. Douluo Bo inquired. Are you certain you wish to pursue this one? Chen Ping nodded. Senior Douluo, this one will suffice, a dragon-type soul beast with wind attributes, perfectly suited for me. All right. Little creature, wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Douluo Bo dashed into the territory of the storm dragon. However, the situation did not unfold as he had anticipated. After searching for a considerable time, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the beast. Having scoured every possible location without success, he was left with no choice but to return. Well, little creature, it seems this fellow is not in its lair. Shall we wait a little longer? Haha, Senior Douluo. That won't be necessary. As he spoke, Chen Ping produced a celestial herb from his soul guide device. Senior Douluo, be alert, soon. Many soul beasts will be drawn here by the scent. Chen Ping reminded them that soul beasts are particularly attracted to the scent of rare treasures, especially the celestial herbs. Once they catch a whiff, they will rush over without hesitation. Celestial herbs can attract soul beasts? Douluo Bo murmured, no wonder I have encountered soul beasts in that valley. I initially thought it was their lair. Senior Douluo, did you set up the toxins around the valley afterward? Chen Ping inquired curiously. Douluo Bo shrugged. Neither confirming nor denying. Those soul beasts were exceedingly noisy. I found it quite bothersome, so I arranged a poison formation around the area, complete with alarms. Anyone who dares to intrude will immediately alert me. I see, Chen Ping replied thoughtfully. Before long, a millennium-old soul beast appeared, following the enticing scent. Seeking death. Douluo scoffed, waving his hand. A swift surge of phosphorescent serpent venom encircled the beast, which let out a cry before dissolving into a pool of blood. Senior Douluo. They are coming again, Chen Ping remarked. It was akin to poking a hornet's nest as countless soul beasts swiftly approached. Chapter 89. The enigmatic tulip in the conference hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fingji greeted with a smile. Sword uncle, you have returned. I wonder how many years of soul rings Chen Ping has acquired this time. Chung Xian shook his head. Sect master, while Chen Ping has indeed reached level 40. I did not assist him in hunting soul rings, and he remains in the Sunset Forest. How can this be? Ning Fingji responded, slightly taken aback. Did something happen? Cheng Xian nodded and proceeded to recount the events to Ning Fingji. Douluo? Ning Fingji furrowed his brow. I have heard mention of him. He is known for his ruthlessness. Ning Fingji immediately stood up. This is unacceptable. Sword uncle, we must hurry to find Chen Ping. Douluo's reputation is hardly commendable. Chung Xian raised an eyebrow, stopping Ning Fingji. Fingji, this is a matter that Chen Ping has actively sought. He is a clever individual and would not embark on a venture without assurance. Moreover, I have returned for an even more pressing matter. Ning Fingji, puzzled, asked, Sword uncle. What could be of greater importance than the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? There is. Cheng Xian revealed the enigmatic tulip. Sword uncle. What use do you have for a single tulip? Ning Fingji's tone carried a hint of reproach. In this urgent moment, Cheng Xian seemed almost jestful as he presented a uniquely shaped tulip. Sect master, this is the celestial herb that Chen Ping selected for you, Cheng Xian stated solemnly. It is said to be related to the 9 treasure glazed pagoda. The 9 treasure glazed pagoda? Ning Fingji grasped his staff tightly, disbelief in his eyes. Sword uncle. Did Chen Ping truly say this? Cheng Xian nodded. His exact words were, Fengji, once you consume this enigmatic tulip, your martial soul will undergo evolution. With a significant chance of transforming into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda, Ning Fengji's eyes widened in astonishment. The 9 treasure glazed pagoda was of utmost importance to him. Should his martial soul evolve, the status of the 7 treasure glazed tile school would be drastically elevated. The 7 treasure glazed pagoda is revered as the foremost support-type martial soul on the continent, primarily due to the amplifications it provides. With Ning Fingji at level 70, he could amplify the attributes of Sword Bone Douluo by 80% if he had the 9 treasure glazed pagoda and as a title Douluo. That amplification could reach 100%. Sword uncle, how do I consume it? Ning Fingji gradually regained his composure. Realizing that the immediate priority was to ingest the celestial herb for his martial soul's evolution. Sect master, is Old Bone in the sect? Cheng Xian inquired. Uncle Bone just returned from Heavendo City. If there is a need, I will summon him, Ning Fingji replied. Cheng Xian stated earnestly. Chunping has also selected celestial herbs for Old Bone and me. During the absorption process, it is essential to have someone safeguard us. I will absorb the celestial herb alongside you, and Old Bone will protect us. Afterward, I shall guard Old Bone. Ning Fingji pondered, then asked, what about Chunping? He should be fine for the time being. Once the 3 of us have absorbed the celestial herbs, we can check on him afterward, Chung Xian concluded. He believed in Chunping's discernment. If Douluo truly honored his word, it could ultimately benefit the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Little monster. Hurry up and store the celestial herb, Douluo gritted his teeth. The mounting pressure was overwhelming as soul beasts continued to approach relentlessly. And even he could not withstand such expenditure of soul power. All right, Senior Douluo, that Gale Earth Dragon is right there. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In Chunping's heart, he silently mused, little monster. I shall activate my 8th soul skill momentarily. You must swiftly harvest that Cyclone Earth Dragon. Douluo leaped gracefully, landing atop the treetops, where 8 soul rings shimmered beneath him. With such a multitude of soul beasts present, Douluo could easily unleash a vast cloud of poison to eliminate them. But such an act would also doom the soul beast that Chunping sought. Reluctantly, he resorted to this desperate measure. Very well, Senior Douluo, I have my own plan. Chunping declared. When the time comes, I will trouble you to take the corpse of that soul beast away. I wish to absorb the soul ring in a different location. Rest assured, My third soul skill is of the spatial variety, and I can escape on my own. Absorbing a soul ring amidst so many soul beasts was akin to an old immortal seeking misfortune. No problem, I shall certainly drag its corpse away. We will rendezvous before my poison formation, Douluo replied. No sooner had he spoken than the eighth soul ring beneath him radiated forth. Eighth soul ring, time stasis. In the next instant, everything within several hundred meters of Douluo came to a complete standstill. Little monster, hurry. I cannot hold on for long, Douluo bellowed. At present, he was not yet a titled Douluo. The quality of his soul power was insufficient to maintain stasis over so many soul beasts. And this was nearly his limit. Third soul skill, ethereal transcendence. Chunping swiftly maneuvered through the throng of soul beasts, reaching the front of the Gale Earth Dragon in mere moments. With his first soul skill, Daylight White Explosion, he aimed directly at the dragon's mouth and swung his sword. The mouth of a soul beast is perpetually its most vulnerable spot. A faint smile graced Chunping's lips as he commanded, "Explode for me." A thunderous boom resonated as a pale black soul ring gradually ascended. Elder Douluo, retreat. Chunping bellowed to Douluo, simultaneously wielding his sword once more for the second soul skill, Sunlight Gale. At that moment, even if Douluo's soul skill confinement dissipated, it was nearly impossible for the soul beast before Chunping to evade this gale. Shortly thereafter, the gale cleared a narrow path for Chunping. Without hesitation, he activated his third soul skill and swiftly departed from the tumult of beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Douluo promptly unleashed his eighth soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Two beams of white light shot forth from the eyes of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King as Douluo concealed himself amidst the cover of his soul skill. Upon landing before the Gale Earth Dragon, a green mist emanated from beneath Douluo's feet. This was his third soul skill, Emerald Phosphor Illusion Array. By the time these soul beasts realized what was happening, Douluo and the Gale Earth Dragon had already vanished from sight. Haha, little creature, the old man has returned. Douluo surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of Chunping. Strange, where has that little creature run off to? Suddenly, Chunping's voice echoed from behind him. Elder Douluo, I'm right behind you. Little creature? Douluo swiftly turned around, staring in astonishment at Chunping emerging from the poisonous mist. I did not provide you with an antidote. How did you emerge unscathed? Elder Douluo, it is naturally the effect of the immortal herb, Chunping replied, waving the fragrant Chilua tulip before Douluo's eyes. With the cover of the poisonous mist, the scent of the tulip remained concealed, but once out of the mist, it was a different story. Chunping quickly stowed the herb away to avoid attracting the attention of the soul beasts. This immortal herb is indeed quite useful. Douluo chuckled ruefully, then pointed to the corpse behind him. Little creature, go ahead and absorb the soul ring from within. It is ultimately still a bit unsafe outside. Very well, then I must trouble Elder Douluo to lift the corpse, Chunping requested. I cannot carry such a large mass. It was not that he could not lift it. Rather, the stench of the Earth Dragon was too overpowering. Soul beasts, lacking the habit of bathing, reeked of blood and filth, and the smell was unbearable. All right, it does not bother me, Douluo replied. Before the ice and fire duality, Chunping sat cross-legged. Elder Douluo, could you check if there are any soul bones on it? Once you're done, toss it into the spring. It will serve as nourishment for these immortal herbs. Douluo did not refuse, but without divine power intervening, the probability of a 10,000-year soul beast yielding a soul bone remained exceedingly low. Tang San required the power of the ice and fire duality to absorb the soul ring. But Chunping believed that the soul power fluctuations during the absorption would be sufficient to withstand some of the spring's force. After some contemplation, he resolved to jump into the spring to absorb the soul ring. This approach would ensure he could fully withstand the impact of the soul ring and also allow him to adapt within the spring. With a splash, Chunping leaped into the ice and fire duality, leaving Douluo astonished. Little creature, Douluo gasped in alarm. Should Chunping perish in the spring, regardless of their relationship, Chen Xian would surely not let it go unpunished. Thankfully, Chunping did not dive deeper, allowing Douluo to breathe a sigh of relief. Little creature, the spring water here indeed aids cultivation, but you have been somewhat reckless, Douluo remarked, unaware that Chunping had previously entered the ice and fire duality, which explained his immense reaction. With no choice, as Chunping had already entered the absorption state for the soul ring, Douluo refrained from interrupting and sat beside him, guarding him. In the secret chamber of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, several hours had passed since Chen Xian and Ning Fingji entered. Yet neither had emerged. Gu Rong paced anxiously before the chamber door. The old sword master and Fengji have been inside for so long. Why have they not come out? Did the old sword master not say 3 hours would suffice? It has now been 5. Not long ago, Chen Xian had informed him of the immortal herb and emphasized the urgency of its absorption. The moment the Shadow Demon Emperor grass was revealed, Gu Rong felt an intense surge of excitement, yearning to absorb the herb on the spot. However, the sect required guardianship, so he could only wait for Ning Fingxi and Chen Xian to finish before entering the chamber to absorb the Shadow Demon Emperor grass. This is exasperating, Gu Rong muttered, his impatience palpable. Suddenly, a wave of soul power pulsed from within the chamber. Fengji is out, Gu Rong exclaimed joyfully, swiftly opening the chamber door. Fengji, have you completed your absorption? Gu Rong approached eagerly. A radiant joy illuminated Ning Fengji's face as he spoke in a trembling voice. Uncle Gu, I succeeded. As he extended his right hand, the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda martial spirit materialized in his grasp. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. It truly is the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Gu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. It was astonishing that the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda martial spirit was catalyzed by a herb resembling a tulip. Uncle Gu, we must express our gratitude to Chunping. If not for him, I would not have attained the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda martial spirit today. Moreover, my soul power has reached level 78. I believe it will not be long before I break through to Soul Douluo, Ning Fingxi declared, his eyes filled with anticipation. What will be the 8th soul skill of the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda? I truly look forward to it. The soul skills of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda are fixed. While the order of soul rings may differ, it does not create new soul skills. The 8th soul ring is a coveted goal for all who possess the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda martial spirit. Wait, Fingxi, did you say you reached level 78? Gu Rong's astonishment deepened. I recall you were at level 75. You advanced 3 levels in one go. Ning Fengji chuckled. Uncle Gu, I was already close to level 76. After absorbing the Qilua tulip, my soul power increased by a bit over 2 levels, not quite the exaggerated 3. Very well. Gu Rong felt a twinge of envy. Chen Xian was already at level 95. Should he absorb the immortal herb, he might leap to level 97, while Gu Rong remained at level 94. If Chen Xian emerged and challenged him to a duel, he would stand no chance. After pondering this, Gu Rong resolved that unless he absorbed the immortal herb first, he would avoid any confrontation with Chen Xian. Suddenly, a fierce sword aura surged from the chamber's passage, hurtling towards the exit. Not good, Fengji, get back. Gu Rong immediately positioned himself in front of Ning Fingxi. A layer of bone armor manifested on him, and several long bones rose before him, forming a protective wall. From the soul power fluctuations that had just erupted, Gu Rong realized that Chen Xian had broken through in strength. However, Gu Rong was uncertain about the specific level of breakthrough he had achieved, so he opted for a double layer of protection. With a clang, several cracks appeared on the bone wall. The old swordsman's strength has indeed increased significantly. Gu Rong's lips twitched, and without hesitation, he immediately pulled Ning Fingxi out of the secret chamber, sealing the thick stone door behind them. They should be safe now. This stone door was a special soul-guiding device, its hardness sufficient to withstand the 9th soul skill of an ordinary title Douluo. Furthermore, it served as the final barrier for the disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile school during times of war. The clang of sword energy striking the stone door resounded ominously. What on earth is that old swordsman doing? Gu Rong cursed angrily. I know your strength has improved, but must you flaunt it so brazenly? Uncle Bone, Ning Fingxi interjected soothingly. The celestial herb that Sword Uncle has is crucial for his comprehension of swordsmanship. I believe he is nearing the completion of its absorption. Humph. Once I have absorbed the celestial herb, I shall make that old swordsman pay, Gu Rong retorted, unable to contain his frustration. For the next few minutes, the stone door of the secret chamber trembled under the relentless assault of Chen Xian's sword energy. Perhaps with just a little more force, the entire door would shatter. Is it quiet inside? Has the old swordsman emerged? Gu Rong pondered. In the next instant, the door to the secret chamber was slowly pushed open, and stepping out was none other than Chen Xian. Haha, I've broken through to level 96. With my current understanding of martial souls, I shall surely reach level 97 within 3 years. Chen Xian declared exuberantly, glancing at Gu Rong with a slight smile. Oh, old bone, I see you are not convinced. Care to have a duel? Humph, old swordsman, taking advantage of someone else's vulnerability is hardly a skill, Gu Rong retorted angrily. How about this? If you dare, face me without absorbing the celestial herb. Chen Xian scoffed. You. Chapter 91. The 4th soul skill, 8 Desolate Wind Barrier. Within the ice and fire duality eye, Douluo had been guarding Chunping for over 8 hours. His breath stabilized, and he successfully absorbed the soul ring. Douluo Bo raised an eyebrow. To reach the soul sect before the age of 15, and with a 10,000-year fourth ring no less. What a little monster. Reflecting on his own breakthrough to the soul sect around the age of 20, Douluo Bo couldn't help but wonder if he had been cultivating some counterfeit soul power. I did it. Chunping slowly opened his eyes. Little monster, come here. Douluo Bo felt a surge of anxiety. Should Chunping inadvertently descend too far? He might indeed become nourishment for this place. Haha, Senior Douluo, do not be alarmed. I am coming out now. Chunping wished to continue his cultivation by the spring. Yet upon observing the expression on Douluo Bo's face, he resolved not to frighten him any further. Little monster, how do you feel? Douluo Bo inquired hastily. Chunping chuckled. Do not fret, Senior Douluo. I have previously absorbed the essence of 2 celestial herbs by the spring. I can now withstand the extreme cold and heat of the water to a certain extent. Douluo Bo let out a long sigh of relief, playfully scolding, you little monster. Under 15 years of age and already surpassing level 40. Are you not leaving any room for others? Haha, Senior Douluo, soon you will become a title Douluo. What is there for you to contest with me? Chunping shrugged helplessly. I foresee, Douluo Bo said, wrapping an arm around Chunping's shoulder, that the world proclaims Tang Hao of the Haoyan sect will be the youngest title Douluo in history. In my humble opinion, I fear that his record will not last for long before you. This little monster, surpass him. News of Tang Hao breaking through to Soul Douluo at the age of 36 has become common knowledge across the continent. The Haoyan sect asserts that Tang Hao's future achievements may even eclipse those of their former sect master, Tang Chun. It can be said that nearly everyone on the continent is aware of Tang Hao's renown, and Douluo Bo is no exception. Senior Douluo, if you speak thus, I must concede. I am indeed likely to become a title Douluo before Tang Hao does. Chunping replied with a slight smile. Perhaps within a few years after Tang Hao ascends to title Douluo, I too will attain that distinction. This was not mere boasting, with the support of divine trials. Becoming a title Douluo in 1s20s is not an insurmountable feat, just like Tang San, who achieved the title at the age of 25. Chunping was confident he would not lag behind. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo rolled his eyes. You little monster, if I say you are plump, you still puff up. Tang Hao will become a title Douluo in no more than 10 years. How old will you be by then? Dreaming of becoming a title Douluo at 27? In my view, you would need to wait until at least 30. Senior Douluo, let us not dwell on this matter. After all, I am merely a soul master at present. Discussions of title Douluos feel rather distant. By the way, little monster, what is your 4th soul skill? A 10,000-year 4th ring is a first for me, Douluo Bo inquired. Chunping replied, my 4th soul skill is called the 8 Desolate Wind Barrier. Its effect is to summon 8 curtains of wind that can repel all flying soul skills. However, if the opponent's soul power exceeds mine, the repelling effect will be diminished. Allies marked by this skill, including their released flying soul skills, will experience an increase in speed by 8 when passing through the wind curtains. Furthermore, these 8 wind curtains can overlap, forming a formidable wind wall, significantly enhancing the repelling effect against flying soul skills. Allies traversing the wind curtains will receive a speed boost of 40. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo expressed astonishment. To think it is an auxiliary soul skill that can also counteract other soul skills. The efficacy of this skill is truly remarkable. Does this mean you can withstand all of my soul skills? Chunping shook his head. He too wished to counter all soul techniques. Yet reality did not permit such aspirations. Elder Dugong, if we disregard the soul power levels, I could certainly neutralize your poisonous mist entirely. However, your Medusa's gaze is essentially a laser, and that is beyond my capability to defend against. Of course, if I manage to mark you, you would then be considered an ally. Your poisonous mist could traverse my wind barrier, increasing its speed by up to 40. And your own body would similarly gain a 40-point boost in speed. TSK, you little monster, your soul techniques are truly extraordinary. It is likely that even a typical 6th soul technique would struggle to achieve such effects. Douluo Bo was utterly flabbergasted. The individual before him not only exhibited an astonishing cultivation speed, but also wielded remarkably powerful soul techniques. It seemed that even if he were a titled Douluo, capturing this person upon his ascension to Soul Sage would be an exceedingly daunting task. Elder Dugong, I must express my gratitude to you, were it not for your guidance. My teacher and I might have wandered through the forest for half a month without catching a glimpse of the Gale Earth Dragon. In comparison to the assistance you provided regarding the poison pill method, this help is truly invaluable. Douluo Bo waved his hand, saying, I should be the one thanking you. From now on, my Dugong family shall no longer suffer from the perils of poisoning. Chunping bowed his head and inquired, by the way, Senior Dugu, have you ever considered joining a faction? Joining a faction? Dugu Bo shook his head. I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom and solitude. Why would I desire to affiliate with any organization? In my earlier years, I suffered greatly from the ravages of toxins. On gloomy days, the pain was unbearable. It was only upon discovering this blessed land that my suffering began to wane. I had no inclination to join any sect. Recently, a new painkiller emerged that provided some relief, but alas, it is no longer available. As he spoke, Dugubo produced several bottles of painkillers and placed them before him. Here, little monster, consider these painkillers a gift. Chunping chuckled resignedly, Senior Dugu. After a brief explanation, Dugubo finally accepted that Chunping was the inventor of the painkillers. What a pity, he lamented, if only these had been available sooner, my son. Sigh. But one cannot blame others, who truly understands the plight of one's family. He sighed again. Never mind, I should be grateful. At least I need not worry about the future. With his hands clasped behind his head, Dugubo reclined against a nearby stone. If you, little monster, wish to establish a faction, I would not be opposed to living out my days in retirement. In comparison to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Dugubo held no esteem for it. After all, it was not Chunping's sect, and Ningfengji had shown him no kindness. Thus, he had no desire to join the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Joining a sect is not merely a matter of affiliation. One must also fulfill the responsibilities that come with the privileges. Perhaps in the future, I truly shall establish a sect, Chunping mused with a smile. When that time comes, Senior Dugu, do not try to evade your responsibilities. When have I ever shirked my obligations? Dugubo retorted with a smirk. But you. Do not burden me with overly strenuous tasks. I only seek to enjoy my retirement. Certainly, Chunping laughed. Chapter 92, 12 hours equals a whole day. Senior Dugu. Now is the opportune moment to absorb the celestial herb. I believe that after absorption, your soul power should be able to surpass level 89. Chunping gently patted Dugubo's shoulder. As for reaching level 90, I have faith that with your prowess, it will only take a few years. Very well. Dugubo stretched lazily. I was just about to rest, but now that you've mentioned it, I have lost all desire to lounge about. Never mind. I shall absorb the celestial herb and strive to break through to the title Douluo rank, so I can protect you, little monster. Dugubo seated himself cross-legged, the wedge-shaped snake tail grass hovering before him. Little monster, guard me well. Chunping nodded. Senior Dugu, I will protect you, so rest assured. Furthermore, the outside is already ensnared in your poisonous formations, and no one shall intrude here. Dugubo chuckled reproachfully, you little rascal. He then entered a state of cultivation. The verdant phosphor serpent emperor martial soul manifesting behind him. Observing the cuneiform serpent tail herb before him, the verdant phosphor serpent emperor opened its mouth and devoured it whole. The herb's medicinal potency was exceedingly fierce, and immediately after consumption, Dugubo's expression contorted in agony. It would not be long before the toxins began to seep out. It would be wiser to take out the ethereal fragrance silken treasure for safety. Resolute in his decision, Chunping placed the ethereal fragrance silken treasure beside him. After several hours, a figure appeared above the ice and fire duality eye. Teacher, Chunping exclaimed with joy, quickly communicating through thought, Senior Dugu is absorbing the divine herb. Please be silent. In midair, Chen Xian could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. In just a day's time, the bond between Dugubo and Chunping had blossomed so harmoniously. However, upon hearing Chunping recount how Dugubo assisted him in acquiring the fourth soul ring, Chen Xian felt a sense of relief. Descending beside Chunping, Chen Xian spoke. Indeed, as you mentioned, Fengji's martial soul has evolved into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Simultaneously, I have successfully broken through to level 96, and my old bones have likewise ascended to level 95. Congratulations, teacher. Chunping clasped his fists in respect. Chen Xian grinned broadly. Were it not for you, it would have taken me many years. So what do you say? Would you accompany me back? Fengji has prepared something special for you, which he shall bestow upon your return. Chunping shook his head, asserting that he would not leave until his divine examination was complete. Master, I shall not return for the time being. I require this period for my cultivation. Within a year at most, I will return to the sect of my own accord. I hope you can grant me this request. Observing the amicable rapport between Chunping and Dugubo, Chen Xian dismissed his previous concerns and pondered for a moment before conceding, very well. This place indeed benefits your cultivation, and I shall not impose further. As for matters concerning Fengji, I will speak on your behalf. Thank you, Master. Chen Ping expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks, Chen Xian replied. I have matters to attend to shortly. If you have anything else to discuss, please do so. Master, could you kindly assist in sending this letter? As he spoke, Chen Ping handed the prepared letter to Chen Xian. To where shall it be sent? Chen Xian inquired. Chen Ping, the Wuhuan Hall Academy, I have written the recipient's name above. Very well, I shall send it out for you. With that, Chen Xian stepped upon the 7 killing sword, declaring, I shall periodically check on your progress in cultivation. Should I find it unsatisfactory, Yes, Master. Having absorbed the soul ring, along with the potency of the previous celestial herb, Chunping's current level has reached 44. And it will not be long before he ascends to level 45. Chunping was confident that he would not disappoint Chen Xian. Little monster. My soul power has reached level 89, he declared. After absorbing the celestial herb, Diggybo appeared significantly rejuvenated. His once gray hair had transformed into a lustrous black, and the wrinkles on his face had diminished considerably. It seemed that with a year or so of cultivation, he could ascend to the rank of title Douluo. You call me a little monster? I believe you are the true monster. No, a demon. You old demon, Chunping jested. Little monster, old demon, haha. I gladly accept this moniker, Diggybo replied, his spirit lifted. Come, little monster, I shall take you to Tando City for some amusement. Yin Yin has been pestering me to take her out lately. We might as well go together. No, I intend to enter seclusion and cultivate for about a year. There is no rush for amusement, Chunping resolutely declined. It's no joke. If I fail the divine examination, my life will be at stake. Besides, this test is not insurmountable. I cannot afford to slack off. Diggybo sighed, I understand now. If I had possessed such resolve in my youth, I might have already become a title Douluo. It truly echoes the old adage, do not fear others' talents surpassing yours. Fear instead their greater diligence. Your formidable strength is undoubtedly linked to your relentless efforts. Chunping chuckled awkwardly. Senior Diggybo, you flatter me. I have merely had my fill of play. Indeed, in his previous life, he had indulged enough in leisure. In this life, devoid of the whims of childhood, he dedicated most of his time to cultivation. Very well, you continue your training. I shall take Yin Yin out for some fun. Is there anything you wish to eat? I will bring you something back, Diggybo inquired. Senior Diggybo, just bring back some raw meat. I can cook for myself, Chunping replied with a smile. What you can buy, I can cook. Very well. With a nod, Diggybo swiftly returned to the wooden cabin. Let the divine examination begin. With a splash, Chunping plunged into the spring. Senior Loxer, please keep track of time. Call me out when 12 hours have passed. Loxer asked. Are you planning to directly meet the conditions of the divine examination? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping was perplexed. Why not keep track of time? When the time is up, I can come out for a break. Upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, he said, 12 hours equate to 24 hours, which is a day. You remain inside until the divine test indicates your completion, at which point you can exit directly. Huh? Chunping was taken aback. It seemed he had always regarded the 12 hours as merely 12 hours, a significant misunderstanding indeed. So, you were mistaken, chuckled awkwardly. It's all right. Knowing now is not too late. Focus on your cultivation. You have a year's time, which is ample. Moreover, the spring water contains dragon power. So by the conclusion of the divine test, you may experience my strength sooner than anticipated. Boasted, let me tell you, once you ascend to the rank of title Douluo, your 9th spirit skill will also be divine, and it will be the 3rd divine skill shared between me and Saer. Keep striving. Fine. Chunping replied with a slight grimace. P.S. I plan to give some more scenes to Light Feather Douluo. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Chapter 93, Level 50. The following day, Chunping swiftly emerged from the spring water. One side of his body was flushed red from the heat, while the other side was mottled purple from the cold. Goodness, is this the limit? Chunping lamented. If this continues, how can I possibly cultivate inside for a month? There will be a way, hinted meaningfully. Chunping's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly inquired, Senior Loxer, do you have a solution? Please, share it with me. However, Loxer firmly refused, stating, I cannot assist you in any form of deceit. Doing so would not only diminish the rewards of the divine examination but also escalate the challenges that lie ahead. Chunping furrowed his brow and exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? It would be far better to rely on my own cultivation. Loxier chuckled softly, remaining silent. Little monster, I have returned. Soon after, Chunping heard the voice of Douluo. Old monster, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm down here. Chunping replied. The entire Eye of Ice and Fire was nestled within a valley, and Douluo's voice echoed throughout, making it abundantly clear how disruptive it was. A minute later, Douluo landed before Chunping. Noticing the mottled red and purple of Chunping's skin, Douluo inquired, Little monster, what have you done? How did you end up like this? Chunping gestured towards the spring behind him, saying, I jumped in to cultivate and haven't been out for long. My skin has yet to fully recover. Goodness, how long have you been there? Douluo inquired, producing a specially formulated ointment and applying it to Chunping's body. Old monster, let me handle it myself. Chunping took the ointment from Douluo's hands, explaining that he had been submerged for over a day. Otherwise, his skin would not have deteriorated so. Thank you for the ointment. To be fair, Douluo's ointment worked remarkably well. Within the span of a single incense stick, Chunping was restored to his former self. There's no need for such effort. For you, becoming a title Douluo is a foregone conclusion, Douluo remarked, perplexed. Had he known in his youth that he would inevitably become a title Douluo, he would have approached it with utmost caution, understanding that survival was key to achieving that status. Old monster, didn't I tell you I aim to become a title Douluo in my 20s? I must exert myself to the utmost now. Douluo sighed slightly, unsure of what to say, but he cautioned, Little monster, balance your work and rest. Do not jeopardize your health. With that, he settled down beside Chunping and began to cultivate. After all, if Chunping was working so hard, how could a senior like him afford to be lazy? Senior Luoxier, did the divine assessment specify that I must fully immerse myself in the water? Chunping queried. The pressure he would endure while submerged differed from that while floating on the surface. If permissible, remaining afloat for a month would not pose a challenge for him. That is indeed a loophole you might exploit. However, I advise against it. The purpose of this assessment is to enhance your physical resilience. If you float, the pressure you experience will be significantly diminished, and the results will fall short of expectations. Luoxier explained the pros and cons. I suggest that if the pressure becomes unbearable, you may float for a brief respite, then return to immersion. This cyclical approach will yield the best results. After pondering, Chunping resolved, I will do that in the final month. There is ample time now for cultivation. Reflecting on Tang San and the other sea god's first trial, he believed he could draw inspiration from their methods. The extreme cold and heat emanating from the spring would greatly aid his cultivation. Your ability to resist temptation and avoid impatience confirms that I have not chosen unwisely, Luoxier chuckled. Without further ado, I will first float on the surface to cultivate for a while before submerging myself. Time flew by, and before long, 10 months had passed. During this period, Chen Xin had visited Chunping several times. Naturally, he was quite pleased with Chunping's progress. In terms of soul power levels and swordsmanship, Chunping had far exceeded his expectations. Additionally, after studying the notes given to him by Shi Long, he had fully grasped the principles of soul-beast fusion. However, achieving mastery in this area would likely require at least the attainment of a 7th soul ring. Little monster, have you truly reached level 50 already? Douluo asked, digging at his ears in disbelief. Chunping chuckled helplessly. Senior Douluo, I immerse myself in the spring water daily for cultivation, so my soul power naturally increases swiftly. I seek your assistance in procuring the 5th soul ring. Do not worry, I shall not come empty-handed. As for rewards, there is no need for such trivialities. In no more than 6 months, I shall ascend to the rank of title Douluo. By then, what could I possibly lack? Douluo waved his hand dismissively. Speak then. What age of 10,000 year soul beast do you desire? The 4th soul ring is already at 10,000 years. I presume you would not settle for a mere 20,000 year soul beast. With a mischievous grin, Chunping replied, I intend to acquire a 30,000 year soul beast, specifically of the dragon lineage. Attributes are of no concern, but it would be preferable if it possesses exceptional combat prowess. Upon hearing Chunping's stipulations, the corners of Douluo's mouth twitched. A 30,000 year soul beast with formidable combat strength would likely be more challenging than an ordinary 50,000 year soul beast. Furthermore, Douluo was not a soul master specializing in offense. There are indeed such peculiar creatures, but they can be quite troublesome to deal with. Douluo remarked with a furrowed brow. While I am confident in my ability to eliminate one should I unleash toxins without restraint, allowing it to retain even a single breath poses significant difficulty. In that case, Senior Douluo, Why not make a trip to the 7-treasure glaze tile school to summon my teacher? Your speed surpasses mine, and you could save considerable time on the journey. Though there was an inkling of taking advantage of Douluo's willingness, Chen Ping genuinely lacked the luxury of time. The conclusion of the divine examination was approaching, and he needed to meticulously plan his schedule. Should the time required to obtain the soul ring exceed his expectations, he would have to postpone his plans until after the divine examination. Previously, when he reached the 30th level, he had delayed significantly in acquiring his soul ring, which undoubtedly hindered his progression. If possible, he aimed to secure the soul ring at the earliest opportunity. Let us go. What is there to fear? Watch how I teach it a lesson. Douluo gritted his teeth and immediately acquiesced. Chunping chuckled. Hee, thank you, Senior Douluo. If a soul bone emerges, I shall forego it, treating it as a tribute to you. He added with a smirk, even if a soul bone were to appear, you need not mention it. It would rightfully belong to me. Douluo snorted coldly. That happens to be a tyrant king, aged 35,000 years, and its lair lies not far from here, within the forest. The mention of the tyrant king sparked a glimmer of excitement in Chunping's eyes, as it was among the most suitable soul beasts for him. Chapter 94. The Tyrant King before the lair of the Tyrant King. Douluo remarked, little creature, this soul beast is inherently violent. It will even turn against its own kind. Thus, in this forest, other than it, there are rarely any other soul beasts. Isn't that excellent? Let us proceed directly. Chunping urged eagerly. Wait, Douluo interjected, bringing him to a halt. Chunping, perplexed, inquired, Old monster, is there anything else? Douluo slightly furrowed his brow and replied in a low voice. I was referring to the usual circumstances. Is the present not different? Different? Chunping's face was filled with confusion. Suddenly, a gentle spring breeze enveloped him, and he felt revitalized and invigorated. Chunping murmured, the spring breeze sweeps away the dust. Has spring truly arrived? Wait a moment, old monster, are you suggesting? Indeed. Douluo nodded. Spring is the season for their mating and breeding. As we journeyed, I have noticed numerous Tyrannosaurus footprints in the vicinity. Therefore, the lair of this Tyrannosaurus king likely harbors more than just itself. It is quite possible there are young Tyrannosaurs or even another Tyrannosaurus king. Douluo was certainly unafraid of a swarm attack. However, it remained uncertain whether there were other Tyrannosaurus kings nearby, particularly if they were of a higher age rank. That would indeed place them in peril. Shall we bring out the celestial herb to test the waters? Chunping proposed. Yet, this suggestion seemed rather plausible. Douluo swiftly declined. Little monster, do not act recklessly. There are soul beasts in this area with lifespans exceeding 30,000 years. Gathering them all would trigger a beast wave. Very well, I merely spoke in jest. Chunping shrugged. If Chen Xian were present, this method would undoubtedly be feasible. However, this moment is not like the last. Chen Xian is not by my side now. Little monster, remain here while I investigate the situation inside. Perhaps we shall be fortunate, and that Tyrannosaurus king has not yet awakened from its winter slumber. Douluo leaped gracefully onto a nearby tree branch. I shall return shortly. Do not wander off. Chunping, understood. I shall lend you a hand. The fourth soul skill. 8 desolate wind barrier. 8 layers of wind curtains converged, forming a wind wall measuring 10 meters in both length and width before Douluo old monster. Passing through this wind wall will enhance your speed by 40, lasting approximately the duration of a stick of incense. Chunping declared. With such speed, even if confronted by a more seasoned Tyrannosaurus rex, one could at least flee. Douluo did not hesitate, swiftly traversing the wind wall, his form resembling a streak of green light, darting through the forest. Alas, I have been detected. Douluo's expression tightened, and the third soul ring beneath him flared to life. Third soul skill, phosphorescent dream enchantment. The roar of the Tyrannosaurus rex echoed as it fell into the enchantment, while Douluo's figure had already vanished without a trace. Astonishingly, there were 3 Tyrannosaurus rexes. Fortunately, none exceeded 35,000 years in age. Assessing the surroundings, Douluo finally exhaled in relief. The ages of these 3 Tyrannosaurus rexes were 35,000 years, 21,000 years, and 23,000 years respectively. They were massive in size, the oldest towering at an impressive 10 zhang. A bunch of beasts, let me show you how to deal with you. The soul rings beneath Douluo glimmered. This time, it was his 7th soul skill, Woohoo in true body. The enormous phosphorescent serpent king rose majestically, its tail striking one of the Tyrannosaurus rexes. The roar of the Tyrannosaurus rex echoed in pain, yet its retaliation was remarkably swift. There was no time for Douluo to evade. As the other two Tyrannosaurus Rexes surged forward, attempting to encircle him, Douluo grinned, unperturbed by their approach. Fifth soul skill, phosphorescent celestial shield. In the next moment, a verdant shield of soul energy emerged around the phosphorescent serpent. The claws of the three Tyrannosaurus Rexes raked against the shield, yet failed to breach it. Truly, the Tyrannosaurus, known for its ferocity, posed a threat. Had I not consecutively summoned multiple shields, I might have sustained injuries. Douluo furrowed his brow. I cannot linger with them. Fourth soul skill, phosphorescent serpent shadow. This was Douluo's mental intimidation skill, notably effective against soul beasts with generally lower spiritual prowess. The phosphorescent serpent king emitted a fearsome roar, its overwhelming mental shock halting the attacks of the three Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Douluo commanded the serpent's tail, striking the oldest Tyrannosaurus Rex. The creature was sent flying, and the mental shock dissipated due to its pain. Sixth soul skill, phosphorescent serpent venom. Douluo dismissed the wounded beast, knowing it would take time before it could retaliate. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to eliminate the remaining two Tyrannosaurus Rexes first. As they succumbed to the venom, compounded by their state of mental disorientation, the two fell amid the noxious mist. I had previously overlooked the varying degrees of wounds on these three creatures. Douluo was surprised to discover that the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes bore injuries. The phosphorescent serpent king infiltrated their bloodstream through those wounds, and being inherently vulnerable to toxins they could not endure. Douluo leaped into the air, his eyes glowing with a white light, gaze of Medusa. After searching for the carcasses of the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes, Douluo dragged the barely alive, 35,000-year-old Tyrannosaurus Rex to Chunping. Old monster, guess what I discovered? Chunping pointed toward the distant woods. Douluo turned to look and soon discerned what lay within, a corpse of a 50,000-year-old earth demon bear. Alas, it possessed no soul bone. Chunping shook his head in disappointment. During Douluo's absence, Chunping had already examined the body. No matter, this earth demon bear has indeed been of tremendous assistance. Without it, facing three fully matured Tyrannosaurus Rexes would have been quite troublesome. Indeed, the wounds on the earth demon bear were all inflicted by soul beasts. Douluo nodded in agreement. Douluo patted the barely breathing Tyrannosaurus Rex behind him and chuckled. Little monster, do not waste time. Its body has already been petrified by me for the most part, and it shall perish in just a few minutes. All right, thank you kindly. Chunping was not courteous. He summoned his martial soul and plunged a sword into the heart of the tyrant dragon king, thus bringing its life to a definitive end. A pitch-black soul ring gradually ascended from the corpse of the tyrant dragon king. Old monster, I will absorb the soul ring first. You check if this fellow possesses any soul bones. With that, Chunping sat cross-legged, and the black soul ring slowly descended onto the daylight dragon sword. Without needing to be told, Douluo understood what to do. However, his method of exploring the corpse was quite distinct from others. Douluo slightly raised his hand, and a swirl of green toxic mist swiftly enveloped the body of the tyrant dragon king. Moments later, the flesh and blood of the tyrant dragon king had completely transformed into a pool of pus, leaving behind a complete skeleton. There truly are soul bones. Observing the glimmering soul bone on the right-hand skeleton, Douluo displayed a look of joy. It should provide an offensive soul skill. Chapter 95, The Sword Chi Across the Autumn. Little monster, how do you feel? Upon seeing Chunping absorb the soul ring, Douluo hurriedly inquired. My soul power has reached level 53. Crossing a 2,000-year soul ring is indeed remarkable. Chunping replied with delight, sensing the state within him. He believed that at this moment, he was at least twice as powerful as he was a day prior. The soul ring not only enhanced his physicality, but also bestowed upon him a formidable offensive soul skill. Soul rings of approximately 35,000 years are typically regarded as the seventh soul ring by most soul masters who hunt such a vintage, illustrating their formidable strength. Little monster, what is the name of your fifth soul skill? Douluo asked curiously. His own seventh soul ring was around 35,000 years, while his eighth was merely over 50,000. If this continued, he speculated that Chunping's sixth soul skill would likely require a soul ring of 50,000 years. My fifth soul skill is called Autumn Sword Chi. With a single swing, a powerful sword chi severed hundreds of trees in front of Chunping with ease. Hiss. Douluo inhaled sharply. To possess such immense power at merely the Soul King level. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping bowed his head and said, I must express my gratitude to you, old monster, for your assistance. Alone, I could never hope to confront the Tyrannosaurus Rex that has existed for 35,000 years. It is but a trifling matter, replied the Ancient One. I merely wish to stretch my limbs. As he spoke, Douluo produced a soul bone, saying, little creature. This soul bone was dropped by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and is highly compatible with your soul ring. After much contemplation, I have decided that you should absorb it to attain optimal results. An astonishing soul bone, Chunping exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected find. However, he noted that the 35,000-year age limit felt a bit low for him. Old monster. The soul bone from the Tyrannosaurus Rex is highly likely to grant a damage-type soul skill, and given your lack of offensive capabilities, it would be best for you to absorb it. Chunping decisively refused, stating, if I were to absorb it, it would merely grant me another offensive soul skill, serving only as an embellishment to my abilities. The little monster. Douluo interjected, I already possess a soul bone. For me, the use of poison is more than sufficient. One must understand that only those whose soul power level surpasses mine can withstand my toxic assaults. Even with this soul bone, it remains impossible for me to overcome such an opponent. Douluo's words rang true. Just as before, when Chen Xian could disregard his toxins, acquiring an additional soul bone ability would yield no different outcome. Little monster, kindly accept this. If you are unwilling to absorb it, simply keep it close. In the future, when you acquire a more suitable soul bone for me, it would not be too late to present it. Douluo, resolute in his decision, turned and departed without waiting for Chunping's response. Ah, very well. Chunping contemplated. Grandfather Ling Hai possesses a soul bone from a venomous serpent that is over 30,000 years old. The next time I encounter him, I shall offer the soul bone in exchange. In this way, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, I shall exert my utmost effort to complete the divine trial. Resolving his determination, Chunping leapt into the spring water. Not far away, Douluo observed the cultivating Chunping, murmuring to himself, little monster, the year is drawing to a close. To ascend from Soul Master to Soul King in such a brief span is indeed astonishing. Upon our next meeting, your strength may very well rival my own. What kind of disposition possesses one who can resist the allure of a 35,000-year soul bone? Even I, Douluo, reached this decision only after much inner turmoil. If you truly surpass Tang Hao in the future, accompanying you would be a matter of great honor for me. As time passed, Chunping had already been cultivating in the spring for over 20 days. Douluo, how long has Chunping been submerged? Today, Chen Xian arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, initially intending to assess Chunping's progress. However, upon his arrival, he found Chunping entrenched in his cultivation. Under the gaze of the sword Douluo, Chunping had remained within the waters for over 20 days without any signs of emerging. Douluo replied quietly from the side. Normally, he only stays for a day or so. It is unusual for him to remain this long. Furrowing his brows, Chen Xian observed the fifth soul ring on Chunping. He turned to inquire, did you assist him in obtaining his fifth soul skill? Douluo bowed his head and responded, indeed, it was I who aided him. The fifth soul ring is 35,000 years old, granting him a formidable attack-type soul skill. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded and tossed a token to Douluo. I can see that you are not particularly keen on joining the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and I shall not impose. This token is a guest elder's decree from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Should you encounter any troublesome matters in the future, the school shall extend its assistance. Chunping is the disciple of Chen Xian. When his disciple accepted benefits from others, it was only natural for Chen Xian, as a mentor, to offer compensation in return. Douluo found it difficult to refuse and graciously accepted, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sword Douluo. Have you found the 9th spirit ring? Chen Xian inquired, sensing the aura emanating from Douluo. Thank you for your concern, Sword Douluo. I have already secured my assistant, and will soon venture into the Starry Forest to acquire the spirit ring, Douluo replied. Chen Xian nodded slightly. I shall take my leave for now. When Chunping emerges from his training, please remind him to return to the sect. With that, Chen Xian stepped onto the 7-killing sword and departed with purpose. On the 30th day, a commanding voice resonated within Chunping's mind once more. For the 3rd examination of destruction, you must spend no less than 12 hours daily refining your body at the ice and fire yin-yang for a month. The total assessment period is 1 year. Upon completion, the reward shall be a destruction affinity of 15 and an increase of 20,000 years to your spirit ring's lifespan. The 4th examination of destruction requires seizing the initiative. Absorb a spirit ring beyond the normal lifespan for either the 4th or 5th ring over a period of 3 years. Completion of this assessment will yield a destruction compatibility of 15, an increase of 20,000 years to your spirit ring's lifespan, and a divine spirit ring. Unexpectedly, Chunping had accomplished 2 examination tasks in succession, filling him with elation. Before he could conclude his training, a formidable dark purple energy surged forth from the purple scepter mark upon his brow. This power divided into 5 streams, each infusing Chunping's spirit rings, while simultaneously restoring their original hues. 5 spirit rings, platinum, purple gold, black, and black, materialized beneath his feet. Among them, the color of the 3rd ring deepened significantly, while a hint of red emerged in the 5th ring. Each spirit ring's lifespan had increased by 50,000 years, and it wouldn't be long before the 5th ring transformed into red. Chapter 96. Encounter with the Fire Shepherd. Du Gubo observed this scene intently. As Chunping exited the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Du Gubo stepped forward and inquired, "Little monster, what just transpired? Why do your spirit rings appear different from what I witnessed previously?" This time, Chunping resolved not to disguise the colors of his spirit rings. "Old monster, as you can see, the colors of my spirit rings are indeed as such. I must ask you to keep this matter confidential, as it involves circumstances I am unable to disclose," Chunping explained. Du Gubo nodded, and observing Chunping's current strength, everything seemed to fall into place. "Little monster, are you perhaps a twin martial soul? Who else could absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring at the 3rd ring stage? The 1st and 2nd rings may appear white and purple, but their essence differs vastly. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from them are incomparable to those of a mere purple ring. Old monster, I am not a twin martial soul. The increase in my spirit ring's lifespan is due to this." Chunping indicated the dark purple mark between his brows. "I have received the legacy of a great deity, and all of this is a gift of their divine power." Divine power? Du Gubo swallowed hard. He refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that Chunping had shared this much out of their rapport. He was aware of his own boundaries. "Ah, little monster. Chen Xian asked me to convey that you should return to the sect as soon as possible," Du Gubo stated. "After your departure, I too must go and acquire the 9th spirit ring. You are always welcome to return here whenever you wish." Chunping was somewhat taken aback. "Elder Dugu, have you ascended to the rank of title Douluo? Thanks to you, I have spent considerable time cultivating around this spring, and my soul power has advanced rapidly," replied Du Gubo, shrugging his shoulders. "However, I may not return here often in the future. Once Yin Yin awakens her martial soul, I shall send her to the academy for her studies. By then, my return here will be for the purpose of enjoying my twilight years." "Hee, old monster. You must not become complacent," Chunping remarked pointedly. "Title Douluo represents an entirely new realm. Each ascension is akin to entering a new world." Du Gubo curled his lips. "Of course I am aware of that. Returning here will also allow me to enhance my cultivation speed." "Very well," he conceded. Chunping tidied up the scattered cooking utensils with a simple gesture. "Old monster, I am about to take my leave." He bid farewell to Du Gubo. Go on. I am not on the brink of death. Do not indulge me in such sentimentality." Du Gubo waved his hand dismissively. Chunping chuckled softly. "Old monster, perhaps we shall meet again in the Spirit Hall City." Having said this, he made his way towards the exit. The coronation ceremony of the title Douluo. Very well. What harm could it do for an old man to attend? The details of the 5th examination have yet to be released. I shall return to the sect first, and later pay a visit to Ling Yuan at the Spirit Hall Academy. Standing atop the treetops, Chunping briefly mapped out his upcoming endeavors. Considering the days, Bibi Dong should be returning from the land of slaughter soon. I wonder if she heeded my advice and declined the divine test from the Rakshasa god. The path out of the forest is considerably easier than when I entered, with no encounters from soul beasts along the way. Thanks to the old monster's map, I have successfully evaded numerous soul beast territories. Gazing at the map in his hands, Chunping marveled at its detail. It must be said, the entire Sunset Forest resembles the backyard of Du Gubo, as if everything here has been meticulously recorded by him. Following the pre-planned route, Chunping needed only a day's journey to exit the Sunset Forest. However, halfway through, he stumbled upon an acquaintance. It seems there is some commotion over there. Is that the fire priest from the Blaze Academy? Who is he engaging in combat with? Chunping felt a flicker of curiosity. Since time was not of the essence, he decided to take a look. Engaging in combat within the Soul Beast Forest typically meant encountering either soul beasts or bandits. However, the group led by Homu had encountered 2 formidable 10,000-year soul beasts, the Earth King and the Flame Leopard. Upon discerning the situation, Chunping was astonished to discover that Huamu was also a Soul King, which explained his position as a teacher at the Blaze Academy. Behind Huamu stood 5 slightly younger youths, each adorned with 2 soul rings, one of them possessing a white and a yellow ring, while the others bore 2 yellow rings. In prestigious Soul Master Academies, individuals with soul power exceeding level 20 and under the age of 30 are generally eligible for enrollment. These young men were likely accompanying Huamu in pursuit of the 3rd soul ring. Observing the lifeless body of a 1,500-year-old flame leopard nearby, Chen Ping began to piece together the narrative. It was evident that Huamu had led them into a perilous situation, mistakenly trespassing into the territory of 2 10,000-year soul beasts while hunting for soul masters. While Chen Ping could easily handle 10,000-year soul beasts, it was a daunting challenge for Huamu, who had already employed his 5th soul skill twice in an effort to fend them off. It seemed prudent for Chen Ping to seize an opportunity to assist them. Although he had only met Huamu once, he held a favorable impression of him. Zhang, take your classmates and leave first. I will hold these 2 creatures at bay, Huamu urged urgently to the youth behind him. No, teacher, we cannot abandon you, Zhang exclaimed, on the verge of tears. To him, 10,000-year soul beasts were an insurmountable threat. Encountering them was akin to sealing their fate. Without Huamu's protection, the 5 of them would undoubtedly fall prey to other soul beasts while wandering in the forest. Huamu sighed in resignation. These students were from affluent backgrounds. Otherwise, their lack of aptitude would have barred them from entering Blaze Academy. 5th soul skill, Tyrant Flame. His martial spirit, the Horned Fire Tyrant Dragon, unleashed a torrent of flames that ignited upon contact with the soul beasts, resulting in a violent explosion. Roaring, the 2 10,000-year soul beasts, being of the fire attribute, sustained limited damage from the attack. They charged at Huamu from either side. I cannot hold on much longer. You must flee, Huamu bellowed, his voice strained. However, his students remained frozen in place, their faces etched with terror, their mental fortitude shattered. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above the treetops. Brother Huamu, long time no see. Who? Huamu instinctively inquired. Regaining his composure, he realized that the identity of the newcomer was of little consequence if he could not manage the oncoming soul beasts. 5th soul skill, Sword Chi across the sky. A razor-sharp sword aura soared over Huamu's head, striking the 2 soul beasts. The flame leopard was severely wounded from the assault, while the Earth King bore a deep gash across its body. What a formidable sword aura, Huamu thought, momentarily elated, and quickly turned to see Chen Ping. I did not expect it to be you. Brother Huamu, we shall reminisce later. With that, Chen Ping activated his 3rd soul ring, appearing behind the 2 soul beasts. 1st soul skill, Daylight White Explosion. Chapter 97, Gifted Soul Bone. Brother Chen, what brings you to the Sunset Forest? Huamu inquired as he approached Chen Ping, grateful for his timely intervention. As for the 5 students behind him, he was genuinely reluctant to engage with them further. I came here for training and unexpectedly encountered you, Brother Huamu, Chen Ping replied with a smile. It seems I arrived just in time. Huamu sighed in exasperation. To be honest, I brought these 5 students to obtain soul rings. However, after slaying a 1,000-year flame leopard, we were ambushed by 2 10,000-year soul beasts. Thankfully, Brother Chen arrived when he did. Otherwise, I would have truly met my end. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chen Ping smiled gently. It's about right. This experience has indeed yielded some gains. Haha, Brother Chen. I heard you were searching for an academy. Why not come to our Blaze Academy as a teacher, given your youth? The academy will surely offer you the most prestigious benefits. Typically, a high-level Soul Master Academy allows a Soul Zone of level 40 to teach, let alone a Soul King of level 50. That is unnecessary. Chen Ping shook his head. I will be leaving Heaven-Do City in a few days and probably won't return for a while. I see, Fire Shepherd said, slightly disheartened but quickly regaining his composure. If you ever consider becoming a teacher in the future, do remember to come to our Blaze Academy. Absolutely, Chen Ping replied with a smile. Suddenly, a few young people behind emerged. Hey, teacher, hurry and take us to obtain soul rings. That fire leopard has been dead too long. Its soul ring is already dissipated. Fire Shepherd frowned. Let us rest a bit before we go. His soul power was nearly depleted. In his current state, he would likely struggle against a 1,000-year soul beast. Hiki, Brother Fire, it seems your students are quite eager. Chen Ping teased lightly, choosing not to intervene in their teacher-student matters. He then excused himself. Brother Fire, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't linger. Next time, I'll treat you to drinks. I'll be waiting for that drink, Fire Shepherd replied with a smile. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, teacher, I'm back. Chunping immediately sought out Chen Xian. Level 54 already. You've not disappointed me. Chen Xian emerged from his room, greeting Chunping with a smile. He felt increasingly satisfied with this disciple before him. It's mainly due to your excellent teaching. Teacher, Chunping humbly acknowledged. Come, let me take you to meet the sect master. Chen Xian patted Chunping on the shoulder. The sect master has been eager to meet you. It's hard to believe a whole year has passed. When you meet him, make sure to explain yourself well. In the council hall, Ning Fingji was, as usual, attending to the sect's affairs. Soon, Chen Xian's voice echoed from outside the hall. Fingji, guess who I've brought? Ning Fingji slowly rose, looking toward the entrance. Uncle Jian has arrived. Upon recognizing the visitor, his face lit up with joy. Chunping, you're back. Ning. It's been a long time, Chunping greeted with a bow. You've kept me waiting, Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. If it weren't for Uncle Jian saying you were in seclusion, Bon Uncle and I would have come to see you long ago. I still need to properly thank you for my martial soul evolving into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping bowed his head and said, Brother Ning. I had previously made an appointment with someone to visit her after my cultivation. Now that I have some time, I believe it is best to honor that commitment. Originally, I intended for you to partake in the management of the sect, but since you are in a hurry to leave, we shall postpone these matters for now. Ning Fengji lamented. He then produced a wooden box from his soul guide. To facilitate the evolution of my martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile, Brother Chun. Your contributions are indispensable. Therefore, this 2,000-year-old right leg bone is bestowed upon you in the name of the sect. Soul bone. Chunping exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Ning Fengji would grant him a soul bone. It is worth noting that even the entire 7-treasure glazed sect possesses only a handful of soul bones, and here was a 2,000-year-old one being presented at once. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul is a coveted dream of every sect leader of the 7-treasure glazed sect. Throughout the sect's long history, the appearance of the 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul has been so rare that it has occurred no more than twice. Despite the sect's 1,000-year legacy, Chunping understood that it would be difficult to decline, yet he had his own considerations. Brother Ning, I cannot accept this soul bone without recompense. As he spoke, Chunping produced the soul bone of the saber-toothed tiger. This soul bone was acquired during my recent expedition, and it is approximately 5,000 years old. For me, a soul bone worth 20,000 is excessively precious. Thus, I shall entrust this soul bone to the sect. Oh, I did not anticipate that Brother Chun would be so fortunate, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile, though a hint of helplessness flickered in his gaze. You flatter me. Brother Ning, I have made little contribution to the sect, yet I have received 2 rewards in succession. I truly feel undeserving of such generosity. Chunping sighed and shook his head. In that case, please accept the soul bone bestowed upon you by the sect, Ning Fengji said, extending the wooden box towards Chunping. Chunping slightly bowed, cradling the wooden box with both hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the generous gift from the sect. Observing this, Ning Fengji offered a faint smile. Brother Chen, the profits from the Tando Gourmet City over the past year have been finalized. You might want to take a look. With that, Ning Fengji produced the prepared account statement from his sleeve and handed it to Chunping. Over 100 million gold soul coins. Chunping was somewhat taken aback by the substantial amount. According to the sect's regulations, those who contribute ideas and essential production materials are entitled to 10% of the total profits. Thus, 15 million gold soul coins represent your share for this year. With that, a crimson gold soul card materialized in Ning Fengji's hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping was acutely aware that acquiring this golden soul card would irrevocably tether him to the chariot of the 7 treasures glazed sect. However, he chuckled lightly, dismissing any concern. Ning Fengji, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, tucked away the golden soul card and deftly shifted the conversation. Brother Chen, I can see you're in a hurry. In that case, I shall not detain you any longer. Please return swiftly. As you wish, Brother Ning. Chunping clasped his fists before Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, saying, Teacher, Sect Master, I take my leave. With that, he departed from the grand hall. As Chen Ping vanished from sight, Ning Fengji let out a long sigh. It appears he does not truly consider himself a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Fengji, I must say, I hold some hope for him, came the voice of Gu Rong, who had seemingly materialized behind Ning Fengji. He had likely been present in the hall during their earlier conversation, albeit unnoticed. Old bone? Ning Fengji queried, a look of confusion gracing his features. Haha. I concur with the old skeleton's words, Chen Xian slowly began. Sect Master, what I am about to say may be hard to believe, yet I must speak it. I sense divinity within Chen Ping. Divinity? Gu Rong and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, both astonished by this unfamiliar term. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and asked, Sir Uncle, why have I never heard of this term before? Chen Xian chuckled lightly, that is only natural. Those who have encountered such matters are few and far between on this continent. It was only before my father passed that he revealed it to me. The limit of a soul master is not merely the 99th level. Those who transcend this threshold may be called gods. This is an entirely new realm, one that no one on the continent has been able to attain. After a pause, Chen Xian continued. I suspect that the disappearance of Tang San may be related to divinity. Upon hearing this, both Gu Rong and Ning Fengji gasped in astonishment. So, does this mean that in a few years, the Haotian sect will be unstoppable? Gu Rong spoke solemnly. The Haotian sect had dominated for so long, having clashed with nearly every force on the continent. Should Tang San's power rise again, they would find themselves with no chance of resurgence. Old bone, I beg to differ. Ning Fengji said, sharing his perspective after listening to Chen Xian. Sword Uncle has stated that no one on the continent can attain that realm. I believe Tang San may not be able to either. Ha ha, Fengji is quite right. Chen Xian laughed heartily. However, I do believe that this lad, Chen Ping, may have the potential to succeed. Do you remember the first time we met him? A young man with innate soul power of merely 2 levels. Yet capable of receiving a god's blessing, he must possess extraordinary qualities. Though Ning Fengji and Gu Rong had not interacted with Chen Ping extensively, they recognized in him a young man who remained unyielding before the strong and courageous in the face of temptation. Perhaps the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could not accommodate such a future peerless powerhouse. Fortunately, he was a disciple of their sect. With this connection, it was assured that Chen Ping would not act against the interests of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in the future. Reflecting on this, Ning Fengji felt at ease. Haha, Sword Uncle, old bone, let us not discuss Chunping's matters for now. His future will depend on his own choices. I concur. Gu Rong mused before agreeing with Ning Fengji's sentiment. As for this 5,000-year-old soul bone, I shall leave its distribution to you. Ning Fengji was not stingy to him. A millennium-old soul bone was merely of moderate value, not enough to incite jealousy. Then I shan't be polite, Gu Rong replied, taking the soul bone with a fierce expression. That wretched lad Gu Dao has been utterly disappointing. Having only advanced 3 levels in a year, Chen Ping has surpassed him by 10 levels. This boy must be slacking in his training. I will have to give him a thorough reprimanding. At this, Chen Xian reverted to his usual demeanor, playfully retorting, I say, old bone, is it not your own teachings that are lacking? Why blame your grandson? In this day and age, one should not pass the buck so easily. You, the old swordsman, have taught Chen Ping nothing. He has succeeded solely through his own efforts. What business is it of yours? Isn't this just a friendly banter? Come now. Who is afraid of whom? Gu Rong shot back. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji observed this pair of joyful adversaries, and his own sense of helplessness began to dissipate. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Geniuses are always drawn to one another. Perhaps I can start by connecting him with those around him. If I set up matches with the handsome and talented individuals within the sect, then the future of our sect will be secured. The following morning, Chen Ping arrived at Chen Xian's door. Before he could utter a word, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Are you leaving? Chen Ping swiftly turned around and respectfully addressed the person behind him. Master, I have come to bid you farewell. The old man replied. I have little left to teach you. At your current level of soul power, you have reached the limits of what you can learn. Return to me once you have transcended a soul saint. Chen Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of uncontainable satisfaction adorning his face. Approaching Chen Ping, he placed his right hand on Chunping's shoulder and said, remember, when you embark on your trials, practice the fundamentals I have taught you daily without any negligence. The formidable sword techniques you will encounter later are all derived from these very foundations. The student understood, nodding respectfully. Haha, of course, if you can create your own swordsmanship based on these fundamentals, don't forget to share it with me, Chen Xian said with a hearty laugh. In his eyes, There was no distinction of age, only the purest essence of the sword path. Chen Ping clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Teacher, you jest. The student has merely scratched the surface of knowledge and dares not claim to surpass the master." He understood that the ultimate artifact of the god of destruction was the Staff of Annihilation, which bore no relation to swords. Even if he were to learn the counter techniques for wielding artifacts, it had nothing to do with swordsmanship. However, upon reflection, the appearance of the staff resembled a mere branch. Children often wield branches as swords, dreaming of becoming martial arts masters. Perhaps, once he acquired the artifact, he could experiment with using the Staff of Annihilation as a sword. "Very well, you may leave. I look forward to your future performances," said Chen Xian, patting Chen Ping on the shoulder with a smile before departing. Just before leaving, he reminded, "Remember, practice your sword techniques daily, and do not become complacent." "Yes, teacher," Chen Ping replied, bowing respectfully. "Farewell, teacher." Upon exiting the gates of the Seven Treasure Glass sect, Chen Ping hurriedly inquired of the elder Lucier in his mind, "Senior, do you believe the ultimate artifact can be wielded as a sword?" Exercise caution. Exercise caution. Discuss that only after you have obtained the ultimate artifact. For now, focus on relaxing while the divine examination is yet to arrive. Balance work and rest. Do you understand? Chen Ping scratched his head and chuckled. Certainly, certainly. Chapter 99. The initial confrontation with the Soul Emperor at the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall Academy. He reflected on the fact that he had not seen Yuaner in nearly 2 years and wondered how her training had progressed. With a sense of nostalgia, Chen Ping approached the academy's grand gates. "Hello, I would like to see Ling Yuan. Could you please notify her?" The gates were guarded by 2 imposing men of Soul King rank. Upon noticing Chen Ping's splendid attire, their demeanor became notably more respectful. "Which grade and class are you from?" Chen Ping hesitated slightly, realizing that she had not mentioned this detail to him. However, since her martial spirit was the Flame Eagle, it should be relatively easy to identify. The burly man shook his head. "I apologize, sir, but even though her martial spirit is unique, we cannot relay your message without specific details regarding her age and class." Pausing for a moment, another guard added, "We truly regret that we lack the authority to access student records." Hearing this, Chen Ping felt a wave of frustration and had no choice but to concede. "I understand. Thank you for your assistance." Stepping aside into a nearby grove, Chen Ping gazed at the modest wall before him and contemplated, "Senior Luo Sierra, if I were to use the phantom moon form to scale this wall, would it go unnoticed by the powerful individuals within the academy?" "It is daytime," Luo Sierra replied in a hushed tone. "Without the cover of night, your actions will be plainly visible. I would advise against such an endeavor." Sighing, Chen Ping furrowed his brows, acknowledging that he had no better alternative. The Wuhuan Hall Academy maintained a closed management system, and students were not permitted to leave without special circumstances. Suddenly, an idea struck him: the soul fighting arena. The students frequently visit there. If I participate in a soul battle, Yuana should be informed of my arrival in Wuhuan City. With determination, he set off, and an hour later, Chen Ping arrived at the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. However, unlike the last time during Qian Xuanji's inspection, all the gates were not open today. Without hesitation, he swiftly approached the registration desk for battles. "I would like to register for a one-on-one soul battle," Chen Ping stated directly. The staff member paused for a moment, taken aback by Chen Ping's appearance. "I haven't seen you before. You must be a newcomer." "Not a newcomer, just someone who rarely visits Wuhuan City," Chen Ping replied, presenting his purple gold soul battle badge. "I am a Soul King. If there are others of the same rank available, I can be arranged for a match. If a Soul Emperor is willing to fight, I would welcome that as well." The staff member, rubbing his eyes, focused on the name on the badge. "You are the Daylight, the one who obtained the purple gold soul battle badge 2 years ago? My goodness, I didn't expect to see you return." Chen Ping furrowed his brow and stated, "I have no time for idle chatter. Arrange an opponent for me promptly." Oh, very well," replied the staff member, who then fumbled with a badge. Moments later, she said, "Currently, the only challenger available to face you is a Soul Emperor with a gold fighting soul badge. Unless you are willing to wait, I believe there will be several opponents of equal rank eager to challenge you." "Wait, that is out of the question. I have no inclination to leave my name in the fighting soul arena for others to draw. It will be him. If there is information available, please provide it to me. If not, it matters not. Mr. Daylight, I can furnish you with the details, but the fighting soul arena has its own requirements." The staff member retrieved a small booklet from beneath the counter and placed it on the table. Chen Ping remarked, "Feel free to speak." The staff member responded, "Indeed. You are the esteemed owner of the purple gold soul badge. We have scheduled your soul battle at the first arena, set for 8 o'clock this evening. I sincerely hope you find our arrangement acceptable. With that, she slid a brochure towards Chen Ping. That is quite agreeable. I can wait for a while. Chen Ping nodded slightly. He understood that the arena would generate considerable excitement for his battle, and scheduling it at 8 o'clock would coincide with the peak influx of visitors, thereby ensuring substantial profit for the venue. Other than that, Chen Ping was indifferent. He merely wished for others to be aware of his impending battle this evening. Chen Ping secretly mused, I should be able to see Yuan tonight. With some time remaining before the soul duel, he casually sought a seat, intending to study his opponent. Feng Su, possessing the martial soul of Wind Sword, was a formidable ranked 61 Assault Systems Soul Emperor. As a member of the Wind Sword sect, what was he doing in the Soul Master City? Reflecting on the unfolding plot, it seemed that the relationship between the Wind Sword sect and the Spirit Hall had always been relatively amicable, so their presence in the Spirit Hall was not surprising. However, that was not my immediate concern. I should first examine his soul skills. Turning to the next page, Chen Ping discovered, first soul skill, Windblade, and then nothing further. Damn, this is rather dismissive. It's not even a duel between great soul masters. Knowing his first soul skill is of little consequence. Nevertheless, since we both wield sword-type martial souls, let me see if the Wind Sword sect possesses any formidable techniques. Chen Ping's lips twitched as he received his opponent's information, though it seemed he had not acquired the complete details. Meanwhile, in a VIP room of the Soul Arena, Feng Su had received a far more detailed dossier than Chen Ping's. Oh, a Soul King possessing a purple gold soul badge is challenging me? Adorned in white. Feng Su took the materials from the attendant's hands, intrigued to discover the capabilities of this contender. With that, he swiftly opened the document. The first line showed evidence of alteration regarding Chen Ping's soul power level. 54? Why was this amended? The attendant hurriedly clarified, My lord, this Mr. Daytime has not participated in any soul battles for nearly 2 years, and this information is outdated. Initially, upon seeing Chen Ping acquire the purple gold soul badge, the arena assumed he would continue competing, hence they recorded his details. However, this turned out to be his final match, and the information has not been updated since. Only the first 3 soul skills were listed. Feng Su furrowed his brow. Could one truly ascend from Soul Master to Soul King in 2 years? Even if he was a 39-level Soul Master 2 years ago, that seems implausible. Contemplating further, he mused, if he could recruit this swordsman into the sect, it would indeed be a significant achievement. At the Spirit Hall Academy, Li Zhao, is it true? Chen Ping is participating in tonight's soul battle at the Grand Soul Arena? Ling Yuan exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to stand. Li Zhao nodded, a sincere grin gracing his face. Do not fret, my lady. We should arrive at the arena before the battle commences. Quickly, let us go. Ling Yuan dashed out of the simulated training ground. Chen Ping, have you grown stronger since our last meeting? A beaming smile spread across Ling Yuan's face. Over the past 2 years, their correspondence had been sparse. For those in love, 2 years felt like an eternity. Upon exiting the academy gates, Ling Yuan, without waiting for Li Zhao, activated her martial soul and soared towards Soul City. Hey, my lady, do not run so fast. I can hardly keep up. Chapter 100. Feng Su. The upcoming soul battle promises to be a significant confrontation, featuring the Soul King Daytime, holder of the purple gold soul badge, challenging the Soul Emperor Feng Su. Both wielding sword-type martial souls, what kind of sparks will ignite between them? Let us await the spectacle. The host fervently amplified the atmosphere of the event. As his words concluded, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Soul Kings rarely participate in such battles, let alone against a Soul Emperor. Today's match was indeed tantalizing, and despite the ticket prices being considerably higher than usual, the venue was packed to capacity. Phew, I finally made it. Ling Yuan sighed with relief, casting a disapproving glance at Li Zhao. Hey, can you be a bit more efficient? Why are you dawdling over buying a ticket? Li Zhao, exasperated, replied, My lady, this battle is immensely popular. If we had not coincidentally encountered a few acquaintances, we might not have gained entry at all. Be grateful. Ever since he had been defeated by Chen Ping, he had come to respect him. Moreover, given Ling Yuan's unique connection with Chen Ping, Li Zhao naturally heeded her wishes. However, this young lady was not easily appeased. Had they not met 2 juniors earlier and leveraged his reputation within the academy to procure their tickets, they might have been left outside, merely watching. Enough of this idle chatter. Keep up. With a huff, Ling Yuan swiftly found her seat. Chen Ping stood upon the soul fighting platform. Not far from him was a figure clad in white, Feng Su. Such youth truly astonished me. Feng Su gazed at Chunping's youthful visage, unable to suppress a compliment. Age has never been a barrier. Let us engage in a contest. Chunping replied nonchalantly. Feng Su smiled slightly. Young man, do not be hasty. I see your martial soul is also a sword. Why not join my wind sword sect? To be candid, my elder brother is the heir to the next sect master, and I can assure you that in the future, your status in the wind sword sect will be second only to my brother. Within the sect, you may freely learn the sword techniques. Noticing Chunping's tender years, Feng Su raised the stakes. Oh, so your brother is Feng Bailong? Chunping inquired with keen interest. How do you know? Feng Su instinctively asked. Feng Bailong's reputation is not widely known, and with the presence of the four lower sects, few across the continent are familiar with his name. That is hardly a secret, Chunping scoffed, then turned his gaze to the referee. Let the duel commence. I wish to witness the prowess of the wind sword sect's techniques. The referee nodded in understanding, announcing, both parties have 1 minute to summon their martial souls. The duel will officially begin in 1 minute. Very well, as you wish. Feng Su chuckled lightly, 6 soul rings illuminating beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Black, an optimal soul ring configuration. Come, let us begin without delay. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 soul rings shone beneath Chunping, platinum, purple gold, and 3 black. Impossible. How could you possess such a soul ring configuration? Feng Su exclaimed in a low voice. The audience, however, paid no heed to the specifics of Chunping's soul rings. They only knew that his rings surpassed those of Feng Su. Although the first soul ring's platinum hue was somewhat dazzling, they instinctively associated it with the 10-year soul ring. So, this is the true appearance of your first and second soul rings? No wonder the power of your soul skills is so formidable. Li Zhao realized upon sensing the might of the soul rings. What force elevates the age of a soul ring? Can I achieve that as well? Ling Yuan silently clenched her fists, aware that the chasm between herself and Chunping was widening. The duel officially commenced. The referee, astonished yet resolute, proclaimed the start of the battle. First soul skill, Windblade. Faced with Chunping's bizarre soul ring configuration, Feng Su did not dare to be careless and initiated a probing attack. This soul skill is rather weak, Chunping remarked, casually swinging his sword. The sword energy clashed with the wind blade, resulting in a mutual cancellation. The first round of probing yielded no substantial results for either side. Third soul skill, instantaneous travel. Chunping took the initiative, landing behind Feng Su. Not good, it's a teleportation skill. Feng Su had reviewed Chunping's information and was well acquainted with his first 3 soul skills. Second soul skill, flowing with the wind. His movements became remarkably lighter, and with a slight exertion of force beneath his feet, he distanced himself from Chunping. To be able to traverse the wind is quite impressive. Chunping mused to himself that the 7 killing swords techniques were primarily focused on lethal strikes, boasting formidable offensive power. However, the swordplay of the wind sword sect seemed to emphasize agility, utilizing nimbleness to restrain opponents. Uncertain whether his adversary possessed any potent offensive capabilities, Chunping dared not recklessly pursue. For his next move, he resolved to press the opponent, at the very least coaxing out some hidden trump cards. With determination, the 5th spirit ring beneath his feet illuminated. The 5th spirit ability, Sword Chi across autumn. A golden radiance enveloped the daylight dragon's sword, and with a flourish, the golden light coalesced before Chunping into a tangible sword Chi, surging fiercely towards Feng Su. Initiating with the 5th spirit ability, was this lad intent on hastening the conclusion of the battle? Unbeknownst to Feng Su, the expenditure of the 5th spirit ability was minimal for Chunping. Even if he were to deplete it several times, it would not pose a significant detriment. The 5th spirit ability, Frost Blade and Shards of Ice. The current surrounding Feng Su came to a standstill, and as he wielded his blade, the temperature of the air around him plummeted. Intriguing. A devilish smile crept across Chunping's face as a novel idea sparked in his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feng Su summoned the sword Chi to engage Chunping's own daylight domain. In an instant, Chunping's eyes transformed into a brilliant gold, and an overwhelming aura of light permeated the surroundings, elevating the temperature significantly. The almost tangible soul power flames within the domain forcibly stripped away the chilling aura of the wind-whisked sword Chi, simultaneously suppressing his own attributes by 20%. Domain. Li Zhao exchanged a glance with Ling Yuan. In the textbooks of the Spirit Hall Academy, those who possess a domain are deemed the mightiest among the strong. Ling Yuan was astonished to discover that Chunping possessed two distinct domains. What? How could you possibly have a domain? What kind of martial soul is this? Wind Whisk could discern that this domain was a talent domain, yet on the entire continent. Only the lineage of the seven killing sword could awaken a domain with a sword-type martial soul. Before he could ponder further, his sword chi was instantaneously engulfed by Chen Ping's fifth soul skill. Fourth soul skill, Wind Sword Guardian. Gritting his teeth, Wind Whisk brandished his wind sword defensively before him, striving to withstand the onslaught of the sword chi. I still have the third and sixth soul skills left. I am curious to see what techniques the wind sword sect possesses. Such inherited martial souls from sects typically have fixed soul skills. Once one knows Wind Whisk's 6 soul skills, the abilities of others could be deduced with high accuracy. First soul skill, Solar Gale. The platinum-colored soul ring illuminated, drawing in all surrounding currents of air to form a powerful golden gale. Isn't that your second soul skill? Wind Whisk's lips twitched. Just as one crisis was averted, another loomed. He understood that if he did not reveal his true capabilities, he would indeed face defeat. Chapter 101. The Killing Word Sword Technique 6th Soul Skill, Wind, Thunder, and Sword. Thunder roared as it descended upon the battle arena. The floor of the arena was shattered by the sudden surge of Wind Whisk's soul power. Third soul skill, the wind does not abide. The majority of the air currents in the arena had been swept away by Chunping, and even with Wind Whisk's 6th soul skill, he could not reclaim much. This third soul skill would provide him with an enhancement to his wind attributes. Under the suppression of the domain, his wind attribute abilities had only just returned to their normal levels. This domain is truly insufferable. Though he cursed, his movements did not falter. He was now besieged from 3 sides, and a moment's negligence could lead to severe injury. Perfect. I have discerned all 6 of your soul skills, Chunping remarked, smacking his lips. To be fair, Wind Whisk's 6 soul skills are quite exquisite, offering both defense and offense, along with enhancements. However, now that I have clarified this, I have no intention of prolonging the confrontation. With the third soul ring glowing once more, Chunping appeared at Wind Whisk's side. Let me extinguish your hopes of inviting me to join your sect. 7 Killing Sword, Pierce. The daylight dragon sword thrust forth with fervor, its tip slicing through the air and unleashing a resonant sword cry. Damn it, I can't evade. Wind Whisk had not directed his full attention toward Chunping, thus failing to perceive the sword technique being employed. Thunder Wind Sword Formation. A thunderbolt crashed down upon Wind Whisk's head, and in the next moment, the wind sword in his hand was drawn towards the lightning, its blade suddenly enlarging. Chunping's eyes lit up, and he promptly halted his offensive. The unique sword formation of the Wind Sword sect was indeed a spectacle to behold. Noticing Chunping's retreat, Feng Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, leveraging the residual power of the Wind Thunder Sword formation to dismantle Chunping's 2 formidable soul techniques. You truly astonish me, Feng Su expressed with growing satisfaction etched upon his face. As he began to extend an olive branch once more, Chunping rubbed his forehead and inquired, Did you manage to discern my sword strike just now? What? Feng Su was taken aback, instinctively responding. Then take a closer look now. Chunping slowly raised the daylight dragon sword, and his entire soul force erupted in a sudden burst. Wherever the sword tip passed, a fleeting shadow was left behind. Using the sword as a quill, soul force as ink, and the air as paper, Chunping gradually inscribed the character for kill. The 7 kills sword's kill character is unparalleled. You are the heir to the 7 kills sword. Feng Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Firstly, he was certain that Chunping's martial soul was not the 7 kills sword. Secondly, he realized that Chunping would no longer accept his invitation. Damn it. Even using the wind pressure sword formation would be futile. The kill character technique is the signature move of the 7 kills sword, with its might rivaling that of the 9th soul skill. Despite Chunping being only at the 50-something level, once the kill character was formed, there was no possibility of interruption. He was all in. The 6th soul skill, Wind, Thunder, and Sword. My heavens, what are we witnessing? The host, recognizing that the battle spirit had entered its final stage, hastily spoke to elevate the atmosphere. This is the unique skill of the 7 kills sword. Little did we expect that, Mr. Daylight is actually the heir to the sword Taoist pure heart. Thus, in this duel between 2 sword cultivators, who will ultimately claim victory? We shall soon find out. A host capable of overseeing a battle of this caliber undoubtedly possesses great insight. With the arena crashing down, the outcome of the duel also emerged. Congratulations to Mr. Daylight for achieving consecutive victories, remaining undefeated thus far. As for the number of victories, the host was unaware. Looking at the unconscious Feng Su, Chunping let out a long breath. It was still somewhat forced. Had he known, he would have used the daylight white explosion instead, as it felt similarly potent. Low here. Did you find Ling Yuan on site? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chunping's expression brightened with joy upon seeing Ling Yuan. The two rushed towards each other, embracing tightly. You've been gone for so long. I've missed you dearly, Ling Yuan said in a sweet voice. I have missed you as well, Chunping replied tenderly. Suddenly, a cough interrupted their intimate moment. Ahem. Boss, it has been a while, spoke Li Zhao, who had been waiting for Chunping alongside Ling Yuan. In that moment, Chunping and Ling Yuan had only had eyes for each other, completely overlooking Li Zhao. Humph. Ling Yuan huffed, casting an unfriendly glance at Li Zhao. Hee. May I join you in the academy? I came in a rush today, and didn't find a place to stay outside, Chunping said, rubbing his nose awkwardly. Li Zhao patted his chest reassuringly. No worries. Both the young lady and I are the presidents of the student council. No one will speak against us. Young lady. Chunping smiled gently at Ling Yuan. What young lady? Oh, don't listen to that fool, Ling Yuan exclaimed, pulling Chunping's hand eagerly. Come back to the academy with me. I have so much to tell you. They rushed out together. Mr. Daylight, please hold on a moment. You haven't collected your prize from the competition yet. A staff member called out. Chunping was indifferent to the money, casually remarking, it's a gift for you. Go collect it yourself. A gift for me? The staff member, in disbelief, pinched their own cheek. I am not dreaming. It is truly a gift. This was an astonishing 20,000 soul coins. The staff member danced with excitement. Along the way, Ling Yuan incessantly recounted her experiences at the academy over the past 2 years to Chunping. Chunping also spoke of his experiences during his external cultivation. Time swiftly passed. What was originally a journey of 1 hour seemed to leave neither individual feeling the slightest hint of fatigue. We have arrived. Come, stay at my place, he suggested. The academy has assigned me a small courtyard, and I often find it too spacious for my solitary existence. Ling Yuan proposed. Chunping responded, all right. Hey, isn't that the guy who was looking for someone during the day?